for caring about this. Recording 1 exists. Everyone go listen link. Recording 1. Since this one was titled 2, there had to be a 1. I clicked the link. A shaky camera filmed one Gil muttering alone on the stairway. Someone's smartphone zoomed in haphazardly. They zoomed in with a phone. One Gil was mumbling to himself, probably under mental strain, unaware he was even speaking aloud. The problem? He was criticizing netizens. The jerks who write comments do it thoughtlessly. They don't even know what they wrote and forget it quickly. From one Gil's perspective, it wasn't an impossible statement. After being mobbed online, he might very well have said that in private self-soothing or counseling. You could even feel pity. But those who once cursed one Gil on Idol Corporation would feel a perfect righteous fury. LOL, such a self-comforting sob story. You got hated because of your own attitude. Now you blame others. Ugh. Sure, that happens, but not you. Even here, the ridicule in the comments was relentless. I understood. They'd used my conversation as pretext to drag one Gil. My head pounded. At least, it wasn't aimed at me originally. They really want to take him down. Given the meticulous editing and posting, the culprit was surely someone who'd seen us under the station stairs and plotted this. They'd waited to upload until one Gil's group debut news dropped. This was deliberate. And they used me as fuel. They stoked the fire by pushing my orphan background into the spotlight. Did you see how many comments sympathized with me? Because public sentiment was favorable, it felt positive, but it wasn't. It meant my tragic family story, supposed to be private background, was now surfacing front and center. Just look at the SNS posts. Telling an orphaned, school dropout person, "I'm glad you're succeeding," shows zero empathy. Imagining what one Gil went through makes me want to cry. He's not okay. Those weren't even Taystar fan accounts. This is long past anyone gaining anything. Now that the group has established itself, this topic was only harmful. It distorted our image. Imagine people thinking first of that shocking past, not our music or group, during a comeback. Even the fun content would feel exhausting. Better to be known as Crybaby. It's at least funny. In short, this was a major setback for me, too. What a mess on debut comeback day. I was already tired of it. First, I'd control what I could. I told my manager immediately. Watching him dash out with his phone, I next called Gold 1. Ryu Changwoo noticed and spoke at once. "What's wrong? Check the YouTube trending. Number 5. No, number 3 right now." It was climbing fast. Crazy. I think Gold 1 already saw it. He came running. "Is that really one Gil? They edited it. That nuance is off." "Wait." Gold 1 finally answered. "Hyung. Monday, did you see that?" "I saw it. Sorry to ask, but what one Gil said. It's edited. He never said anything like that, and he apologized afterward." I heard him take a relieved breath. "Phew. I'm glad that's not true, but damn. Does your agency know?" "Yeah, they're already in a meeting." "But," Gold 1 sighed deeply. "Actually, one Gil's not in a good state right now. The company isn't sure what to do. I hope it's resolved." "I'll tell them what you said. Does your agency know?" "Yes. I've informed them. The agencies were surely already in contact. Then it looks like things can be smoothed over." "But, what about one Gil?" He offered words of comfort, then hung up. I grasped the situation. One Gil might even get cut from the debut lineup. His agency, seeing public opinion as destructive, would likely distance themselves. If an apology doesn't sway them, he might be dropped. And hearing he was unwell, wait, this feels wrong. Is he thinking something drastic? Cold sweat broke out. Speed of response was critical. If this drags on, the backlash will explode. If the scandal spirals and the agency cuts one Gil, leaving me as the sole good idol, I'd suffer the fallout. Because right now it's a one-on-one good versus evil frame between me and him. Objectively, my words in that recording weren't saintly, just the sort of cautious remark an idol might make when confronted with a fight. Yet they'd framed it as a paragonic statement, for maximum angle against one Gil. But if he takes the brunt, then apologizes later and sympathy swings to him, the narrative flips. Honestly, pulling in family talk like that was Mundy's move, but he got praise because he's popular. One Gil guilty until proven fanless. Then people would say my fans manipulated me as a victim to sway opinion. My own past controversies would resurface in the process. It'd be another round of purging justice. Absolutely not. Before it escalates that far, I'd defuse it as a minor incident. One Gil's already suffered too much from misunderstanding at his age. Need to clear it up fast. We had to resolve it before news outlets put it on their main pages, before One Gil was destroyed. Through my manager, I quickly called the company and got confirmation. Do it. Bayesian sidled up and asked quietly. From the vibe, all the members already knew. To clarify, on TSDAR's account. No. Sejin must have recalled when I issued my statement before, but this wasn't that. Me posting it myself would only amplify the buzz. If the official group account made a statement, the controversy would cling to the comeback. If the company alone spoke, people would suspect collusion. They all coordinated, except Monday. There was only one solution. Use a third party. I called Gold One again. Hey, you there? Hyung, do you have time? I do. Did something urgent come up? Somewhat. I want to create a message record. With the live performance minutes away, we needed evidence first, within 30 minutes. Choi Won-gil began taking flack from troll commenters, the immersed public, and furious Taestar fans. With almost no one defending him, the recording circulated unchecked. Meanwhile, my reputation stock soared. Park Mundy crying to fans chorus at the concert. Reports of Mundy caring for other Ajusa contestants. Park Mundy's circumstances at school withdrawal.jpg. From early Idol Corporation through the first broadcast, all sorts of positive anecdotes emerged. TSDAR's fans, however, felt conflicted. Opinions ranged from outrage at One Gil to worry about the aftermath, for everyone was stunned by the sudden turn. Is it normal to feel upset that my bias's past is treated like public property? Listening to that recording makes me so angry I could scream. Sigh, he has a comeback broadcast in 30 minutes. I hope they just ignore it. I'm glad people see Mundy as a sweet puppy idol. At that moment, Gold One posted on SNS. Photo. I listened carefully to One Gil and was puzzled, so I asked him directly. He's working hard, so please don't hate him too much. One Gil has no SNS account, so I'm posting on his behalf. The photo was a screenshot of Gold One's group chat. The chat name at top. Park. Mundy's little brother. The capture began with his message. Me. Mundy, sorry, could you check this? Is it real? Video link. Park Mundy's little brother. Park Mundy's little brother, 1SEC. The link was, of course, Choi Won-gil recording 2. After exactly the video's length, a reply came. Park Mundy's little brother, what is this? Park Mundy's little brother, it wasn't like this. Me. Crying face, crying face, crying face. Me. Right, this isn't it, is it? Park Mundy's little brother. Yeah, feels edited. Park Mundy's little brother. I think he and One Gil just exchanged good wishes then stopped. Park Mundy's little brother. Tell One Gil to sue whoever posted this for defamation. They reordered his words. Me. LOL, crying face, got it. Thanks, Red Heart. Park Mundy's little brother. No problem, dog face. About 14 minutes later, after Gold One asked, can I screenshot and share this? And I readily agreed. It concluded. Wow. Even this is being doctored these days. This must be Gold One's official account, right? Creepy as hell. Unlike many labels, Gold One's company responded swiftly, issuing articles, dominating YouTube best comments. This is fabricated, link. Mundy's testimony. Tell One Gil to sue for edit distortion, face with tears of joy. Article says they're actually suing, crazy. Thus, before criticism of One Gil reached an irreversible level or hit portal front pages, it subsided. Those who'd been insulting him felt awkward, and the ire shifted to the manipulator. As soon as the music broadcast ended, I checked on my phone. Everything was under control. We've put out the most urgent fire. I turned off my phone with a sigh. However, this fix was only temporary. If this poster had other dirt, One Gil could face another roller coaster. And my own ordeal wasn't over. The family story hadn't been sealed. Plus, the comment reactions on the apology articles left a bad taste. He must have been hurt a lot growing up. What a gentle soul. I hope One Gil learns from this and grows stronger. Good people like Mundy deserve success. Hope you keep rising. Wow. One Gil owed his life to Mundy. In short, good Mundy lets it pass kindly. Even though the initial provocation remained, my correction got twisted into so caring and kind. That'd be fine if it ended there, but the issue was someone was exploiting it. One Gill's agency feared even the apology article might stir trouble. To change the narrative, they focused coverage on Mundy's gracious handling, pushing that line. The result was those glowing comments. This is unnerving. Labels like model idol or angelic stick, but can be ripped off just as fast. One misstep and the image could shatter. Many were waiting to pounce on a single miscue. Those who tried to tank our rookie awards with card news haven't gone away. In this climate, it was better to keep a low-key kind image, but overt kindness was a liability. That's why avoiding good personality marketing was wise. So overall, I reached a conclusion. I need to shift the image. I needed a strong, powerful impact to bury this early in promotions. The answer is variety shows. 136 chapter. Variety shows. If an idol's activities are on track and yielding results, landing variety show gigs is inevitable. Lately, Idol's own popularity has dipped so much that they say it's hard to get on Variety even with decent chart performance. But Taystar doesn't fall into that category. After all, we came from Ajusa, last year's #1 in variety show buzz. Anyone with even a passing interest in entertainment might not know Taystar by name, but they've surely seen the faces or heard the names of the top Ajusa finalists. Having proven ourselves with last year's activities, I hear we received plenty of variety offers for this comeback too. Thanks to that, Ianyavirite, read more on our source, managed to secure a perfectly balanced variety schedule. Feeling nervous? Somewhat. Big Sejin grinned broadly. Hey, same here. His eyes were burning with ambition, despite his protestations of nerves. No wonder, I thought. Right now, only Big Sejin and I were heading to the set. This format wasn't for the whole group, so after some discussion, the offer came down and these two were chosen. It was almost our first time booking individual members for Variety, and Big Sejin would never miss any chance to shine solo. Maybe that unit stage success gave us extra momentum. Even if I don't say it, you know the drill. Greet everyone properly when we get there. Yes. Right. We nodded at the manager's reminder, and as soon as we arrived, we went around greeting the cast. Hello. We're only in our second year, so there were no juniors, yet no one ignored us either. Taystar, recognition and past results carried weight. Rising really is everything, I mused. Big Sejin then proceeded to work his magic, exchanging numbers with 3 actors in an instant. In that waiting room, I also spotted a familiar face. Sunbae. So nice to see you both. It was Youngrin, the female idol who'd represented Ajusa. I've been following your news, so good to meet you like this. I wish the others were here too. She offered a few kind words, then added with a teasing smile. I'm releasing my solo album this year, so let's not have our promotions overlap. Suddenly, that debut same-day nightmare with VTIC flashed through my mind. Oh, we'd be scared to postpone it, Sunbae. I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks. Youngrin nodded with a faint smile. Next to her stood someone I hadn't expected, a member of Maling Dalcom, the original artist of POPCON, my first ranking eval dance pick, and To a New World, our Halloween team battle track. She greeted me enthusiastically. You're Mundy, right? Wow, great to see you. Break a leg on today's. Shoot. She was the one Maling Dalcom member who's now doing well as an actress, quite senior by tenure, so I bowed my head. I'm the one who should say please take care of me. Wait. Realizing everyone here knew I was a Maling Dalcom stan, I wondered, does she think I'm her fan? Sure enough, she beamed and asked, Hey, which of our members were you a fan of? We made a little bet among ourselves. There was only one answer. Obviously, I was an all fan. So I wasn't your favorite? Smooth dodge, Mundy. She laughed heartily and slapped her thigh, treating me like a kid. All that PopCon fandom paid off. Just kidding. Thanks to you. We had so much fun. Really appreciate it. Do great on today's filming. Thank you. I half expected to leave with a signed CD. Seeing familiar faces among the cast was a boon. Easy to group edit for commentary. With those two so senior, cheesy-scented love line, edits pairing me with them were unlikely. Still, same-gender pairs are easier. Sadly, none of the other cast overlapped with our activities. Or so I thought, until 2 VTIC members arrived just before shooting. Hello? Damn. Why were they here? If VTIC appeared as a unit, the show would have to reformat just for them. And they're even on hiatus. Big Sejin, mic'd up, poked my back, and whispered, "Wow, Letty's quick." Lutti. Lutti Entertainment, the agency behind VDIC and Malingdalcom. Big Sejan nodded toward the actors he'd snagged numbers from. That actor group, Malingdalcom, they were Suyun Sunbi's first film team. They're from the same agency. They probably agreed to a group appearance to get VTIC on the show. So the Malingdalcom actors were here promoting a film, and the two VTIC guys, currently on break, had come along. With company shares at stake, they'd be generous with in-house promotion. Big Sejan grinned. But hey, isn't that good for you, Mundy? What do you mean? I don't see your senior who handles your social life. Seongrio's absence made him realize I'd be uncomfortable. He guessed correctly. I thought of that guy as an old-school curmudgeon. I chuckled. No, it doesn't matter much. Oh, really? Indeed, Seongrio wouldn't crack my skull with a hammer on a crowded set. He'd just be an annoying, tiring presence. Whether he's here or not doesn't matter. The real issue was Tick's appearance. Same male idol position, but with a huge gap. I admitted. I'm worried about screen time. What? Big Sejan burst out laughing. Huh. Even you worry about variety screen time. But don't fret. He lowered his voice. Those two seniors don't talk much on variety. I guess they just sent whoever was free. They'll probably just wing it. He meant they had little enthusiasm for variety. I admired his insight. This guy's mind works. Gathering info and thinking ahead, he's impressive. I nodded. I'll do my best. Yeah, do it. We exchanged a rare knuckle bump. The mics went live, and filming began. Sensational Saturday. Your weekend night delight, Toyo Party, invites you. Woo! Toyo Party is a full-scale variety show hosted by a national MC. As the name suggests, it's a long-running program that ended in the late 2000s and was revived a few years ago in the retro craze. It airs on public broadcast Saturdays at 8:50 p.m. with strong ratings. In other words, it's the pinnacle of mainstream variety. No needless guest backstories, just a few scenes to showcase characters in a fun, impactful way. It checked every box I was looking for. However, I needed to position myself, because this concept demanded high tolerance for absurdity. Dedumchit didudumkit. The MC was DJing at an 80s-style DJ booth, hair bob swinging, fully into it. Today's party concept? Isim doncha. It was our pre-brief cue. Only pairs of identical party people. Copycats only. Our party people, please enter now. So Big Sejan and I matched our outfits and hairstyles. The company had even proposed a Big Sejan, Bass Sejan pairing for this show, but Bass Sejan panicked and it was dropped. Our turn. Yeah. The party people entering now are oh so young. So handsome. We stepped onto the stage and, with the MC's grand intro, prepared to dance. The MC would vocally perform the cringeworthy on-screen captions from old memes while we danced. Magic dancing. Soaring stock prices. The two shining stars of Taystar have descended to Earth. The joke moment was the cast struggling not to break at that booming announcement. But neither Big Sejan nor I seemed poised to crack up, unlike Chongrio or Sianahyan. So we flipped the script. We danced while circumnavigating the DJ booth. The MC froze. Wow, the nation's top MC. I'll show you what hosting is. I am the host. An omnipresent presence unconstrained by a booth. Voice of the nation. She shakes Saturday nights. This is the Giant's line. Only the person at the DJ booth captures both emotion and laughter. No. The MC herself collapsed. She looked genuinely surprised at first, but it seemed she'd gone along with our beat. Thank goodness we didn't have to drop harsher lines. Big Sejan then gleefully delivered the remaining zingers. In Korean variety history, there's before and after Choi Ho-soo. He is the standard. And with that, the dance stage ended. The MC stifled laughter and delivered a gem of an ending line. They took the stage by storm from their entrance. This is variety, passion, spirit, love, and peace. Thank you. Big Sejan and I hopped down from the stage. Phew. I'd hit every mark I aimed for. Seeing the crew laughing confirmed our impact. Yet the moment we sat in the guest chairs, a wave of dread washed over me. Even prepping beforehand, it's astounding how much variety can test one's endurance. There must have been so many fans of this format. I couldn't believe it, but ratings don't lie. Let's just react. I clapped enthusiastically for the VTIC guys who rounded out the cast. As Big Sejin predicted, they hadn't come to over-prepare. Heaven sent handsomeness. Once all 12 cast members appeared, the show kicked into high gear. Actually, today's party is to find the fake. Weren't they two identical? One of them must be the doppelganger, the fake. That was the premise I'd been told. A 6 versus 6 team battle. The person who causes their team's defeat will receive a penalty. At the moment the first penalty was announced, the real twist emerged. Huh? Why isn't Juno over there coming out? What? Since you're the same person, you get the penalty too. You're a doppelganger. So all for Isim, don't ya? That's right. When one penalty target is chosen, their opposing team doppelganger also gets punished. No way. Then I shouldn't target myself, right? No. Team victory is more important. Let's just take it. Since nobody had been warned, the cast was genuinely shocked. Amid the murmurs, I caught Big Sejin's eye. Let's take a penalty. Okay. A crisis reaction makes for great character, so we had to seize it. The punishment for this team game is water balloon bombs. Gasp. That sounded about right. But just as the opportunity came, interference struck. In the mirror ball dodgeball match, it ended up 1-on-1, me against a VTIC member. By chance, the VTIC member grabbed the ball last. On this show, the person eliminated last gets the penalty. They do it to mind comedic unfairness. He lasted to the end but lost. He's at fault. Then I'll take the hit here. I braced for the balloon. Here goes. Hey, just throw it. But the VTIC member did something insane. He pretended to throw the ball, then stepped on the boundary line and got himself out. Oops. Made a mistake. What the hell? What was he doing? When our eyes met, he winked, giving me a cover senior vibe. What on earth? 137 chapter. VTIC stole our penalty airtime. Okay, you two. Please step up onto the stage. What a shame. Feels so unfair. Instead of eliminating me, the VTIC member who deliberately stepped on the line and taken the penalty, and his partner, both got hit with water balloons, with nothing remarkable in their reactions. If they weren't the guys who sell 1.8 million first-week albums, that lackluster bit would have been cut in 3 seconds. Just as Big Sejin said, they don't seem to have much enthusiasm for variety, which means it wasn't to grab more screen time on purpose. So that smug look earlier must have been genuine. Out of some misplaced consideration for rookie idols, it'd be more believable if it was a real mistake and he was embarrassed about it. I caught Big Sejin's eye. He grinned and pointed to himself with a finger. Annoying as hell, but I figured next time he'd try actively to take the penalty himself. Alright, this team challenge is finding Sangwa T. But that strange, absurd vibe Inc. via LGT official version continued into the next game. No egg yolk allowed. The team whose first picked Sangwa T has no yolk will lose now. Pick your tea while dancing to the music. In other words, a vague 90s style game mixing musical chairs and chants. This is pure luck. I decided to skip overthinking and just pick one. Getting caught would be even funnier. Statistically, though, it was far more likely to contain a yolk. Oh, Mundy's safe. And sure enough, the tea I picked had a yolk. The VTIC guys clapped and started cheering. Oh, amazing. Wow, how'd you guess that right off the bat? What the hell, guys? I managed a half-hearted shrug, but it was too awkwardly wholesome to be funny. Finally, the MC felt compelled to call it out for humor's sake. Hey, you two have been reacting so much more for Mundy this whole time. You don't get it, MC. People who do well just click together. Is that so? The VTIC guys waved their hands. No, he's just good at games. It was just surprising how he guessed without even thinking. Their denial was just as awkward as the praise. It's clear they're not cut out for variety. But why troll me like that? Are they messing with me? I looked them over, but saw no real hint of provocation. This is maddening. Then Malingdalcomes. Member got the next penalty. Watch closely. No yolk, right? It's canned peach juice. Eek. The punishment was ginseng, goji tea. Youngren, the doppelganger who took the penalty alongside her counterpart, downed it in one shot without changing expression, eliciting reactions from the staff too. I'm kinda envious. I'd rather have choked on ginseng tea than end up as a reaction wall and Tick's sidekick. Maybe I should try to stand out. Just as I was contemplating a shift in strategy, filming paused. Cut. Let's recalibrate. We're just checking mics. Okay, a brief break for adjustments. I need the restroom. Go ahead. Big Sejin slipped away with the MC, and I pretended to sip my drink, waiting for the right moment. The VTIC member moved first. Hello, Junior. We were in such a rush earlier. I didn't even properly greet you. Those guys who I'd never even formally met. Socially, you can't just stonewall. Yes, it's good to see you again, Sunbeam. Oh, you call us Sunbeam so stiffly. Just Hyung, right? Don't make us sound so ancient. My first thought wasn't that an 8th year was being shameless, but more, huh? Why did this feel so awkward? They were probably sweating bullets under those smiles. They seemed to be trying for a warm, friendly big senior vibe, but they weren't cut out for playing the sociable elder role. Big Sejin or Ryu Chongwoo would have handled it naturally, but not these two. What the heck? I forced a polite reply. It's not about age. I can't casually call you Hyung when you're my senior. Senior, Shmeenyur Eek. Just be comfortable with it. Man, they were trying so hard. Even more embarrassingly than when they stole my penalty bit. I was speechless, and maybe they took that silence as a silent okay. Because they exchanged triumphant glances, then cleared their throats. Variety must be tough, right? Huh? Without them, the difficulty level would have dropped 2 notches. Yet they looked proud. Hey, don't push yourself too hard during filming. If it gets rough, send an SOS. We'll help. Don't feel pressured. And when you have juniors someday, treat them well. Don't worry about us. They exchanged looks like, oh, he talks. Which was infuriating. I bore down and asked flat out. Then earlier, stepping on the line, was that? Haha, did it show that badly? No, I just thought you were good at reading games. Right? Anyway, don't overthink it. It just happened. Now it was clear. These jokers did it out of kindness. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, indeed. Their help concept was one-dimensional. Even accounting for their lack of variety experience, they weren't the sharpest. I bet in 5 years they'll be swindling people with bogus business schemes. VTAC might be big, but surviving 8 years in this cutthroat K-pop scene, they sure seemed bland. Maybe Seongrio swapped them in. Looking for trouble-free, easy-to-handle guys can end up like this. Anyway, they didn't seem to have complex thoughts, so I just brushed them off. Thank you, but I'll do what I can on my own. You don't need to go easy on me. Huh? They hesitated, then looked sheepish. Well, actually, Seongrio Hyung mentioned something. Just as my scalp was going numb, one of them smiled. He said, Mundy works hard and's a great junior. Take good care of him. Yeah, and that Hyung almost never says stuff like that. Right? He's not close with many people. He thought it was surprising how friendly you two got. He can seem a bit distant, but he really is a good person. Didn't you hear he donates half his proceeds to animal shelters? No way half. I nearly flipped out more than when I saw him using his banking app. Like a mountain spirit or something. Turns out he really loves animals. They slipped into chatting among themselves, then looked awkward and returned. Why'd this turn into that? Anyway, since we're tied by fate, let us know if you need anything during today's shoot. Is there anything you need right now? I'd heard so many absurd things at once, my head was spinning. I punched myself inwardly. Who cares, damn it? Pull yourself together. Seongrio's animal shelter heroics were his business. My goal was right here, this shoot. I chose my words carefully. Actually, I explained my situation and indirectly let them know I'd been aiming for that penalty. They looked utterly shocked. Gasp. Really? Hey, sorry. Wanna gang up on penalties now? Do me next. I'm fine. Instead, I made a small request, which the VTIC members readily agreed to. Hey, Mundy. At that moment, Big Sejin returned from the restroom. Good talk. SOSO. You. Haha. What good talk could there be from the restroom? He was grinning like he'd done something, though he denied it. Sure enough, he soon produced spoils. Funny thing, I ran into MC Choi Hosu. Ended up chatting and swapping numbers. As expected, was it a productive chat? Yeah, we talked about our variety direction. He grinned. We told him we'd never take a penalty. So he'll do his best to give us one to get our reactions. Brilliant. The latter half of filming wrapped smoothly with help from some cast members. Looks like it went even better than planned. Now it was up to the editors, but honestly, I wasn't too worried. If I were the PD, I wouldn't cut this. Great job, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, that was fantastic today. After exchanging bows like when we arrived, we left the set. In the car on the way to the next schedule, just as it felt calm and peaceful, an unwelcome message popped up. VTIC Siong Rio Sunbeam. I heard you met the kids on set today. VTIC Siong Rio Sunbeam. How was it? I hope it helped you, happy face. Phew, I'd known. Something like this might happen when I met those VTIC guys. It was absurd, but the message itself wasn't too off. The problem is when I'm with them, they go nuts. I tapped my temples a few times, then replied. Yes, Sunbeam, they were helpful. Thank you. To my surprise, after a while he replied. VTIC Siong Rio Sunbeam. Glad to help. Don't you want to work again with better teammates someday? Fuck. Anything they touch turns into die and start over, huh? VTIC chatter replayed in my head. Siong Rio's actually a nice guy, right? Nice guy, my ass. Could he really be that nice? The example sounded genuine. Just this once. Summoning superhuman patience, I assumed he was sane and replied. I don't want to. And being told that constantly is very stressful. I'm already at my limit just thinking about missions. I'd appreciate it if you stopped pushing me. After a long silence, no reply came. Did I hit a landmine? Even if I were about to be buried alive in a mountainside, I wouldn't go down alone. Gotta socially bury this asshole too. Leaning on my travel pillow, I began refining the plan I'd thought of before, a calming, repetitive mental exercise. Then, suddenly, a reply arrived. VTIC Siong Rio Sunbeam. Got it. A few dozen seconds passed. Then another message came. VTIC Siong Rio Sunbeam. I'm sorry. That was it. Phew. I turned off my phone and closed my eyes. People really are unpredictable. While Park Monday was lost in thought in the car, the internet was already lighting up with articles. Choi Hose's Toyo Party brings star-studded lineup, from VTIC to Taystar. TSDR's variety outing? Toyo Party shoot. Please look forward to it. OMG VTAC and Taystar. So glad it's variety and not a same-day debut again. Right, LOL. Siong Rio and Monday's bromance was hilarious. Hope to see them again. Before long, it was revealed which Taystar members had appeared. Monday and Big Sejin. It's Monday. I love him so much, loudly crying face. Toyo Party. Finally, I can pitch Taystar to my mom. Congrats, LOL. Why is Sejin here? Shouldn't Cha Yujin be the one? They chose the variety members, I guess. Variety members? He needs to prove himself. It's funny the 6th place went first. Should be number 1 and number 2 promoting first given their popularity. Betting their lives on one variety show. People think we put them up for this. Go Monday. Hee hee. After reading all the reactions, one person sighed in relief. No real trash talk about Monday. A grad student fan, relieved after nearly drowning in hateful YouTube comments, had turned to the internet. Seeing the clearly growing positive buzz around Monday lifted her spirits. Her home-off friend still looked uneasy, though she couldn't fully understand it. Isn't it nice everyone recognizes how kind and cute he is? Thinking back to when she worried about him reading nasty comments, it felt like a blessing. Can't wait for the variety episode. She bounced on her bed with excitement, unable to contain her fangirl heart, and logged into YouTube. Clicking a still popular thumbnail, she thought, I'll watch one more time before bed. It was TSDAR's new singles music video, 138 chapter. As soon as I clicked the music video, the title caught my eye before the 5-second ad even played. Taystar Midnight, and then 001. Official MV. Views, 22,147,586. Wow, 22 million already. When I last checked it was just 20 million, and that was a week after release, so it's still climbing fast. It set the group's record for fastest time to 10 million views too. I'm rewatching it too, after all. I shrugged in agreement. TSDAR's latest music video had a very different vibe from the previous ones. Here we go. The ad ended, and the video began. An antique gramophone, covered in dust and cobwebs, filled the frame. A pale hand reached in from the corner and lowered the needle. Thunk! The web snapped, and a slow, crackling jazz melody started, a lo-fi sound with intentionally muffled quality. A romantic, melancholy piano echoed. The shot cut to the grand entrance of an old mansion. Though aged, its luxurious traces still shone in the frame's stunning cinematography. Center stage, beneath a dust-coated chandelier, 7 figures sat in formation. The song began, slowly submerging time into night. I don't want to escape. Silence now. Let song and dream fade into the midnight here. Your midnight. A modern dance meets waltz choreography unfolded. Elegant, intricate movements leaned on each other's bodies, the long sleeves of their costumes swaying. There were no simple, repetitive moves to memorize, only gestures that forced you to watch with your mouth agape. Those linear shapes stretched beneath the chandelier's glow. Even if the clock hands race and call me, they can't pull me up today. I'm right here, your midnight. Your midnight. The scene shifted from the ornate, decaying foyer to a rain-dappled, stately library, then to a grand table lined with rusted birdcages, then to a bathroom flooded with red candles. Each time, their hairstyles and costumes morphed to match, seamlessly blending into the new backdrop. The visuals were breathtaking. Finally, the setting moved to a bedroom where golden blue butterflies fluttered. The endless evolution of their opulent suits ended in a classic, lightweight shirt. From the shoulder blades, a bronze winding key turned in their spines. Midnight overflowing. Distorted focus. Trembles, teasing time away. The final chorus's full-bloom choreography. The butterflies gathered at each formation change, perching like clockwork birds on the winding key. Their shadow wings stretched across the floor. Midnight overflowing. Broken shape. Torn, and a new day arrives. There was no cryptic cut scene, no dramatic narrative, only choreography and well-placed close-ups that consumed time at lightning speed. A gorgeous, intoxicating visual pairing perfectly with the music. When I met you, at midnight. And then, the lyrics ended there. All sound paused. A delicate coda resumed, piano and double bass tapped out. A pale hand appeared, as in the opening shot, but this time the camera climbed up the arm. The hand belonged to Sian Ahyan. Departing from the formation, Ahyan approached a grandfather clock in the corner of the bedroom and plucked off the lower right wing of a preserved blue butterfly pinned to its side. Beneath the wing, a cracked spider web diagonally across the glass. 001. Elegant cursive captioned the clock face in a final shot, and the video ended. Phew. Even on a rewatch, it was stunning. I couldn't help smiling as Mundy's close-up on the last note replayed. The blue butterfly hovering near his temple, his eyes gazing slightly upward. His color-tinted face was perfection. And then the finishing touch. A choker. Though it was a different material and mood, it reminded me of that Ajusa's second-round team battle when I first saw Mundy, which made it even sweeter. I'd already captured that shot, but I grabbed it again anyway. This music video is amazing. The song alone is so pleasant to listen to. For a full 4 minutes, there was no jarring question or confusion, just hypnotic visuals and ear-pleasing music. And it showed right from the thumbnail. Taystar normally used symbol-laden images, hands, scenery, props, for a narrative hook. But this time, they went all out with a straight-on upper-body close-up. Kim Ray-Bin. I was a bit disappointed it wasn't Mundy, and even more so that it was Ray-Bin. The first fan I ever met had a meh impression of him. But the shot itself was art. Ray-Bin wearing a corset choker, the blue butterfly under his chin, his wet hair glistening. He perfectly embodied the song's languid, decadent concept. The video was a sensory blitz, so a slightly dark charisma suited him. Oops, it auto-skipped. Lost in thought, I barely noticed the related videos starting. The first was the debut stage of Midnight, and then at the concert. Eek. The screams were so loud, the song was almost drowned out. Oh right, everyone was like this. I burst out laughing. My friend had sent me her fancam link. She'd even cleaned up the audio, so I'd forgotten how chaotic the live reaction was. Apparently, the concept photos gave no hint of this, so the shock was doubled. It was just pretty photos, nothing more, but then bam, stage of the century. For maximum impact, Taystar and the agency heeded Mundy's suggestion NVLGRHT, don't copy, read here, and made the teasers and concept photos understated. Simple suits and the mansion backdrop for attractive but unassuming shots. Finally, Taystar ditched the concept overkill. Boring as hell. At least they're pretty, so whatever. Kinda wish there was more edge. Maybe they will take it easy this round. Lots to do for the full album and tour. Play it safe. You sound so optimistic. Won't that make recycling your dreams hard? That original spirit is gone. They're bound to gain weight soon. I didn't fully follow the negative chatter below the surface, but the tide flipped the moment the concert footage aired. Taystar even went all out on stage costumes, attaching butterfly tail winding keys to their outfits. With enough budget, it never looked tacky. They're so serious about concepts. Whoever pitched the corset choker and that shirt deserves a bonus. Butterfly Boy is life. The school fantasy concept is dead. Let's push this now. OT4 recharged with original spirit. Boy groups are sexy after all. They later released special concept photos mirroring the MV style for the album and even perfect SNS teasers. But without knowing all that strategy, I was just blissfully happy. Okay, now let's watch Mundy's fancam. I eagerly searched YouTube and found his music show fancam for the new single. His half-covered hair and loose stage suit suited him so well. Blonde is best. I watched happily, then opened the comment section. I knew English comments dominated, but spotting a few Korean ones always felt like a treat. I half wanted to drop a reply of my own. Ahem. Scrolling down, I finally found a Korean comment. Only it wasn't what I expected. Way to go. Park Mundy, love your strong, cool vibe. Hope things go well for you, Mundy. I hope you're not too tired. It felt out of place. This concept was built on elegance and a hint of sexiness. Every element felt artful, and Mundy had embodied it perfectly, neither overdoing nor underplaying. So why is the top comment talking about fatigue? Though the words were kind, it killed my mood a bit. I scrolled past and soon found a comment that matched my excitement and hearted it. Every time Mundy blinks, the world blinks. This is a total solar eclipse. Yes, I giggled, my joy restored. But now I understood what had made my friend uneasy. People care more about his well-being than his performance. Not everyone, but that vibe was there, and it wasn't as sweet anymore. I can't wait for the variety show. I spent my breaks re-watching the concert's unit stage behind the scenes and fan cams. On broadcast day of Toyo Party, I choked laughing from Mundy and Big Sejan's very first entrance. Cough. They were sturdily wearing pink toddler fairy wings. To the beat, they started dancing flawlessly on an 80s music CAF-style stage. Magic dancing. Soaring stocks. The two shining stars of Taystar have descended to earth. Their suspenders and all looked cute and handsome enough. But those pink fairy wings dominated the viewers' screens. Subtitles popped up. They looked like they could fly to the sky at any moment. Dreamlike dance steps. Fairy or human. The DJ's new lines. Why wings? Then I realized they'd leaned into the fan nickname Butterfly Boys for the new song. So cute. It was part gag, part promotion, and as a fan, I loved it. Laughing, I cranked up the volume. At the same time, Taystar themselves were doing the exact same thing. Waha. See cough. They'd gathered in the living room claiming they'd monitor Toyo Party and burst out laughing. Knew they would. It was a little embarrassing, but I've survived way more absurd things so far. Is it really that funny? Yes. When Cha Eugene answered, Bae Sejin collapsed in hysterics. His reply was funny too. Just write it out. I reached for the remote, but then the scene of us dancing around the DJ booth appeared again, and I couldn't hold back. I shouted at the screen. Wow, the nation's top MC. Click. I muted the TV. Hey, why? Mundy, it's funny. It's okay. It wasn't okay. I watched bitterly. The second half of filming promised to be interesting. 139 chapter. The reversed attack on the MC during our dance debut, just as we'd hoped, wasn't cut. They kept the whole bit. Amidst the overflowing praise, the DJ was left speechless. After 23 years in Variety, first appearance utterly defeated by pink fairies. The edit mostly made the MC look ridiculous, but it captured the impact perfectly. All rookies this wild these days. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. We even got CG wings glowing neon and captions to match. After swearing we'd only crack up so many times. Once the sound returned, the rest of the members twitched their lips and stifled coughs. You did great on Variety. Excellent, sir. You're terrifying, so cool. Thanks. Cha Eugene seemed to reinterpret terrifying as intimidatingly awesome. Embarrassment aside, it was a solid highlight. Real-time viewer reactions were just as positive. LOL, why did you guys do that? DJ Choi just died laughing LOL. What are these lunatics? Heard the staff laughing LOL. Wings WTF LOL, they must be insane. So funny. Wow, that was fearless. They must have roast-baked VTIC alive. Just then, TIC's 2 members came on with their slick dance routine, only to collapse in defeat 10 seconds later under the captions. That was funny in its own right. VTIC fans will be content enough. As that segment wrapped, the doppelganger team battle began again. Since you share the same body, you get the same penalty, you're doppelgangers. So, shared soul. It was entertaining, but in the first half hour there were no standout best cuts. Just earnest gameplay and TIC's panicked self-sabotage. Why aren't you wearing wings? It was too risky, so we left them off. Oh, with that breezy exchange, our Toyo party monitoring concluded. You 2 killed it on Variety. Why, yeah, that was fun. A generous appraisal. But it felt a bit early, since next week's episode hadn't even aired. Ego, thanks so much. Please watch next week too. Haha, got it. Ryu Chongwoo laughed at Big Sejin's banter, oblivious to what would come next week. Online, fans were merely looking forward to the next episode. Among general viewers, most took away, TSDR's pair was hilarious, just the right level of expectation. I stretched and stood up from the sofa. Another week to wait. If no major problems arose, we were on track. But then the feared scenario began to unfold. My public image started to waver. While Park Monday awaited the next Toyo party, the internet grew chaotic again. As I'd anticipated, the recording leak controversy around Choi Won-gil hadn't been resolved. This time, the accuser posted a detailed testimony, with staff screenshots, about Choi Won-gil's misconduct on Ajusa. OMG, it was a staff member. They say the audio wasn't edited. It kept cutting because they kept hitting the record button. Choi Won-gil is terrifying. Was Monday threatened? That agency needs screening. But it didn't last long. Metadata in the screenshots exposed the whistleblower's identity. That Choi Won-gil accuser is trash. Capture. See the original image URL in the corner? The ID matches. Google it, and you get their life story, LOL. They're just an unemployed fantasist defaming the dead. Staff IDs were fake too. Capture. The agency promptly announced legal action. The consensus. The leaker didn't know Choi Won-gil, just overheard conversation while working part-time and recorded it by chance. Simultaneously, Choi Won-gil's agency anonymously posted on forums, sensationalizing the accuser's identity. Choi Won-gil rumor spreader equals infamous defamer of the deceased. More horrific than you could imagine. Identity of Choi Won-gil's accuser. Once that campaign finished, public sympathy shifted to Choi Won-gil. Ugh, disgusting, poor Choi Won-gil. So scary. Ajusa ended ages ago, but that nasty edit still haunts him. Listening now, track 1 is so sad, he must have suffered a lot for this to happen. Naturally, the goodwill once directed at me faded, and some people had been waiting for this opportunity. Now opinions are split on Park Monday versus Choi Won-gil. Here's some behind-the-scenes Ajusa video screenshot. In round 1, the bridge part meant for Choi Won-gil was taken by Monday. Monday says he'll rearrange it solo, then glances at Choi Won-gil. Monday skyrocketed by arranging that super high part himself. Capture. Choi Won-gil's stunned reaction. Capture. Monday stole Won-gil's moment versus it's just speculation. What do you think? Here we go with nonsense again. Why post this now? To incite a fight? You gotta pick the right timing, don't you? Where is this split opinion even happening? Most comments dismissed it as meaningless, but plenty tried to ride the controversy. Monday seems cutthroat. He's like a fox in sheep's clothing. His image making is so good, they probably planned that apology post too. He does have a creepy vibe. Grew up unloved? Something about him. Monday's fans say Choi Won-gil started it with the audio leak. Plausible. I thought that too, LOL. Actually, Choi Won-gil volunteered to sing the chorus and they swapped parts. Trying to blame Won-gil again? The post got reported and deleted quickly, but it left a bad taste. Over the next days, random malicious digs at my past surfaced and were removed after fights broke out. They were fishing for this reaction. You praised Monday's character, but he's not so great, huh? How dare he? Thanks to my swift response and TSDR's own star power, no major backfire occurred. but those were tense days. Fans endured each day in anxiety. The second Toyo party aired at precisely that moment. Please let nothing go wrong. Even if it's boring, just nothing disastrous. With those conflicting hopes, the second round of Shared Soul began. Initially, it was just fun. Wow, this never ends. How is everyone so good? Watching idols and actors throw themselves into the game was heartwarming. Big Sejin took care of a penalized actor, and the edit sweetly noted they'd already become best friends. The weird vibe began at the next game. This round is Stand Still. The person who resists flinching longest, no matter what, wins for their team. They filled their mouths with water and tried not to spit it out. Park Mundy was the sole survivor at the splattered table. Mundy, are you even conscious? How is this possible? Even when the staff shouted, do a sexy dance, or a monkey popped out of the DJ booth, or a juggler on an elephant paraded by, he didn't flinch, just stared calmly into space. Compared to everything he'd been through, an elephant was nothing. At least elephants exist in reality. It was like a Ink via LGT. Only on Ink via LGT, fantasy novel hero being threatened by the status screen. A caption fittingly appeared over his head for the first time in ages. Calm. A CGI Tibetan fox even popped up beside it. Their water-swollen cheeks made the sync perfect. Unprecedented situation. Production says they've run out of anything prepared. Wow. No way, this is amazing. It was a landslide victory. Park Mundy swallowed his water, bowed all around, and gave the viewers their fun back. Umfulo. This is hysterical. Mundy is so consistent, unbelievable. Hasn't changed, lol. Tibetan fox wins. Too cute. Tears lol. But it didn't end there. The MC began her move, targeting Big Sejin. Now, the penalty goes to Lee Sejin. What? No, that can't be. 3 others were eliminated before Sejin. At that crucial moment, Sejin was out and the team's momentum collapsed. Look, he cracked up and now they're both laughing. The MC spun it convincingly, trying to get Big Sejin flustered, but he just grinned. Ah, I love it. Sejin, is it okay for an idol to have scribbles on his face? Team victory is more important. Big Sejin pointed at Park Mundy beyond the bewildering captions. Mundy, if you keep doing well, I'll definitely take the penalty. Even if the team wins, you get all the penalties. Think wisely. A madness of self-sacrifice for victory. Sacrificial spirit. Even the captions looked stunned. But Park Mundy remained unbothered. Fine. I'll take all the penalties, whatever. Team victory is what matters. We must catch the doppelganger. You guys are too into this. This is variety, remember? We'll win, catch the fake, and leave. The fake matters. But this clip will live forever, you know? If we don't catch the fake here, our team has no future, Jay. My God, nothing made sense. Together they went out to accept cat whisker and raccoon face penalties. Cute, but with eyes blazing. True madness. While the captions burned, the final deciding round exploded. This round is K-pop Encyclopedia. Guess the year, 1988 through current, of the song you hear. Predictably, Big Sejin, who'd studied the format, began sweeping the correct answers. Correct. Yeah. Just as his team's victory seemed assured, Park Mundy started self-sabotaging. Mundy wrong. Junior, what are you doing? I want to record the most wrong answers to take the penalty. Beyond the collapsing captions, Mundy clenched his fist. Lee Sejin will taste punishment the better he does. Wait. That's not even the rule, guys. It was a catastrophe. As each game went on, the cast fully embraced the self-sacrifice gag, happily giving penalties to the ones doing well. The audience went wild. LOL WTF. I'm laughing so hard I'm gonna puke. Are they insane? How did it come to this? This is madness. Rookie overcommitment, disaster LOL. Although it was meant as noble sacrifice for the team, their overinvestment in a totally unreal variety game made it utterly hilarious. Even the senior cast got swept up, linking arms and heading to penalties in resigned camaraderie, a comedy gold. And for the grand finale, Malingdalcom Soyeon, in the clutch, abandoned her self-sacrifice. Sorry, Mundy. Youngren Uni has acrophobia. This is too much. Overinvestment met betrayal. Soyeon raised the flag for her team's victory. So the real winners are Party Team. Whoa. Park Mundy stunned. Lonely face was absolutely hilarious. Burned out completely. LOL so cute. Don't overcommit to variety, you fool, LOL. I can't even. Too funny, LOL. So cute. Only a rookie could pull this off. He was so serious on Ajusa too, and now this LOL. The best of Taystar. Clips from this episode rocketed to YouTube's trending. Toyo Party. Hit that doppelganger hard. TSDAR's overinvestment compilation. Zip legendary. Shared soul. SBC. The anti-fan's fantasy of Mundy quietly scheming was shrapnel under the tidal wave of Tibetan Fox, four-dimensional Mundy's overinvestment. That's it. I exhaled a deeply layered sigh and powered off my phone. It was embarrassingly over the top, but I was satisfied. We really set the tone. Asking VDIC to go overboard paid off. They made TSDR's antics look even more bizarre in contrast. It was all about reaction effect. And this hilariously indelible image would keep the waters calm for a while. Then a thought struck me. I can move forward with my plans. I'd been plotting certain work since the start of this promo cycle, and it was finally time to do the preparatory steps. First, let's sort out the accounting. At long last, it was time to review last year's earnings. 140 chapter. I opened the banking app I pre-installed. The payout should have come in by now. I'd heard yesterday that the settlement funds would arrive. Actually, the contract stipulated quarterly settlements, but last year the company was in chaos, so they postponed it under court interest rates. So now, in April, both last year's settlement and this quarter's came in at once. If I were an ordinary employee, I could have sued the company, but no one urgently needed the money, and my contract still had much time left, so it passed without fuss. But nobody hates money. As soon as schedules ended on Monday, April 22nd, I wasn't the only one checking my settlement balance immediately. Ugh, I heard a gasp from the bed beside me. It was base Sejin. Must be a huge amount, I thought. Given our results and the concert, it made sense. Still, it doesn't feel real. Out of habit, I tapped the primary account and then checked the secondary account. I couldn't believe my eyes. Daehan Comprehensive Deposit. 1,146,193,520 Korean wons. 1.146 billion won. Over a billion won. Even with long-term black market deals, you couldn't touch that. I was speechless. Could 9 months' work really yield that sum? I'd indeed sacrificed sleep and carried a heavy burden. Looking back, it was the cumulative result of Ajusa's grueling grind. But getting over a billion won felt unreal. Still, over a billion, beyond imagination. I needed to check the breakdown. I opened the company email I'd set up to receive them. There were bizarre spam bombs flooding in, but after filtering, I found the settlement report. I skimmed it quickly. Phew, a billion over was correct. And I knew why. No trainee expenses recorded. The company hadn't listed pre-investment costs, so as soon as revenue generated, it all counted as profit. Album sales, events, ads, streaming, concerts. Plus, because I contributed heavily to production, royalties were substantial. Raybin probably got even more. A scream came from the next room. Raybin must have been on a call. Probably a family member panicking. It's going crazy. At that amount, panic was normal. It still didn't feel like my money. Why, you saw it right. Sejin, cheeks flushed, spoke. He meant, did I check my settlement? Yes. Just now. With that, you could buy a house in Seoul, right? With a mortgage, of course. It depended on the house, but Sejin seemed excited at the thought of securing a home. But his math was off. That's the pre-tax amount. Wow. Because it's high, the rate will be steep. Don't plan to spend it all. Be sure to consult a tax accountant before filing comprehensive income tax in May. Oh, okay. Sejin nodded dazedly and collapsed back onto his bed. He'd snapped back to reality. I gave him advice and regained focus. I thought you'd be used to this by now. This is the first time for an amount like this. Sejin buried his face in his hamster body pillow, a companion he'd long valued. What's going on? Even Sean Ah-hyun, mid-shower, peeked out from the bathroom, checking the settlement. Oh, Ah-hyun relaxed and smiled. He didn't seem all that curious about the sum. Are your parents handling yours? I get an allowance. Given the department store gift certificate he'd nonchalantly received for his birthday, that allowance was probably substantial too. Come to think of it, I still haven't used that gift certificate. With the awards season over, we dove into concerts and the new album, then straight into promotions, so I'd forgotten. Actually, tomorrow morning, no schedule. Over the next 2 weeks, including weekends, it was the only free midday slot. First, I'd confirm. We don't have a schedule tomorrow afternoon, right? Why, yeah. Why? I want to go out for a bit. Shopping? To the bank. Sejin guessed I meant banking after seeing my first reaction. I nodded. Yes. Shopping. Then want to come with? I have to stop by the bank too. Not really. What? I rubbed the back of my neck. I'm thinking of dessert shops. Around 7 places. The next day, Tuesday, I planned to stroll solo around Seoul, but not solo. And Monday. That blue sign, right? Please let me off at the first alley on the right, driver. To my surprise, 2 tails clung to me. Sean Ah-hyun and Kim Rae-bin, beaming. I wanted to come too. Dessert? Perfect chance to pick a birthday gift for Uni next week. They insisted on coming. Bae Sejin was let off at the bank on the Circle d'Asterisk operator Inc. via Iota GHD Circle d'Asterisk operator. Read the full story. Way. Saving taxi fare. I don't need to worry about taxi fare anymore. Life without worrying about money felt strange after so long. Soon the driver stopped at our first destination. We've arrived. Thank you. I stepped out, and the 2 bright-eyed guys in the back quickly followed. This will be good, right? Looking forward to it. 3 masked, caps up. Guys entering a specialty dessert shop might not be typical, but whatever. There's hardly anyone on the street. It was 9:30 on a weekday. We were the shop's first customers after opening. Hello. Hello. The clerk recognized me instantly, mask or not. It was useless now. Oh wow. I've been listening to your songs non-stop. Thank you. Could you pack one of each Dakwhoi's flavor, please? Oh, of course. One of every flavor, please. Why, yes. I had little time. I exchanged handshakes and autographs for the packed Dakwhois. At least they seemed happy. I glanced at the 2 stunned behind me. Aren't you picking any? They blurted out handshakes and chose Dakwhois on instinct. I headed to the register. I'll pay together. Yes. They both jumped. It's fine. If you sort by settlement amount, I should pay. No, I don't mean to show off, just that it's okay. I chuckled. Don't worry. I asked us out. Hyung and Monday. Had I brought Cha Eugene or Big Sejin, I'd have shamelessly made them treat me, but these 2 only basked in gratitude. They grinned, holding their packages. I'll enjoy these. Thank you. As we stepped outside, Rae-bin suddenly remembered. I need to buy Uni's birthday gift. You can pick that slowly, plenty of shops left. They blinked. I thought since we bought dessert here, we'd chosen already? I assumed you'd lined up many candidates in case you didn't like. 1. No, I shook my head. I'm buying from all 7 places. And I did just that. By noon, both guys sat swaying in the taxi, boxes piled at their feet, 7 in total, all successful purchases, and we'd sampled each. There was an unexpected hug from a fan waving our album, but it went smoothly. The last one was a bit close. At the final shop, a clerk screamed in delight upon seeing me, so I grabbed the macarons and fled like a thief. That's it. Yeah, done. Yuwa. Ah-hyun melted into a puddle, exhausted from meeting so many people. When I told him to just stay at the dorm, I didn't understand why he insisted on tagging along, since he hardly eats sweets for health. Maybe he didn't want to feel left out. Given his personality, he might dislike dropping out of a group. Either way, I appreciated him coming during his break. Shall we head home? Yeah, let's go. I told the taxi to return to the dorm, but instead of coming up, I left the desserts downstairs. Tell everyone in the dorm to share these. I just thought of something I need to do. I sent the 2 back to the dorm and jumped into a taxi again, setting the GPS to a department store. Yes. After errands, I returned to the dorm about an hour later. Ding. Opening the door, I met Cha Eugene in the living room, cheeks stuffed with Dakwhois. It's delicious. Thank you. Well, okay. He wasn't gaining weight and liked sweets, so he was the right person. Which was your favorite? This one, the strawberry macaron. I memorized the shop name on the packaging. Thanks for the treats, Monday. No problem. Don't tell me you got these because you have a girlfriend and wanted to impress us? I trust you, Hyung. Are you crazy? After greeting Ryu Chong-woo, I tapped Big Sejin's back as he chuckled, and headed to my room. Through my bed, I saw Ah Hyun scrubbing a sponge at his desk. Mundi, did you finish what you needed? Yes. And here. Uh-huh. I held out something. A birthday gift, though early. Oh. Ah Hyun jumped. Sejin bolted upright. It's Ah Hyun's birthday? No. They look like a comedy duo. It's in 2 weeks, but we won't have time to go out then, so here. Sejin relaxed and lay back down. Ah Hyun nodded vigorously. Oh, thank you. My pleasure. Let's not mention he used the department store gift certificate I'd given him. See, can I open it? Of course. Ah Hyun tore open the wrapping and froze at the code inside. This is way too expensive. No, it's fine. The gift certificate recipient was complaining. I tucked other shopping bags under the bed. It took a moment given their size. I think I chose well. I briefly regretted not bringing Ah Hyun along, but it was too late. Sejin peeked over. What's that? A gift. That Sunday, during the early morning pre-recording of TSDR's final music show of the promotion, fans arriving at the broadcast station each received a large box. Taystar sings for you. Midnight and Lover. 141 chapter. The boxes were handed out just after the music show pre-record wrapped up, as the fans were filing out. Naturally, people opened them on their way home. The pale lavender boxes, even down to the Taystar logo sticker, practically shouted, "This is a thank you gift." Of course, every fan immediately caught on. No wonder they didn't hand out any photo cards at the entrance. Sure enough, the box must also contain the photo cards given to everyone who attended the pre-record. Having already received cream buns, coffee, and simple snacks a few times before, the fans opened the boxes with nothing but delight. I hope they gave us dakgangjeong this time. Feels kind of heavy, maybe it's drinks? But what lay inside were 28 lavishly boxed macarons. Ugh. Seeing 4 rows of 7 macarons strewn out in all their glory was overwhelming. People squealed in shock on subways, buses, and even in their cars. After all, most had never in their lives bought 28 macarons at once. We had 300 attendees. Did they really get 28 each? What is even happening? Some fans suspected a mix-up in the quantity. And these weren't even store-bought plain macarons. Lifting one, they saw animal paw icing on the shells. Are you kidding? There's even sparrow feet. That tiny one must be a hamster, right? A hamster. There were even deer hoof shapes. Fans stomped their feet, tapped the packaging, and fought to keep the corners of their mouths from twitching, but they carefully refold the boxes. I'll take a pic and leave it frozen forever. Let's store them in the freezer. But that wasn't all. Something was attached to the inside of the box cover. Another small box. No way. Again. Fans tore it open and flipped it over. Its identity was revealed, a neatly packaged luxury brand perfume. Not a sample, but a full 50 milliliter bottle. Oh my god. Wait. Is this some kind of prize box? Did they really give one to everyone? Some fans, beyond joy, were downright confused. Then something else appeared. A letter envelope slipped out from between the boxes. The envelope was surprisingly thick. At this point, even the bravest fans were spooked. What else could there be? How far are they going? With a gulp, they opened it to find stationery that looked like a photocopy of a handwritten note. Equals. To our beloved lover. Thank you so much for coming to support us at today's final music show pre-record. Actually, we just received our payouts. We thought long and hard about what to give you, and decided to prepare commemorative gifts for this promotion. We did it in a rush, so you'll forgive any shortcomings. P.S. We picked perfumes based on each person's taste. One of 7 random scents was included. Equals. The letter ended with a doodle reading, "Lover, we love you." That part really did seem handwritten. And inside the envelope, beneath the letter, were stacks of printed photos. Photos of Taystar as if taken in their dormitory. That explained the envelope's thickness. Insane. You maniacs. You crazy maniacs. By now, most of the fans who had attended the recording were screaming internally. On SNS, things went absolutely wild. Taystar is literally insane. They gave out 28 macarons, perfume, and photos. How do you do a thank you gift before even a 1-year anniversary? Pics. What? Park Mundi's home ma, fan account manager, fell off the couch. She'd been rushed to the ER late at night with food poisoning and missed the final fan event. She couldn't believe such a big surprise had happened. Hands trembling, she checked the timeline. It was flooded with box unboxing photos. F***K. She slammed her head into the couch. Not out of regret over free macarons or perfume, of course. She was furious because evidence of her idol's fan love was right there, and she'd missed it. I could have gone. She was so upset, she felt she'd go mad. And she wasn't alone. F***K. My stomach's about to burst. I want those strawberry macarons too. Were they only for the last music show? I got cut at the last second. This is so heartbreaking. If they were going to give 4 sets, they could have given them out over the last week's shows, though I get it's their heart. Sob, I just want 1 hamster paw macaron. Because the effort was so obvious, envy among fans quickly spiraled into real frustration. And this thank you gift even caught on in general entertainment communities. Equals. TSDAR's high-value thank you gift.jpg. Pics. 4 sets of macarons plus brand name perfume. Macarons custom-made with members' signature designs. Perfumes are mixed scents from the same brand. Equals. At first, most reactions were envy or praise for TSDR's generosity, but soon analysis threads popped up. This must be the company's pick. They switched up their thank you style so suddenly. Seeing the brand name seems like an ad shoot, right? It looked over the top, but I couldn't place why LOL. Companies often cover this or split it with payouts, but this is way too much. It feels off LOL. This price range isn't normal for a second-year group's fan gifts. Haha still. Lucky fans, I want free macarons and perfume. Who are they shooting a perfume ad? Idol, NVLIGHT. Perfume ads are rare. That'd be cool. Genuine or not. People kept misreading the situation. But before public opinion could sour, posts certifying the handwritten letter began to circulate. Our darlings got so excited after their payout, they just went all out. Letter pick. Mentioning the payout and choice of perfume left no doubt. They prepared it themselves. General community consensus settled there. They literally said they bought it themselves with their payout. Looks like all our theories were wrong LOL. Not an ad, just them dropping real cash. That's impressive LOL. I'm jealous of their resources. Fan sign up for Taystar must be insane. Wonder what they'll do next promo. If it's pricier, I'll sign up LOL. Me too LOL. Seriously? This is a bit much. Must have gotten tons of money to spend like that. Well, they did sell that many albums. Would be weird if they didn't get paid LOL. Who cares what anyone says? Why get mad? Look at TSDAR's first week sales. 830K. Screenshot. After a few trolls got shut down, Taystar left a warm impression with their generous thank you. But the fans didn't stop there. A few days later, some began connecting sightings of the members to the gift prep. No way, they were on that dessert tour Tuesday to pick these out? Whoa, seems so. Let's not treat speculation as fact. I checked the macaron packaging. XNet Suite is one of the shops cited Tuesday. Photo with logo circled. The dessert tour wasn't a break during promotions. It was prep for the thank you gift. Fans were so moved by the story that they were genuinely shocked. Don't overinterpret. Some trolls will just use it to hate. Just getting delicious treats for fans after their payout is so sweet and wholesome. But then the macaron shop's SNS posted a review. XNet Suite review is up. Link. They said the members wanted to include everything in the last week's show, but couldn't book any more slots. Screenshot. And this place is really famous, so the owner was super proud. It was definitive proof. Realizing everything was true, fans flooded with crying emoji posts. They must have panicked after the payout. It makes my heart pound. Even if other fan clubs recruit them, I'll never switch. Living genius idols Taystar, why would I? They got paid and immediately bought expensive treats and gifts for fans. I'm with you for life. Fine, I know the macaron shop now. I'll just order them myself. This gift is such a high. Fans shook off any envy and brimmed with pure joy. They even speculated wildly which perfume belonged to which member, happily debating. And then Taystar themselves released most of the gift unboxing photos on their SNS. Truly legendary. Taystar. I ordered the macarons and bought the perfume. Now I just need to print the photos to feel like I got a gift too. It was a joyful time of reciprocal generosity. I swiped the screen with my thumb. The photos had posted successfully. It worked on the same principle as at the first fan sign event. If too many people feel left out, it's worse than not doing anything. Information and content should go to everyone. After checking my post once more, I continued monitoring reactions in the music show waiting room. The mood's good. All the effort I spent during the day had paid off. What a waste of money if people weren't happy with the gifts. Fortunately, it seems we delivered value. Randomizing the perfumes among 7 scents was a good choice. Because only 3 shops had sightings, it wasn't odd to attribute the gifts to Taystar. Better to do it under the group's name rather than mine to avoid controversy. I didn't really mind paying myself. There wasn't anywhere else for the money to go. I have no family or friends, so what does it matter? I don't need living expenses or a home, and the payout was so large it'd be laughable to complain. So from the start I planned to pay it myself, but register it under the group's name. The company agreed. But then a variable came up. As soon as he heard, Ryu Chongwoo objected. Monday, that won't work. Huh. You gave up your break time to choose and buy all this. Then it has to count as your gift. No, it's fine. They all picked the items together. But even if you're okay, the fans won't be. It would be a lie if someone who didn't share in the cost took credit. How sad would fans be if they found out? And even if the fans don't know, it'd feel wrong to us. Right. Yes. Why yeah. You explain things so well, Hyung. Ryu Chongwoo made his point decisively. At least chip in equally. So with the members' enthusiastic support, we just split everything evenly. I appreciate it, but I wondered if it was really necessary. If word leaks, not because of repercussions, but because it's just. It can't happen. Speaking of my reputation, I recall seeing trolls accuse me of never having love. That was flaming trolling. But separately, being called well-raised could refer to someone like Ryu Chongwoo. He really has no airs. He's resilient and doesn't veer off into tangents. Just then he spoke to me. Seeing the reactions to the gifts? Yes. I saw them too. Fans really loved it. I feel sorry the whole thing fell on you, thanks. Well, I just wanted to pay. You did all the prep alone. Don't say that. Ryu Chongwoo playfully tapped my shoulder. But next time let's prepare together. You don't have to handle everything solo. We're a team, so use your teammates. Right. If my teammates weren't all 6 years younger, I'd have considered that point more deeply. Ryu Chongwoo smiled and patted my back before moving on. I rubbed the back of my neck. Well, they're cooperative, at least. By the end, the fans' gift was truly a group effort. Everyone split the cost and took part, which made it even better. They each chose their own perfume, and we discussed the macaron designs together. I can't deny that collaborating with the guys getting their makeup touched up over there turned out pretty great. We still don't know who prefers which scent. Maybe hint on SNS. I want more macarons. Is your macaron craving more important than this plan? Yes. C could order some on the way back. Let Eugene stop. He'd roll around if we gave more. No. He's so cool. With brushes on their faces, they sure do talk a lot. For a moment, I feel like an idiot. Actually, I've already handled the other gifts by myself. Yes, there are other gifts. When I bought Ah Hyun's birthday present at the department store, I casually picked up gifts for the office staff too. If you feed them nice things, they'll care one extra time when something happens. It's no big deal, but thoughtful. Of course it's nothing grand. Just a pair of slightly pricey indoor slippers for the office. But that's better than sweets. Sweets only last once with these people. If you're not going to keep resupplying, better to give something they can keep using. The effect lasts longer. A well-placed, sensible expense. I thought of my remaining account balance. Then I remembered my last withdrawal. I also made a donation, anonymously to a children's welfare foundation. Since I used my parents' insurance money under Park Monday, I felt I should do that. That was the end of my promotional payout spending. Life's unpredictable. I rubbed the back of my neck and set my phone down. Just then I heard them call us. Everyone, stand by for the live broadcast. It was time for the final live music show of this promotion. Taystar, let's go. Yes. The stage, as always, was pretty fun. And though I don't know elsewhere, having these youngsters here makes me feel surprisingly reassured. They really are a solid team. Ryu Chongwoo's words echo in my mind. I shook off the sentiment and headed backstage. Just as I was recalling the next schedule, our manager came sprinting over. What's up? He raised both hands and shouted. Guys, you've hit the Billboard charts. Yes. He must be joking. Our performance wasn't that great. 142 chapter. Taestar is doing well domestically, but that's only in Korea. Even looking at YouTube views, they get beaten by groups in the top 50 of the music charts. Abroad, it means they lack recognition compared to other major agencies' groups. But why on earth Billboard? Had we entered the World Albums chart? That seemed at least plausible. But no. Alternative Digital Song Sales Chart, huh? Yup, none of us had ever heard of it. Everyone reflexively looked to Cha Eugene, our native speaker. He wore the same clueless expression. Oh, wait a sec. The manager, who should have explained, got a call from the office and ran back out. What a mess. As we made our way back to the waiting room, we turned to Cha Eugene. Do you know that chart from earlier? I know the alternative songs chart, but not that one. Everyone except Kim Rae-bin looked puzzled. So, what's the alternative chart about? There's only alternative rock. I like it. Oh, so it's a rock genre chart. A genre-specific ranking, it seems. So with digital sales tacked on, it must measure pure song sales. I dug out my phone and immediately looked up what chart it was. It only lists the top 25, a minor subchart for a niche genre. And it's for paid subscribers only. From the corner of my eye, Kim Rae-bin muttered with an awkward look. There's no alternative rock in our title tracks. I used my browser's saved pages to check the previous chart. Oh, is that it? Big Seejin leaned over and swiped the screen. Hey. Huh. You can tell just by the album? He scrolled, and there was no Taestar album art. What the heck? Here it is. At that moment, Cha Eugene's hand darted onto my phone screen and tapped a song. 127 section bonus book / Taestar. No way. Our game track. That's right. The song from the collab with that lifeless game 127 section on our second album had entered the chart. I remember dressing as the comrades who get wiped out in Chapter 1. But it's not on our album. As Big Seejin said, the album art was different. I immediately found the track on Spotify. It's on the game's OST album. By the time our manager returned and we rode in the car, the situation was explained. They launched globally? Yeah, and it must have done huge numbers. It went crazy. 127 section had just globally launched, mostly targeting English-speaking markets, and smashed it. Our manager chuckled. So they released the OST album, and your song made the chart. It's not just because it's good, right? Right. This is great news. We all exhaled, relieved. It was pretty good news after all. So that's why we got word on a Sunday. Billboard updates on Wednesdays, after all. Strictly speaking, this was the game's success, not TSDR's. Neither the agency nor the fans had an urgent stake, so it probably took a few days for the manager to relay it. T1 must be thrilled. The small game studio they'd acquired just hit the jackpot. They must have poured insane capital into it. Regardless, the OST doing well was good for us too. It was a song closely associated with our album. Except the verses are all in English, so maybe it caught on. It only flickered on that minor chart's lower ranks, but still, interesting and positive. I shrugged as I looped on my neck pillow, but then something fell off. Even so, a game OST on that chart. I convinced myself it was the minor chart. But really, even a movie OST rarely gets in, let alone a mobile game OST just launched. And why was it classified as alternative rock? I thought it was just K-pop using some rock elements. Seems weird. I had to find out what actually happened. For the first time in a while, I browsed game communities on my phone, and I pieced it together. They reused our comeback trailer for the game ads. 127 section ran YouTube and Billboard ads overseas for the global launch, and they must have actively used our trailer video. It was high quality. It was cinematic trailer level. I'd reuse it too. Foreigners who saw the ad probably thought Taestar were just actors playing game characters. They didn't dance or sing, they just acted. To game fans uninterested in K-pop, that made total sense. We're not as famous abroad as VTIC, after all. Anyway, the ad response was good, so the game company went further. In the global app, they even embedded parts of our trailer on the data download waiting screen. As a result, overseas users naturally got the spicy shock of these guys look important, then get wiped out in Chapter 1. Posting videos of their shocked reactions after playing Chapter 1 became a trend among game streamers. I searched and really found videos with tens or hundreds of millions of views. Never play 127 section. Never. My first time playing 127 section, I hate it. Thumbnails showed foreigners in Headphones crying, screaming, or with eyes bugging out. It's literally chaos. Riding that buzz, 127 section got rave reviews for its story and UI in English language markets, and was doing pretty well. I knew the UI and visuals fit that audience. It was being compared to celebrated indie games, even garnering gaudy buzz. But in domestic game communities, it was pure anarchy. On anonymous forums. This is bad. Sonahyun or Bae Sejin would faint from the tone of these threads. Kind of gross. So I looked for a calmer community. On the suggestions board for the devs, I saw traces of debate. Let's end the idle promotions here. Ads are one thing. We can't help that these days. But constantly reminding us of a real idol in-game is another. Please stop. I thought it ended when those collab characters all died in Chapter 1. But they keep dropping hints, and it feels like they'll come back. They've scrubbed most of the idol imagery in the game recently, but then they ran global ads with real idols again. Maybe Western players don't know the idols, but we do. I'm worried they'll trot them out again after the success of the global launch. Please let the launch ads be the end. I don't hold it against the idols themselves. Exactly. Enjoyed it at first, want to leave it at that. I get promo at launch, but now I'm worried. Domestic updates are slow. Will they never learn? This isn't an otaku game. T1 bought it and went overboard. Otaku game with boy idols. I meant a women-targeted otome game. Crazy. I hate otome games too, lol. I liked it. The trailer was awesome, right? I liked it too. Taster looked great. People are overreacting. There's no word on a new collab anyway. Better to set the tone now so they don't try it again. Why is this thread so different from before? Weren't they fantastic stars? That was a month ago. Talk about old news, lol. Back then there were way more idol fans around. Seems malicious. Back then they just rushed launch while everyone was hyped. The idols did a ton of collab promo too. I think the ad was intense and great for global. They blew their budget. But fan art of the idols is kind of gross. But bearable. Don't do it again. After reading a few more posts, I got it. The hype's totally cooled down. In crude terms, the high wore off. At first, capital and recognition poured into a shaky new game studio, sparking huge goodwill. But they actually delivered, so the hype soared. Plus the shock of all the comrades dying in Chapter 1 fueled excitement. Lots of Taystar fans joined via the game promotion, boosting the buzz. But once those characters were dead, Taystar fans lost interest, and they left fast. As word of the comrade massacre spread and more ordinary players joined, the usual cycle reasserted itself. They just don't care about idols in their game. They don't want unrelated pop stars forced into game content they love. And because the devs saw strong reactions to the initial characters, they kept sprinkling that storyline into updates. Now with the global version's idol ad, I understand fans' worries about another collab. But we only have one shot. If there's no new tie-in, it's fine. I turned off my phone and moved on. It was fun spotting our name on Billboard out of the blue. Sure enough, not long after, the company laid out a subtle feeler. Guys, maybe we could do a game collab again. No, that's not happening. We need to prep the next album. You guys. The manager was taken aback by the firm refusal. I even briefed you all beforehand. That collab was fun though. Haha, let's leave while we're still winning. Some were disappointed, but everyone agreed. Doing it again would just be exhausting. From Ajusa to Rookie Award controversies, it's tiring to be the topic of endless debates online. So NOVLIGHT for the first time since debut, the group collectively rejected a project. Were we too obedient until now? The company tried persuading a few times, but with TSDR's recent success, the group's voice carried weight and it was peacefully settled. Then one day, as we balanced new album prep with May festival schedules, a new proposal came up. A stage in the US? Yes, and it's on a trending program. Mostly YouTube, smaller audience, but solid viewership. The staff member spoke excitedly, then cleared his throat. They want you to perform the game collab song. Ah, of course. 143 chapter. We asked the company staff for a moment to discuss, then held a quick meeting. How do you feel about it? I want to go to the US. Right? Eugene, I know you're for it. Let's hear what the Hyungs think. Yeah. Just as Cha Eugene was about to be excused, Big Sejin piped up. Wait. Eugene, have you heard of this show? Nerdy Andy Show? No, that was the program's name, The Nerdy Andy Show. And Eugene genuinely had no idea what it was. Maybe it's so new even Eugene hasn't caught on? Yeah, they said it's trending now, right? The members chattered among themselves. I pulled out my phone. Monday, can you look it up? Sure. Hey, check this out. They hovered over my screen like they'd never seen a phone before. I ran the name through a quick translator and search, and we learned the show's nature. Oh, here's the page. It wasn't a famous US network talk show, obviously, but neither was it some obscure fringe program. Interesting. It feels really specialized. It was a fun, parody-style talk show riffing on famous American formats. Its focus was subculture, games, comics, superhero movies, and, as the staff said, its YouTube clips had racked up good views. Eugene, want to watch a clip? It's fun. What is it? Eugene leaned in as I played a snippet. He watched for a moment, then smirked. Did he spot something problematic? I don't find it interesting. I don't watch this stuff. So nerdy. Huh. Clearly it wasn't his taste. Eugene puckered his lips. Big Sejan grinned mischievously. But if we go, you have to appear, sing the game song. I don't mind appearing. I just don't watch it. Professional as always. But the real question was whether we should go. The show had buzz and looked decent enough. Still, was it right for our first US appearance? I don't want to be forever tied to a game. Long term, it carried risks. Taystar is a K-pop group making K-pop albums. If we went on a gaming show, we'd risk being seen as game avatars, and later when we truly pushed overseas with our album, the disconnect could invite mockery or a sense of betrayal. If it weren't our real push into the US, it'd be okay for publicity. At least for press, while in America, it wouldn't be bad. It could help shed our domestic-only image, smoke and mirrors hinting, we're global too. Game community backlash wouldn't matter much. Without a new collab, it'd die down quickly. But the members saw it purely as a career opportunity. Shall we do it? It's a rare chance. I don't mind. I think it's worth the challenge. Even if it's the game collab, showing our song would be good. A refreshingly proactive, rookie attitude. Huh. Surprisingly, Sun Ah-hyun voiced concern. But is it okay? Monday, you said before another collab is bad. Is this okay? She looked to me. Big Sejan also jumped in, but he was for it. Come on. It's not a new collab, just one performance. We'll nail it and leave a good impression. He's not oblivious to first impression importance. Ambition overrode risk. Let's at least get recognition first. Even more telling, Sun Ah-hyun nodded eagerly. Yeah? I'd love a great stage. She secretly wanted it. Others chimed in, enthusiasm building. Fine. I shook my head. Okay, I'm in. Awesome. But let's showcase the whole group as much as possible. The group? Yeah. A vague notion at first, but after I explained, everyone agreed. Sounds good. Better start prepping. I'm glad our schedule freed up. We ended the discussion in high spirits. When we reported back to the staff, I echoed my earlier point, more concretely. Could we perform one of our title tracks too? Of course. We'll definitely discuss that. Thank you. The program just requests song choices. Everything else is up to us. Yes. If you have concepts or setup you want, we'll accommodate within time constraints. Perfect. Tom would be fine. I smiled. We'd like to play with a live band. Great. And we don't need special costumes. They looked puzzled. Time for a second explanation. I figured. News of TSTAR's US show appearance hit entertainment headlines once, then faded. To lock it in before any negative reaction, the agency pounced on the opportunity immediately. The fans, still buzzing on campus festival fan cams and Ah-hyun's surprise birthday livestream, soon heard the update. No way US debut? It was about time they went abroad, but I thought Japan first. Taystar aims big. Finally, Eugene speaking English flawlessly on Cali Boy's sexy accent. I need to take the day off to watch live. Yep, I'll get food poisoning that day. Rather than worry about neglecting domestic promos, the sentiment was overwhelmingly, the world needs to know our talented idols. TSTAR's domestic fanbase remains far larger than overseas. Once the program details and booking process emerged, excitement tempered slightly. Oh, they're singing the game collab track. No wonder the vibe felt that way, lol. It's the first K-pop on that show, meaningful. I heard the idea came from our members. Nice to see it pay off. I think that song will click more overseas than our title track. It even charted on Billboard, screenshot. If those nerdy gamers freak out again, I won't hold back. Damn right. Our geniuses turned a collab into a banger. That last post was by Rabin's personal fan, typing rage into her private account. These curs piss me off. She slammed her keyboard, recalling vicious flame wars with toxic gamers. At launch, they hyped it up as fantastic stars. Now that the game's hot, they cut and run. Users have changed, but to her it meant nothing. I wish this whole thing would fizzle out. Huh. She wanted to cut off 127 section entirely. Honestly, TSDAR's overseas success didn't benefit her much. If this leads to a tour, they'll skip music shows anyway. Either way, it's bad for me. Yet on the day of the Nerdy Andy show, she was waiting to watch live. So many errors on her phone screen, she actually sat at her desktop. Sigh. A pang of emptiness washed over her. Rabin and Mundy were hostages on this silly show. Are you still watching them? Yeah, mind your own business. You do you. If you call me you again, I swear I'll kill you. She flipped off her brother, who lingered by her monitor. Is this it? Singing the game song in cosplay. Shut up. The cringe is outrageous. Ack. He finally fled to the couch after a sound smack to the back. Thanks to 127 section success, he played it deeply and knew all the news. She's already calling it cringe? Even more annoying. Rabin's fan Ink via LGRHT, don't copy, read here, ground her teeth at the screen. Soon the show began. Welcome to the show. This is Nerdy. Oh, I mean Andy. Colorful, B-movie style CG and captions flew by. And non-stop English poured from the speakers, punctuated by regular mid-segment ads. In short, it was boring. Only a few superhero movie references were recognizable. What the hell is this? She regretted watching instead of doing her assignment. Yet when Taystar was previewed, she stayed glued. Specifically, they teased a performance of the 127 section OST. Damn, would they just promote the game the whole time? She kicked at the floor. Ignoring her brother's ramblings, the ads ended. The stage came into view. Where Taystar would appear, there stood a full band. They're doing a band live. She focused on the screen. Soon Taystar stepped up. They wore everyday clothes. Huh, not sloppy, but far from their concept idol outfits. No cosplay. Despite her brother's guess, they had no game character costumes or hair. Taystar looked natural, like a behind-the-scenes documentary. Eugene smiled and grabbed the standing mic. What makes people live? Choice. With a live band backing them, the trailer song began. Dum 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 dum, zzng. I'm gonna survive. Like you did before. Mundy launched the high riff confidently. They each held their own mic stand, trading lines and callouts. It sounded even better live than on the recording. Her brother shrugged. They can sing, huh? Taystar always excelled live, but a stripped-down performance focused purely on the song was new. Most fans expected them to add staging or choreography. There was none. Just a clean, powerful showcase of the track. Their expressions and gestures were natural, carrying the stage effortlessly. Choose your way. Choose your side. You could feel their confidence. Survive. Taystar presented the game collab track as proper singers, not character performers. The siblings mouthed the on-screen applause and cheers. Wow. Okay, this I respect. Instead of her usual snark, Rabin's fan pounded her desk in excitement. They're truly great on stage. It was a definitive line in the sand. We're not part of the game. We're the artists who made this OST. And because their vocal and performance skills were that strong, the boundary was clear and effective. Wow, that's awesome. This dynamic even shone in the brief talk segment after the first set. 144 chapter. Taystar stepped down from the stage and sat on the guest sofa for the talk segment. But the one holding the mic was Cha Eugene. Is that okay? I knew Eugene was the most fluent in English, but I couldn't help worrying. Yet Eugene handled it smoothly. Welcome. What's your first impression of my show? It's so colorful and lively. And Andy, you have such a great vibe. I love your yellow tie. That's the 127 section logo, right? Oh, thanks. This was the very first official merchandise sold on May 11th on the 127 section site. It was hard to get, but I saved it for this special occasion. My brother teased. Do you understand that? Of course not. He was just listening roughly. Still, the mood was good. Eugene speaking English changes the whole vibe. He came across far more composed and mature. On screen, the small talk segment was wrapping up. You really look like a Californian. Now I get it. You must love surfing, right? Haha. Is there anyone in San Diego who doesn't? Oh, then maybe you're not that into these things. Yep. The host shrank back theatrically and looked around. The audience laughed. No, this is a new and fun experience. And 127 section is a fun game. Generous answer. Great. Can you tell us about your roles in the game? Immediately, Park Mundy grabbed the mic. In fact, we're singers, and most of us had no acting experience. It was short, but playing game characters in the music video was fun and refreshing. His neat English flowed effortlessly. Wow, Rabin's fan, no, Mundy's fan, nearly shook her monitor. He speaks English so damn well. Right, unlike the excited student, on screen Mundy calmly continued. So you weren't the inspiration for those characters? We did draw inspiration from them when making the song. Mainly that guy. His name is Kim Rabin. You can call him Rabin. Oh, hello, Rabin. You look like a composer. You've got the musician's look. Hello. On-screen Rabin awkwardly greeted the host. He even gets Rabin talking. Even. Without full context, the student beamed with pride. What about what inspired the characters? Who wants to explain? No shade, just a good question. Well, that character has a strong impression, but if you look at his eyes you see a very gentle soul. He's still scary. Eugene leaned into the host, explaining Rabin's gaze, while Sun Ah-hyun interpreted his words. They said the character's stories had a big impact. It was tragic, but they tried to capture the beauty and intensity of the character's pure will. Her French-tinged phrasing shone through. Foreign language makes such a difference. Ah-hyun, as at official events, barely stumbled speaking the foreign language. Any hesitation was just a hint of shyness. Exactly. That's how I felt rewatching the trailer after Chapter 1. Now your soul shines, Rabin. Ha ha ha. Rabin, clearly unsure, tilted his head. So cute. Cute. He looks like he'll mug you. Shut up. The student ignored her brother and focused on the screen. Is there any plan for a new 127 section OST? Originally about bringing back the supporting characters, the question had shifted to new music. Mundy answered calmly with the prepared reply. We really enjoyed working on it, but even if there's a new OST, it won't be our song. Why not? Eugene jumped in. I'm curious which artist will compose it. Aren't you? The audience responded enthusiastically. Sure, but it's a shame. Bonus Book is such a great song. Thank you. You know your stuff, Andy. Great taste. Me? Ha ha ha, right. With Eugene's praise, the host laughed and wrapped up the game discussion. Then a few self-introductions and greetings passed, and they moved to the closing segment. That stage was amazing. Do you have another one for us? Yes. We thought it'd be nice to show you something in our usual style. Excellent. Please, Andrew Band. As the band warmed up, Taystar rose from the sofa with smiles. Then they began to take off their shoes. Oh, hey, didn't they shrink? The student had no time to smack her brother for his nonsense. Meanwhile, on screen, Taystar members removed cardigans and jackets, leaving them on the sofa as staff cleared the seats. Now they stood barefoot in jeans and white t-shirts, unified in casual dress. Whoosh. Unannounced, they formed a dance formation while still holding their mics. Lights went down. You. Above the crackle of the Live Mix band, a slow, mournful piano rose. Then modern dance movements began, slowly sinking. Time into night. I don't want to break free. Simple attire, jazz-inflected sound, foreign language lyrics, and live band, all under contemporary dance choreography. Every element synergized, making TSDR's performance feel more art than concept. Even potentially alien elements melted into a sense of high quality. And K-pop's finely honed audiovisual flair shone through, especially in a group so capable. Midnight I Met You. And next, when the routine ended and lights came on, the audience filled with applause worthy of great viewing. The host joined in. That was art itself. TSDR's performance of Midnight and Next from their album Time to Go. See you in the next segment. Thus their appearance, opened with 127 section, closed as Taystar. The screen cut to ads, but the impact remained. They crushed it. The student pounded her desk with her left hand, and that reaction became the word on everyone's lips. While in the US, various engagements were lined up. After wrapping a few, It was post-Nerdy Andy show. Lying on the hotel bed, I checked domestic buzz first. Predictably, a few formulaic successful appearance, heated response, articles popped up, and Taystar appeared in a popular YouTube React video. Foreign reaction. Taystar shows K-pop flavor to the nerds. Subbed reactions. So they didn't bomb locally. Seeing one after another suggested they weren't universally mocked. I found the show's upload of our stage. Views are pretty high. Even the non-127 section videos had similar counts. Unexpected. Comments were mostly in English, but I caught the gist. I'd studied English bits and pieces during this promo. If you've got a trait, you might as well use it. Trait, study abroad student A. Foreign language. Acquisition ability plus 200%. The faster you master a language, the quicker you can replace it when the next trait appears. I'd learned enough to speak memorized lines naturally. Faster than I imagined. If I'd had this in college, I'd camped in the library half a year. Anyway, I skimmed comments. Their strong musical identity is intriguing. K-pop? Mind blown. They're amazing live performers. I think I'm hooked. YouTube keeps recommending me more videos. Pop opinion. Taystar was underrated in K-pop and nerds discovered them. Leaving out 127 section comments. That was the vibe. What surprised me? Midnight and Next really clicked with viewers. I thought they'd hate it as too gay. It's a common K-pop reaction there, I know. But the genre style helped. Many viewers are programmers, and lo-fi jazz is trending in their circles. Added to my coding playlist. They look like real musicians. Wish they'd do a poll in OST too. Laugh cry emoji. Perfect music to listen to when you fix bugs overnight. Spooky emoji. Overall, a huge success. Just in case, I checked domestic game forums. Completely calmed down. Some even nostalgically recalled the game's early craziness. The line we drew was useful. They weren't about to freak over the OST or characters, and a live performance did wonders for goodwill. Even fans who nearly turned on the game community mellowed out. What are you watching so intently? The internet. Our stage? I like it. Big Seijin, fresh from the shower, flopped onto the next bed. He'd been randomly assigned as my roommate for YouTube monitoring practice. Surprisingly not annoying. He was a bit loud, but our rhythms matched. Big Seijin cheerfully asked, "So, think our next album will do even better?" "Well, we'll see. At times like this, you're supposed to say it'll be great." He laughed and checked his phone. It is likely to do well. With the show's performance, Inc. via LGHD praised. Overseas K-pop fans were suddenly all over Taystar. Probably because we earned recognition in a niche field. That's human nature. If this momentum holds, our next MV view count should spike. I shrugged and told Big Seijin, "I'm going to sleep." "Okay, lights off." I turned out the lights and lay back, checking my phone again. With monitoring done, I wanted to see domestic sentiment overall. And I realized, as Taystar began eating into the global K-pop pie, a stir was happening at home too. A rookie boy group's debut song had exploded on the charts. A group finally hitting gold, one status. Oh, a quick check showed they weren't on Taystar's level at debut, but they were charting impressively. Everyone agreed the song was great. If they keep this up, they'll succeed. Gold. One is a strong tier, so that was good. And thinking that far brought me to another thought. My next status abnormality. If Chongryo was right, the fourth one I receive would be my final mission. And judging by past trends, it'd demand an even higher bar. Better get the status pop up now. 145 chapter. Success. Award achieved. You have won the Rookie of the Year award amid the public acclaim at the most prestigious domestic awards ceremony. Time limit. Met. Grand success. Status ailment. Die if not awarded removed. Verify truth click. First, you must click Verify truth to remove this status ailment and move on to the next one. The catch. Every time you press it, unsettling backstage gossip spills out. I definitely don't want to hear from Chongryo again. Her insights were helpful back then, but now I don't care to dredge them up. Better to learn more about Park Mundy himself. Come to think of it, I've completely lost contact with Chongryo lately. Because the Nerdy Andy show appearance went so well, even distant acquaintances sent congratulatory texts. Even Choi Won-gil got one. "Congratulations on your US debut, Sunbeam. Sorry for any trouble I caused." Reading that alone brought back Chongryo's single-word sorry apology. But no other word from him. Only emoji storms from the other two VTIC members we met on variety shows. This is emotionally healthy. I shook my head, and Ink via LGHD stared at the pop-up again. Let's do it. No matter what I see, there's no need to overreact. I touched the pop-up, and my vision went dark again. I found myself inside a running charter bus. Virum. People sat in each seat, chatting or laughing. The harmonious mood and the blank wall without a route map gave it away. A rented bus. Not public transit, but maybe a group tour. The bus looked old-fashioned, a bit tacky, but the passengers were well-dressed. Then I noticed something different from before. I wasn't someone else's viewpoint. It was my own consciousness. What the hell is this? Just then, I saw a familiar face in the window seat on my left. Young Ryu Chongwoo. He was asleep, leaning against the window with his arms folded. Even as a child, his build was solid. It was bizarre. What do I do with a sleeping Chongwoo? As I frowned, a flash of memory struck me. The drunken remark Chongwoo once made. When I was little, I had a pretty bad traffic accident. I must have messed something up, because I only got after effects after I grew up. My hands tremble when I put in strength. No way. No F *** king way. But those words came back, just as the bus careened sharply on the highway. In an instant it lurched. A scream and the driver's yell overlapped as the left window shattered, and something clanged onto Chongwoo's shoulder. Chongwoo. Chaos erupted on the bus. Reflexively, I reached to pull him, but I realized I had no body. I watched, helpless, as emergency medics loaded the mangled Chongwoo into an ambulance. It felt painful. I heard medics talking to passengers. The call only reported one child injured, so we dispatched that level of support. We're fine. If he's hurt, he can go to the hospital. Indeed, the only serious injury was Chongwoo's. The medics loaded him and his wailing parents into the ambulance bound for the hospital. The rest of us agreed that a couple would stay behind for insurance paperwork, then take taxis onward. And I remained in that vision. Why am I still here? Rather than follow Chongwoo, I stayed behind. Then my view shifted to where the other passengers were standing. Shall we go like this? Yeah. My thoughts froze. People I thought I'd never see again were standing there, my mother and father. After you board, we'll catch the next one. Thank you. Yes. Their voices. Unlike photos, voices leave no record. Even videos from my childhood got lost in the move, so the voice memories had faded. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. But because only my consciousness was present, I could still deduce things. It was a family gathering. This bus must have been for the Pungsan Ryu clan. Before I became Park Mundi, I was Ryu Jianwo, and there's Chongwoo's surname too. It seemed Chongwoo had that accident during some family trip. I felt sorry for him, but I was relieved I stayed here instead of with him. Truly relieved. My parents, along with some relatives, including familiar faces who helped me in middle and high school, took a taxi. A family gathering, indeed. I nodded to myself, then a thought hit me. When was this? This moment felt impossibly close to my own memory of them. No. A chilling premonition struck me just as the taxi set off. I heard my mother's voice. I hope he's okay. I'm worried. Yes. We all got scared. Let's rest at the pension before heading back. It's a rare family event. In Gangwon-do of all places. How do you think his parents feel, Sai? Family gathering. Gangwon-do. My heart pounded as more clues aligned. We've arrived. Yes. Let's rest, then find transport back to Seoul. Through the window, I saw a cozy wooden pension nestled among the mountains. I think I only ever saw photos of them all disembarking. But the taxi riders got out, carried bags, and entered the pension. I stayed behind. Stop it. Yet my vision flipped back in an instant. Time rewound. Smoke began to rise from the pension. Crackle, crackle. Sparks flew inside. In broad daylight, it wasn't very visible, but sweet inert people die from this. Especially in a building made of non-fire-rated combustible materials. Toxic smoke billowed. Sleeping people couldn't escape. Wee-wah. Late sirens shook my brain. It ended. Ugh. I covered my mouth, but a sound still escaped. I buried my face in the duvet. Finally, my mouth was silenced. What the hell was that? I had no idea what was happening or why I had to watch this. My mind felt broken. I needed to calm down, because tomorrow was W Live. Right. I had a schedule. We'd stream some casual hotel footage timed for Korea's evening. So could I even stand before the camera? Why was I worrying about this? Hey, what's wrong with you? I fumed at whoever spoke. Why did I have to suffer this? Did I live such a shitty life? Park Monday, are you okay? Don't talk to me. Huh. I said don't talk to me. F***K off. I didn't know what I muttered under the covers, but whoever it was seemed to understand, because they stopped speaking. Good. I needed to think. Incident. Status ailment. Die if not the audience occurred. F***K me. I slammed my head on the nightstand. Hey, Park Monday. Voices multiplied. The bed sank as several hands grabbed my shoulders. Do you want to go to the hospital? Are you in pain? I'm not hurt. Then why are you like this? Tell us. I won't tell the agency. I was exhausted. I couldn't explain any of this. I just wanted them to leave me alone. But even that seemed irrational. Mundi here. Someone pressed something into my hand. A glass and pills. I popped them into my mouth and washed them down with water. They almost choked me, but they went down. Silence fell. My head cleared somewhat. Are those sedatives? Why, yes. Painkillers and a sleep aid. Right. No prescription, no purchase. Putting something in my mouth brought me back. Familiar voices gave my wrecked mind something else to latch onto. Stay calm. I coughed once, then lifted my head. Sorry for the panic. I had a bad dream. It's okay. A bit calmer. But when I glimpsed Ryu Chong-woo's face among the tense members, I felt a savage urge to smash his face into the nightstand. No, I can't. My mind was clearly not right. I lay back down. Sorry again. I'll sleep now, since I took meds. But I was immediately countered. No, go to the hospital. What? Bae Sejin's voice, laced with worry. I'll call the manager. You need a doctor's note and more sedatives. You can do it. No reason not to. I couldn't argue. I got up, accompanied by the panicked manager, and indeed went to an ER here in America to get a prescription. The insomnia excuse was believable, and the sedatives worked well. From that night on, I slept without issue. And aside from missing 1W live for health reasons, I handled the rest of my schedule fine, just focused on the work. With that settled, two problems remained. One, calling up the status window felt disgusting. But I had a grace period, so that could wait. The other was worse. I absolutely couldn't interact with Ryu Chong-woo. I could muster a greeting, but anything more triggered that F***King verify truth. Nightmare. And of course, my next filming roommate was Ryu Chong-woo. I might go insane. I faced a choice between schism or sanity. 146 chapter. All right, smile. A shutter clicked. Tay-Star, sitting on the pool deck with their arms around each other's shoulders, smiled at the camera. Of course I was included in the shot. Looks great. Thanks for your hard work. Thank you. Since we'd come all the way to the US, we were shooting the summer package, combining a photo spread with simple reality video content. And, at the staff's request to film combinations we don't usually see, we were assigned roommates. That meant Park Monday and Ryu Chong-woo shared a room. Now he's talking to me. Monday, your towel. Yes. He snatched the towel and wiped his neck. My stomach churned. Ugh. I tried to keep it together, but who knows if the cameras would catch it. Damn it. I know it wasn't Ryu Chong-woo's fault. But goddamn, what am I supposed to do when that thought pops up every time I see him? Thanks to that, the roommate content is totally wrecked. We barely talk in the room. This is my limit. I just hope no Discord rumors spread. Once we get back to Korea and I have some space, things should improve. I'm losing it. As soon as the break was announced, I stood up. They'd probably make us ride a water slide next, so I planned to stay away until then. But Sean Ah-hyun followed. Here. Why? This. Sean Ah-hyun held out a takeout cup. Steam rose from the drink. She had one in her hand too, so the staff must have handed them out. I took the cup. If I didn't, she wouldn't stop talking. Seon Ah-hyun didn't leave. She sat at an awkward distance, sipping her drink and sneaking glances at me. It was quiet. My shoulders slumped. I perched on the edge of a flower bed and brought the hot drink to my lips. Hot chocolate, huh? It was disgustingly sweet. After riding the water slide that ran through a shark aquarium, we gathered for the Q&A segment. It was bearable. All right, let's draw some questions. Big Sejin smiled and pulled a question from the jar. Which member have you gotten closest to recently? Well, I won't get many votes. I was already close to everyone. Hurry up and finish. I pick Lee Sejin. Ga? Monday, you've been leaning on me a lot lately? I'm so touched. I'll pick you too. Big Sejin instantly shifted gears, laughing as he patted my back. And how about you, Eugene? Bei Sejin Hyung. I like my roommate. We moved on right away, so no one thought it odd. A light-hearted answer wouldn't look strange. Ha ha ha, me again? Laughter and chatter went on for a while. A few questions passed. Near the end, the final question appeared. Here's the last question card. What's an experience in life that was difficult, but you overcame? Lots of possible answers here. That's kind of depressing for the last one. How about drawing one more? I think it's meaningful and good, Kim Rabin said, and we moved on, starting with Ryu Chong-woo. Overcoming. Actually, I didn't quit archery by choice. I was in a car accident during a family trip when I was young. Stop. It was because of the after effects. We're filming. Think about something else. But meeting you all and debuting and being able to promote now, I can accept it as a turning point in my life. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, love you. Great. Is it okay to share something like that? Haha. I think it's my first time talking about this on camera, but since the fans will see it, I tried. Oh, Chong Woo Hyung's story is too intense, let's just accept it and draw a new one. Eugene, you have to draw one too. I'll draw. I feel like throwing up. Park Monday. Wait. Bathroom. I slipped off the sofa and left the brightly lit room. I ran down the dark hallway into the restroom. Huff. Thankfully, nothing came up. Or was that a relief? If I focused on the act, I could stop thinking. Shut up. I turned on the faucet and buried my face under cold water. Cold water felt better. Monday, are you okay? Hyung. Voices called from outside. Good thing it was self-produced content. If it were a normal broadcast, I'd be screwed. I have to go out. But I couldn't lift my head from the water. Stay a bit longer, just a little more. That's enough. I lifted my head, wiped the water roughly, and opened the restroom door. Staff and a few members stood outside. Sorry, I wasn't feeling well. No, are you okay? Can we continue filming? Yes. Big Sejin interjected. Park Monday. They said we can push back the shoot if you need to rest. It makes no difference. Let's just do it. I shook off the remaining water and resumed filming. This time, it wrapped up without issues. See you again, love you. But I realized, this is going to end badly. I need a plan. That evening, after the main shoot's finished, I didn't go back to Ryu Chong-woo's room. I went to the hotel's back garden to sort things out. My condition was blatant PTSD, no question. The problem was, I expected it to subside over time, but at this point I doubted how long that would take. There's no solution. If it took more than 2 or 3 months to recover, it'd jeopardize TSDR's future activities. Then I'd have to hope the status ailment lets me restart even if I die. Thinking it might be okay if it all ends is the real problem. My mind was definitely warped. I sighed. Bzzzzz. My phone vibrated. An unexpected name was calling. VTIC Chongrio Sunbinim. It was Chongrio. HFF. Normally I'd ignore it. But right now I wanted to answer. I have to ask if he's ever gotten a state ailment compensation. Hello. I answered. A slightly puzzled voice replied. I didn't expect you to pick up so quickly. Yes. What's up? I called because it's been a while. How are you doing? If you don't have anything, let me go first. Haha, sure. Have you ever seen any hallucinations? Hallucinations? During the mission. Silence. Then his answer. So something's wrong. Grades? Company? No, it's not that. Something uncontrollable. Then, relationships? Relationships it is. What kind of bastard? It sounds like you're under extreme stress. If I try to advise you, you'll get more stressed, so? He thought I was hallucinating from stress. So he's never received a state ailment compensation. Advice, huh? Go ahead. Really? Sure. Anyway, nothing you say now will really penetrate. Let me ramble about restarting. A calm voice came through. There's no need to stress. If you go back to the beginning, these emotions you're going through now mean nothing. Just exclude them next time. Think that way. They disappear anyway. Disappear, huh? For the first time, I clearly imagined it. If I really could go back, say, to my 20th birthday as Park Monday, then all of 22-year-old Park Monday's life would be erased, and I'd remake everything from scratch. Having done it before, it'd be easier. If I brought lotto numbers, I could live in a secure place from the start. And I could via LGHD do better. I already know everything. I'd avoid all the tiring, embarrassing incidents from the first Ajusa shoot to debut and build a better lineup. No, but I didn't want that. Funny, but even if I overcame the ailment that way, it wouldn't feel the same. Because all that struggle, all the work I did with those kids, has become my own achievement. And even if I remade it, it could never have the same meaning. Right now things suck, but giving up the present over this makes no sense. My head felt clearer. I spoke. Since they might disappear, I should do better. Thanks for the advice, Sunbeam. You'll regret it. Well, I'll do it. No matter what anyone says. I'm hanging up now. I ended the call. Then thought, this asshole can be helpful sometimes. Surprisingly, I regained reason during Changrio's call. Now, what's the best choice in this situation? If I show no recovery, there's only one answer. Suspend activities for health reasons. From experience, hold up alone with meds for a month should help. Better than Discord rumors. If the company refuses, I'll accept the Discord rumors. I'll just tell the others that seeing Ryu Changwoo's face makes me feel like a psychopath and to minimize contact. It'll be awkward, but it's the company's fault for not noticing I need rest. Tell them to complain to the company. Still, I want to minimize harm, so I hope the company approves my hiatus. That's it. I left the garden and headed back to my room. I felt calm enough to at least greet him. I'll endure until this summer package shoot ends. No other choice. Tomorrow's ending shot is all that's left. Just hold out. But when I opened the door, I saw something unexpected. You're back. Ryu Changwoo sat at the table, bottles piled everywhere. I slowly backed out and closed the door. They collected all the cameras. You can drink. In that moment, I realized how desperately I wanted alcohol. Damn it. I knew drinking now wouldn't help. But, here. I reached out and took a bottle. Tipped it up. I realized my mouth was trembling. My teeth rattled against the bottle opening. Standing there, I kept pouring booze down my throat. Thoughts vanished. Then a voice. You're holding something in with me. You're suppressing it because you're afraid if you let it out, it'll be irreversible, right? I heard carbonation hiss. Just say it. I don't get hurt by things like this. So damn it. Even if I told him, he wouldn't understand. This makes no sense by common standards. And he's at no fault. I didn't even know his name at first. He's some distant cousin dragged along by the Pungsan Ryu clan. And since he had that serious accident, his parents must have been too. Preoccupied to care about anything else. So at the funeral, I didn't get to see. I shoved the bottle back in my mouth. I couldn't stand it. I grabbed another bottle. Then his calm voice. All right. Then say it only within the limits you can tolerate. I won't say a word. I won't mention company or hospital. In that moment, a thought I'd never considered burst out. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. As I said it, I realized I was jealous. Jealous that if I had gone on that trip and gotten hurt, my parents would have been on the ambulance with me and wouldn't have gone to that fucking pension. Not just because the accident reminded me, but I resented him. Hearing him call life's greatest luck a trial twisted my guts. I'm jealous that your parents are fine and you can live doing whatever you want. I set down the empty bottle and gasped, spouting that crazy thing, but strangely I felt relieved. Ryu Changwoo was silent for a long moment. Then, he pushed another bottle across. Did it come back to you in your sleep? What? I heard from Ray Bin. He said you seemed to recall old memories while sleeping. When I mentioned the accident after effects, it must have sounded like bragging. He must have misunderstood that Park Mundy's parents died in the accident. Talking about car accident after effects in front of someone whose family died in a crash must have sounded like whining. It was similar, though. I'm sorry for saying that. You don't need to apologize. Still, hearing an apology makes me feel better. Look, we're talking after a long time. Mundy, it's okay to talk about things like this comfortably. Ryu Changwoo opened another bottle. When people face fear and pain, it's normal to get angry and blame others. That's okay. When I quit archery, I did that too. I probably had no dignity then. Ryu Changwoo smiled faintly. But you seem like you can't. Since it's okay, get it out now. Who can live rationally all the time? I set the bottle down. My hand trembled. I didn't want to live in hardship. I thought I'd been doing fine. Until high school graduation, I got support here and there and covered living costs with my skills. So it wasn't the worst. But really, I must have hated it and just put up with it. But living like that sucks. Yeah, it's a bit too much. He popped a new bottle. I thought I'd feel grim after saying all that, but surprisingly I didn't. Maybe it was the alcohol, but at least for now. I took a slow sip. I'm not sure because I'm drunk, but I think I just stared off or mumbled words and sentences. Ryu Chong-woo didn't interrupt much, but reacted sometimes. Then, at last, he spoke. I said we wouldn't mention the hospital, but when you get back to Korea, you should get counseling. With Ah-hyun. Not because you look crazy, but because you look like you're suffering. Okay, you've made a lot of money. You should spend some on yourself. Okay, I swallowed. But it's still hard for me to see you like this. Ryu Chong-woo looked stunned, then for the first time laughed out loud. Haha, take it slow. We're not going to see each other for just a month or two, so spending time apart is fine. Yeah, he was right. But Monday, use honorifics. Why are you using Ban Mao all of a sudden? I'd completely forgotten. I switched back to honorifics and kept drinking. Our topics drifted, and we didn't sit facing each other, but it wasn't too awkward. The next day, I learned those bottles were room service at a crazy price, but I didn't mind much. And after returning to Korea, I was lucky to have new solo schedules in between, so I could have time alone. 147 chapter. Hyung, I'm really sorry. I recklessly tried to judge the situation on my own and carelessly shared your personal experience. It's fine. If I hear that once more, it'll be the 5th time. I accepted Kim Rae-bin's apology with a hint of disgust. Someone might think I'm framing him or something. All he did was tell the members that Monday Hyung recalled old memories in his sleep. He probably blurted it out from fear or nervousness. He must have tried to interpret my meltdown and deal with it based on that. I thought I covered it up pretty well. That was a mistake. When I reviewed the summer package footage back in Korea, my demeanor looked miserably awkward and gloomy. I must have seemed so unstable they worried about me. Even the cameras caught their tense looks. The only reason filming went smoothly was Big Sejin constantly talking twice as much as usual. Chong-woo held back. From the start, he must have realized I felt uncomfortable around him. Suppressing my irritation, I told Kim Rae-bin. Then I should be the one apologizing. Sorry for ruining the atmosphere. Honestly, that's not necessary at all. You don't need to apologize for an unexpected situation during continuous filming. Right? You don't need to apologize either. Understood. Thank you. Once I explained why he didn't need to apologize, Rae-bin finally stopped talking and bowed out. I'll be going back in now. Have a restful break. Okay. You too. Instantly, the room grew silent. One roommate was away for another schedule, and the other kept to himself. What a peaceful world. I sighed and collapsed onto the bed. But before I could settle, not even 3 seconds of quiet. Bae Sejin spoke up. Are you okay? Yes? Yes. It was a predictable question, but I really was in better shape. Maybe it was from drinking earlier, or because I'd left that foreign chaos and returned to a familiar hotel room. Either way, I didn't feel like I was going to break down. I just got sweaty when memories popped up. So I explained cheerfully. I won't interrupt filming anymore. Don't worry. I wasn't worried, Bae Sejin shouted, then snatched the book he'd been reading back up in surprise. What was I supposed to do with that? Anyway, after reviewing the summer package footage, I made a note of today, the day it drops publicly. Just in case. I pulled out my phone and started monitoring it last. Luckily, there were no issues. After editing's magic, my attitude only looked appropriately reserved. The reactions weren't bad either. Monday really wasn't feeling well, wasn't he? He tried not to show it. That hurts so much. Park Mundy's eyes looked dead, zero motivation, spirit destroyed. No way. He looks hella hurt. What nonsense. To make fun of someone too sick to even come out for the summer package. What kind of jerk. The members taking care of Monday warmed my heart. Taystar forever. Quiet. Gentle dog in the summer package, Monday gif. Definitely better to reduce reactions than react sharply. Minimizing responses to the other members and situations was the right call. A few troll accounts shouted, "Where's Monday's spirit?" But they got no traction and quickly disappeared. Thanks to missing W Live before filming and the visible illness excuse, the consensus was that I'd really been unwell. A bit guilty, though. I wasn't actually that sick. Since I already used the "I was sick" excuse once, I need to take care of my health properly for the next 6 months. If I get sick again, it won't be a one-off and the noise will get serious. Summer package content is only bought by fans, so it passed smoothly, but I can't be sure for future projects. I need to be cautious. I shrugged and turned off the phone. Seeing the clean online feedback, I felt it was worth overdoing it back then. And I was keeping another promise. Beep, beep, beep. Counseling appointment. My reminder went off. Quietly, Bae Sejin spoke again. You're going out. Yes. It's a good idea. I had decided to get counseling when Sian Ah-hyun did. So today, after our schedules, we went out together. And Monday. Let's text when you're done. Sure. Though honestly, it wouldn't help much. So, what's been your biggest worry lately? I worry about things everyone worries about. Alright, can you give an example? Well, whether I can do my job properly. I couldn't exactly tell the counselor. If I don't cure this status ailment, I'll die. Plus, I'm hallucinating, and my PTSD symptoms keep flaring up. So I played along. Mr. Mundy, you're doing very well even now. Have you ever considered being kinder to yourself? A little, yes. Still, just unloading to a professional felt comforting. My frayed nerves calmed, and I felt steadier inside. Combined with a moderate schedule outside Korea, I finally thought I could try that again. Back in the dorm bathroom, after counseling, I took a breath. Status screen. A chill ran down my spine, but not enough to stop me. I opened the status screen after a long time to check for new status ailments. Not an audience or death. If you fail to meet over 200,000 audience members within the set period, you die. Achieved 2,219/200,000. Remaining D 339. Are you insane? Those numbers had no mercy. I'd barely reached 2,219 through events. And events aren't year-round. By plan, we'd start a domestic concert tour this autumn, so timing wasn't an issue. Only scale. Not hopeless, but it'd take a strong album plus events to stand a chance. In the end, I have to release a killer album. Back to basics. But thinking this might be the last time brought me peace. At least I'm not a Daesang winner. My hand trembled as I tried to scroll. Then I realized I didn't need to use my hands. My mind wasn't working right. This isn't normal. The status screen vanished. I resisted the urge to bury my head in cold water again. And I thought, what do I even want? I couldn't understand why the status screen behaved this way. The first reward, when Real Park Mundy's situation appeared. Then Changrio's story. It seemed like hints at how things were going. But what I saw in America, none of it was a guide. No explanation, no? Help. Huff. Enough. I cleared my head. No further thinking would yield answers. I'd just do what needed doing. That was best. First, the most imminent schedule. My solo schedule, the one I'd conceived after drinking with Ryu Chong-woo. Having some solo time isn't bad. Actually, since coming to Korea, I hadn't had a proper talk with Chong-woo. Greetings and light banter and reading lines on camera were now easy, but anything deeper felt too precarious given our history. I'll keep distance here. I gladly accepted my solo schedule. Monday, you sure? Isn't this soon? I'm fine. And actually, I was looking forward to it. Because the stats I recorded last time were for this very show. It's actually later than I thought. Perfect for a refreshing challenge. I expelled useless residues from my mind, held on to the clean facts, and smiled. This was a singing variety show, and my current singing stat was S-, the singer I created. A hit variety show on MBS right now. Its format, masked celebrities singing and a Survivor-style win, is a bit glitch. MBS itself had a huge hit with the same format once. But the singer I created had a unique twist. The contestants never appeared themselves. Instead, they appeared as holograms, characters they designed. They created profiles, appearance, personality, tastes, age, to make mascot singer characters. Then high-end hologram tech, backed by big company sponsors, projected those characters on stage, even mimicking the performers' movements. Viewers were amazed by the tech, but immersed by the familiar format. So even a high school boy flipping channels stopped at the familiar stage. Oh, fake singer. The boy laughed and watched. His sister, obsessed with Taystar or Testar or something, had gone into her room. He could lie in front of the TV without fear of losing the remote for a while. Right then, the program had just finished mid-break and started part 2. The stage where imagination becomes reality. The singer I created. The fifth singer is now ready to appear. Wah! From baseball players to triangle kimbap, the unpredictable, genre-defying characters were always fun. It's about time another dinosaur shows up, please no boring ones. Remembering last winter, the red one-eyed, short-armed dinosaur, Tyrannosaurus, the boy grinned. The MC cheered. This singer enters the stage. Their name is Dagudagu. Drumroll as spotlights danced across the stage. Then, a tall figure began materializing. A crisp white wedding suit draped on a sleek form, a white veil over the head. White butterflies fluttered around the hologram before fading. Another human. The boy jeered, then saw beyond the veil in a close-up. Instead of a face, vibrant flowers formed a bouquet. Whoa! Please welcome, Groom of May. Artificial cheers and applause echoed on screen. 148 chapter. As the audience applauded, a microphone appeared before the hologram of Groom of May. It was a standing mic, an impossibly ornate marble stand wrapped in lush floral vines and white lace. Groom of May bowed politely. Then, gloved hands closing around the mic stand, he prepared to sing. What kind of voice will Groom of May reveal? The high school boy, shaking off the shock of the enormous floral headpiece, tapped his foot impatiently. What a concept freak. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Seemed like it was trying too hard to look cool for the girls. But there was something eerie and uncanny beneath that wedding pageant purity, and it was strangely compelling. The accompaniment begins. The crystal-clear notes of two pianos shimmered, joined by bright, jaunty brass over a drumbeat. With the purest heart, I offer you my confession. It was a very famous marriage proposal song. In the preliminary round, where 10 acts performed, the rule was to choose a song true to the character's concept. Predictable, but one thing no viewer expected. He sang it incredibly well. In the blossoming May, in the fullness of our youth, with the gentlest heart, I give you my love. A composed, pristine voice delivered rich, resonant tones. No insane high-note acrobatics, but exactly the voice this song deserved, as if it had always been meant to be sung this way. When you hear love, think of me. Today and tomorrow. I love you. No squeaks, no awkward bits. Just a beautiful performance you wished would never end. And since the prelim allowed only 90 seconds, the music cut off teasingly mid-phrase. Sweet sounds of proposal. Amid applause and on-screen captions, Groom of May bowed once more and vanished from the stage. Whoa, he's good. The high school boy nodded. This was no actor or model. It was a real singer. Not a powerhouse vocalist, perhaps, but definitely enough to pass the prelim. What a resonant tone, real mastery. Such a beautiful voice. Definitely a singer. The invited musician judges offered comments, but Groom of May showed no reaction. Simply stood with perfect posture, tilting his head at each question. In other words, the bouquet wobbled. Ugh, concept freak. Christ, the student groaned. The performer's believable motions were almost immersive. He felt self-contempt. Thank you for listening. At last, having heard all the judges, Groom of May faded off the stage. The remaining prelim acts, save one or two, were SOSO, which meant the finalists were obvious. The third finalist advancing to the main stage is Groom of May. Called it. The boy was impressed with himself. He had guessed all 6 finalists except one. I'm legit amazing. At that point, he had no expectations for Groom of May's next performance. He'd assumed that first round showed his limit. I bet $1 he's all about tone color. Moments later, his buck vanished. The boy's jaw dropped. There was context. In the main round, contestants had to sing a designated song. They'd each prepared one of 3 tracks in advance. Normally, the fun was seeing which character chose which song and comparing interpretations. This time, 4 acts picked the same song, a 90s ballad called Winter Night. And Groom of May didn't escape that odds. He picked Winter Night, too. For people on the same song meant overlapping arrangements. But Groom of May used a clever twist. In this dawn, even drunk, I sing. Yet the winter night remains. Its snowstorm fierce. He transformed this mournful breakup ballad into a grand, musical theater orchestration of heroic intensity. The climactic high notes were legendary. When tearful nights pass, and the dawn brings its icy light, through the window's sunbeam, I will come back once more. He sustained the final low notes, raising them, pulling them up into stratospheric highs. The delicate first song contrasted violently with this whirlwind of high notes and rock-solid technique. And on live TV, this vocal spectacle was a triumph. Wow! The applause and cheers were nothing like the prelims. This was Coliseum 1 versus 3 victory level. This is insane, the student exclaimed. What he'd assumed was a washed-up novelty act transformed, mid-show, into a genuine top-tier vocalist. Even given editing, this is up there. He nodded. He'd pegged Groom of May as an indie singer or some dad idol trying a gimmick. But suddenly, his older sister appeared, mouth agape, glued to the screen. She was a Kim Rabin fan, Kim's biggest fangirl. What are you doing? He realized she must have caught the song playing on repeat, or blown her top, and rushed out. He puffed up with pride. Hey, did you see that? This is what a real singer does. He felt vindicated that she recognized real talent over those scrawny, dancing idol groups. The Kim Rabin fan blurted. That's Mundy. He couldn't believe his ears. Park Mundy was one of her favorite idols. Stop the bullshit. He doesn't sound like him. He totally is him, dummy. So embarrassing. Why are you doing this? The siblings started shouting and pointing at each other. Meanwhile, the same debate raged online. Be careful going home, Mr. Mundy. Thank you. On the way back from this week's counseling, Sienna Hyun, already off to shoot a cosmetics ad, had texted her goodbyes. Mundy, sorry I couldn't watch your episode of The Singer I created because of my schedule yesterday. My day is crazy again today, so I'll only get to it later. I promise I'll make time to watch. Read more. Another long message. It was practically a letter. I replied succinctly. Really? It's fine. Rest when you can. Speaking of timing, perfect moment to check. My performance, Groom of Maze, must have clips. Uploaded online as soon as the broadcast ended. By now, the reactions would be in. I'll watch now. I opened YouTube. Seeking a Bride, Groom of May, One Day in May, The Singer I Created Prelim 202 by 0611. Fortunately, both performances had solid view counts. I thought the first might be low. No explosive finale, after all, but plenty of viewers seemed drawn to the character design. Fuck, the bouquet head is insane, love it. Honestly, the flower head is creepy, but once he starts singing, boom, instant handsome. Thanks for the proposal, where's the venue? Look how in a character he is, flowers are cute, handsome. How do you combine that? White suit, veil, floral mic stand. Could only work if he's a looker. Wow. Because the song hit the concept so well, people really bought into it. I shrugged and checked the next clip. The Winter Night performance comments reflected the same vibe. He's insanely good, clears my head. Playing it all day, release the track, please. Definitely winning next week. Very curious who this is. Happy face, just from the movements. So handsome, can't wait. Hairstyle's weird, but the singing is top-notch. Even if the bride died young, this groom would find her in the afterlife. Clearly it resonated with older viewers too, maybe because of the classical arrangement. Glad the strategy worked. I leaned back. Considering both performances aired in the same episode, the build-up made sense, a gentle first song to establish the character, then the knockout arrangement second. Good call. I smiled. Sorting comments by newest revealed some debate. I think it's Park Mundy. He's good, but doesn't seem like him. Voice is different. Dummies, idols do this. Funny characters to hide identity. But he's handsome and refined. So not an idol? Reverse psychology. Maybe he's an idol? Plenty of idols sing well, but Mundy from Ajuso wasn't this level. Watch his US performance once. He's amazing, definitely Mundy, link. He's good, but voice is different, not the groom. Those suspecting Park Mundy were a minority. Luckily, it wasn't mocking. People knew Mundy could sing. It wasn't my intention that few guessed Mundy. I tried to sing with a slightly different tone, hoping to keep viewers guessing. I altered my usual group singing technique, too. I wanted it to be ambiguous, but those familiar with my voice should catch it. Yet the character was so strong that the consensus stayed firm. I should have gone with a bipedal cat. I briefly regretted passing on the cat thief character still in consideration, then dismissed it. I like this better anyway. Actually, I've been thinking of the counselor's advice. Practice choosing what you yourself like, not just the objectively best choice, once or twice a week. For homework, make a list of what you like. If a professional says it, Might as well go big. Not directly. Related to the current ailment anyway. A humanoid character was just easier for audiences to follow. Seems people liked it. I shrugged as I stepped off the elevator in front of our dorm. The character profiles would be released next week. I skimmed mine mentally, checking if I wanted any tweaks. At the same moment, the door opened. I walked in. Ryu Chong-woo, lounging in the living room, brightened when he saw me. You're back. Yes, Hyung. I got ice cream. Help yourself. He indicated the fridge, then rose from the sofa as if to give me space. He's moving so I can feel comfortable in the living room. My chest softened, the knot of tension easing. I opened the fridge and called back. Hyung, what flavor do you want? Ah, sure. Seated again on the sofa, he grinned. Orange. At that moment, someone came barreling down the hall. Me too, ice cream. It was Cha Eugene, whose speech suddenly sounded natural. I tossed her a scoop, then joined them on the sofa. Together, we watched the replay of the singer I created. His head's flowers. So cool. Thanks. You really sing well, Mundy. You flatter me. It wasn't uncomfortable at all. Once my performance had fully ended, Chong-woo finally asked. So next week's episode, you just filmed that, right? Yes. How was it? Fun, I guess. I smiled. I was genuinely looking forward to next week's broadcast. 149 chapter. The week before the semi-finals and finals of the singer I created aired, online chatter buzzed over that impressive hologram character. Guess they ran out of athlete gimmicks and finally gave us something fresh. Love it. Profiles and concept art dropped this week, right? Can't wait. It's been ages since a network show got my heart racing. Was stunned by the tone. Then that next stage absolutely tore it up. Who even thinks to put flowers on their head and make me feel this way? From the pure symbolism of the first stage to the tragic beauty of the next, both were perfect link. He really can sing. This has to win for sure, lol. Praise from every angle, of course. And yes, most of Park Mundy's fans quietly guessed it was him. Dead giveaway. If you don't recognize that voice, you're missing an eardrum. His skills have seriously improved. Ever since that US show his tone got so rich, how is this even possible? Genius is the academic consensus. The character design alone screams his style. Knew it the moment I saw it. Then hearing that voice confirmed it, lol. Real talk, his Magic Boy days weren't for nothing. They didn't push the theory too hard online. Having endured enough smear campaigns, fans wouldn't loudly contradict the majority. Once the identity was revealed, it was over anyway, and they preferred to wait and gloat later, avoiding trolls. Finally, broadcast day for the back half of the singer I created arrived. Viewers who'd anticipated Groom of May tuned in. Live. Even the university student Kim Rabin fan and her high school brother. See? It's Park Mundy. Right? Crazy delusion, huh? The brother braced for a tirade, but none came. His sister sighed, then smirked. Who are you? Enough. Let's watch. He huffed and faced the TV. When the show began, they forgot their bickering. Groom of May opened the semifinals, following 3 other acts and last episode's winner. Murmuring audience. Hey, I'm excited. No idea what they'll do this time. Having learned from the first 2 stages, judges and fans reacted eagerly. Subtitles and commentary rolled as Groom of May materialized once more. Whoa, he's on. Butterflies fluttered, the veil and gloves more intricately rendered. The student guessed. They spent extra budget now that reactions were strong. Duh, he's a top idol main vocal, of course. Shoo, on the dark stage, only the hologram glowed. The accompaniment began. Sweet, clear violins and oboes filled the space. The stage brightened with light, flowers trembling as the groom raised his hand to the mic. In my world, there is no sorrow, only pure joy. I share with you. Huh? That's quiet. After a honeyed phrase came a deeper, more urgent line. In my world, there is no darkness. Bright starlight will shine on you. Wow. They'd forgotten to stop each other from being nosy. Siblings watched, mouths agape. Groom of May sang a duet originally meant for 2. Now solo. A famously lyrical, romantic wedding song. And those sad days may still find us. In this world. Stay with me. My love will embrace your world. So it may be kept safe. Originally, 2 voices exchanged melody and built devotion. This solo rendition transformed the wedding blessing into outright courtship. Unlike the restrained proposal and prelims, this performance soared across registers like a peacock's tail, thrilling the ear. Sounds so good. This old-fashioned tune, but why is it so great? They fell silent, fully immersed. Subtitles gushed. Groom of May's message of love, lost in the sweetness of his voice. Judges alternated between closing their eyes and staring in rapture. This is definitely finals material. No doubt. After finishing, Groom bowed and vanished. As expected, he advanced to the finals. The second finalist is Groom of May. Yes. If he doesn't make it, it's rigged. They even placed a bet. Facing the finals, the siblings locked in a high-stakes wager. Even if he bombs here, he'll win, right? From what I see, yes. They skimmed the first final act, an old roast chicken in foil ribbons doing samba, unimpressed. Then, finally, it was his turn again. Wah! Red butterflies drifted, a floral bouquet glimpsed beyond the veil. Groom of May gripped his standing mic with gloved hands as the stage darkened. Clank! Slim shafts of red light stabbed down. The boy in the audience gasped. The lights quivered unsettlingly. A sinister sound began. SSSSSHD, SSSSSHD. A salt-like hiss merged with frenetic flute notes, creating a strange atmosphere. A slow drumbeat echoed. Dum dum dum. It was chilling. Within that terrifying aura, Groom began to sing. His white suit mottled with red light. On the last night of April, the moon does not appear. You do not come, and love decays. His voice hushed, ragged, echoing the stage Ink VLGHD. Exclusive on Ink VLGHD, like dying petals. The mic stand seemed to tremble, as if the bouquet might wilt at any moment. And though I long for you, life remains unsatisfactory. When I open the window, only footprints remain. The song raced over anxious minor chords, climbing sharply as though about to leap off the stage, then fell. Yet still I wait. At that low refrain, the accompaniment exploded. In the frenzy of traditional instruments, Groom bowed, burying his face in the bouquet. My heart has turned to rot, until slender love dissolves, buried beneath the earth, until all memories decay. Still I will wait. The mournful melody began in the lowest register, then wildly spiraled upward. Each refrain of longing ended on the same single word. Wait. The screen withheld audience shots, only the blood-red stage and the haunting figure. One felt the silent gaze beneath the veil and bouquet. Such raw despair and obsession threatened to overwhelm even through the screen. Then came the final, pleading high note. Until the day you finally come, to praise your beauty. The last note hung as if breath itself had ceased. The orchestration tore on madly, then, thud, it stopped. Wait. Alone, trembling salt hiss concluded the song. Where terror and madness had reigned, a poignant ache remained. Groom of May stood motionless, bouquet at the mic. As soon as every note fell silent, he vanished as if the stage itself had swallowed him. Gasps and cheers. Wow! Only then did applause and astonished faces fill the theater. Cameras captured judges and audience members still unable to lower their hands. On screen, overwhelmed audience, hands frozen at their mouths. The brother and sister, too, blinked back to reality. That was insane. So damn creepy. Mundy is winning this. He just crossed the line again. Groom's final performance, waiting madly for a bride who would never come, left a staggering impression, driving an almost grotesque concept with perfect vocal delivery. I'm definitely watching live again next week. The high schooler resolved. He would tune in. He even planned to buy the album once the identity was revealed. Given the vocal style, he's probably a band vocalist writing super obscure tracks. So when Groom of May's creator was finally unmasked right before the winner announcement, the shock froze everyone. Now revealing the identity of Groom of May's creator. Moments before crowning the champion, the show pre-revealed each contestant's real identity on stage alongside their hologram. Groom of May's hologram stood there demurely, incongruous with the brutal finale. Please step forward, the MC boomed. The stage floor opened. People emerged. Then shocked gasps rang out. It was Groom of May himself. Wait, what? The real Groom of May tilted the bouquet on his head in confusion. Identical to the hologram, he sent a chill down everyone's spine. While animals or foods had been playfully rendered as mascots before, Nothing had ever been this exact. Usually you make the character for what you can't do yourself. Who the hell is this guy? Amid the stunned judges and audience, the MC gleefully announced, "Here he is, the trend-setting idol, TSDR's Park Monday." The audience screamed. Judges feigned shock for the cameras. Even the siblings were speechless. Hey. The sister nudged her brother. "Give me that 10,001. Online, a similar frenzy unfolded in real time. 150 chapter equals. Just now on the singer I created, Groom of May's identity. TSDR's Park Monday appeared wearing exactly the same outfit as the hologram. Screenshot equals. Insane. Had to pinch myself to believe my eyes. This world LOL well though. I said it was Park Monday, you bastards. I knew." Comments would flood in real time. I skimmed the growing replies, then gave up escaping and looked back at the TV. On the dorm living room screen, Groom of May's reveal was in full swing. TSDAR's Park Monday, the nation's favorite idol, makes a surprise appearance. Shocked audience and judges. I couldn't bear those subtitles and edits, so I opened my phone. Watching alone would be fine, but this was a group viewing. "It's okay, Monday. You're awesome. Impressive production." Big Seijin jabbed my shoulder. Meanwhile, another subtitle appeared under my on-screen self. "Please introduce yourself." "Hello. I'm Park Monday, main vocalist of the group Taystar." May's rosy smile, melting hearts. "Rosie. Wow, these subtitles are." The room couldn't handle it. Everyone buried their faces and tried not to laugh. When a quick flash of TSDAR's dramatized past activities hit the screen, it got even more embarrassing and no one dared lift their heads. What's the point of monitoring if this is the result? I'd anticipated this chaos when we agreed to watch together, but I really wanted to duck out and watch alone. Thankfully, they moved on to the winner announcement. The ultimate singer character is Groom of May, Park Monday. Flower petals burst on screen. "Whoa," he sang like that. "Of course he wins." Bae Seijin cheered. "What is he doing?" Bae Seijin caught my eye, coughed, and looked away. I remembered his grim face last week saying he loved Winter Night. So dramatic singing is his thing. It really felt like we were watching a match. The MC was practically gushing. "Mr. Monday, please share your thoughts." While performing as Groom of May, I had an amazing time. That alone was meaningful, and I'm truly grateful there are people who enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Those words were genuine. I'd cleared my head and just done it, but the outcome was so good it surprised me. I got lucky. I couldn't rely on luck forever, but this was a fresh experience. "Mr. Park, your physique matches the Groom of May hologram perfectly. Did you plan this reveal performance yourself? Is wearing flowers on your face uncomfortable?" I answered honestly. Yes, I planned it. And yes, it was uncomfortable. I knew it. Uncomfortable is no fun. It was a bit much, but I accepted it. They'd all quietly endured my poor condition these past weeks. This makes me ink via Elgar HT. Don't copy, read here. Want to do a new album promotion right away. Why yeah. Stimulated by the monitoring, chatter continued, and my airtime was nearly over. Unfortunately, our ribbon-wielding chicken is runner-up. That was Gold 1 Group guy. While the old chicken mascot gave an interview, Ryu Chongwoo asked, "So are you doing this again next time?" "Yes. I'll appear from the semi-final 2 weeks from now." "That's great. Congrats." Hang on." Chongwoo stood up with a smile. The two youngest followed suit. It looked obviously staged. Oh no. The three who disappeared into the kitchen reappeared instantly. Cha Eugene held a cake. "Congrats, Taystar, first anniversary, congrats." "Well done. Amazing." Of course. Today was June 18th, TSDAR's debut, first anniversary. Less than an hour left. It was already 11:20 p.m. We'd filmed the commemorative content earlier for editing, and it uploaded at midnight, so I'd forgotten. We put the video live at midnight, but I thought we should celebrate together. Chongwoo tousled the twins' hair, grinning. "We got this ready with them. I love cake." We discussed the wording on top together. The line was "vary them," but wording wasn't the point. They waited until my monitoring was over. I felt strangely touched. Then Big Seijin interjected. Wait. Let's take a photo first, Monday." Why is he holding out his phone, all casual? Come on, Monday's good at photos, what? No confidence in selfies? Give it here. Ooh, fine. I snatched the phone from Big Seijin, and switched to selfie mode. I stretched my arm so all 7 of us and the cake fit in frame. Taking the shot. Okay. Click, 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 several shots at natural intervals. A moment later. All right, let's eat the cake. Is it okay to eat this? What about the coloring? It's delicious. Cha Eugene. You. Guys eat first. Bei Sejin gave up and stuffed cake into his mouth. I shrugged. Not bad for a decorative cake. With 30 minutes left until June 18th ended, we quietly chewed cake and marked our first anniversary. You've worked hard this year. Let's keep it up. Of course, let's aim for a Daesang award. Not even a promo period, but eat up. Yes, yes. The simplicity felt right. While Park Mundi and the members peacefully shared cake, his fans roared in triumph. Ah, it's Park Mundi as Groom of May. Echoing. Feels like a soda waterfall under the shower head. Thanks, my idol. Damn, I thought I'd die waiting. Finally introducing my husband, Groom Park Mundi. Line up, please, you're way behind. Well. Having stayed silent, fans exploded across SNS and community forums. Comparison of Groom of May and Park Mundi's moves. Those who know new Groom of May's identity.jpg. Creepy amazing singer I created final stage. Fans vented their excitement and then, after a while, openly geeked out over his new content. Park Mundi is insane. How does he think of these things? Breaks don't exist on him. Love him. Bride meeting and the bouquet head becomes ideal type. He inserted that and then appeared as it. What a narrative. That's a proposal, right? Feels like I need to register the marriage. What's flowers and what's face? It Park Mundi and bouquet are synonyms, right? May Mundang Dang? Exactly, country puppy. With a flower. This is pure dopamine. If Park Mundi's voice doesn't get you high, you're not Korean. Though not to the same degree, regular viewers of the singer I created also praised Groom of May. Every stage from prelims to finals was excellent, and the identity reveals, impact, and cohesion were top-notch. Never seen a faux singer take it this seriously. Usually they're like local baseball mascots. Saw so many lame acts. A guy who sings like that seems wasted as an idol. Wouldn't he stick to dance tracks? Oh, come on. These days they all start as idols. When they get seniority, they'll go solo. Yeah. I didn't hear an original song in the final. If it's self-composed, that's awesome. Except for a weaker prelim. He's a flawless winner, no objections. He used prelim to build character, great strategy. Curious who directed it? If he did it himself, that's next level. At least those vocals are his real ones. That alone is enough to recognize him, LOL. True LOL. Just as regular viewers praised him, general audiences may have varied tastes for the character, but one thing was clear. That guy can really sing. Winning overwhelmingly on a major network primetime music show with 10% ratings lightly influenced public perception. Some comments under the YouTube upload of the identity reveal showed it. Equals. Stage of romance and chills. Groom of May. His astonishing identity. The singer I created. 202 by 0618. Equals. The final stage gave me goosebumps. Best. He's truly a national treasure. A master singer with an amazing voice. How does he sing so well? Happy face. Park Mundi. Can't wait for your next stage. His face is so bright and handsome. Pretty face must come with a pretty voice. Middle-aged viewers recognized Park Mundi. Thanks to Ajuce's huge success, many had at least seen his face, but few had concentrated on his singing until now. Plus, those who loved the Groom of May character joined in applause. Proposal, separation, courtship, obsession. Up through this stage, the narrative was flawless. Since last week, fantasies won't leave my head. I feel like they made a billion-movie saga starring May 5th. You do not come and love decays. Groom of May fan art. Such a great non-human character. Never thought an idol could be such a concept freak ally. LOL suddenly feels so intimate. He came dressed just like the hologram. That's insane. LOL must be real confidence. I can't stop thinking about the bouquet head being removed. You too? Me too, LOL. I actually thought if he revealed a human head it'd ruin it. But it was fine. Face is the answer after all. Please give us more TMI about Groom of May, Mr. Park. Even though Park Mundi created the character and lent his voice and motions, Groom of May and Park Mundi couldn't be completely identical. Yet the admiration spread quickly. There were just so many overlaps. Can't wait for the stage 2 weeks from now. The time when millions watched and the identity had just been revealed. A storm of praise and attention for Park Mundy. And it didn't end there. Park Mundy should go solo, haha. Predictable troll bait. By the way, it's about to get smashed. 151 chapter. I scrolled down in one swift motion. Already cropped up, huh? The troll bait I'd suspected since the first week's broadcast had finally started running. NVLIGHT, rampant online. Usually they'll toss out some light, probing remarks first, as if they were compliments. Found it. I clicked on the post. How would it be if Park Mundy did a solo? He ranked first in Ajusa, has a huge fandom, pulls off concept performances well. He'd be great solo. Rare male solo idol. And Park Mundy seems perfect for it, lol. Posts like these usually get stamped out quickly by fans, but this time the circumstances were different. With his popularity peaking thanks to variety appearances, general viewers unfamiliar with idol fandom were reacting openly approvingly. He seems solid enough to me. Will he go solo later? Kind of looking forward to it, lol. I want to hear more songs in that concept. It's so cool, loudly crying face. Honestly, I don't think he'd flop, lol. At first glance these looked positive, but the unusually enthusiastic tone was the issue. They needed good kindling. And sure enough, someone had followed up with this. A Taystar member who's totally giving off, I want to go solo vibes. That's Park Mundy for you. Skipped group schedules for a month citing health reasons right before solo variety appearance plus 0 reactions in every group schedule. W live absence notice. Summer package video gif. Meanwhile he's filming solo stuff like crazy, lol though. Interview clip. Fans were suspicious after a month of this, but it all spilled out when he appeared on My Maid Singer, lol. Lately he's been putting his all into only the solo stuff. Everyone agrees it's obvious. Even fans can't hide it. Screenshot. Stop pretending to be other fandom apologists while praying for his solo. Please, it's so obvious, palms up together. They'd chopped together reaction screenshots from the solo pro post and posted them alongside. And the main point was about attitude. I already felt uneasy about this. I'd known that content filmed when I was in a bad state could one day become prey. This post had used that tactic to perfection. But actually, the target here wasn't general public opinion. Frankly, it doesn't matter much if I go solo or not. If he actually debuted solo and flopped, the mockery might stick. But right now, at the height of his favor, he'd get defended unfailingly. It played out like this. Why can't Park Mundy go solo? LOL, his skills are great. What a joke, face with tears of joy. It's pathetic to attack someone who was sick. TSDR's stan fans really are messed up. Furious that our Mundy is doing so well. Health issues can last a month sometimes. If I were him, I'd go solo rather than put up with these toxic fans, lol. Taystar fandom is exhausting with every post. Stop airing this out. Fight among yourselves. Even if threads exploded into comment wars and hit popularity, the overall opinion never flipped. So the real target was discord within TSDR's own fandom. They wanted to stiffen the group support atmosphere and foster an environment where toxic individual fans could check and undermine each other. They even added another talking point, that the air date of Park Mundy's second My Maid Singer episode coincided with TSDR's first anniversary. It's the first anniversary, and all that's on here is Mundy posts? Too much, either oblivious or blind. Whether May's groom or bride, I don't care, just don't harm group content, gamma. Mundy looked stone-faced the whole time in the summer package. Made me so sad, especially toward Chongwoo, the leader, felt so spiteful. They should have avoided that date for his solo shoot. Didn't expect such lack of consideration, lol. Had they known the My Maid Singer reaction would be this big, they might not have done it. I thought I was just shooting for a bit of fun for the fans. Who would have expected it to overshadow the group's anniversary? I'd assumed it'd be a double celebration. Anyway, after a little more time, the controversy broadened. They sowed seeds of doubt about the group's activities as a whole. Mundy wants to go solo? LOL, where's the original passion? Suffering from artist syndrome? Please get a grip. Even Ahyun's doing solo ads now. Everyone's individual schedules shot up once Mundy set the trend, haha. Let's split up, make separate SNS accounts. I'm so tired of hearing about male solo news. If the anniversary was so important, nobody would be posting, let's go our separate ways, threads the day after. So it was never actual group fans posting this. Of course, Taystar had long shed most of its survival show image. Their group identity was firmly built through the album world and various content. But plenty of individual stan fans remained, and there would be some who wavered under such attacks. Anyone paying attention knew that much. Naturally, it was basic professionalism to have a countermeasure ready. I switched my phone to speaker. Hello, yes. Thank you. I'm calling with a question. After a brief talk with the company, I turned to the person sitting next to me. Ray Bin. Yes. Kim. Ray Bin, engrossed in listening to his own song, jumped in surprise and looked up. The interview goes live tonight. Just as planned. At that moment, Ray Bin's face lit up, though he still looked intense. It was such a meaningful interview. I can't wait. Well said. I leaned back against my chair. This kind of thing wasn't even on my stress list. Outside, Park Mundy's name recognition was still rising thanks to May's groom, while inside the fandom trolls were running wild that evening. On WeTube, an interview dropped. It was the interview content run by MBS's in-house WeTube channel that produced My Maid Singer. We brought the marriage registration, welcoming the producers of May's Groom. TT's Sweeterview EP.47 by MBS2. The thumbnail featured Park Mundy and Kim Ray Bin. Kim Ray Bin. Bundling him in? People who clicked in mild confusion soon learned the backstory. First came the warm, predictable story of how Ray Bin had advised Mundy on arrangement every round. But the real point came next. TT, wow? So the final round song was composed by you, Ray Bin? Ray Bin, yes. Of course I didn't handle every production step alone, but I did lead the process. So I hold the largest share of the copyright and was able to gift it to Mundy Hyung for his birthday. It just doesn't end. He fast-forwarded, clearly unable to bear it. Fans had to admit it was true. Then big captions appeared. Ray Bin more of a TMI type than we thought. Summary. Ray Bin led the composition, and it was a birthday gift for Mundy. In any case, the message was clear. The song, May's Groom, that he'd sung in the finale was an unreleased original by a Taystar member. So why hadn't it been released? Mundy. Actually, we're about to make a comeback. It's on. That album. TT, whoa. Indeed. The song Cote Jurium was one of the tracks on TSDAR's next album. Mundy. This album includes solo songs from each member, and they're all amazing, so I sang it first as an intro. TTO. So once the album drops, fans can hear a slightly different recording version of the song currently on streaming. Mundy, exactly. PPL Flex from TT. In short, he performed it as both album promotion and a teaser. Mundy. Actually, the other members' songs are all great too. I was just lucky to get the first opportunity, right? Ray Bin. Objectively, Hyung has the best vocals, so if you just compare audio quality, you have. Mundy. Hurriedly, yes. Please look forward to the other tracks on the upcoming album as well. LOL. Captions burst out laughing at Mundy's flustered efforts. TT. You two are so fun. Had me laughing hard. Ray Bin. Thank you. Clears throat. Mundy. Thank you. Tibet. The interview proceeded lightly and humorously within polite bounds, drawing out some casual small talk. TT. Before appearing on My Maid Singer, you were quite ill. Mundy, yes. I messed up my conditioning about a month before departure, and the members took great care of me. I'm really sorry. That's why appearing on My Maid Singer was so meaningful. I felt like I could contribute something to the group again. Ray Bin. Hyung. TT. Wow, what a touching moment. You're feeling well now, right, Mundy? Mundy. I couldn't feel healthier. Sturdy Mundy Engdang. Actually, Mundy hadn't planned to land any extra jackpot with that. It was just to reassure anyone who'd worried over the past month. But it turned out even better. In any case, the hosts and interviewee breezed through the rest of the 12-minute video. Mundy. Taystar will all appear together next time. Ray Bin. I'm already looking forward to it. It'll be so warm. TTA. Then we'll wrap up while waiting to interview Big Sejin, my soul twin. Don't forget your marriage registration, groom. Mundy. Sounds good. The interview ended with Mundy cheerfully taking the marriage registration document. Almost immediately, articles began popping up. Some prepared in advance, some reacting to the interview. Taystar prepares for comeback. May's Groom, track teases album. TSDAR's summer comeback concept. Horror. The hottest group, TSDAR's comeback schedule already released. Naturally, The comeback news instantly recaptured fans' attention. A Taystar comeback. No way May's Groom is on the new album? Wow. Mundy really plans everything. Wait, it was Rabin's song? No wonder my heart raced. I recognized the creator. Could the whole album be this vibe? Going to hold my breath until comeback. For the grand finale, Taystar's account uploaded their first anniversary party photos. Thank you, lovers, for being with Taystar for a full 365 days. Please keep loving us. We'll keep being Taystar forever us. The cake was sponsored by our leader Hyung and the Magnes. It was delicious. Photo. It was a subtle flex. We're so close we celebrated our anniversary together with a cake even outside of official schedules. My heart can't handle how sweet they are. Loudly crying face. Such a considerate, bonded group. Let's stay together, my stars. Edited photo. From planning the album promo first thing to caring for sick Mundy. I'm crying. Best lover life. Since a teaser of the interview had dropped on social media early, accusations that it was merely a PR excuse to quash controversy also gained traction. Hurry up with pre-orders, Taystar's guys. And thus, the tempest in a teacup that was the controversy quickly died down in the excitement over the comeback. As I predicted, the May's Groom hype hadn't been exhausted and smoothly led into Taystar's comeback. And Park Mundy himself was heading into a new schedule. Long time no see, Junior. 152 chapter. As soon as I stepped onto the commercial set, I saw an unwelcome face. Have you been well? You seem to have a lot on your mind. It was Chongryo from VTIC. This is driving me crazy. Why is he here now? For the record, the company didn't give me any heads up. They just said they'd landed a big commercial at the last minute and sent me the script. Wouldn't you think he'd at least say something since we know each other? I want to quit. There was no joy in working today. But if I made a scene, I'd just feed the rumor mill. I merely nodded. Yes. Thanks to your advice, I resolved it well. Oh, really? That's great. He smiled and held out his hand. Let's do great work today. Likewise. He didn't grip harder like a show-off. The handshake was over in an instant. I'll see you in a bit. Yes. Senior. I didn't want to see him again. I recalled the storyboard, felt a strange mix of emotions, changed into my costume, and prepared for the shoot. The outfit was a trendy tracksuit, except it bore a corporate logo. I already knew why I was wearing this. The shoot was on a grassy field, and there'd be a lot of movement. Okay, release the dogs. At the director's cue, a pack of four-legged animals charged at Chongryo and me on the lawn. They were 3-month-old retrievers and local mutts. King, just as in the storyboard, I was petting one after another when one jumped up and head-butted me. They were having a blast. Once one dog did it, 3 more followed in quick succession. Hey, stop licking me. I scooped up the fluffy bundles with both arms. They are cute, I admit. Phew. Now one was sneezing on my face. I almost dropped them. Holding 4 or 5 puppies in my arms and covered in slobber, I fought not to grimace. Cut. That was great. Thank you. A crew member ran over and wiped my face. We both suffered for this shot. Hold the puppies more securely, like you're really supporting them, and flash a bright smile. Right. The sense of support is important. After all, this is an insurance company commercial. Specifically, it's a brand image ad for a major insurer's program supporting shelter dogs and training guide dogs. Usually they cast someone with broad public recognition. But the actor originally slated for my role was pulled out over a harassment scandal, so they slotted me in. My newfound recognition among middle-aged viewers from My Maid Singer must have helped somewhat. You're so good with them. It leaves me with a bitter aftertaste that my public rapport with him probably mattered. Even though the shoot was paused, Chongryo's deft hands still controlled the dog pack. Some of them rolled onto their backs, flashing their bellies. They were born to be photogenic. I wanted to take a shot for myself, but pulling out my phone seemed tacky. At that moment, Chongryo spoke. Do you like dogs? They're not bad. By chance the crew had stepped away. They were just filming the scene, and my voice would be dubbed, no lav mic. This was his perfect opening to babble. I was wrong. Right? They're really good kids. So gentle. They're easy to handle. Praise them when they're good, scold them when they're not. He kept talking dog talk as he petted them. A thought flashed through my mind. That guy donates half his take from shelter visits to the center? Could it be true? Doesn't matter. You seem to like dogs, Senior. I tried to stall until they restarted filming. He tilted his head, as people do when they're puzzled. Is it even good? I don't know. It's easier not to keep one. Until now I thought he meant they were a hassle. I used to get a dog every time I started over, but eventually rumors spread that I was a serial abandoner. You'd have doubted me too, right? I checked. Each time, the breed I kept was different. Once it was disproven, they said I had schizophrenia. Haha, I was done for back then. He laughed out loud. It sent chills down my spine. Was it not the same dog? Huh? Haha, you can't keep exactly the same dog every time. His laughter died. I tried it though. It wasn't great. If something goes wrong and you can't pick it back up, you worry. Feels burdensome. I was speechless. I finally understood why he'd gone off the rails, and that was the problem. I answered as calmly as I could. Now that you're not starting over anymore, you could try keeping one again. Meaning, give up. Confidence, huh? Could this be your final mission? I calculated as you taught me, and it seems so. Silence was my best response, but he interpreted it as agreement. Congrats. But do you believe that? Haha, I'm kidding. In my experience, it's true. I don't lie about these things. Imagining smashing the victor's trophy into his smug face brought a strange comfort. So this really is at the end? His expression drained, and he let go of the puppy's scruff. Wait, please don't start in with try one more before it's over, or now's your only chance, while flinging dog treats. I planted a counterbait. If VTIC seniors just maintain the status quo, they have no group to compete with. Isn't your current state already at its peak? Well, it's fine. He shrugged indifferently and hoisted another puppy by the scruff. Not that I love it perfectly, but yeah, I'll adapt. It was a polite surrender. Done, damn it. I felt my lifespan shorten. I'd hate to discover a cold sweat on my brow. But Changrio wasn't finished. However, Junior, you shouldn't get too complacent. Please, no more nonsense. I found myself unconsciously petting a puppy. That dazed, fluffy creature was strangely comforting. Fortunately, his next words weren't about dogs. They were cold, rational. In our line of work, popularity is a finite resource. When another team earns the resource, ours leaks away. It's always been that way, especially when confined domestically. Was he comparing VTIC and Taystar? But an unexpected name slipped out. The groups under Traveler who debuted this NVLGHD, exclusive on Inc. VLGHD, year are doing well. Keep an eye on them. Traveler is a Gold 1 agency. He meant I should keep tabs on a promising rookie from a top-tier label. Why? They aren't even at a level worth contesting yet, and scrutinizing them might just feed their narrative. Besides, they debuted after his era, so he hasn't even seen their progress. But since there's no need to poke him further, I just nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Don't just say it, well, I heard their song is good, but the composer isn't signed to the company. He chuckled. It'd be easy to buy the composer. Simple and straightforward. If the song sucks, that's the end. Let's pretend I didn't hear that. Sharp. Got it. But don't forget. Why is he talking so much all of a sudden? Maybe he's getting animal therapy from those puppies. Next scene is almost set. 3-minute standby. Thank God the shoot was about to resume. Crews scurried everywhere. This was the last shot with him. I stifled a sigh. Just before filming restarted, I heard a small, hesitant voice. Did you sort out the issue you mentioned? I spoke slowly. More or less. I see. Well, if you change your mind or have worries, reach out. Understood. Less chilling than before. Rough. Kaiying. Filming wrapped smoothly. Changrio left first due to his next engagement. I collected the gift tracksuits, several identical sets, covered in puppy hair, and returned to the dorm. Everyone else must have left early for extra choreography practice. Only one person was there. Cha Eugene. You're back. A gift? Yeah. Here. Wow. I took a tracksuit and watched Eugene's delighted grin, struck by a strange DJ VU. Maybe that's more dog-like than me. I'd agreed to adopt the nickname, but it was a peculiar world of monikers. A few days later, we'd fully mastered the title choreography. Choreography video complete. Oh, nice. Having finished the dance practice video early, we had some free time. Everyone sprawled on the floor to rest. Cha Eugene, you're wearing that again? It's comfortable. Will the logo be okay for the choreo video? I asked. They said it's fine. Don't worry. Look at you, senior. Eugene kept wearing the tracksuit I got from the commercial shoot nonstop. Next time, he'd be the one shooting a commercial, I thought with a smirk as I unlocked my phone. Album pre-orders had started, and the cover designs were out. I planned to monitor reactions. Mundi, want an ice pack? Sure. Thanks. Despite the air conditioning, all the dancing left me hot. I used the ice pack Sean Ah-hyun passed me as a neck pillow and scrolled. This is nice. The album covers, one ink wash black and white concept and one traditional style color concept, both received praise. The traditional concept is amazing. Hanbok stands win. Can't wait for the photo cards. At first, the company jokingly suggested a solo album with 7 versions, 1 per member and 1 group version. But they backed down when I pushed for using sticker sheets inside the album instead of 8 separate releases. If they'd run with 8 versions, the department head would have approved it without question. Speaking of which, I heard the department head is about to fly the coop. Talking with co-workers lately about everything from the new album to variety staging. This rumor kept circulating. Better fast-track things while the approval bot is still around. I reviewed my plan to clear status effects and casually tweaked my monitoring search terms. Mu want some water? Thanks. Sean Ah-hyun handed me water again. I accepted it reluctantly. I appreciated it, but it reminded me of being a snack fetcher. Maybe I should at least monitor. I started to type Sean Ah-hyun's name into SNS search and saw autocomplete pop up. Sean Ah-hyun dating. Mundi, what are you? Big Sejan, barging in, froze when he saw the screen. I was a bit stunned too. Sean Ah-hyun, a dating rumor I never expected. 153 chapter. If I had to name the one in this group you'd least expect to be hit by a dating rumor, Sean Ah-hyun would be in the top 2. And yet his autocomplete brought up dating. Take a look. Big Sejan, finally alert now, urged me. I tapped. The search suggestion for Sean Ah-hyun dating. The first post that appeared was this. When did Sean Ah-hyun, who stutters and acts like such a loser, get his head turned by a girl idol? It's barely been a year since debut LOL wake up. It was a primitive insult like those I'd only seen back when Ajusa was overheated or on Survival Island, now with shares and comments attached. It wasn't fan jokes like Sean Ah-hyun is dating me. It meant a real rumor had sprung up somewhere. Any summary posts? Wait. I immediately navigated to the celebrity gossip board on a portal site. Sure enough, in second place was a familiar name. Sean Ah-hyun dating 20's Dammy? 20. The famous girl group, he'd never even overlapped activities with flashed up. I'd only ever seen them on year-end shows or award ceremonies. The thought that Ah-hyun had asked for her number seemed absurd. Yeah, right. I clicked the title reluctantly. All the photos Sean Ah-hyun posted on TSDR's account and the ones Dammy posted on InHeart were taken at the same locations. Comparison images. The upload dates are similar and the captions too. Even the sunglasses, bracelets, and watch they've been wearing match. Comparison images. In a recent interview, Ah-hyun said his ideal type was older women, and Dammy said hers was younger. And in recent self-content, Ah-hyun's been holding his phone forever. Short gif. He's kept giggling and tapping away so long. Doesn't that scream dating suspicion to anyone? The post, with its well-organized images, read plausibly enough at first, though of course it was full of gaps. It was all stitched together. Sunglasses and watch were fan gifts. On his birthday night, Ah-hyun unwrapped them non-stop for 4 hours, and Bae Sejan nearly lost his mind telling him to sleep. Holding his phone so long just because Ah-hyun writes long messages. And the interview was the same. Just circumstantial editing. But some of the uncomfortable evidence jumped out from the comments. All those landscape shots Ah-hyun posted aren't on any Taystar schedules. LOL, why'd he go alone? Whoa, the cosmetics exec whose niece did Ah-hyun's solo ad is Dammy's uncle. That's creepy. Even if nothing else, their SNS signaling is transparently coordinated. LOL. Though the thumbs down count was nearly half of the thumbs up, the number of upvotes was huge. That meant the rumor seemed very plausible. Big Sejan and I silently scrolled through the comments. He spoke first. Tell him. Not to him. We should tell the company. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's not show it to Ah-hyun. Better not give him needless worries before comeback. At most, ask around whether anyone knows her. But that tacit agreement shattered the next moment. What are? Turning, Ah-hyun was holding a handful of chocolate bars. I had no idea he'd be traipsing around offering treats again. No. Did I do something wrong? In no way. We were just joking. But I'll still tell the company. In the end, Ah-hyun learned about the dating rumor in its politely softened form. Ah-hyun, someone's asking if you're dating. What? In the dance practice room, as we openly briefed him, the others naturally joined in before long. There are really people with nothing to do. Are you really dating? Bae Sejin grumbled. Ah-hyun flinched. And no. Then do you know this girl? I don't. Then may I ask where you took all these photos? On my way to counseling, sometimes if I felt like it. I took street shots, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Good job. A few awkward praises followed. Sure, enjoying spare moments was a good thing, but the problem was how twisted the situation had become. And I had a rough idea why. She must go to the same counselor. The girl idol at the center of the dating rumor also likely saw the same therapist. They'd have similar captions if they posted photos going to or from counseling. It was a sensitive personal matter, so we couldn't really talk about it publicly. And because there was that solo ad tie-in. Actually, the cosmetics company exec's niece connection was a distant familial link, but lumped together it looked plausible, and many real idols have started relationships that way. 2. This could blow up. Should we write an apology or statement? No, it won't spread. Don't post anything. It's not even true. Why apologize, Ah-hyun? A dating rumor based solely on circumstantial evidence would fizzle out on SNS or forums. Any excuse might only fan the flames. It looks guilty if you act bothered. And if it turned out he went to the same counselor, the denial would backfire and inflate the controversy. Ignoring it was the correct move. But the problem is some people will still believe it. Since the evidence seemed so plausible, a subtle, let's just let Ah-hyun date in peace, undercurrent might swirl in the fandom. Then some fans would feel entitled. I let you off the hook here, but you can't do that. And Ah-hyun was guilt-prone and hyper-aware of others' opinions. If such views surfaced, he'd be dragged along. And he was already tense. I worry some might be concerned. Ah-hyun, if you respond to this rumor, they'll worry even more. Ryu Chong-woo was right. Best if Ah-hyun just shrugged it off with a that was nonsense. The problem is how. If the other members abruptly reposted pictures of him at that location, it'd scream, we're aware of the dating rumor. Someone would definitely say the company made us do it. Maybe attack the source? But even if the source was dirty, moral arguments don't work with gossip. It isn't an ethical issue. Maybe. Take new photos, tweak the timestamps, mix them up, and post casually. Sometimes we bundle candid daily pics on SNS. Slipping in some from around the same time might let it pass unnoticed, though there's always the chance of getting caught. I pondered carefully. I wanted to nip it cleanly before the comeback. I'm sorry for causing this. Why blame yourself? Just got an opening. Don't worry about it. Mundi's right, Ah-hyun. Don't stress. Chong-woo patted his shoulder, and I shrugged. If it gets bad, we'll doctor the timestamps. That is. Yeah. You won't get caught, Mundi. Don't egg him on. I only meant to reassure Ah-hyun. But before any extreme measures were needed, help arrived elsewhere. Big Sejin, scrolling his phone, suddenly exclaimed. Hey, look at this comment. What is it? I peered at the latest comment on his screen. LOL idiots, just look at Dammy's in-heart account. Stop acting fooled. Screenshot. I've PDF'd all her sexual harassment posts. Let's get these haters financial counseling. The attached screenshot showed Dammy play fighting with a man at one of the locations used for the dating rumor photos. Family dinner? My handsome brother. That was the comment underneath. That settled it. Even if it looked staged, it was private family time. It made company excuses impossible. And checking the original, the metadata timestamps matched exactly. I nodded. It'll calm down. Quickly. Tension drained from the members' faces. Good. Thanks, Dammy Sunby. Thank you. Ah-hyun, don't go thanking her directly. Thanks for worrying with me. Anytime. What a relief, Ah-hyun. I waved off Ah-hyun's gratitude and looked again at the photo of the two of them on Big Sejin's screen. I've seen that face somewhere. Big Sejin made a show of remembering. Oh, that's him. That guy from Ribbon Fried Chicken. Yeah. Right, it was him. Dammy's younger brother was the guy I'd faced in the final round of My Maid Singer, a member of a Gold 1 group. His name? I couldn't recall. His singing hadn't been that memorable. Getting to the finals was pure luck. Still, Changrio's advice came back to me. They're doing well. Keep an eye on them. From the song to this minor buzz, they really did seem lucky. I reached a reasonable conclusion. Let's get in touch with their composer. Bribing the composer was too far. As I organized my thoughts, Eugene's sudden voice cut in. But why can't I date? Huh? Everyone froze. You want to date? Yes. You don't want me to? No, well. Bayesian stammered. It wasn't odd to want to date, after all. I figured Eugene meant, not a specific person, but that he'd like to date if the chance arose. Of course, he knew the reality from his training. No, I get that, but I don't know why I can't. It was a tricky topic. The issue wasn't dating itself, but that, in this profession, publicly signaling, I want to date more than idle activities reads as a lack of commitment. Fans won't like it. Eugene surprised us again. Ah-hyun blushed fiercely and shouted. Some fans think you're their boyfriend. Why? Big Sejin grinned and chimed in. Because you're so handsome. Eugene nodded as if everything was clear now. Okay, I won't do it. It felt like a leap in logic, but if it worked, fine. That day Eugene posted on SNS, "Am I your boyfriend?" and effectively blocked his own dating path. And 1 week later, the teaser for TSDAR's album music video was released. But it was a full 8 minutes long. 154 chapter. TSDR's new album was, of course, generating massive excitement among fans, but some were also voicing concerns. It was because each member's solo track had been teased. Already solo tracks? How are they going to rank these? Loudly crying face. Thinking about the trolls rearranging T-Star by ranking system is stressing me out already. They were screeching about making everyone a fan, and now they're suddenly going rogue. Of course, the chart performance of solo tracks didn't directly reflect each member's popularity. Since it's all released on one album under the group name, it ultimately comes down to each song's mass appeal. But given their survival show origins, real-time tracking of T-Star members' solo track performance was inevitable. As that slight worry grew amid the inflated expectations, TSDR's teaser was announced. It was a premiere video on WeTube, meaning it would go live 1 day later. T-Star Hengcha, present, official teaser. The thumbnail offered no hint beyond dark forest, arrow stuck in a tree. So people were lukewarm. Looks period drama-esque, I guess. Are they doing this on purpose? Arrow? LOL. But when fans checked the video details, everything changed. The length was a whopping 8 minutes and 12 seconds. It's a teaser. A teaser? Who's a group that drops an 8-minute teaser? Guys, what on earth is happening? I'm dying to know. Is this a mistake? Who makes an 8-minute teaser? K-pop MV teasers typically ran under a minute, so 8 minutes was extraordinary. Of course, its length wasn't catastrophic. Teasers these days served more to stoke fan excitement than general promotion. Still, some metrics-conscious fans lamented the length. Even if teaser views aren't heavily weighted, shouldn't it be shorter? Loudly crying face. Maybe they should have split it into multiple releases, not sure. Please don't let it be one of those moody, story-driven MVs from T1. Please, no. I think they're bound to fumble, but I hope they spent their budget wisely. Since nothing disastrous should happen right before a comeback, fans on public communities and SNS forced a positive spin. 8 minutes. Amazing. We'll get to see their faces for so long, loudly crying face. Maybe we'll get to see Bae Hamjji's acting? So excited. How'll we wait 24 hours? I'd lose my mind if it was only 30 seconds. 8 minutes is charity, T-Star are gods. Hoping the hype wouldn't fizzle the moment the teaser dropped, fans anxiously awaited. On the release day, those lurking in the live chat collectively gasped. What is this? Sure enough, it was a full-fledged period drama style, but none of the members portrayed humans. The video began with a massive palace. The camera pulled in as though sucked, then wound its way around to swing open a single paper door. Inside was a vast library. The camera tracked a weathered, ancient book lying open on the floor. Its pages bore, rendered in rough ink brush style, the image of an arm rising from the sea. In that instant, the scene cut to an actual shoreline. Splash. The camera dove underwater, revealing a figure reclining on a submerged boulder. It was Sun Ah-hyun in a loosely draped white hanbok, hair platinum. Sunlight rippled through blue water onto his pale face, Beautiful, yet uncanny. Antique white subtitles in elegant calligraphy appeared at the bottom. Breath. It's circled asterisk operator inc via liota GHT circled asterisk operator. Read the full story was the name of a track on the release track list. Then, with the plaintive pluck of a Gaejeom, Ah Hyun's solo song began. He rose from the water and commenced a slow dance beneath the surface, not choreography, but pure, graceful movement. His hair and hanbok fluidly traced lines in the water, while loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. He's so handsome. Underwater shoot is insane. Fans marveled and realized, Ah Hyun's solo is the intro. But the moment the ethereal underwater performance ended, the camera met Ah Hyun's gaze in a swirl of bubbles and surged to the surface, then homed in on a bizarre circular mother-of-pearl pattern etched into the sand. At dusk's gloomy hour, the figure curled within the pattern stood and stretched. It was Cha Eugene, one hand covering his mouth. Strange ancient Hangul characters shimmered like inlay across his cheek, collarbone, and hand. Tiding, ting ting, tiding. With the crash of a traditional gong, a fierce beat dropped into a new track. Rhythm. It was Cha Eugene's solo. Huh? This slaps. No way. Cha Eugene is crazy, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Real-time comments exploded with reactions to Eugene's performance and wild guesses. And they were right. One by one, each member's solo track was introduced. Next up, Bae Sejin, blindfolded, sat astride an ancient tree trunk on the shore, singing a ballad melody with soft bronze percussion in the background. Then the camera ventured into a forest cave and revealed Kim Rae-bin bathed in neon-like lantern glow. His solo was future bass built around the singwang. After emerging from the cave, the camera turned toward a dilapidated thatched house. At the forest's edge, dripping with mismatched, vibrant fabrics, Park Mundy was seated on the porch, and the familiar salt shaker intro of Coat Jurium sounded. Wedding hanbok. This is insane. Thank you, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. You've got to see Mundy's face on this. Finally, the video returned to the opulent palace. In its courtyard, Lee Se-jin, with an enormous tail-like waist ornament, performed acrobatic dance to brisk, easy-listening music. Fans were ecstatic. Every track so good. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Jaime Ko good. The visuals, oh my god. Can't wait to get the album Loudly Crying Face. Please give us full-length videos. Most fulfilling 8 minutes of my life. But when Lee Se-jin's dance ended, he smiled, turned, and vanished into the palace, cutting to black. Where's Chongwoo? No title track shown? LOL. Is this even a teaser? Fans panicked, thinking one member hadn't appeared and that the title track wasn't previewed. But then the screen flickered back to the underwater shot of Ah Hyun, the Gaejeom still playing. Wait. Again? Must be a loop error. It wasn't an error. Ah Hyun stared into the camera briefly before disappearing, replaced by a shot of Eugene in the sand. Then Bae Sejin appeared. Even as each new member appeared, the traditional instrument motif underlay remained, layering with each solo beat. Oh, each member's solo beat melded a traditional instrument, one by one, into a new backbone melody. When the camera returned to Lee Se-jin, the drumbeat began, and with the final modern instruments filling in, the track crystallized. Then suddenly the music halted. The shot returned to a hand. A large, strong hand picked up the first ancient book from the floor, the strange ink-brush tome. The camera caught the book's spine. Record of yokai exploration. Are you ready to appear? The camera panned up the arm to reveal Ryu Chongwoo in a geoggery. He's insanely handsome. Ah Chongwoo. No matter what the comment section screamed, Chongwoo shook dust from the book with a complex expression, and then, eyes steady, answered someone off-screen. Of course. As he turned and exited the library, the melody burst forth. Outside the wall, Chongwoo drew the bow slung across his back, a lacquered traditional bow, and aimed into the forest. Now he has appeared, warning upon warning, approaching the fate-bound. Slow but thrilling. With a whistling shot, the arrow flew and lodged deeply in a massive bamboo trunk. The teaser ended on the arrow in the bamboo, the final thumbnail. Crazy crazy. Wow, that was the title? Yeah. So the other members are Yokai and Chongwoo's the hunter? Love you, Taystar loudly crying face. The solo tracks all linking into a title track is insane. Each solo track wove into the title song, while the video hinted at the MV's storyline, fulfilling the teaser's purpose perfectly. It was clear they'd thought through the album's cohesive structure. That point became even clearer in the more info section below the teaser video. It listed the lyricists, composers, arrangers, and copyright holders for every track. Why does every song list their names? They really made it together, loudly crying face. Though the lineup was toward the bottom, various members' names appeared on every track, even those not their solos. And by linking all of it from the teaser onward, they'd sent a clear message. This album is a group creation. Even if fans later tried ranking them by fancam views, they'd already planted the logic that solo track metrics don't define each member's worth. They're genuinely so dedicated to the group. We'll go together until the dinner show, Taystar dinner show. I'm watching, loudly crying face. That's right, MV views matter, not the teaser. If we had fun, that's what counts. Thanks, you guys, those 8 minutes were so fulfilling. Most fans, especially those who liked the group broadly and weren't obsessed with ranking, were thoroughly satisfied. Chongwoo's fans, however, had mixed feelings. Because based on the teaser's ending, he clearly was the center of the title track, yet his solo wasn't previewed. There's no Chongwoo solo clip? Fans get mad at being ignored, but being completely omitted is next level, faced with tears of joy. If we complain, they'll center him but only give him a teaser? Chongwoo's stans will flip out. LOL, so disappointing. I hate that they preemptively shut down complaints about screen time. A subtle skirmish erupted between stop overreacting before the comeback even starts, and how can we not be upset when his solo isn't shown at all? Luckily, before screenshots of that debate were splashed around as fandom controversy, TSDR's SNS posted a message. Hello, lovers. Did you enjoy the teaser? I've been feeling the pressure. Everyone's been saying I have a big role in this activity, but please look forward to the album. Oh, I'm Ryu Chongwoo. Smiling face with smiling eyes. The post implied, don't worry about Chongwoo's screen time. Do you think that's enough? Yes. Feels a bit arrogant. It's not, so don't worry. Huh, okay. Thanks. You're welcome. Chongwoo smiled and locked his phone. He didn't seem overly concerned with reactions. After all, the buzz would settle once more content released. Still, I thought it a good idea to reassure him at this juncture. That was settled. I confirmed Chongwoo's fanbase had shifted to let's wait and see, then reopened the articles I'd been reading. This one caught my eye again, about that Gold 1 group. Major Rookie Golden Age sets comeback countdown. A Jusa alumni Golden Age to meet Taystar. August shocking K-pop scene. From Taystar to Golden Age. In short, these articles highlighted how that group's comeback coincided with TSDR's activities. Of course, the parallel immediately reminded me of our own debut. Taystar had debuted alongside the undefeated top-tier VTIC. It was the same simultaneous activity dynamic. I clicked my tongue. Now I was certain. Their agency really knows how to work it. 155 chapter. The strategy at Gold One's agency was obvious. They're thinking they can't beat us for first, so they need something flashy. No matter how good their song was, they had virtually no chance of topping the charts. Even if their debut had made a decent splash among hardcore idol fans, their general public recognition remained low. They were a non-big 3 rookie boy group. Most people wouldn't even try their music, so they might as well frame us. If they could tie themselves to Taystar, emphasizing that they shared a Jusa origins and echoing the VTAC, Taystar simultaneous activity storyline, they'd position themselves as our rivals. Even if TSDAR's fans shot dirty looks and tried to check them, the bickering would generate buzz. And many people eager to poke at Taystar would end up defending us instead. Of course, if their song was weak, they'd just become a laughingstock. They must be confident in their track, though. From Choi Won-gil onward, that agency had always been masterful. I wouldn't mind if my own label were half as sharp, but based on experience so far, I was just thankful for having an approval bot at least. Brawring. My phone buzzed. As they say, speak of the devil, there was a message from Gold One. Hey everyone, our comebacks overlap. See you on the music shows, seniors. He seemed decent enough, but he probably hadn't realized how much this could hurt Taystar. He'd be a little embarrassed and grateful, I guessed. We can't just ignore them. TSDAR's status was too far above theirs now. The moment one of us showed discomfort, their label would gleefully spin it as rush releasing to ditch people. Better to take this one season in stride. Let's get through this comeback, I thought. After this, they'd latch onto another suitable rival and frame the next victory as another rung up the ladder. Besides, I was genuinely confident in this album. They nailed it. Not just in execution, but in creating real idol appeal. The teaser's reactions had been stellar. This might be our career high, I predicted as I replied to their group chat message, calculating our likely performance. A few days later, before the first music show pre-recording even began, I heard good news in the waiting room. 850,000 copies. Yeah, you guys are killing it. We'd already exceeded our previous album's first week sales by day 4. Extrapolating the trend, we'd almost certainly surpass 1 million in the first week. We're tier 1. We'd finally entered the top 4 or 5 among domestic boy groups. I think only Big Siegen grasped it fully at first, but everyone cheered. No way. Bold guess. Overseas sales must have surged. This concept is so traditional that it must have appealed to global K-pop fans. The album is amazing. Exactly why sales are through the roof. We got a bit carried away with collective self-talk, but we soon rallied. Let's nail our comeback stage and show them why the album's selling so well. Oh, excellent idea. I want to show our best. We were pumped just before stage filming. It was a great vibe. Oh, TSDR's doing something today. Let's go. That had almost become our unofficial slogan. We shouted it once more and headed onto the set. Wah! Familiar cheers echoed for the first time in ages. It felt like a music show pre-record. This album feels different. Park Mundy's home admin tried to stay calm, but the metrics were too good. What's with those overseas numbers? He celebrated wildly. And it wasn't just album sales. After TSDAR's US talk show appearance sparked overseas community buzz, Park Mundy's SNS follower count climbed faster than ever. After this comeback, the number of shares on his photos nearly doubled. Fans even subtitled our WeTube content in English, and fan-made English videos shot up in views. But most of all, the MV views exploded, 10 million in 26 hours. We weren't yet at the top domestic boy group level, but it was encouraging. Word of mouth kept viewership climbing. Teaser views rose in tandem. I knew it. Thinking of the Hengcha music video, the admin's heart leapt. It's truly the best. It was a shame the MV centered on Ryu Chong-woo instead of Mundy, but the video itself was outstanding. Chong-woo's about to rise big time, huh? There was no need to compare rankings now, but the admin still couldn't help thinking that way as he prepared fan chants. They're out soon. Every cheer stick bore long ribbons printed with the album cover motifs, parts for customizing the sticks, tacked on as pre-order perks. They looked like magic wands, lovely little accessories to match the song's unity. I love this so much. But as soon as Taystar emerged on stage, that admin's thoughts vanished. We wore suit-style outfits with hanbok elements in our collars and patterns, and on our wrists, necks, and ears hung those exact ribbons. Whoa, who's the stylist? I was so grateful. Fortunately, we had time. Instead of launching straight into performance, we greeted the audience lightly. Everyone, did you like the music video? Yay! Yes. Love it. Haha, great. Shall we each share our favorite part, starting with our very own Chong-woo? We bantered to kill time on stage. After a year, we were far smoother than our debut days. So cute. While murmuring warmly, the admin couldn't take his eyes off Park Mundy. Mundy's hair was as in the MV, long, black, subtly parted to frame his face. It's been so long since I've seen him with black hair. The admin, lost in nostalgia, from a Juice's showcase, swallowed all his hyperbole and waved his cheer stick as Mundy waved back. Mundy here. This black hair look took tons of thought, you know. Please give honest feedback. Love it. It's perfect. Unable to contain himself, the admin cheered loudest, echoed by voices all around. Mundy, expression serene like a Tibetan fox, cracked a small smile. Thank you. The best. The admin wept tears of joy, claiming that was why he loved coming to fan sites. But the real highlight hadn't begun. Then came the stage. Shall we start? Yep. Exchanging signals with the staff, Taystar ended our waves and took our positions. We crouched in a semicircle, arms hanging low. Against a backdrop of pines and crimson drapery, the stage commenced. Tang-ta-dang, tang-tang-tang, ta-da-dang. The intro, led by gongs and drum, wove in modern trap hip-hop structure alongside stylized traditional instrument sounds. At that moment, the choreography sprang to life, legs unfolding from the floor like four-legged beasts. In that uncanny movement, we formed a triangle. The intro ended, and Cha Eugene burst out. Even if you struggle, you can't escape. Today's grand procession draws near, arrives. I mark another stroke in the record. Now comes the grand procession, arrives. A rhythmic, groovy dance track distilling classic K-pop idol flavor, enhanced by traditional instruments for an exotic twist. Approaching. Without sound. Predator, sharp claw, clawing through the night. Pursuer, sure as fate. The interwoven vocal hooks were stellar. The deliberate contrast of razor-sharp rap lines enriched the song. And no matter the part, the choreography left no rest whatsoever. Shouldn't they let us breathe? Watching the bit where we all lie down then spring up in unison during Ah-hyun's section, the admin worried, but then forgot, too captivated to think of anything else. Swallowing the world, melting it with heat, the taste at the tongue's tip. At the arrow-shaped formation's apex stood Ryu Chong-woo. With the chorus, the tempo slowed, and a commanding, static choreography pressed down the atmosphere. Now he has appeared, warning upon warning, approaching fate-bound, slow but thrilling. At the drop, the instrumental exploded. The day finally arrives. Grand procession. Here, at last, today. Never get away from me, yeah? Park Mundy's high notes soared against Kim Rae-bin's low rap. Bow your head, you can't run. Watch closely now. Let the shivers follow. Lee Se-jin stepped forward from the periphery, nodding emphatically. A dance break unleashed. Grand procession. Because the beat carried a rich melody, even the sparse, single-word calls in the break stuck in your mind. But the most dazzling dance break stole the show. A formation shift like a colossal beast repositioning itself, matching the choir of Gaejeum and percussive snap for a truly surreal effect. This is insane. Fans had only glimpsed snippets of the MV's choreography. Experiencing the full stage from start to finish was a first for all of us. The force was overwhelming. And in the finale, we even pulled out vocal acrobatics. Stronger, louder, the steps of my arrival. As Mundy hit the ultra-high note in the bridge, we dove straight into the final dance break. Grand procession. Is Mundy even breathing? The admin wondered, awestruck and anxious. Could we sustain this live? The admin worried at the thought. Now I get why they recorded the title live. Let's keep going, he mouthed as the stage finale synchronized, formations winding back like a rewind, ending in a disciplined ranks instead of the beast-like opening. In the center, Chong-woo nodded once to the Taepyeongso's final cry, and the stage concluded. So freaking perfect. Well, why? This was the first time Taestar had led a comeback with a pure performance track as the title. Fans erupted in applause. Phew, thank you. Even in the retake, despite minor overrun, our focus didn't waver. Chong-woo, with his exceptional stamina handling both chorus entries and the finale, looked especially stable. Now I understand why he got center. Since Mundy's part was strong, the admin nodded without bitterness. Please go home safely. Make sure you have a good breakfast. After 3 takes, we wrapped. We cut our exit short for the next team, but it was enough, because the performance was that good. This feels amazing. Hoping we could keep this momentum, the admin bit into the snack candy we got, sweet as honey. Here's to only sweet days ahead for our Mundy. I had a premonition. No more honey days. When I heard Gold One's title track chorus, he'd asked, what does it sound like? I knew. Their song was way better than expected. 156 chapter. Since acquiring the grabbing ear trait, which amplifies my ability to spot good songs, I think I've almost never failed at selecting tracks. Speaking of which, the chorus of the song that Golden Age sent as their title track for this round was really good. I'm not talking about completeness or artistic merit. I mean, it's the kind of song that sticks in your head the first time you hear it. It was extreme mass appeal. Damn. Of course, there's still no chance that Taestar will lose in terms of performance. But the problem is that some idiots are bound to start spouting nonsense. I can't allow that right now. First of all, The current atmosphere around TSDR's new album, Choco Gapsa, is like this. First, on the country's most famous music criticism site, it snagged a critic rating of 4 stars. It was the first idol released this year to earn 4 stars. Equals. The aesthetics of balance. To achieve harmony, elements must differ. From the jangdan of Moombahton to the breaths of synth pop, various flavors are woven together using traditional instruments, culminating in the title track, Hengcha, as a formal banquet. In an era dominated by singles and minis, the boldness of attempting consecutive full-length albums within less than 6 months is well supported by solid reasoning. Equals. The only criticism tacked on afterward was that the craftsmanship is obsessive and the title track structure is conventional. Critics lavished more praise than I'd imagined. Naturally, it bolsters the group's stature. Moreover, overseas reactions have been clear. With strong results in music video views, album sales, and global streaming sites, overseas love calls are already pouring in. They've already booked performance slots on a semi-major English-language talk show and a Japanese morning broadcast next week. Even though it's an intensely performance-driven song, far from easy listening, the domestic streaming numbers were solid too. We're at 4th place right now. Word from the company is that official fandom signups are accelerating compared to the last album, so they're reaping those benefits handsomely. Putting all these indicators together, this comeback is a golden opportunity to nail both commercial success and artistic credibility, launching them firmly into the top tier. In short, it's the moment their insane golden age is about to swing wide open. But here comes Golden Age, the Gold One group, dropping at the same time and sticking to TSDR's heels. Imagine if they brought out a song that's disgustingly good. People will definitely start saying Golden Age's song is better, but Taystar won because of fan power. In other words, the hype in fans and the public's minds will deflate. I can already see the risk that TSDR's image, just on the brink of being the all-around powerhouse group, could shrink to the big fandom boy idol group. They're about to break into the top tier, and I don't want anything to trip them up now. We need to go on a massive tour. To avoid a sudden status effect death, TSDR's momentum mustn't falter before the next comeback. I need to keep public opinion continually rating this album highly. I pondered for a moment, then reached a quick conclusion. The answer is national pride. I need to proudly showcase what Taystar shares with the domestic audience, but only to the point that it doesn't feel forced or overdone. I let out a short sigh and finally replied to Golden Age's message, though many others had already responded. Nice, easy-to-listen-to song. Congrats, Hyung. I kept it clean and straightforward, so their company couldn't twist it for publicity. Golden Age was simply grateful. Hi, Eljun. Hyung, thanks, guys. Hi, Eljun. Hyung, hope the reaction's good. I'll work hard. Golden Age seemed a bit uneasy, chatted for a few lines, then wrapped up with a joke. Hi, Eljun. Hyung, when we meet on music shows next week, could you sign my CD? My younger brother's gonna kill me. But an hour or two later, the group chat buzzed again. Hi, Eljun. Hyung, hey guys. I'm really sorry, but could I quote that you praised the song if I'm asked in interviews this week? Hi, Eljun. Hyung, they keep asking provocative questions. It's scary. Hi, Eljun. Hyung, and the gap between Godstar and our weight class is huge, so I'm shaking, save me. Ugh, that can't happen. Even if he's sincere, I have no idea how their company might exploit it. It'd be too easy to spin it as Golden Age's new song, praised by rival Taystar. Before anyone else could reply, I shot back quickly. Is that okay? Hyung, I'm worried their company might frame it as leaking the title to another group through Ajusa connections. Immediately, a private message popped up. Big Sejin, he good. So he was deliberately holding back a reply. And without needing Big Sejin's cue, panicked Golden Age's answer came right away. Hi, Eljun. Hyung, wow. That could happen. Thanks, Mundy. That company's crazy, almost sold me out. He was right. They really aren't ordinary guys. Golden Age probably never felt threatened by Taystar due to the weight class gap, but they clearly trust their company. I envy them. It really shows a contrast with this place. Suppressing a sigh, I called the company. I need to request the exact dates. Just checking everything one by one is the only way to avoid getting stabbed in the back by the company. The week after Park Mundy confirmed Golden Age's title track, a major YouTube channel posted a reaction video. They were famous for creating unique scenarios to elicit fun reactions, and celebrities had been appearing frequently. But it was the first time people from this field had appeared. Traditional musicians react to the latest K-pop, feat. Taestar, NAY. Each performer filmed their segment individually. Then the cuts were edited together. Hello, I'm traditional vocal musician Baek Joo-bin. Last year, I held a Gaegeum solo recital at the National Gugak Center. My most recent performance was Hyoyama. The video briefly introduced each artist's background with B-roll, then began a simple Q&A. NAY, do you listen to K-pop? Pretty much know the famous ones. No. Yes. I like it. Their reactions varied, but the video highlighted this comment. It's quite different from the music I usually perform. Then the producers opened a laptop and played a music video teaser for the musicians. NAY, we're going to show you a K-pop music video that's trending right now. Should I just watch? 1, 10, 100, 1,000. This is in the tens of millions. Wow. 3, 2, 1. I'm clicking it. Click. Soon a small ink via LGT only. On ink via LGT, screen displayed the teaser. It was Taestar's new song teaser. Oh, this. From the moment Seon Ah-hyun's solo started, the traditional musicians began laughing. So that's why you showed us. It's a Gaegeum. Of course, aside from the main instrument, everything else was pure K-pop, but the musicians found it quite entertaining. They used it so cleverly, and they mixed in movements from Taepyeongmu. Wow, he's really handsome. I wish someone like him had come to our side. But when Cha Eugene's solo followed, their reactions grew even stronger. It's not over yet? Oh, this one's cool too. The Kwangwari suits it perfectly. Wait, how long is this video? Hold on. NAY, keep watching. Laughs. The musicians were shown the first verses of each member's solo, complete with overflowing production value. Oh, what began as polite curiosity evolved into full immersion. When the traditional instruments layered together to build the title, their reactions peaked. Wow, so that was all part of it. How did they come up with this? These instruments aren't usually used together. It's so fresh. NAY, they said the group had direct input when composing. Amazing, really. And when Ryu Chongwoo appeared, they even got drawn into the story. Is he a yokai? Earlier, there was a yokai in the book. I get it. Look, this guy is a nine-tailed fox. Really? Then maybe the one in front is Chuyong? That seems right. At that point, the producers dropped a bombshell. NAY, how about asking them directly? What? From off-screen, Taestar's members appeared. Park Mundi, hello? I'm Park Mundi of Taestar. Cha Eugene, greetings. I'm Cha Eugene of Taestar. Oh my goodness. Each member appeared one or two at a time beside the musicians, creating shocked, yet heartwarming moments. I really enjoyed watching this. Totally, they're geniuses. Awesome. They're even more handsome in person. Excuse me, are your eyes really uncomfortable? Bae Sejin. Oh no, I'm a former child actor. Oh, I'm so sorry. Your eye covering acted so realistic. Their raw, embarrassed reactions were endearing and hilarious. At the end, it turned slightly emotional and sincere. Actually, when we keep doing this work, we sometimes feel distanced from the public. Thank you for showing such fantastic fusion. Park Mundi. On the contrary, we learned how amazing traditional instruments can sound thanks to you. Thank you so much. Let's keep supporting each other. Cha Eugene. Sounds good. Let's hug. And to keep the mood from getting too heavy, they slipped in a bit of comedy at the end. Cha Eugene. By the way, I'm actually American. I love Kwangwari. The musicians looked completely bewildered. That's nice. Even foreigners like it. The video ended there. As expected, upon upload it quickly racked up tens and hundreds of millions of views, landing on the domestic trending list. And it wasn't just that video. On a dance-focused YouTube channel, Taestar performed in Hanbok, and in previews for terrestrial variety shows they appeared playing their respective traditional instruments. They were highlighting the album's appeal elements in a fitting but not overdone way. After carefully laying the groundwork with it, Taestar introduces Korean traditional music nuance. The agency began flooding portal headlines with Taestar's overseas schedule news, just as Golden Age's first week activities were barely getting started. The strategy succeeded. Of course, this level of exposure still wouldn't place them as a symbolic group representing Korea. VTIC holds that position. But not everything went according to plan. TSDAR's first overseas scheduled shoot for this comeback. Backstage, which would normally be busy with checks, was a chaotic mess of urgency and worry. Kim Ray-bin, you okay? I don't know. Kim Ray-bin, his face ashen, reached toward his right foot, then pulled his hand back immediately. He was clearly in pain. Don't touch it, Ray-bin. Is there a kit? I'll check it. The staff hurriedly removed his shoe and examined the injury. His foot was swollen noticeably, with blood running down the instep. Damn, I nearly bit my tongue. 157 chapter. Kim Ray-bin's injury happened during the second recording session after the stage rehearsal. He was executing a difficult group move in Seon Ah-hyun's part. Lying at the very edge of the set, got up and stretched out his foot, and it struck the set structure. The stage turned out to be smaller than expected, which caused the accident. It was even smaller than they warned us. No matter how small the stage set prepared for the English-language talk show side segments was for a mass choreography, we had already reduced our choreography paths to fit it. It's not like Kim Ray-bin's path went off course. In other words, that bastard must have been misinformed, and as a result, the kid's foot got wrecked. Fuck. No, I shouldn't decide it's wrecked so quickly. Just because it bled from the contusion doesn't mean it's a deep wound. Ray-bin, can you move your foot? Don't actually move it. Just tell me what it feels like. I can, but it hurts a lot. We'll stop the bleeding first. After first aid, Kim Ray-bin was loaded into an ambulance and taken to the hospital. The rest of the members, after quickly wrapping up the situation, were able to move to the hospital as well. In any case, there was no way to continue recording the stage. It was impossible, so the first recording was half-forced into the broadcast. And then the briefing concluded immediately. 2 weeks. That's the minimum. No dancing. Only if you wear a brace and stay still. The company rep, exiting Kim Ray-bin's hospital room with an interpreter, explained briskly. The diagnosis was ligament damage and a cracked bone plus torn skin. We avoided the worst. If it had been a fracture or a rupture, he'd have been off stage for months. Of course, things still weren't good. They said for intense moves like the Hangcha choreography, we need to wait a month, monitor progress, and then discuss. To have Kim Ray-bin unable to perform choreography for the entire comeback, right when activities are in full swing, was a disastrous blow. It was the worst possible bad luck for the song with the greatest performance focus. Is there some curse on America or something? It stopped being funny that we kept taking turns ending up in the hospital since last time. I closed my mouth, and Ryu Chong-woo cautiously asked the company rep, was there any mention of after effects? No, it doesn't seem to be at that level. Phew. I saw Ryu Chong-woo breathe a sigh of relief. The others barely relaxed too. Cha Eugene even looked on the verge of tears. See, can we go in and see him now? Yes. The doctor just left. It felt ridiculous to have followed him to the hospital and not even see his face before moving on. We opened the hospital room door and went in. Ray-bin. Kim Ray-bin was sitting on the bed with a stunned expression. His injured foot was immobilized and raised. As soon as he turned toward us, Big Sejin spoke up quickly. Ray-bin, is the pain in your foot okay? Yes, but that stage was. Don't worry about it. I just talked to them. They said if you hold out for 2 weeks, you can perform again. It's nothing. Even at Big Sejin's reassurance, Kim Ray-bin seemed to sense the seriousness of the situation. It's not that he lacks social awareness. He knows what's going on. He just didn't expect it to be this bad. Kim Ray-bin's voice trembled and tears began to fall like beads. I'm sorry if I missed these 2 weeks. Hey, what are you talking about? 2 weeks will fly by. We already did the comeback stage. What's there to worry about? Sejin's right, Ray-bin. It's not your fault. Just focus on healing. Okay. Yes. SSNRK. Kim Ray-bin sniffled, trying to hold back tears. I stifled a sigh and pulled a tissue from the table, handing it to him. I didn't feel great. Don't think about anything else. Just rest. Rest, dummy. Since he'd rather stay in the hospital for 2 days than be alone in a hotel in America, the members closed the visit to Kim Ray-bin's hospital room with loud, cheery noises and left. Only then did reality sink back in. We need to divide up Ray-bin's parts, right? Obviously. Ryu Chong-woo crossed his arms with a wry smile. We need to relearn the choreography paths from scratch. Well, since the jet lag is keeping me awake anyway, might as well do it. Bae Sejin's face went pale, but he said nothing. He probably felt sorry complaining about more choreography practice when a guy's foot was injured. That was a huge step forward compared to Ajusa. We're all going to be tired. Kim Rae-bin mentally exhausted. The rest of us physically exhausted. Honestly, I felt like leaking to the media, here or back home, that the crappy communication from the talk show caused the accident. Just out of spite. But I can't do that recklessly. This was their first appearance on an English-language talk show without removing the game collaboration segment. We had to avoid noise as much as possible. Still, it pissed me off. What a burden this was. Maybe we should boycott more. I couldn't even gauge how much popularity it would take for a talk show boycott to hurt them. I sighed and banished distracting thoughts. Let's just practice. Here we are, in another country, facing practice hell again. While Taestar was retooling their performance around the injury issue. In Korea, Golden Age, whom Park Mundi calls Gold One, and Ha Il-jun's group's new song was quietly spreading by word of mouth among the idol community. My heart started racing the moment I heard the chorus. This can't become an underrated hidden gem later. Let's go LOL. It stuck in my head, going on the band from Sunyoung song playlist, location, inside my brain. What's funny is that these so-called K-pop listener netizens wanted to push Golden Age's NVLG continue reading, new song. Because Golden Age, still the underdog, had the image of struggling thanks to Choi Won-gil and Gold One. And since the song was so good, boosting its rankings felt like a form of justice. Of course, it was mostly idle chatter, but Golden Age's agency seized the moment, lining up YouTube promotions and various SNS virals. They sensibly carried out this exposure work in an unforced way and ultimately succeeded. Golden Age High Goody Challenge. On a short video platform, a simple dance to the song caught on. As a result, Golden Age's track rapidly climbed back up the charts. Crazy it's 26th now. Insane. Keep blowing up, congrats, congrats. They crammed virals everywhere. Made a comeback spin, congrats. Burning with jealousy. That must be a fan. Moreover, TSDR's fandom, who would normally try to curb this public sentiment, was in utter chaos. What about Kim Rae-bin's foot? Fuck this company that pushed us without revising choreography. Right before the overseas stage, of all times. So sad, so worried, spent the whole morning like a ghost. I'm worried our baby rabbit Rae-bin is blaming himself. Please, just focus on your foot healing. Hashtag get well soon Rae-bin. Isn't it weird when I got injured when no one else did? Suspicious he's been distracted by dating. Isn't Cha Eugene alone enough to cover Rae-bin's verses? No idea why they gave lines to non-rapper Big Sejin. It was all because of Kim Rae-bin's injury news. TSDR's fans were too busy worrying about the injury, missing the full lineup on stage, and fielding trolls. Actually, from their perspective, curbing Golden Age wasn't even strictly necessary. Golden Age's belated chart resurgence still failed to break into the top ranks due to the inherent limit of being a rookie boy group. And TSDR's album, with its distinctly Korean color, was riding an incredible wave of acclaim. TSDR's fans were simply annoyed by the occasional idiots saying Golden Age's song is better. In any comparison, the difference in tier was obvious to anyone. However, for someone stuck in a hospital room and hotel for 2 weeks, staring at a smartphone, this situation felt profoundly meaningful. Congrats on ditching the cast. Rae-bin, you did great. No, I'm just sorry for the trouble I caused. With a lighter protective boot on his foot, Kim Rae-bin spoke bravely and bowed his head. He had just been granted permission by the doctor to return to the stage without choreography. Nah, it wasn't trouble, it's reassuring to have you back. Exactly. Thank you. The members gave Kim Rae-bin some comfort and scattered back to their hotel rooms. They needed to sleep and then revise the choreography to include Kim Rae-bin again. I nodded. This is your room. Yes. While Kim Rae-bin went for his checkup, I snagged the room. It's not a long stay anyway. The Japan schedule wasn't long. I booked the visit until Kim Rae-bin returned, then went to shower. I'll shower first. Yes. After a few days' break, discipline was tight. I shook my head, quickly finished the shower, and came out. Kim Rae-bin, tense as ever, looked me in the eye. He seemed about to drop a bombshell. Did the injury get worse? Afraid he'd say the practice hiatus must be longer, I remained silent until Kim Rae-bin finally struggled to speak. Hyung, what is it? Do you think? Golden Age's new song is a masterpiece that suits everyone's tastes more than the songs I worked on. Where did that come from out of nowhere? I stared in disbelief as Kim Rae-bin squeezed his eyes shut and rushed out his words. My contribution to the performance is obviously lacking right now, but if my involvement is also a negative factor on the streaming side, I'll refrain from composing and arranging going forward. Wait, what are you talking about? I cut him off before it veered into nonsense. What kind of bullshit is this about releasing a good album? Of course, having a self-producing member was a double-edged sword. If he's good, synergy. If not, internal strife. It'd be easy to frame a poor streaming performance as due to the self-producing member's arrogance and incompetence. But Kim Rae-bin has never failed. Golden Age didn't launch as a top 1 contender, and Kim Rae-bin's form hadn't dropped. So where did this out-of-nowhere doubt come from? I asked as calmly as possible. Why did you suddenly think this way? Well, while monitoring reactions to the song, I accidentally saw Golden Age's new song video due to the algorithm, and I noticed a lot of highly recommended comments. Show me. Let me see. Yes. I had Kim Rae-bin send me the video link and checked it. Golden Age _high goody comment compilation. So it was a comment reaction video. It was a clip that compiled the best comments about the song alongside the stage video. When public opinion is favorable, you only select positive, entertaining comments. Naturally, it was full of praise for Golden Age's song. And inevitably, there were countless comparisons to whoever was strongest at the moment. I tuned into the music show for Taystar, but ended up humming High Goody. I don't listen to noisy, brash boy group songs, but I listen to High Goody. Song of the Year. If you looked at the comments on this reaction video itself, you'd see even more blatant comparisons. They were saying things like, honestly, Golden Age's song was more pleasant to listen to. As if that were the mainstream consensus based on this one video. I tore my eyes away from the phone screen. Kim Rae-bin muttered. Because of that, I wanted to ask for your objective and cold evaluation. Unbelievable. Is this guilt? Kim Rae-bin wasn't the type to lose confidence in his abilities so easily. Probably because he can't perform on stage with a broken foot, the pressure to excel elsewhere had intensified. So he kept checking out comparisons between the concurrently released group's song and his own title track, until he ended up thinking this. I sat down on the edge of the bed across from Kim Rae-bin, and I chose my words. 158 chapter. First, since you brought up the top-rated comments, let's talk numbers. Alright, let's look objectively. Right now, Haengcha is ranking higher on the charts than that song. Isn't that the cold, hard measure of public opinion? But Kim Rae-bin wasn't convinced. That's just a sampling bias from difference in name recognition. We need evaluations made after people with no personal attachment listen to both songs first. So he really wants my verdict. I sighed and answered slowly. Fine. I get it. To me, Haengcha is the better song. Oh, really? But you're right that their song is more mainstream. It's easier and more comfortable to listen to. Kim Rae-bin curled his fingers into fists on his lap. I continued, but that's because our goals were different. We made our song with performance as priority. But I'm just saying there's no need to compare for no reason. There's never a song that's perfect in every way. Objective comparison is hard. Timing, taste, and luck all matter. Yes, Kim Rae-bin still looked deflated, but he at least nodded, showing he understood. I let out a small laugh, feeling uneasy about it. Yes. Kim Rae-bin hesitated, then added, I often hear I'm not great at socializing or suited for communal life. Oh boy. So I thought, if my contributions on the production side are lacking, wouldn't it be better to develop some other skill that helps the group? It seemed he needed the assurance that, even if he can't perform, his circle asterisk operator NVLIOTA circle asterisk operator, read the full story, work still contributes to the album. So that plan I mentioned earlier might be the best. But before I told him, I needed to correct something from earlier. First, I don't feel you're especially bad at socializing. Well, I've often heard I can't read the room. Right. He probably heard that a lot in his life. But he isn't stubborn or malicious, so there's no problem working together. See? In Taystar, has any member ever gotten mad at you? No. See? It's not an issue, so don't worry. I see. Kim Rabin's expression brightened a bit. And about production, HM. Wait a moment. I turned on my phone and pulled up the metadata on Golden Age's new track. The songwriting credits. See the composers and arrangers here? Yes. I read out what I'd noted earlier. The composer is an outside freelancer, but the arrangers aren't that composer's team. They're in Golden Age's company. Yes. You get what that means? That modern song production involves multiple stages and collaborative work, so taking responsibility solely on yourself is egotistical. An outlandish answer popped out. No, what I mean is you can do a direct comparison. I tapped the composer's name on the screen. Actually, I got some tracks from this composer. Oh, when and how did you do that? Not long ago. Well, it bugged me that Golden Age's company contacted them early, so at the start of our comeback, I also reached out and got a few tracks. They were candidates for our repackaged album, coming soon after this promotion cycle. Since Golden Age did well with this song, they'll definitely go back to the same composer next time, and the company will do their usual in-house arrangements. You don't mean? I do. He caught on. If you arrange one of the composer's tracks yourself, you'll get the direct comparison you want. That'll show who arranges this mainstream composer's work better. From listening to all the composer's demos, I'd formed my conclusion. The melodies stick well, but the structure's weak. In other words, the overall polish is lacking and it relies a lot on arrangement. Kim Rabin, who'd been imagining wild scenarios, snapped back to reality and said, "But if we do that, it becomes too head-to-head a battle and could hurt both sides." Oh ho, he'd thought that far. I let out a small laugh. It was actually kind of commendable. As he said, if the frame's wrong it could backfire on Taystar. Or Golden Age's label might spin it as Taystar poached Golden Age's composer, swaying public opinion. But that'd be hard to pull off. It's fine. It won't be a showdown. We won't be the only ones using that composer's tracks. I close my phone. Tix Unit and Senior Youngren will also use that composer on their next albums. Exactly. If you keep it to yourself, it'll choke you. You need partners in crime. Glad I got Youngren's number during that Doppelganger variety show. Though it felt a bit off, it was better to have her aboard and prevent shenanigans. Anyway, they both agreed without fuss. Oh, this sounds fun. Great idea, happy face. Thanks for the composer intro. This'll really kick our new album into gear. With top-tier acts of different labels and images working with the composer, it'd be hard to tie the composer exclusively to Golden Age. The composer's profile will just rise. And as Youngren advised, Golden Age's label didn't buy off the composer. It's a rather ethical move. Shows that grabbing and holding on to someone's work without permission is a bad idea. They're reaping what they sowed. I cross my arms with a smile. By year-end, each of us will drop around 4 tracks arranged by the same composer. That'll be the real showdown. Kim Rabin swallowed. You still want to do it? Yes. Good. Now that the plan's set, his enthusiasm returned. His eyes shone with determination. Of course, you don't have to pick that composer's track as your title song. It's just a candidate. Talk with the members and choose the one that's most popular. Understood. I nodded. All right. Now go to sleep. Kim Rabin looked baffled by the sudden end. I continued in silence. If you sleep now, you'll only get an hour and a half. Sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your bedtime. It's fine. Just sleep. After coaxing him, I switched off the lights. I needed to wake up before dawn to practice a Japanese stage, incorporating an injured Kim Rabin. Maybe I should strap him onto a tiger plushie. Hoping the company or members would come up with something useful, I drifted off. It was 3 days before the Japanese broadcast recording. On an August weekday morning, when any student would have summer vacation. A high schooler, lounging in the air-conditioned room and idly browsing YouTube, noticed a music video still in the trending list. Taystar Hengcha, present, official MV. In fact, the boy had already watched the video, entirely because of the teaser. His older sister had gently nagged him that the May champion, from my producer, Park Mundy's finale track, was in there. Hey, check this out. What is it? Leave me alone. When are you giving me that $100? I'll knock off 10, just watch it. Park Mundy's song is in the vid. It's going viral like crazy, hella views now. Watch it, come on. So the boy finally watched the teaser, intrigued by its epic scale. His sister's promotional efforts had succeeded, but he adamantly denied being a fan. I only watched it to see if they rearranged it. And honestly, the quality is solid. Like a giant drama trailer for Net Plus, it's gotta be fun. By his standards, the MV was even more thrilling than the teaser. The pace was insane. He struggled for a moment, then clicked play on the music video. It's not like I'm not going to rewatch it anyway. Fortunately, it started immediately with no ads. Choco Gapsa, Chunun, step forward and await orders. The MV followed Ryu Chong-woo, ordered by the king to hunt the most harmful monster, as he carried the chronicle of yokai around Joseon in search of yokai. Each member, disguised as a yokai, either gave clues about the most harmful monster or got defeated. Finally, the day has come. Hengcha, at last, here today. Every time the chorus hit, dynamic performance cuts and story scenes collided, creating an exhilarating surge. With choreography interspersed throughout, raising the mood further, Chong-woo finally encountered Kim Rae-bin in a cave. Using lanterns scattered around the cavern, Kim Rae-bin tried to identify the most harmful monster. As his solo part played, the story cut showed Rae-bin singing directly to camera, giving an uncanny sensation. Inside the cave, lanterns glowed in neon sign colors, like warning lights. Now, you have appeared. Warning, warning again. Approaching with intent. Slow yet thrilling. The flickering lanterns cast strange patterns as the camera spun around to reveal Chong-woo. The song cut out. A brief past cut scene of screams and running flashed up. A quadrupedal beast appeared. The flash so quick its form was unclear, but at sunrise it transformed into a child. Overlaying that, current Chong-woo in the cave repeated on screen. He realized the most harmful monster was himself. Then the song exploded again. Even if you bow your head, you can't escape. Watch closely now. A chill follows. For several tens of seconds, including the final dance break, climax choreography cuts pounded without story. Only as the song's climax ended did story scenes return. In the dark night, Chong-woo turned from the camera and vanished into the forest. With the Taepyeongso's call, the song ended. Hengcha. Then the ending credits rolled, set to unfamiliar background music. Late at night, lying down, quietly thinking, perhaps, from the start, you were never really me. It was a breakup song. On its own, it sounded like a love song, but after the story, it felt deeply meaningful. It was Chong-woo's solo, Truth. Fans and YouTubers dissected every frame of the MV and teaser hunting for clues, but the high schooler didn't know or care about that. He simply marveled. They even included a post-credits scene. Sure enough, after the credits another clip played. It showed the king, only his legs visible, who'd solemnly commanded Chong-woo in the first MV scene. Fooled you. It was Big Sejin, fox ears perched on his head. Laughing, he crushed his massive tail accessory and flopped across the throne. Thus the cookie scene ended. Fans, thrilled and charmed by the surprise, were buzzing. But the boy just licked his lips. Why doesn't Net Plus make this stuff? Though he thought an actual actor would do better, he found no flaws or awkwardness in the video. They're good. At last he acknowledged it and tried to exit the video, but YouTube was lagging and the back button didn't work. Ugh, seriously. Frustrated, he mashed back until the URL flew by, accidentally loading one of his sister's usually hidden pages. What's this? On the blue SNS page was a gif of Park Mundy looking back in a classroom. Behind-the-scenes shot from Magic Boy MV 1, Park Mundy. Enhanced GIF. Hashtag Park Mundy, hashtag Blonde Mundy, hashtag Gold Mundy, hashtag Magic Boy. In front of a vivid purple red yellow sky, dark-haired Park Mundy in a white summer uniform turned, his hair instantly going blonde. A killer GIF. His profile tagline read, Blood Alliance, sworn to love only Gold Mundy. Same guy, same face. The boy grumbled, but secretly decided he preferred the dark hair over the distracting blonde. Is this even a music video? It's freaking surreal. Scoffing, he searched YouTube for Taystar. But before the Magic Boy MV, something else caught his eye, just uploaded yesterday. Taystar Hengcha Japanese broadcast cut. The thumbnail showed a Japanese comedian with his mouth agape. Oh, I can't miss this. Chasing the national pride vibe, the boy clicked it with a snicker. 159 chapter. The Japanese show featuring Taestar was a morning program, and the on-screen clock read about 7:41. So there is truly a K-pop level that even appears on something like a Seichi, the high schooler grumbled, but since he'd already clicked play, he decided to watch. Someone, probably a fan, had added Korean subtitles. A super mega K-pop group has visited Korea's national idols, Taestar. Quickly, Taestar's career highlights and achievements flashed by on screen, intercut with music video clips and award footage. Their new album has sold over 1.1 million copies. Could it be the charm of 7 very different members formed through a survival audition? We asked Hallyu fans in Shinokubo. Short vox pops with K-pop fans on the streets around Koreatown followed. They're definitely the hottest right now. My bias is Mundi. He's the puppy who sings well. Everyone's bias is different. Their hard work is so moving, and they're really cute. Oh, they're pretty popular in Japan, too. The high schoolers' expression softened. With a flash of graphics, they finally announced Taestar's entrance. Korea's super mega idols. Now appearing in the studio. Dun dun dun. With a bold wipe effect, Taestar walked in against a pastel-toned set, the applause of 4 or 5 panelists behind them. They wore navy suits accented with traditional ornaments, handsome and sharp. Look at those legs, the boy thought, living vicariously through them, while Taestar, calm and smiling, bowed politely. Hello, take your star. We are Taestar. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves Inc. via LGHT one by one. Yes. Knowing time was limited, each member slipped in a touch of Japanese or English along with a defining trait. Hello, I'm Taestar's leader, Ryu Chong-woo. I used to be on the national archery team. Whoa, really? Yes, I was a gold medalist. He smiled and passed the mic on without hesitation, earning an extra enthusiastic reaction. So cool. Dangerous. That must be his charm point. The subtitler even rendered the panel's murmurs in tiny colored text. Things like handsome, cute, whenever a member smirked. I'm Bae Sejin. I started as a child actor, and the true tsundere. Bae Sejin had nearly wrapped up awkwardly when Big Sejin jumped in. Tsundere? Aishjin's interruption, at Bae Sejin's stunned expression, pulled laughter from everyone. Then Aishjin continued his intro. My name is Lee Sejin. Same as this tsundere Hyung here, so they call me Big Sejin. Big means large in Korean yep. I'm in charge of dance. Thanks to trainee training, his Japanese was fluent. Hello, I'm Seon. I majored in dance. Thank you. I'm Park Mundi. You can imagine me as either the singing puppy or the Tibetan fox, your choice. Hello guys, I'm Eugene. Please remember me. Thanks. And so it went. Until it was Kim Raebin's turn at the end. This time, a panelist asked, having noticed the decorative piece on his leg was actually a brace. Is your leg uncomfortable? Yes, but it doesn't interfere with showing you our stage. The interpreter translated his smart reply, and the panel nodded appreciatively, remarking on his confidence. But that choreography was brutal. How are they going to handle it? The boy watched, skeptical. Taestar's performance coming up next. Where an ad break would normally be, they cut straight to the stage. On a cleared platform, lights rotated and Japanese captions appeared. No matter how you struggle, you cannot escape. Today arrives. The procession, it begins. To strike one more line in the records. Now arrives the procession, it begins. Fits so damn well, thought the boy. Because they'd practiced without Kim Raebin, the choreography was smooth. And the opening, with Cha Eugene's fired-up energy at full ensemble, was gripping. The static camera exposed every detail of their dynamic performance. The high schooler fell silent, utterly absorbed. Hengsha, but he isn't on stage? The injured member didn't appear through the first verse. The boy furrowed his brow, then dismissed it. Looks like the lead is doubling all the chorus parts. Damn, my ears are insane. Busy as he was watching, he'd never seen the full Hengsha performance before. He watched verse 1 and the verse 2 intro in a daze. Then, just before the final pre-chorus, from the back, he caught sight of Kim Raebin walking in slow motion. What's he planning? Just as the moment might have cooled off, the formation subtly shifted, then swept aside like a receding tide, lifting Kim Raebin aloft. With fierce eyes, Rabin mounted the backs and arms of the other members like a palanquin and began his part. Someone arriving at an empty night, smashing and tearing down the doorknob. Tang, tang, tang. The rolling, bouncing sound. Simultaneously, the formation changed again. Now you have appeared. Warning, warning again. Approaching with intent. Slow yet thrilling. Using arms. Connected to the floor and torso, Kim Rabin slid forward in a landing-like motion, using his arms to spring upright. Then he stood at center front and glared into the camera. Fuck, exclaimed the high schooler, but Rabin didn't skip a beat of his rap. He just kept going until the next part came. The boy realized Taystar had snipped out redundant sections, then given the entire latter half chunk to Kim Rabin. What boldness! With the rap-heavy focus, Rabin's presence was terrifying. Though he walked forward without choreography, the surrounding members moved like extensions of him, making it feel choreographed. Then, as if channeling that momentum, Park Mundi's vocals soared at the song's final climax. This is it. The last dance break pounded through. After dazzling moves so lavish that Kim Rabin disappeared from view when he stepped back, Taystar deliberately pulled the formation back. Then they rejoined for the ending shot. Hangchup, damn, that was slick. The boy thumped his desk, and the camera cut to close-ups of the panelists, each with eyes wide open. Hey, that frame makes a great thumbnail. The high schooler chuckled. On screen, Taystar rose, straightened their outfits, then smiled at the camera. Thank you. This was TSDR's Hengcha. The video ended there, and the high schooler was certain. They absolutely killed it. He understood why the view count was so high. Just watching swelled him with national pride. He even checked the comments. Fans and Koreans were just as enthralled. Just get a taste of Taystar, not too much. There's no room for us either, boo-hoo. Must have been eye-opening. We know, LOL. It's a way sending them to Japan. Label, focus more on the US. Our K-pop idols were proud, happy face. Wait, is Taystar really up for a morning show? Great for foreign exchange, but let's keep our pride. Morning shows have far higher status in Japan than in Korea. Ratings are strong. Taystar is a hit, LOL. Oh, got it, THX. Oh, turns out it was a pretty big show. The boy shrugged. What else fun is there? Energized, he scrolled related videos. Countless reactions to TSDR's Japanese response. Japanese broadcasters speechless at TSDR's traditional stage. Japanese show goes crazy for TSDR's performance. All the national pride channels are hyped. The boy, who normally found this embarrassing, clicked one anyway, just for fun. Meanwhile, Park Mundi himself was monitoring too. I spilled my milk because TSDR's stage was so amazing. I couldn't believe it. Who is this kid? Who? Truly an angel. Photo of Sean Ah-hyun snapped from TV. Ballet major, huh? I thought his moves were elegant. Beautiful face, angelic gestures, asterisk omega. Another Korean idol on a morning show, dance level, is incredible. Someone tell me the injured member's name. Scary handsome face, great. Voice, sweet personality. What anime character is this WW? Those Seijin dudes worry me. Their personalities are polar opposites. An Oriental-style track, mighty powerful. He looks like a Nico-chan, but why the Tibetan fox nickname? Makes no sense to me. Korean WWW. Photo of Park Mundi. They must cherry-pick the good ones. The boy thought maybe it was a bit skewed. He tossed down his room service and sped through the video. All this could have been text, he grumbled. But I'm already busy learning English. No way I'll do Japanese too. Mastering just greetings and basic phrases in 2 weeks was utterly thanks to his trait. He shrugged, then roughly summarized what he'd collected from fan SNS and YouTube channels. Sean Ah-hyun's response was great. Kim Rabin got quite a bit of attention at the back center, and the rest were fine overall. I got mentioned way more than I expected. Not sure why he clicked with people, but they seemed to like his quirky vibe. No idea. Anyway, the overall reaction was very positive. Of course, a big echo means there'll be some backlash. Japanese net right-wingers going crazy over TSDR's popularity. This video illustrated it. Who are Taystar? W never heard of them. Must be for Korean Japanese only. Another anti-Japanese group? If you want Japanese money so badly, show proper attitude. They all had plastic surgery too. A Korean-style concept. How far does the Korean government's cultural policy extend? All flash. but the song's just noisy crap www. Below, the uploader mocked these points with counter-evidence. Typical. Seems they gathered every bit of crap Japanese chatter about any K-pop group with even a hint of fame. Guess it must be popular. The boy shrugged and stopped monitoring. Sure enough, a few days later the company had news. They're airing it in Japan, official broadcast. Yeah, they said your ratings were so good the station bought it. It was the Japanese premiere of Relisting. Idol Corporation. Hope it goes okay. The content's so edgy it might work in Japan, but who knows if a concluded survival show will draw viewers. Man, that brings back memories. Why yeah, tough, but worth it. Some members, recalling Ajusa's broadcast, shared their thoughts. Since they won and debuted, it had become something of a nostalgic myth, like reminiscing about a hard exam prep. Not all of them, though. It should have been scrapped. That was Bay Seijin. Anyway, the Ajusa news didn't end there. Oh, by the way, did you know they're doing a new season of Idol Corporation? What? Really? They're definitely doing it. Is that so? The manager casually dropped the line. So, they want you to appear once more. 160 chapter. Appearing on an audition program as a former season champion is kind of a given, especially since Taestar is indisputably living proof of Idol Corporation's success. I'd have asked them to appear even if I were the producers. And now that they're in the T1 family, refusing simply isn't an option. Guys, think about it. Isn't it awesome? The champion's appearance. Oh, Big Seijin chuckled at the manager's words. I wanted to tell him to cut the crap, but he restrained himself. So it's decided that you'll go on the show? It looks that way. They expect loyalty since it's the same company. Loyalty my ass. Half of those people got absolutely roasted by editing last time. A few of them looked dumbfounded or force-smiled, probably thinking the same. But Cha Eugene stared thoughtfully for a moment and then raised his hand. Hyung, is it a female contestant this time? Huh? Oh, the contestants. Yes. That's right. Girls. Oh. Cha Eugene spoke seriously. I have a fan who thinks I'm her boyfriend. She hates it. Puug. Sian Ah-hyun nearly choked. Hey, just be careful with that, you're not actually dating them. If you meet a good person, dating comes naturally. Don't underestimate my feelings. Just say something cool on set and be done with it. How often do you get this chance, Eugene? He had a point. I doubt they'll edit us to look bad. T1 wouldn't want to gut TSDR's golden goose. They wouldn't risk harming TSDR's brand image uselessly. Still, there was a risk the contestants might look bad in. Editing. Idol distracted by famous idols, neglects practice. A storyline all too familiar. Nostalgia even. Getting mixed up, and that would be exhausting. And that wasn't the only hazard. These NOVLIGHT idiots will do something stupid. Our Season 3 was such a success that Season 4's various factions must have been jockeying to influence everything. It's suspicious the show got delayed a whole year. Even if they'd started last year, that'd have been normal. There's a 100% chance of controversy. I don't want any part of that mess. I'll dodge as much as I can. I'll brief them soon. Focus on safety, not on looking cool. Suppressing a sigh, I noticed Kim Rae-bin at my side quietly raising his hand. So, could I submit one of my girl-appropriate songs as the mission track? No. No, Rae-bin. Understood. Before the manager could speak, everyone poured out objections, and Kim Rae-bin quietly lowered his hand. Thank goodness he's not stubborn. Save your production passion for elsewhere. We'll keep our distance as much as possible. When's this filming? Next week, I think. They said it won't take long, so they slotted it in quickly. Oh, leaning back, I listened to the manager and Big Seijin. Oh, it's Thursday, the same day Monday has a variety show recording. Now I know when it is. My producer's best singer character is Park Monday, the May. Groom. Pop. Confetti burst and cheers followed. I could already picture the caption. 3 consecutive wins. Congratulations. After a 4-week hiatus for a special, it was the first time we'd done the May Groom stage in a while. And it was my final win. They limit each freshman character to 3 episodes to keep things fresh. It's over. Perfect timing. I'd performed a second, rhythmic tango, and now the final, wistful nocturne to evoke nostalgia. Of course, I arranged a long climax. Thanks to that, I could leave after a clean 3-win run and feel at ease. I exchanged prepared closing remarks with the panel. Right? Thank the viewers and members. Monday, would you consider returning as a new character? That's right. We hate to see you go. They say that, but then they'd accuse us of overdoing it if I did. If the chance arises, I'd love to visit again. Being the May groom was truly fun and made me so happy. That was sincere. It helped me recover faster. Having a solo schedule sometimes made me uneasy about meeting Chong-woo, but it helped. Being busy enough to have no time for other thoughts was nice too. And those counseling sessions helped. Embarrassing as it was to admit, talking, even superficially, to a professional had been effective. So now I have no lingering thoughts, and I've cut down on sessions. My status screen's recalculation should be fine now. While I mentally updated my own status, the MC pressed on. With 3 consecutive wins, the May groom joins the Hall of Fame and, supported by the Arts Council, will have character merchandise produced. This was a public interest project, no profit for the network, all proceeds donated. They'll support children in need. Please show interest, viewers. But the donation was in the show's name, not mine. Thieves. They even stole the tax benefits. Of course, the brand recognition boost is clean. If any issues arise with merch, it's the network's fault. Thank you all. We loved it too. See you again. A staff member handed me a plush doll, a May groom doll with flowers on its face. Oh my God. They really milk promotions from every angle. I forced a smile, waved the doll, then bowed to the judges and audience before stepping off stage. From above, I heard the MC's closing line. Great job. Thanks, Monday. Thank you, thank you. I felt a solid sense of accomplishment. I toyed with the doll in my hand. Maybe leave it in my bedroom. Since I'll switch roommates soon, I'll put it up for display later. All right, that's done. My solo variety stint was over. Now it was time to finish TSDR's hometown variety shoot. Monday, welcome. How was it? As soon as I got into the car, questions flew. I shook the doll. I won. Oh. Applause rattled the van. Even for people not involved. They reacted well. With this momentum, I'll bring that reaction bot energy back to Idol Corporation's set. This is the merch. Yeah. Whoa. It's actually pretty nice. We could ask to include something like this in our album. The flowerhead doll, after being subjected to business analysis, settled by the window behind my seat. The van drove on, stopping in front of a familiar massive building on the outskirts. Wow, nothing's changed. It's really been a while. I bet they omitted the thought, I never wanted to see this place again. Ryu Chong-woo even muttered sourly. Yeah? Let's do well. Yep. Reviewing the script in my mind, Taystar entered the set for relisting. Idol Corporation 2's filming. And we confirmed the situation they'd briefed us on. Whoa. Guys. Oh, hello. Inside stood Golden Age, the Gold 1 group. And not just them. Gold 2 was peakily eyeing us from over there. Oh, Hee-sung, it's been ages. You modeling now? How've you been? Hee, yes. How about you, Sejin-hyung? The producers had gathered contestants who'd done some activity after season 3. Isn't this a stretch? They're clearly riding the Ajusa hype, but with mixed genders, I wonder if the audience will split and backfire. Oh well, it doesn't concern me. I'd rather season 4 bomb. If it's as successful as season 3, even fans of boy groups will switch over, causing leaks. A flop from boredom, not controversy, would be ideal. I wonder how it'll go. Let's just finish filming safely. Oh, TSDR's here, nice to have you. Thanks for coming. Taystar shook hands with an overly friendly PD and greeted the writers. Among them was that writer Ryu Siren. Hello. The one who gave me his card at karaoke and sparked the kinship rumors. And high chance he actually is kin. Anyway, Ryu Siren smartly made no special acknowledgement and let it pass. Wise move. Before filming, the PD gave a quick briefing. Everyone, you know the staging, right? Yes. Make it look great, really great. The staging. Show the Season 3 achievements video to the new contestants, then surprise them by having the actual champions, us, appear, give a word of encouragement, answer questions, and exit. Cringe. The concept's fine, but the intention's painfully obvious. Want a chocolate? Sure. One, please. Me too. Better get my sugar fix. After chomping on the chocolate Sian Ah-hyun offered, filming time came. In 5 seconds, go. The Season 3 contestants, waiting on lifts in front of the ranking set, all rode up and appeared before the Season 4 contestants. Screams already rose. Wah! Is this for real? I too found it unbelievable, but it was real. I hope they're not over-editing me as the number one. I was already worried about monitoring this. Phew, I'm more nervous than I thought. They even followed us with cameras after filming, as if for behind the scenes. We laughed, waved, and left one more cheer on tape. Fighting. I hope season 4 is a huge hit. Me saying that won't actually make it a hit, but I could say anything. Still, it was embarrassing filming it, and my palms were sweaty. Maybe I should wash up. I need to use the restroom. With the manager absent, Big Sejin glanced up from his phone. You're not going to ask the contestants for their numbers, right, Mundy? I trust you. Sure. Given another season 3 contestant flirted about swapping numbers, I didn't even want to retort. Let's see if they can catch me. I shrugged and walked down the corridor. Moving away from the noisy set, I heard footsteps behind me. No way. I turned, and standing there was Choi Won-gil. Of all people, why was he following me? Hyung. Choi Won-gil's face was conflicted as he spoke. What? I didn't know how to tell you this. Be careful. Careful about what? Our company. He was the one to bring this up? First, I made sure no one else was around, to avoid a repeat of last time's disaster. No one's here. I checked. So he's learned something. I let out a chuckle and faced him fully. Okay, so why your company? Do you know our main vocalist? Not me, the other guy. Oh, him. He must be talking about Golden Age's member who did the ribbon drum chicken bit on my producer. Right. I know him. What? Choi Won-gil shuffled his words. They compare you to him. To me? In what way? Why would they do that after losing to me on my producer? And against a rival who won a survival show? Choi Won-gil hung his head. Academic background. That guy, he's a university student. Good lord. So that's it. Right. I never graduated high school. After university, I'd gone straight into idols, so I'd almost forgotten my own limited education. It only came up sporadically, and even then less recently. That means it's a weak point. I'm not the only idol who dropped out of school. It only got highlighted during Ajusa because of my family backstory. And it's part of my character's depth, so it's not purely a drawback. But meaning if you handle it wrongly, Golden Age could point at me as the scapegoat, turning the tables. I'm not unpopular, after all. They probably already guessed I handle this sort of thing well. I decided to probe Choi Won-gil. Don't you think this comparison is over the top? How sure are you? I don't know. They didn't tell me directly, just some rumor I overheard at the office. They want to push that guy as the elite with good education and upbringing, and said they'd use you as a counterexample, too. So they plan not a one-on-one showdown, but to elevate Golden Age's vocalist as the privileged elite, using me as a contrast, and considering my weaker academic background as just another data point. They'll try anything. I'm not sure they'll actually do it, but a label skilled in image crafting would consider it. All right, thanks for letting me know. Choi Won-gil looked startled but relaxed slightly and nodded. Thanks. I'll get going now. Yeah, stay safe. I watched him dash off, then clicked my tongue. This is awkward. Nothing I can do, really. I'm not going to retake the college entrance exam just to go back to school. I'll just be glad I knew in advance. And even if it blows up, it shouldn't be a major problem, just annoying. I shrugged and continued down the hall. No time for a restroom stop now. I'd walked far enough that the opposite exit was closer, so I planned to leave through there. But at that exit, I encountered someone unexpected. I really hope you'll think about it. That senior is a great person. A PD and Bae Sejin were finishing a conversation. A PD? Specifically, Bae Sejin, looking tense, had just received something from one of the Idol Corporation PDs. When the PD left, I approached Bae Sejin. Hyung. He seemed dazed. What's up? Well, Bae Sejin hesitated, then swallowed, and said. They asked if I'd consider acting in a drama. 161 chapter. Let's be honest and think straight. Bae Sejin would naturally want to act in a drama. He'd been a child actor to begin with, and he'd come on Idol Corporation just to continue his acting career. Besides, anyone could see his acting stats were better than his idol stats. I'd be shaken too. I looked at Bae Sejin's slightly dark expression and asked quietly. Sounds like the drama offer was good. It's from a writer I worked with back when I was a child actor. They said there's a small role for me. Bae Sejin muttered with a gloomy face. The PD who just spoke to us said he's friends with that drama's PD? Said it's a good drama, that T1's even co-producing it. If it was that good, the company must already have the offer on the table, but they'd turned it down for our activities. Because tours make more money until momentum drops. Well, whatever. Everyone says it's fine. He forced himself to dismiss it and headed for the trash can with the business card. Wait a moment. Why? How about talking to the company? We've been active for a year now. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to discuss doing one project. Bei Sijin's eyes widened. Frankly, I wanted him to focus on the group for at least 3 more years without other distractions. But people are unpredictable. If I pushed too hard, he might bail before his contract ended. He wanted it, but he was holding back because of the team. Even the most self-disciplined person has limits. If you keep forcing someone to do something they're good at but can't do, they'll snap. Better to let him take a small acting circle dasterisk operator in via Eliota GHD circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story, gig now. It was just a minor supporting role. Even if it got some flack, people would say, oh, T1's production sent one of their testers along, and it'd blow over. Besides, releasing him now would make his future acting easier. I gave him a reason he could rationalize. We're starting to do variety shows solo, shooting pictorials and ads anyway. But Bei Sijin crumpled the business card with a grim face and tossed it in the bin. Never mind. He'd just get distracted. He muttered to himself with determination. I'm barely keeping up as it is. I don't have room to worry about anything else. I could hear the pressure in his voice. Our activities are the priority. Hyung. That wasn't me. I turned at the sudden voice and saw Kim Rae-bin looking at Bei Sijin with a wistful expression. He was holding beverages in his hand. Apparently he'd grabbed them for us when he saw we hadn't gotten any. Still wearing that brace on his foot. Ridiculous, but he looked innocent enough. Seeing Hyung so focused on TSDAR's activities makes me want to recover from my injuries soon and contribute to the team. What are you doing here? Oh, here, this is for you. Bei Sijin's face went bright red, and he jumped. I'm screwed. There was no chance to persuade him. Further, if it still feels off later, maybe I'll float the idea again. I shrugged, took the drinks, and followed Kim Rae-bin toward the others. Bei Sijin sulked over his own cup, but he didn't seem that upset. At least, not yet. So I met with Bei Sijin Hyung and Mundi Hyung to give them those drinks. You did well. But be careful walking from now on, Rae-bin. You need to take care of yourself until you recover. I understand completely. On the drive back to the dorm, Kim Rae-bin told the other members where he'd been to fetch us. From the back seat, Cha Eugene tapped Rae-bin's side and asked, what did the Hyungs do? Bei Sijin Hyung seemed to be reaffirming his dedication to TSDR's future activities. Oh no. Bei Sijin in the front seat flushed and hurriedly denied it. Kim Rae-bin, puzzled by his reaction, tilted his head. But it looked like he refused some activity and pledged his devotion to T-Star. No, that's not it. Please say something for me. Why don't you say it yourself? I said sourly. He got a drama offer and turned it down. He wants to focus on our activities. Oh, really? I saw Bei Sijin groan and hide his face in his hands. You did well, Sijin. Try next time. I love a challenge. I'll work hard on our activities too, Hyung. The car warmed with encouragement. Bei Sijin looked troubled and couldn't lift his head. Oh dear. I clicked my tongue, grabbed a bottle of water, and put it to my lips. Big Sijin glanced up from his phone and commented, you must feel disappointed. Bei Sijin flinched in the front and stayed silent for a long moment. Then, as if without thinking, he said softly, you don't think so? Big Sijin's face flickered with incredulous amusement and then vanished. Why would you think that? I was just saying something nice. I know you're being sarcastic, but don't do that over something like this. I said I refused it. So when did I ever mock you, no? Okay, I'm sorry. I won't say anything more. Are you all right now? If you're going to act like that every time, just say it outright. Suddenly the car went icy. What the hell now? Before I could process it, Big Sijin looked up from his phone, openly amused. Why come out with it? I'm already speaking my mind just fine. Stop messing with people subtly. Do you think I don't notice? I don't know why I'd mess with you. I really don't get why you're saying this. Guys, hold on. Bei Sijin whipped his head around, his eyes blazing. You still think I'm pathetic? That I'm useless and just prideful? I know that's what you think. There you go. Can you believe that? I was speechless from disbelief. But you only act friendly in front of cameras when it benefits you. Big Sejin's face grew angrier. Then should we fight in front of the cameras? Hyung, this isn't a child's game. Bae Sejin slammed his palm into the armrest. I'm serious about this. Acting like kids is what you're doing. What? The tension escalated so much it felt like fists might fly, if not for the car. Big Sejin lurched forward as if to stand. Who the hell do you think? Hey, cut it out. They've lost it. I slammed a hand on his chest. Shocked by the sudden fight, the others finally snapped out of it and grabbed them both. Enough, everyone. You'll give Hyung a heart attack while driving. Please calm down, okay? Let's talk it out calmly once we get back to the dorm. We're in a moving car. We could crash. They glared at each other, then silently returned to their seats. The air remained tense. In the suddenly hushed car, I endured the suffocating silence. I'm going crazy. Since debut, I'd noticed friction, but it had never exploded like this over something so trivial. Maybe everyone's just reached their limit. Just thinking about a solution gave me a headache. First, I'll mediate the talk once we get back. Annoying, but there was no choice. I closed my eyes and waited for the dorm. But the moment we arrived, they each dashed straight to their rooms without a word. The instant Bae Sejin reached his door, Big Sejin snorted and went into his room too. Not avoidance, just pure anger. Damn it. No answers. The rest of Taystar sat silently in the living room, staring at the TV. An unwelcome commercial came on. As warm as a loving heart, as gentle as a caring hand. Meet the guide dog candidates at Osong Guide Dog Academy. It starred Chongryo. Under a bright filter, yellow puppies ran across a grassy field and clung to my head in repeated cuts. I looked thoroughly idiotic. Hey, Mundi Hyung. I love dogs. Cha Eugene's voice sounded unusually subdued. Everyone seemed stunned and dazed. This team's been pretty harmonious until now. Never had they fought so bluntly since debut. It was surprising. Against the bittersweet atmosphere in reality, the screen showed lively puppies and Chongryo. Raised on your love. Thank you, dear citizens. National Insurance. Osong Life Insurance. Chaos there too. Chaos here. Sigh. I exhaled, ruffling my hair, and organized the situation in my mind. Let's think. It was just bad timing. Bae Sejin must still be unsettled from deciding to refuse the drama. He's always sensitive. He'd been stressed by Big Sejin's subtle digs, and this time it was too much. Big Sejin's always been driven by career success. He's not dealing with any abnormal status, but he's the type who's hyper-focused on results. So he obviously disliked Bae Sejin's stiff personality and lower stats. He probably thought the one he'd been tolerating was overreacting. Above all, they just clash. They have no common ground beyond working hard. They don't like each other and can't understand each other's behavior. I pressed my temple. Honestly, once the cameras started rolling again, I'd leave them be. But I have to do something. Ryu Chong-woo was considerate back then. I groaned, stood from the sofa, and headed to the kitchen. Mundi, Hyung. Ryu Chong-woo followed quietly and gave me a wry smile. I'll go talk to Sejin, meaning Big Sejin. Would you talk to Bae Sejin? Considering I share a room with Bae Sejin, it made sense. I thought for a moment, then shook my head. I think it's better if I talk to Big Sejin. Really, looking back, something was bothering me that only I knew. Chong-woo nodded readily. Right. Same age might work better. Okay. Then, let's do our best. He patted my shoulder and left the kitchen. I opened the fridge. Alcohol would backfire. I grabbed 2 bottles of cold water and went to Bae Sejin's door. Knock, knock. It's me. After a moment and a small sigh, the door opened. 162 chapter. Come in. Okay. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me, then lightly tossed him a bottle of cold water. What's this? Drink it and get a grip. Just thought it'd help. He gave a half-hearted laugh. Ha. Not funny at all. Big Sejin sat down on the floor. He poured out almost half the bottle, then spoke in a low, flat voice. Look, I know that if things go this far, I'll be the one apologizing and the one fixing things. No rise in tone, just flat. Once I've cooled off, I'll apologize and then keep my word. Don't worry. I won't let this hurt the group. At least his next words carried some feeling. I'm sorry to you and the others. Everyone must have been shocked by our fight in the car. I crossed my arms. You'll apologize to Bei Sijin Hyung, but you're not sorry? Isn't that obvious? Big Sijin snorted, then rubbed at his eyes with one hand. I really can't understand. I think I've done everything I'm supposed to as a teammate, you know? He snapped his fingers as he listed off. I've personally coached him on half his choreography. I've smoothed over every comment he makes when the camera's rolling. Every time he just shuts up and I have to clean it up. That's not the first time. It was true. Despite his dislike of Bei Sijin, whenever we performed, he helped as a teammate. Not out of kindness to Sijin, but still. But you call that fake friendliness. Big Sijin crumpled the water bottle, then eased his grip to calm himself. When have I ever been fake in front of the camera? This is work. Does he want me to not speak to him when the cameras are rolling because it makes him uncomfortable? And then he says I'm treating it like a child's game when I try to be professional. I could see what he meant. Better to cut it off before it escalated further. Okay, I get what you're saying. Big Sijin drank more water in silence. I chose my next words carefully. You contribute a lot to this team. As you said, Hyung's gotten help from you, knowingly or not, so many times. So you felt even more pressure knowing someone you dislike is helping you out. I continued steadily. He can't stop needing help. No matter how hard Bei Sijin worked, his idol stats are still lower than the others. He never aimed for this path, after all. He must have thought, I'm hurting the team, and blamed himself, so he kept holding it in. That's why it exploded. There were misunderstandings, too. I don't think he tried to make you look bad in front of everyone. Knowing his personality, Big Sijin probably assumed Sijin was intentionally humiliating him in front of the others, so I let him know that wasn't the case. As expected, he seemed to calm a bit. Big Sijin asked calmly, be honest, did my words sound sarcastic to you back there in the car? In the car? Yeah. I rubbed my chin. No. Before he could say anything, I continued. But it didn't feel sincere. It sounded like you were saying it just to keep the peace. From the outside, his words did match what the other members had said earlier. The issue was the baggage behind it. Back at the start of debut, you were a jerk, but the team treated you like nothing, smiling. Through it, from Bei Sijin's perspective, that early impression was strong. So even a half-hearted tone felt like sarcasm. I know you did it because you thought it was better for team morale than ignoring him. But for some people, that can be harder to endure. Of course, it would have been better to talk it out calmly first, but that's not how you are. I can't understand. I sipped my water and chuckled. It's just that you and Hyung don't click. Huh? Big Sijin pressed a hand to his forehead. Take this chance to talk it out. If they understood each other's reasons, they might accept. He wasn't trying to screw me over. But his reply came only after a long pause. It's kind of disgusting. Not very positive. Why? Has he ever tried to get Novelight along with me even once? Big Sijin spoke evenly. Remember? Back on Idol Corporation, whenever he heard anything he didn't like, he'd get stone-faced. Countless examples flashed through my mind from that first team challenge onward. I swallowed the thought. True. He had his reasons, though. Hey, Mundy, who doesn't have reasons? Nobody here isn't trying. He smiled wryly. But Hyung gets to have reasons, and he's sensitive, so we're not supposed to cut him slack? Watching Bei Sijin, the last actor turned idol who might even be less skilled, must have reawakened an old trauma. He'd been cut from his original debut. Line up for the same reason. 2 actor parents and pre-existing fame forced him out. Seeing Sijin in that light must have struck a chord. Big Sijin froze, like he'd been hit in the gut. I realized this might even start a fight between us, but he wasn't stupid. He'd get what I meant. Maybe you're right. Of course. I nodded. I just wanted you to talk, not to force understanding or an apology. I wanted you to calmly judge the person. Big Sijin gave a tired smile, then sighed and shrugged. Okay, I'll try. That answer felt different, earnest, not merely placating. That's what I needed. Satisfied, I closed the water bottle and stood up from the floor. Good call. Ah, thank you, Teacher Mundy. Cut it out. Haha. He laughed softly, but his face was thoughtful. He'd used this chance to see if his resistance was irrational. He'll sort it out. Now, win or lose, I'm too tired to deal anymore. I rubbed the back of my neck, opened the door, and stepped out. I'm going to bed. Please do. Oh, right. Why? I expected a question about Bei Sijin, but he said something unexpected. You were kind of a jerk back there, Monday. You were hurt, but you did your best. Chong Woo-hyung was worried about you. Thanks for caring. Good night. Big Sejin smiled faintly, waved, and closed the door. Click. I hadn't expected that. It felt strange. I stood in front of the closed door, then shook myself and headed to the living room. If Bae Sejin was still talking with Ryu Chong-woo in there, I didn't want to intrude yet. In the living room, the three I'd left were huddled on the couch, whispering as they watched TV. When can we go in? I'm sleepy. Let's wait a little longer. Tough it out, dummy. You can sleep in the living room. I hate the floor, I like beds. Is that more important than Hyung's feelings? They're both important. Cha Eugene and Kim Rae-bin were on the verge of grabbing each other by the collar. Seon Ah-hyun was sweating nervously. Hey, stop fighting. I swallowed my exasperation and spoke up. All of you, go to your rooms. Hyung, Monday Hyung, did they make up? No. Having secured their promise not to ask anything, I sent Cha Eugene off to Big Sejin's room and told Kim Rae-bin not to wait for Chong-woo before going to his own. Then I said to Seon Ah-hyun, let's just sleep here. Okay, for the first time since debut, I'd sleep somewhere other than a bed. It reminded me how well we'd gotten along until now. I went to the closet in the other room to fetch bedding. Just then, Ryu Chong-woo emerged from his. Hyung, oh, you two already got bedding? I thought the talk might run long. That's fine. Come in and sleep. Are you done talking with Sejin? How'd it go? Chong-woo wore a troubled expression. Sejin seems to have been through a lot. It's hard to blame anyone, but we need to give them a chance to settle it. How is it with Sejin? He said once he pulls himself together, he'll talk. Good. Let's check in again tomorrow. Yes. Thank you for your hard work. Not hard work. You did great. Chong-woo must have really listened well to Bae Sejin. After a quick good night, I returned to my room with Seon Ah-hyun. Bae Sejin was definitely calmer now. Sorry. I made things awkward. No, it's okay. Hyung, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm just sorry. I'll be careful. He lay on the bed, pale and swollen-faced, and fell silent. I could feel the storm of stress inside him. He must have been tormented. I didn't need to see it. Starting from did I overdo it, and cycling through, but still, all sorts of thoughts had tormented him. When Seon Ah-hyun crept into her bed like a mouse, I sighed, turned out the lights, and lay down. I couldn't monitor before. I'd planned to watch back in the car, but as you know, that was impossible. Maybe I should do it now. I turned on my phone and began reading news articles to gauge the mood. But soon a soft voice broke the silence. Aren't you sleeping? It was Bae Sejin. He sounded very small, careful not to wake Seon Ah-hyun. Not yet. He was quiet for a long moment. Then in a hesitant, hoarse whisper asked, did I do something wrong? I heard the anxiety in his voice. No, it'll be fine. They were just two incompatible people who had each stifled themselves for the sake of the group until it exploded. If anything, Bae Sejin, being the weaker side, must have suffered more. He pulled the covers over his head, and I heard a small sob, like he didn't want to be discovered. I turned off my phone and, without making a fuss, closed my eyes as though I hadn't heard. They'll reach a conclusion once they talk. Until then, I'd keep them apart. I never imagined the next day on W Live they'd end up in the same pairing. 163 chapter. I said it wouldn't matter if those two didn't patch things up right away, right? Let me correct that. What I said was bullshit. How the hell do they end up paired first thing? I'd risked letting it slide, figuring it wouldn't blow up until maybe half a year later, and even then it'd be contained. I never thought that risk would explode in the first round. I wish this were a dream. I'd built every defense I could to prevent this disaster, and it blew up right in my face. Anyway, this W-App segment started like this. Hello, love viewers. It's been a while since all 7 of us did W-App together, right? We teased this. Did you check it out? We're at Tata, an indoor climbing center. Today, we're going to show you a new side of us having fun. Let's split into pairs. Yep. Thanks for the cheers. Oh, and Chong Woo-hyung will MC today for fairness purposes. Originally, Big Sejin was supposed to be the MC. It's not the Olympics. Who cares about fairness? I thought Ryu Chong-woo would have been funnier laying waste to everyone. But since Big Sejin had to keep talking to Bae Sejin on camera, we swapped them at my discretion, and I even asked the company to make sure they didn't end up together. Somehow that note got lost, and when they did the chopstick draw, Big Sejin and Bei Sejin picked the same color. Wow, both Sejins are on the blue team. Before viewers even noticed something was off, we all applauded. Clap, 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 clap. Thankfully, everyone pounded on as hard as they could. It looked fine enough. All right, let's do our best, Hyung. Sure. At least they spoke up in front of the cameras. The company was seething. Can't these idiots do anything right? Mistakes happen, but the timing made me want to replace the whole lot. And here's the kicker. It was a live broadcast, no magic of editing to correct it. In short, a total wreck. I could already see anonymous accounts popping up as soon as the show ended. No way. I could hear those two's mental breakdown from here. Just then, a spirited voice rang out. Hyung, let's win. Go red team, go red team. Yeah, that's it. The rest of us had to overreact, so no one noticed the odd vibe. I deliberately egged on Cha Eugene, who was on my team. Which team do you think has the best shot at winning? As expected, she played along. Kim Rabin's team. That statement is pure wishful thinking. As former roommates, Ah-hyun Hyung and I would surely offer the most effective support. Forget it. Now everyone just had to laugh uproariously and go with it. I kept feeding lines to Cha Eugene, steering the energy. I glanced at the live chat in W app. The reaction was exactly what I wanted. Mundi is so hyped lol. No, Mundi lol. The Magnes are like Maltese puppies. Already boring. QT. Okay, stable and harmless hate comments. No one sense anything's off yet. Just get through their match. Fortunately, with 3 teams, red team got to buy straight to the final. And of course we let them win. Then by rock, paper, scissors, the team advancing directly is blue. Oh, playing fewer rounds. You must feel at a disadvantage. Wow, thanks, Rabin. You really know how to cheer me up. Big Sejin smoothly attributed their muted high-five drought to Rabin's comment. Well, so funny. Rabin is so sharp. Ugh, sudden awkwardness. Bei Sejin's face lol. One more hurdle to clear. As long as those two didn't glare at each other or jerk away if they touched on the final climb, we'd be fine. I started the climb with Cha Eugene against Kim Rabin and Seon Ah-hyun, feeling a bit tense. We can't lose. If they won, I couldn't trust them to handle any interpersonal fallout. The problem was, they were actually good climbers. Especially Seon Ah-hyun. F fighting. Watch your feet. Thank you. She climbed smoothly and hoisted up Rabin. I have to give them credit for strength and balance, but it didn't help me. If they'd planned to throw the match, they wouldn't be this smooth. I climbed in silence, biting back my frustration. And thankfully, we won. Red team victory. Wow. Cha Eugene shot up at breakneck speed and blocked both opponents effectively. I landed and gave her a high five. Well done. She grinned and waved at Rabin. I love winning. Eugene interfered with the other's climb, whereas Ah-hyun Hyung and I cooperated. So it's not really comparable. Whatever. Cha Eugene wasn't listening. In the live chat, Rabin's outraged reactions were lovingly dubbed cute. Best bunny. Eugene learned variety shows. Kim Rabin is so cute. Well. Then the moment of fate arrived. Now, TSDR's climbing competition final begins. Everyone take your positions. Eugene, step back. Yes. Under Chongwoo's precise command, Eugene stepped back, then shrugged. It's okay. Even if I'm late, we'll win. Oh, Eugene's confident. But wouldn't it be embarrassing to lose to Hyung's? Big Sejin threw a jab, but Eugene smiled wryly. I won't lose. Insane. Provocation. What's gotten into this kid? He sounded serious, not joking to get laughs. Staff and live chat seemed fine, but I could tell. Has he won once and now thinks he can do anything? These guys were not to be provoked. Hey, what if you win, Eugene? Are you going to cry? I won't. Big Sejin smirked. Really? Then let's see. I could feel his sincerity. Even Bei Sejin, who had been stiff with nerves, was quietly checking his gloves. He looked berserk. They both hate being ignored. Then a thought flashed. Wait, could this actually help us? I spoke up immediately, feigning seriousness. Right? Doesn't feel like we'll lose. That's right. Wow, even you, Park Mundi. Under Big Sejin's jeer, Bei Sejin looked my way. He looked betrayed. Why is he like that? But it worked. If they got into the game, the weird tension would vanish. Okay, let's ease up on the trash talk. 4 of you, line up again. The 4 of them took their places more eagerly than before. Ready, go. And they all started climbing in a rush. They're really going for it. I climbed at a moderate pace to watch. Their heads were down, limbs pumping. They looked intense. Maybe they should go easier. Especially the one with less muscle. Just then, Bei Sijin misstepped. But he quickly steadied himself and kept climbing. Are you okay? I'm fine. His voice was clear when answering Cha Eugene. Big Sijin, who'd been feuding with Eugene on the climb, paused, then answered nonchalantly. I'll get up there first. He must have wrestled with whether to show concern. What surprised me was Bei Sijin's reply. Got it. Just a sec. Ooh. Eugene's cheer. Moments later, Cha Eugene hit the top hold. Cha Eugene's success. Yi's dash. She hopped over, faked a few harmless block attempts, then moved toward me. She reached out as if to help, but whispered with her lips only. It was in English. We have to lose. We have to lose. I never expected such insight from Cha Eugene. Is this a dream? It was real. I almost gave her a suspicious look, but let it slide. Honestly, saying throw the match after 2 climbs in a row with weakened arms felt absurd. Gasp. Mundi Hyung, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. While Eugene pretended concern, Bei Sijin gritted his teeth and climbed. Then he touched the final hold. Done. He turned, face flushed. Good job, blue team victory. Oh. The others applauded Bei Sijin, who held the hold triumphantly. I'm free. I landed and breathed a sigh of relief. We'd successfully lost without it looking forced. Cha Eugene then posed as if performing a stunt on the way down, and the winners landed gracefully. I thought you said you'd win, Eugene. I won. Mundi Hyung, lose to Sijin Hyung. Hey. I playfully slapped Eugene's back. Watching staff stifled their laughs. Ouch. There'll be holes in my back. I left Eugene's theatrics alone and spoke to Bei Sijin. You were great. Just somehow it happened. He sounded modest but proud. Big Sijin teased Eugene, then locked eyes with me. I gave him a subtle nod. He spoke slowly. You're right. You were great, Hyung. Bei Sijin looked startled, but his face calmed in an instant. Thanks. You two were great. Haha. They gave each other a courteous high five. Even if it was for the cameras, their anger clearly cooled. They must have thought a lot last night. Next to me, Cha Eugene whispered in English. Success and victory in sports always work. Is that from experience? I was a pretty good football player. In middle school, though. Even though I'm cramming English conversation, half of that flew past me. It wasn't standard English anyway. How many times did he say like? Still, can't fault the insight. So he's not oblivious. He just chooses not to notice. I patted Eugene on the back. Well done. Of course, their mock second-place celebration, fist bumps and all, made me feel we'd survived the shoot. And apparently the 2 who fought finished their mediation faster than expected. 164 chapter. It was 11 p.m. when we returned to the dorm after finishing that day's schedule, including the W. Live broadcast. The rest of the members, who'd cleared out one of the 3-person rooms for the 2 who had fought, gathered again in the living room. That room was empty because it was more spacious. Sian Ah-hyun, who'd left in such a hurry she'd even forgotten the loofah she'd been clutching, muttered. I really hope they've worked it out. Right, I agreed. I'd wondered whether we should have squeezed Ryu Chong-woo into that conversation, but decided a third party might make it superficial. Better they have a real fight than a hollow talk. Now that they'd had time to think and were ready to talk, even if they fought again, we'd circled asterisk operator NVLIOTA circled asterisk operator. Read the full story, at least hear what they were thinking. Once enough time passes, they'll calm down. Intense emotions fade, but memories remain. And both are the reflective type, so it won't drag on. Let's put on Net Plus. Sure. Play whatever you want. Cha Eugene cheerfully put on her favorite sitcom. In the living room filled with English chatter, I looked down at my phone. I'd called the operations team earlier, and the call record with assistant manager Oh Seo-hyung glared at me. Frankly, it was proof of my complaint. I'd explicitly asked them to prevent those 2 from being paired on today's W-App segment. If I don't complain, I must be a pushover. In this business, mistakes happen, but you still have to pay attention when it matters. They treat squabbles like fireworks. Ignite everything, then pretend nothing's wrong. I skimmed through some news drafts, shrugged, and put my phone away. First things first, let those two sort themselves out. Cha Eugene was enthusiastically describing her sitcom favorite, while Kim Rabin gently cautioned. If someone here hasn't seen this, it might spoil it. It's not a spoiler. It is a spoiler. Their voices were so loud I couldn't even hear the TV. Even if the two in that room screamed and fought, I wouldn't hear them. At that moment, the bedroom door burst open and someone dashed out. It was Bae Sejin, face flushed like he'd sprinted across campus. Park Mundy. I don't think I've ever heard him call my name like that. Had they decided to ambush me together? Of course not. Why you come on in? Huh. I didn't understand, but didn't want to prod a wound. I rose and followed him inside. Whoa. So you two were fighting. Settle down and watch TV. Eugene. Bae Sejin closed the door behind him. The sitcom's volume snapped down to nearly silent. Big Sejin, sitting calmly in the quiet room, looked composed. Seems like it's going fine. Why'd he call me in? I sat on the floor warily. Big Sejin began without missing a beat. So, I talked with him and tried to sort things out. Okay, listen up. He calmly recounted the situation, even pausing to let Bae Sejin interject. Perfectly. Measured. Formal. They'd focused on their future behavior first. From now on, we'll try not to let our feelings get hurt. Big Sejin apologized for ignoring Bae Sejin in a hostile way. Bae Sejin apologized for abruptly attacking while his emotions were tangled. We agreed to be more cautious from here on. That sounded good. But there are parts we just can't understand. He said they'd hit points they couldn't reconcile. Bae Sejin nodded. Hear me out and give me an objective view. I tried to protest that Ryu Chong-woo, our leader, could do that, but held back. If only they knew how little time I have. Go on. Bae Sejin swallowed hard and spoke. Am I still that uncooperative? He clenched his fists so hard his knuckles whitened. I know I'm not good enough. If that's the problem, fine. But I'm giving my best. Really. We all see how hard you try. Big Sejin sighed with weary exasperation. I'm not saying you don't try, but aside from your effort, you just don't care about anything else. His voice dropped. Don't care. Big Sejin exhaled. You get angry before even trying to understand, right? That's why Wait. I saw where this was going and cut him off. Explain. What do you mean by he doesn't care? You know, Big Sejin spoke in a calmer tone. He doesn't care at all about how we look as a group. What? I know you don't care whether we look like a close, friendly group. But even if you don't care, I wish you'd at least pretend for the cameras. He sounded exhausted. We're an idol group. That matters. Bae Sejin stiffened, then stared at the floor before answering slowly. Got it. I don't really know how to do that, sorry. I'll try. This time Big Sejin was speechless. Not quite what I expected. It was inevitable, really. To Bae Sejin, this idol group was alien. He came up through a survival show and never expected to be in a cohesive group. He was probably too busy learning the steps to think about group chemistry. If Big Sejin had questioned his own bias sooner, maybe this misunderstanding never would have happened. But trauma from being cut from his own debut lineup for wanting to act had cemented his prejudice. I'll just endure this until I can act again. That must have been his thought. And shockingly, Bae Sejin still wasn't done. I do think this team is great. I want to do well and not be a burden. And I'm happy to be able to perform with this team. He hesitated, then squeezed out. And I'm sorry for being friendly only when the cameras roll. You were just trying to help. Big Sejin's expression grew complex. When he answered, he paused, then spoke with measured sincerity. No, my assumptions were wrong. I'm sorry. Bae Sejin looked surprised, then cleared his throat. It's fine. He'd clearly felt angry but held back. He'd come a long way. Big Sejin offered a faint smile. And I admit I wanted to profit off having the same name as you. Sejin is a cool name. It was his usual wry tone, but more honest than his cold chats before. Bae Sejin averted his gaze and murmured, Yeah, I get it. That denial probably would have led to more conversation, but perhaps that was his limit. Sure enough, Big Sejin broke into a rueful grin. He hadn't exactly offered a broad olive branch. It's fine. This is a 5-star outcome. They'd conclusively proven there was no real malice behind either action. Whenever they got pissed at each other from now on, they'd think, he's just like that. Instead of inventing wild theories. We've only returned to square one. I mentally exhaled with relief. I've done enough. I craved a beer. It was time. All right, let's say Bae Sejin Hyung is on board, and I'll head out. Bae Sejin startled. Oh, wait. Come on, let's go together. Hyung, anything else you want to say? No. See? Nothing. Big Sejin nodded with a smile. Neither wanted to continue talking. All right then. I didn't want to risk digging deeper, so I kept things as they were. I followed them out into the hallway. In the living room, relieved and welcoming voices burst out, but I slipped past them to the fridge. I think there were 2 cans left. No harm in a late-night beer at my... Wait. Click. Empty. Where's the beer? Here. Gasp. Cha Eugene, sprawled on the couch, waved a handful of crushed, empty cans. That kid. Emundi Hyung. I have some whiskey, want some? Thanks. What? The only one good for my mental health was Sian Ahyan. I retreated to my room with her whiskey and ended the day. Toasting. My roommate Bae Sejin, relieved from extreme stress, joined the whiskey tasting and instantly passed out. That was the last incident of the night. The next day, I got a proposal for little Sejin. Our manager mentioned the cause of conflict again in the car on the way to the salon. It's for a drama. The writer says they know little Sejin guys? He should have talked to Bae Sejin separately. The manager froze at the tense silence in the back. Bae Sejin, still hungover, shook his head without much agitation. No thanks. I'm not doing it. Oh, really? But it's no big deal. Before the manager could panic further, Ryu Chongwoo spoke to Bae Sejin. Sejin, it might coincide with downtime. Might be good to look it over, right? Embarrassed at being swayed, Bae Sejin shrugged his shoulders. Aye. Good point from Chongwoo. Everyone okay with that? The first manager, who hadn't been in the car on fight day, signaled the smooth talker in the front seat to react. Big Sejin, that is. He calmly replied. As long as it doesn't interfere with activities, right? You'll decide, Hyung. A neutral but polite declaration. This time Bae Sejin didn't feel simply told to handle it. He looked surprised at Big Sejin, then swallowed and told the manager. All right, I'll read the synopsis. Oh great, but the manager looked awkward and added. I don't think we need a full synopsis. Huh, well, it's more of a cameo. You know that child shaman role Sejin played in that movie? It'd be like a surprise guest appearance. Sejin, you still with us? Of course. It turned out the entire feud sprang from a misunderstanding. Big Sejin and Bae Sejin sat there dumbfounded, unable to recover all day. A few days later, Bae Sejin filmed his one-day cameo as the grown-up wild child shaman in episodes 1 and 2. Wow. Whoa. When we watched that day, his sync with the character's eerie vibe was superb, and his energy was electric. If only the energy hadn't come from real-life frustration. Hyung, your acting is incredible. You're amazing. This much? Really. Eventually, Bae Sejin enjoyed it too. But the trailer released after the drama finished was even more shocking. Relisting. Idol Corporation 2. Fridays at 10 p.m. Season 4 of Idol Corporation was truly right around the corner. 165 chapter. Oh, Idol Corporation. This week, huh? A few of them, still half watching the drama, muttered. That lackluster admiration when the new Idol Corporation season trailer appeared. Probably none of them expected much. They'd filmed it, so they nodded along out of courtesy. But when the full 30-second spot ended, their calm turned to sheer disbelief and embarrassment. The K-pop national idols made by Idol Corporation. A global phenomenon reaching beyond Korea. Taestar, meet the next generation of Idol Corporation stars. My goodness. More than half the promo focused on how amazing Taestar was and how will reappear in Season 4. They took the easy route. Season 3 had exploded in ratings, and our group's debut success had been off the charts. Nothing hooks viewers faster than your favorite idols are back. They must have planned to air the trailer right after the drama cameo from our own Bae Sejin. Sure enough, they slotted the Season 4 promo in the golden time immediately following Bae Sejin's surprise appearance. That meant the company knew exactly what they were doing. They passed the offer to Bae Sejin for a reason. Their strategy, real and TSDAR's fans as early viewers. I knew fandom overlap wasn't huge, but siphoning off even a fraction felt off. T1 probably figured they'll transfer eventually anyway, but still. Once the initial buzz dies down, they'll chase the Real audience. Still, if Season 4 underperforms, they'll lean on the Taystar angle again. Not good. To me, Season 4 looked like a ticking bomb. Between the Chong-woo, writer nepotism scandal, and potential fairness controversies, Season 4 could entangle us in fresh rumors. Taystar's been burying small scandals under album quality and polished image since debut. Adding another headache now would be disastrous. This has to be the last time we're on that show. Though I wish our cameo had been even shorter. I know it's a pipe dream. They even took our individual shots. They'll milk that footage until it goes viral. Sure enough, Big Seejin, scrolling on his phone, snickered. Oh, there we are again in another trailer. We heard Taystar greeting the camera and the Season 4 contestants screaming, edited together crisply. See an Ah-hyun here. Aorg. I'm kind of embarrassed. Ah-hyun looks so handsome. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Raybin's comment hit hardest. I understood. That night, I checked Bae Seejin's drama reaction, scrolled through the Idol Corporation Season 4 chatter, then called it a day. No major fallout, just hype. But I couldn't shake the feeling of calm before a storm. A few days later, the new Idol Corporation season premiered. Hello, love viewers. Hi. With energetic greetings, Big Seejin tapped his phone. W Live has ended. With a little time to spare and my turn up, I started a W Live of my own. The topic? Honestly, my repertoire was shot, so I just did some simple cooking. But hey, it was meat. They seemed happy to eat it. Want some? Yeah, pass it over. Half a beer-can chicken went straight into Cha Eugene's mouth. She's got an appetite. Among today's W Live members whose schedules were free, me, Big Seejin, Cha Eugene, and Bae Seejin, she ate the most. Thanks for your help, Hyung. I barely did anything. He avoided my gaze and murmured, No, you were the biggest help in cooking. Oh, yeah. Well, if you say so. Big Seejin focused on jokes and Cha Eugene on eating. So Bae Seejin really was our only assistant. And today, as Big Seejin put it, Bae Seejin had been quite cooperative. He'd offered reactions and even tried to join in casual banter off topic. That effort would pay off more than he realized, at precisely the right moment. Bae Seejin's acting in that drama was amazing. Everyone knew he was a former child actor, but after Idol Corporation coverage, many assumed his performance skills lagged behind. So his drama cameo reminded viewers of his true talent, boosting his image considerably. Like the comments said, Bae Seejin blew me away. I thought he was possessed lol. 11-year-old box office star energy didn't leave him, clearly. My mom was so happy seeing that kid all grown up. Wanted more screen time. Make a full project, please. His cameo was short but memorable, thanks to a clever role and stellar acting. Good for him. In fact, both his fans and critics probably now thought maybe he should focus on acting, which was exactly the point. But as a one-off event, that chatter stayed just a blip. If we keep showing off our camaraderie in our own content like this, we'll be fine. It set the tone that group activities still brought us joy. Real acting? Maybe in 2 or 3 years, out of courtesy. Of course, who knows what'll happen by then. If I get better, I won't need to focus so fiercely on results. But for now, I stay focused. Which is why I'm monitoring the new season of Idol Corporation, such a deviation from my usual fate. I suspected Taystar's screen time in episode 1 would be a tease, so I waited for episode 2. Monday, what are you up to? Gonna watch the new Idol Corporation. Oh, nice idea. I claimed the empty living room TV, switched to WeTube, and my fellow W Live alumni drifted in. They must be curious. On the main page was the official clip. Relisting. Idol Corporation 2. Fan favorite Taystar appears EP 1 to 2 clip. Usually they wait to release these, but they clearly wanted buzz now. Oh, there's Monday in the thumbnail. He's our official number 1. I clicked. What is Idol Corporation to me? Shots of Taystar members on a dark background, looking serious. I'm so nervous. To me, Idol Corporation is a new opportunity, a turning point in my life. This is how crucial Idol Corporation is segment. Oh wow, that's intense. So, cheesy, huh? Starstruck by the showbiz vibes, the clip pressed on. We saw season 3 highlights, our awkward reflections set to warm BGM. Hey, Monday, you can't look up? Ashamed of chicken feet? The same chicken feet you ate so eagerly. Shut up. Then it cut to this season's contestants watching our Idol Corporation and activity footage. I'd love to create a stage like that. My drive to challenge myself ignited. Good times. Cheer up, guys. Hope it goes well. They watched with sympathetic empathy. Then the next scene made them gasp. Season 3 contestants make their entrance. Kraawea upright arrow. Not a crow sound. They replayed the entrance 3 times, giving each Taystar member a close-up. The coup de grace was the contestants' interviews. He was my top pick. I'm losing my mind. I just screamed right out. I couldn't contain myself. Ha 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 ha. Mundang dang in real life. For real. I thought my heart exploded. That poor last contestant. He's probably roasted online for calling me by nickname without an honorific. I'd bet a beer chicken on it. Ugh, that's more awkward than I thought. Why? I love it. Opinions split, but the on-screen reception calmed when each Taystar member delivered words of encouragement. First, Cha Eugene. Wow. Everyone keep going. Don't be nervous. Enjoy this moment, and give it your all. Some might complain, she's never had hate comments, so she can say that. But whatever she says would sound the same. Next, Bae Sejin. I hope you achieve what you came for here. He stuck to the clicked. I hope you get what you want. Ngviite, original source. Trope. Likely mocked for being unoriginal. Then, Big Sejin. Idol Corporation's a huge audition. It's only natural you might think. This isn't going as planned. But you can't deny the opportunity it brings. Do everything you can so you have no regrets. I'll root for you. He prepped them for possible failure, then uplifted the concept of challenge over victory. Not a flaw in sight. He even boosted the show's prestige without prying. Quick thinker, that one. So far, so good. No strange edits, and fans likely loved it. But my turn was last. Mundy Hyung. Oh, last one. Only when the bar neared the end did Park Mundy pick up the mic. When I appeared on Idol Corporation, suddenly, silent flashbacks began. I often felt my limits, whether my skills or the situation. Clips showed me tossing popcorn, practicing without sleep, collapsing after choreography drills. And me alone on my bed with that troubled expression. Unaired footage. Likely the moment I recognized my own past. Yet sometimes, I found I could surpass those limits. Quick cuts of me on stage, cheering among my team, and almost smile. I hope that when your shoot ends, you can view yourself with a broader perspective. Back to the present, TSDR's Park Mundy bowed his head. Thank you for listening. Cue this season's contestants tearing up, set to an emotional remix of the theme. Right. Bae Sejin ventured softly. That didn't feel like that to me. He was right. It was pure fabrication. I'd simply been asked, as our top finisher, could you say a few more words? I gave a brief, friendly send-off amid contestant goodwill. There'd been no montage of my past, no emotional ties drawn. And the contestants hadn't cried, they'd just cheered. None of it surprised me. It's Idol Corporation. That's true. With that, everyone in the room accepted how things played out. But apparently not everyone online. Hyung, there are articles up. Really? New season of Idol Corporation. Can the dark horse rise again? Park Mundy's comeback tale. From ordinary person to number one. Park Mundy's sage advice in relisting. Idol Corporation 2. How did Park Mundy, once deemed a weak stock, surge overnight? Unbelievable. That familiar rush of Idol Corporation clickbait washed over me again. 166 chapter. Pass me the phone. I took Big Sejin's smartphone and skimmed through one article. It was the ultimate clickbait headline, claiming Park Mundy was like a bankrupt stock. Equals. Relisting. Idol Corporation 2-inch last season. Park Mundy, who entered as a civilian with no specs and no experience, and went on to win, encouraged the participants with the same experience, saying, there are times when you have to push past your limits. A program representative said, in a show that leaves everything up to the viewer's choices, not knowing who will win is the true thrill of Idol Corporation, and added, we sincerely thank Taystar for participating. Equals. I got the gist. It's definitely an article released by Idol Corporation. Though it reads as though it's reporting Park Mundy's words, the real focus isn't on me. They want to hype up Idol Corporation's dramatic excitement. They're emphasizing the unpredictable thrill of a show where someone with no background can suddenly win, like a biotech stock. But it's not a great angle. They're overselling it. I got gold in the first ranking and even platinum in the evaluations. I steadily ran the standard route in a buzzworthy group, resolving my family issues at the end to clinch the win. Literally the textbook audition story. So I'm not the kind of contestant who showcases Idol Corporation's unique style. They're just riding hype for nothing. They could just play up the basic fun of an audition, but it seems the producers have developed some weird pride in this dumpster fire show. These guys look lame. I wonder if jinxing even-numbered seasons is becoming a thing. Taystar should just bow out. Since I'm under T1, it'd hurt to cross them. Whether it's a reappearance or collaboration, I need ammunition ready so I can easily decline. First, let me check the fallout from this article. All right. Okay, not a bad vibe, right? Yeah, it's fine. First, the fan reactions. I handed Big Sejin back his phone and started searching on mine. And I was taken aback. Manjusa bastards turned all his sweat and tears into legends, then only showed him for 3 seconds this season, lol. He speaks so calmly, but you can really feel Mundi's love and passion for this. Almost cried. Now I'm that subway line 4-story girl. My heart breaks thinking Mundi hit it, so fans wouldn't worry. Glad I bought Mundi stock. So glad he debuted. Park Mundi F*** King Rock's quitting fandom equals death. Wow, this is embarrassing. Even people who had lost interest after Idol Corporation ended were pouring out new posts. There must have been something that genuinely moved them. I thought half would hate Idol Corporation and be annoyed, and half would be happy to see his face, but people were rallying more than expected. Is this a good thing? I felt a bit uneasy, but it wasn't bad. I decided to accept this situation. Next up, public reaction. On that front, there was virtually nothing. Entertainment news comments were locked, and since the article focused on Idol Corporation's promotion, attention went there. Most reactions about me, not the show, were just, he said. Something nice. I could gather negative reactions too, but what's the point? It looked like this. Sounds like an obvious line. Why is Tnet doing this? They're overhyping him, lol. Well, as a middle school dropout civilian, I guess it'd be hard to debut without Idol Corporation. His struggle really fits the kind I like in auditions. These are just casual comments, not real hate. No need to worry about random rude remarks. That's enough. I was annoyed at being used and having my image drained, but since fans liked it, I could let it slide. Time to cut ties. I shrugged. But as I was about to turn off the screen, I absent-mindedly checked the latest comment on the SNS post I was reading. It was on a post sharing an article titled Park Mundi's Wise Advice in Idol Corporation Season 4. Park Mundi, when you actually talk to him, seems so dumb and empty. Ugh, he just spits nonsense and acts cool for some PR. The nuance was strange. Not just a nasty comment from someone who hates me, but keywords used to steer the conversation. Dumb and empty? That's not something that naturally follows Park Mundi. Moreover, it wasn't the angle that would hit me the hardest. Linking Idol Corporation's fairness with T1's PR would be more effective, so it felt like it had some other motive. Wait, I checked the account. It posted event participations and humor bits, and banal things like when's lunch. I want to get off work. I ran searches for keywords like Park Mundi, dumb, and middle school dropout several times and confirmed the existence of similar accounts. They had ordinary profiles and usernames, sharing innocuous content without any specific focus. Skillful. Then I searched different keywords on SNS. Golden Age Hankook University. A flood of results appeared. The most shared post was Rich Kid Vibe Young Idols. Not that. I found a less shared minor post and checked its sharers' accounts. Hankook University Celebrity List. Those same bland accounts were mixed in. Found it. I smirked. Now I was sure. It looks like Golden Age is about to launch a campaign. Just like one guild told me. They said, let's push him as that young master image, and they'll use Park Mundi as material too. As expected, that company wasn't directly comparing me to the Golden Age Hankook University member. Instead, they lumped us together. They're reverse viral marketing idols like me with weak backgrounds, but good recognition. And they're simultaneously branding those Golden Age members as well-educated Silver Spoon idols. That image definitely sells. They expand the narrative, minimizing backlash while effectively boosting their class image. Well done. It's not too unsettling or annoying. Most agencies do this, but it's tiring. I barely have time for anything else. From my current debuffs to Idol Corporation's new season, there's a lot to handle. And if these guys escalate, it'll be even harder to manage. So I need to finish this with that agency now. Let's see. Just as I was recalling my list, someone suddenly spoke. What are you looking at so intently? It was Bei Sijin. Oh, just monitoring. Really? So nothing's wrong. Yeah, well. Bei Sijin looked conflicted, then quietly said, if you have any worries, tell me. I've been here longer. Maybe feeling confident after being cooperative on camera, he #InkVia even tried acting like the senior. Appreciate the effort, but I didn't particularly need Bei Sijin's help right now. But it's better to explain. It's a scheduling issue. I gave the most neutral answer I could think of. I want to appear on a show, so I'm trying to schedule the earliest possible airtime. A show? What show all of a sudden? I snorted. There are idiots online calling me dumb. Figured I'd go somewhere that needs brains. What? Some people really don't get it. Bei Sijin empathized and puffed up, pacing back and forth. Then after a moment, he suddenly stopped as if he remembered something. That's it. I know a writer. Huh. A culture department writer. His eyes lit up. The drama writer I worked with this time used to do variety. Hold on. He grabbed his phone and furiously started texting and calling. By the way, it was 8:30 p.m. What on earth is going on? Hello, writer? No, I'm not in that role. Sorry, but could you? He hid his discomfort and somehow finished the call, then turned to me with a clenched fist. He said he'll get me the fastest possible airtime. I calmly said, thanks. For something like this. But what program is it? His face went white then red when he realized he'd requested something without asking me. It's culture, but it's close to variety. Well, okay. Past is calling. Oh, sounds good, right? It was perfect. Past is Calling was a show I'd watched occasionally. Cast members moved to recreated historical locations to solve incidents. Along the way, they solve logic or history quizzes, maintaining a touch of educational content. Crucially, unless it's a special, the locations are within Korean history. If I blow this, I'm an idiot. Among people who dedicate their lives to sports and entertainment, a civil service exam taker who's studied SAT and Korean history, that's an easy win. I'll talk to the company and adjust my schedule. Thanks, Hyung. Yeah, sure. I made Bei Sijin a toast for dinner as a thank you. Hyung, let me have some too. Asked permission from Sijin Hyung. Everything went smoothly. And on the day of filming Past is Calling, I met an unexpected cast member. Hello, Sunbeam. He bowed deeply. The main vocalist of Hankook University from Golden Age. So, that guy who had the ribbon on the fried chicken. Oh, I smiled and nodded. Yes, nice to see you again. Let's work well together. No, I should be the one. It's an honor to meet you, Sunbeam. He bowed again, relief in his voice. I got scheduled suddenly and was really nervous, but I'm so glad you're here. Look at that. You got the call suddenly. I also just got confirmed recently. Is that so? I got it pretty last minute. Oh, sorry. I'm rambling. No, I like talking. Let's do our best today. Yes, thank you. The Golden Age main vocalist left to greet other cast members. And, overlapping, Si and Ah-hyun returned from the convenience store. I'm back. Okay, Ah-hyun, let's fix your hair in a bit. Si and Ah-hyun was another member brought along because the culture department asked for one more. I sorted out the snacks Si and Ah-hyun brought with a smile and asked, Mundi, are you excited for filming? Why you look happy? Oh, it's fun. It really was fun. I grabbed the opportunity of a quick thinking variety show, and that guy followed up by grabbing a variety show. There was only one conclusion. There's a rat in the company. I was already looking forward to where I could use this. Of course, first I had to finish this shoot well. I unwrapped a piece of chocolate Si and Ah-hyun had given me. Let's see if I can beat the Hankook University guy. Shortly after, filming began without delay. 167 chapter. The show Past is Calling, starring Park Mundi and Si and Ah-hyun, filmed with about 5 or 6 cast members. And, to keep things running smoothly, there was, of course, a fixed cast member acting as a kind of MC. This is going to be perfect, thought the veteran MC in the variety world as he scanned the guest lineup. A hot idol and an Ivy League idol? They won't miss the chance to make comparisons. Having hosted well over 20 episodes, he could already see how the editing would shape up. Of course, If they blatantly compared them, TSDAR's fans would unleash a torrent of complaints. Since it was an educational program, they wouldn't be too overt. They'd find a way to highlight TSDR's members' moments, or at worst, edit him to look cute. But having an Ivy League student and a middle school dropout, this is going to be fun. The MC chuckled inwardly, imagining the production team working hard to make the footage heartwarming and pretty. Just then, the cue came. "Ah, here they come." He called out to the camera and quickly slipped into a shadowed corner of the set. "When do we take these off? Where are we?" 6 cast members, faces hidden under hoods, waddled forward at the staff's direction. The MC gave a thumbs up to the camera, composed himself, and shouted, "What manner of garments are these?" "Eek! You startled us. Hurry and remove those hideous things." In confusion, the cast members hesitated, then slowly removed their hoods and gasped. Where is this? Looks like a hammock. Feels like the Josian era." They clustered around someone they knew, or someone they wanted to know, whispering. The MC zeroed in on today's key figure, Park Mundy, who listened calmly to Sean Ah-hyun's whisper. He's so composed, the MC thought. With his neat black hair and calm expression, he didn't look like someone with a short education. The MC unconsciously indulged his bias. Idols sure are good-looking these days. He nodded approvingly at blonde Sean Ah-hyun. Then, before the confused cast could blurt out jokes, delivered his line. "A grand event awaits. Don your proper attire and attend without delay. I shall take my leave." Mixing modern speech with archaic form, the MC clasped his hands behind his back and slipped out through the papered door. "Hey, where are you going?" Hyung. This show's got no plan." The door closed firmly, leaving the startled cast behind. "Oh, what a great catch today." MG tossed off his line skillfully, grinning as he headed to the monitoring room. Watching the guests' awkward antics or successes, reacting, and providing commentary was the MC's true calling. Let's see, about 20 minutes of footage of them floundering before getting anything right. He sat down in front of the monitor, predicting the usual trend. Then he noticed something unexpected. "I thought about the manager's hint. Our goal is 3 steps. Learn which event this is, don proper attire, and attend without delay." Exactly. As expected of a survival show veteran, Mundy is so calm. "First, we must leave this room. It's like an escape room. There's a lock next to this door." "Oh, right." Park Mundy advanced at once. "Wow, fast. So fast." The MC slapped his palm in admiration, even as he gawked. What's with him? No time for the others to babble or explore. It was swift and decisive. Then came the next scene. "All right, I'll read it. Listen up, everyone." The seasoned comedian pulled out a sheet of hanji from a small box beside the door and read their first quiz. A decree assigns 6 new examinees to Jiffyonjian as Yule, Gap, Byong, Mu, Gi, and Jong. The conditions are as follows. What is this? Below it were several lines of contradictory conditional statements starting with, if Yule and Gap are both assigned to Jiffyonjian, then Byong is also assigned to Jiffyonjian. Typical of a complex logic puzzle used in real logic classes. An intellectual blitz for a history-themed variety show. Ha ha ha. Look at your faces. Just as the MC began enjoying the cast's panicked reactions, Park Mundy spoke up. Gap and Gi are assigned to Jiffyonjian. Yes. And if you list them again in order, Gap, Yule, Byong, Jong, Mu, Gi. Park Mundy pressed the first and 6th levers on the 6-step wooden lock. It clicked open. Oh, what? Wait, what? The answer took under 3 seconds. The MC gaped at the monitor. He almost asked the crew, was he an Ivy Leaguer, aloud? Can people normally solve that fast? Crew members shook their heads, making X signs. The MC snorted in thought. He's supposedly a middle school dropout. Even the Hankook University graduate on screen just clapped. That speed was unheard of. This happened a few more times. How about checking for anything else in the room before we exit? That's a great idea. Over here. Seon Ah-hyun, who'd searched the room and found a hidden box and puzzle, handed the reading to the Ivy Leaguer. How does one catch a bird? By shooting an arrow. How does one catch a land beast? By throwing a spear. Sea beasts are. A bit of nonsense laced the logic puzzle, requiring ingenuity. But as soon as it finished, Park Mundy spoke. Birds 3 times, Beasts once, see beasts twice, birds once. If you imagine the beasts as the four directional deities, you can map them to east, west, south, north. Four directional deities? Like the blue dragon? Yes, that's it. Birds are the vermilion bird. Exactly. With that insight, the sliding lock, which moved up, down, left, and right, was solved in an instant by the excited cast. Wah-wah. Dude, mine's crazy smart. Insane. Thank you. Wait, isn't that supposed to go around once before you can solve it? Park Mundy bowed at the cast's praise and slaps, while the crew murmured to the MC. That was supposed to need a full rotation. Without any feng shui or location hints, he'd used pure logic. The PD feigned outrage. Oh, if we'd known we had such a genius, we'd have ramped up the difficulty to show them the bitter taste of education. The camera caught the PD's pretend meltdown. The MC inwardly admired him. Man, innate smarts matter so much. Half right. Park Mundy looked a bit uneasy. He must have cribbed from past LEET and SAP problems. He'd previewed all previous episodes and recognized the format. They'd only changed the words and steps. Once you solve a puzzle, it sticks, hence the speed. Plus, knowing logic symbols lets you compress it into one line. Having aced a senior-level logic class for the civil service exam, Park Mundy found this embarrassingly easy. Comparing him to a freshman on leave isn't fair. He glanced at the Ivy Leaguer with some sympathy, then realized his own advantage. Anyway, this is smooth sailing. Nearby, the cast eagerly examined the contents of the box. What's inside? Wrapped in silk was a newly printed book, filled cover to cover with Chinese characters. Oh, I don't know. It's all Hanja. Should we take it with us, since we can't read? Sure. Ah-hyun can hold on to it. Let's head out. Okay. At that moment, Park Mundy spoke to Ah-hyun. Can I look at that for a sec? Sure. He leafed through the book quickly and smirked. Ah, thanks. All right, everyone. Let's open the door together. Yes. Si and Ah-hyun tucked the book under her arm. The cast stood by the door, counted down, and swung it open. 3, 2, 1, open. They froze. Beyond the door was a busy corridor filled with court attendants. Wow, so this is the palace. These outfits are straight out of a historical drama. Just as they were about to move on. Ah, this is about to get interesting. The MC's words proved prophetic. The real skit began. A ragtag group in bizarre attire. Eek! The cast, emerging into the grand palace, received the courtiers' rebukes and scurried about hiding. This is insane. Shoo, let's stay quiet. Ah, this door's open. Nice work, Ah-hyun. They found a wardrobe in the room and discovered the proper garments. Oh, court robes. They look great. But no, these are Chong robes from Sungkyunkwan. I hear you've just passed the state exam at Sungkyunkwan. This show really lives for backstory. Huh, no. Through the skit with the courtiers, the cast realized the robes were the uniforms of Sungkyunkwan scholars. Hey. Self-styled court official then informed them the event they'd come to was the king's. We must enter the royal audience. The audience. We were to see the king. Wow, that's right. But first, don't we need something? Yes? As a traditional offering in place of tuition, they brought small snacks to present to their teacher. Only after securing the real court robes could they proceed. Park Mundy really cooks, murmured the MC, sipping a product placement drink. Crew members sighed. The cast's progress was lightning fast, so fast, the MC worried about running out of footage. Yet the skits filled the time perfectly. What was your favorite pastime at Sungkyunkwan? Yes, what was it? Mundy? As Park Mundy dodged the question, Si and Ah-hyun nervously answered, which was rather endearing. He's making sure the little sibling gets some comedic lines, the MC thought, impressed and a little moved. No wonder he topped the audition. Around them, the story swept forward and they reached the final gate, already open. You shall quickly deliver. Oh, you've brought it. Yes? The item the court official had demanded was the very book they'd retrieved in the first room. Amazing. Thanks, Mundy. We solved it together. Thank you. Park Mundy withstood the cast's applause once more. Isn't this the fastest time ever? We'll be done by sunrise. Yay. They cheered and hurried on, finally reaching the royal audience chamber. There, a hidden quiz appeared. What business brings you to the royal audience? We needed to know that too. Everyone retreat. as the cast panicked and planned a withdrawal. "I've thought of something," Park Mundy whispered to them. "Not you again." While the MC gleefully exclaimed, everyone in the monitoring room leaned forward, eager to hear. "I believe the current king is King Sejong." "Why?" "Because of this book." He opened it to a page full of characters. "Doesn't this look like Hangul?" He pointed at the top, an unfamiliar character shaped just like. "Wait." The cast examined each page carefully. Though the script looked foreign, many symbols resembled Hangul's vowels and consonants. "Wait. So this must be the Hunminjeongeum? And King Sejong?" Park Mundy nodded faintly. "But since King Sejong himself created Hangul, it seems odd that the Gyeonggian scholars would present it directly to him. So the remaining text must be the Hunminjeongeum Harry, the detailed exposition on Hangul's creation and use. Though one might assume it'd be written in Hangul, it was actually in Hanja, to introduce Hangul to those literate in Chinese." Park Mundy smiled softly. "I learned that the Gyeonggian scholars wrote that. So we should say this is the Hunminjeongeum Harry, and present it to King Sejong." "Correct." "Whoa!" the MC gasped. The crew murmured in agreement, and the cast cheered. "Mundy, you even know that." "Wow, this seems right. It fits perfectly." I had a feeling when Gyeonggian appeared. But Park Mundy wasn't finished. "Also, two people must perform this duty." "Huh? Remember the gap and GI puzzle from before?" "Yeah, I remember." He nodded. "I think that refers to the eldest and the youngest among us. Their exam ranks match, and they both just passed. An unexpected backstory alignment. So the two Gyeonggian scholars who serve the king should present this. By age order." He raised his hand politely. "That's Hyung and this little sibling." He smiled faintly, indicating the eldest cast member and the youngest, the Ivy Leaguer. The monitoring room was awestruck. "Incredible. You're a genius." "You flatter me. I might be over-speculating, though." "No, this is right. My intuition told me." They were correct. Wasn't that supposed to take ages and many hints? They've skipped it all. "Do you know Korean history too?" "Sheesh." The MC, relieved to avoid the toughest questions, grudgingly suited up. It was time. "Let's go down." He led the staff in ceremonial robes to the audience chamber. The cast gathered their resolve and passed through the doors. "Gyeonggian's Gap and GI have come too. Present the Hunminjeongeum Harry to your majesty." "Welcome." "Yes." They cheered and entered swiftly. There, seated on the dragon throne, was the MC. "You have arrived." "Ah." The MC, posing as King Sejong, left the cast stunned with the Hunminjeongeum Harry in hand. "Hyung." "No, your majesty." The eldest cast member blurted out King Sejong, prompting subtitles. Sejong is a temple name, given posthumously. Extreme premature honorific. With that gag, filming wrapped. "Excellent work." Park Mundy's solution had been confirmed as correct. "Wow, amazing." The MC patted Park Mundy on the shoulder as they wrapped up. "Thank you." Park Mundy bowed with a smile. The MC glanced between the Ivy Leaguer and Park Mundy. No comparison. Park Mundy's flood of correct answers and phenomenal performance were destined to air uncut. And he'd already considered the fallout. That was so much fun to film. It really was. I nodded. It had been a rewarding time. Sian Ah-hyun giggled. "And Mundy, you really know NVLGT. Only on NVLGT, Korean history." I shook my head. "No, I prepared." "Huh. Literally. I had prepared. I watched the previous episodes in advance. About 5 episodes in full. For the rest, I did it differently. First, I made a table of all 25 episodes' titles and synopses. Then, excluding those, I selected impressive historical events from similar quiz patterns, ones not covered in the latest 3 episodes. The creation of Hangul and the June struggle were the likeliest. After that, I memorized every related achievement and event, even minor details. Once the scope's that small, it's doable. I'd memorized countless obscure facts preparing for civil service exams. Plus, I'd already studied Korean history before. "Why you worked hard. That was really cool." "Thanks. You did well too, finding things, doing the skit." "Ah, no, that's because of you." "Me what?" As we moved by car, Sian Ah-hyun and I chatted casually. Arriving at the next set, and just before rejoining the group, I slipped aside to the restroom. "Be right back." "Okay, sure." I got it. But instead of the restroom, I headed to a sealed area behind the parking lot and called the company. It's time. This episode airs late night this weekend. I plan to handle it first. The rat in the company. Hello, yes, hello. Was I calling the operations team? No. This is the management office, right? The management office, the department above operations. Could I speak with the director? It's always most effective to go straight to the highest relevant person. 168 Chapter. The meeting with the head of management was arranged almost immediately after a bit of commotion. Several attempts were made to ask why I insisted on meeting the head specifically, but my vague excuse, I have something important to discuss, was enough to fend them off. They must be making good money off T-Star, I thought. Since it's a resource with feelings, they clearly tried to placate me as much as possible. I'd even prepared a detailed excuse, just in case. I guess the management office was tense. Until now, our group had made no strong demands beyond album and activity plans, and I'm not even the leader, yet here I was requesting a meeting out of the blue. They were probably scrambling to figure out what this sudden move was about. But they couldn't stall forever. I'll see you tomorrow, then. Ah, yes. I'd scheduled the meeting for the very next day. It was the only daytime slot we both had free, so they had no choice. I hung up and shrugged. I wonder what theories they're cooking up. I didn't really care, but I was curious. The company's judgment became clear 5 minutes into the meeting at 10 a.m. the next day. Monday, is there something unsatisfactory about your group activities? You're talented, so it might feel stifling. But it's safest to continue on this path for about another year. After greeting me and some small talk, they got straight to that point. I realized from the tone. They think I want solo activities. It was an easy conclusion. First place survivor, recently successful personal variety show, counseling during group activities. It wouldn't be strange if they thought I wanted solo work. And I noticed something else. This guy hasn't had this conversation before. If I'd actually come to complain about group activities because I wanted solo work, this was the wrong approach. They blurted out, "We'll continue the same for a year," before I even spoke. No self-centered star would accept that. They should have let me raise the issue first, then feign concern. Someone seasoned would know that. This guy clearly didn't. A parachute hire after all. Other departments, AR, producing, marketing, required specialists, so they'd recruited experienced professionals. But management? They probably thought it safe to slot in a parachute hire tied to stakeholders. Even though this department needed expertise. Makes it easier for me to speak up. I stared at the young head of management, then nodded gravely. If stability is best, that's fine, right? But I'm worried this could lead to trouble. Pardon. I shrugged and dropped my bomb. I heard someone from another agency is holding a second job. Is that okay? The head was speechless, then managed an awkward laugh. Monday. That's not allowed here. They only recently joined, so their profile's probably still up there. He thought I was a clueless rookie. I was happy to let him believe that. I nodded meekly. Really? I must have been mistaken. But it seems your schedules often overlap with Golden Age. I saw you coordinating. With Golden Age on the call when I mentioned filming past is calling. Who said that? Who was it? 1 second. I pretended to scroll through my contacts, then said as if I remembered. Oh, right. Deputy Manager O.C.O. Hyong from Operations. Remember him? When Sejin and Bae Sejin fought, he paired them on the same team and told them to stop being sensitive. That's the guy? Did I really overhear that call? Of course not. Who would discuss that within earshot of their talent? But the culprit was clear. It's him. Other departments had no motive. They were professionals. No need for industrial espionage. But operations was different. T1 had devalued management expertise, filling it with parachute hires and cheap mid-level recruits, plus clueless newbies. The least competent group, unhappy and uninvested. They're the easiest to bribe with crumbs. Next step, see if anyone overlaps with Golden Age. They wouldn't poach a stranger. They'd lure someone they'd worked with. So I checked Travelers, Golden Age's agency, staff histories. High performers often came from Big Hole. Sure enough, SNS was full of mentions. The CEO left Wonderhall with some staff to go independent. No wonder the artists have a Wonderhall vibe LOL. Wonderhall, a Big Idol agency. Typical. Now I just needed to find someone on our side who'd worked at Wonderhall. T1 had replicated the internal network structure, so I could see it. Only one matched. June 1st, 2019, January 4th, 2021 Wonderhall ENT Field Support and Paperwork. Deputy Manager O.C.O. Hyong from Operations. That fit. No wonder they slack off. He'd long since checked out mentally. Everything he handled had noise around it. Deputy Manager, sharing variety show content might seem efficient, but wouldn't it be better to focus on one place? The key, never frame it as the talent misbehaving. I refused to give them a rationalization like the star overreacted. He needed to suspect himself, while I feigned ignorance. I noticed you overlap a lot with Golden Age. Feels like you're going for cost efficiency. Schedules overlap? Yes. And articles often group us together online. I wondered if you just lumped us together for convenience. If he didn't grasp the gravity by now, he was a rock. Fortunately, his face went red, then pale, then settled. Something inside clicked, anger and realization. I see. All right. I'll discuss the deputy manager issue. Thank you for telling me. Yes, thank you. I didn't expect him to handle it cleanly. Watch and see. Monday, until this is resolved, you'd better not mention it elsewhere. It could cause problems. Of course he was frightened for his own reputation. If this leaked, TSDAR's fans would protest outside. I nodded. Certainly. Obviously a lie. Well thought. He didn't even have time to ask why I'd requested the meeting. He just escorted me out of his mind. I smirked inwardly and headed to the recording studio under the pretense of finishing some recording. An AR team member, prepping audio, was chatting with the second manager who arrived early. The manager spoke first. Monday, you're here, how'd it go? It was fine. What was discussed? They asked me to keep it a secret. Oh, the AR tech's ears must have perked up. Of course they're curious. The second manager lowered his voice. So, they're going to make you a soloist? No, it wasn't that. Then what was it? Well, since you're in management, maybe you can hear it. What? The hint, management office, had dropped. The AR tech surely caught it. I paused dramatically, then shook my head. I don't know. They just told me to keep it quiet until it's resolved. So curious. Sorry. I probably shouldn't say. All right, I get it. I'd conveyed that it was serious. The AR tech would go back and tell everyone. Big trouble hit management. Office gossip was more fun than boring work. Once there's a whiff of trouble, everyone digs to find out. Internal rumors spread fast. I'll bet the head of headquarters hears by the end of the week. And he did. 3 days later, word came that the headquarters head was furious, investigating further. Monday, did you hear? What? Someone in operations was selling our info to another agency. Crazy, right? Big Sejin, slumped on the living room sofa, was all agog. He probably felt good that they'd caught the rat. I chuckled. Yeah, they caught them. Yep. But someone on our side tipped them off. Is that so? Yeah, that's what they said. Big Sejin smiled broadly. And just so you know, thanks for your hard work, Monday. He patted my back and walked into his room. He figured it out. Glad he didn't pry. On the flip side, someone else came buzzing in. Wow, company atmosphere is wild right now. The second manager said. Mid-schedule, he excitedly shared every detail of the company drama. What's happening? Heard the headquarters heads calling that agency. Oh, Deputy O's already been summoned. No wonder. That approval bot had been trying to quietly ride out his probation, but a scandal this big couldn't stay under wraps. Once word gets out, only one way to restore order, public punishment. Of course, internal only. They'd apprehended the industrial spy and would use a lawsuit or public statement to pressure Golden Age's agency. They had to capitulate. Once exposed, it's over. If it were a top-tier group, maybe. But this was a clash between a corporate-backed giant and a small agency, and the fault lay with the small agency. The big company had the moral high ground. With evidence secured, there was no escape. Golden Age's agency, however clever, would have to grovel if they wanted to keep operating. They'll keep quiet for a while. Now, Golden Age must stay silent about past is calling's broadcast reaction. Much easier. I leaned back on the sofa. Preparations were complete. The weekend airing was just around the corner. 169 chapter. Park Monday's appearance on Past is Calling wasn't revealed until the teaser dropped. They'd hurried to book the earliest airtime. Teaser, Taystar as Sunkyung Kwan scholars alongside Golden Age. Past is Calling EP 36 SBC culture. And naturally, A wave of behind-the-scenes worry swept through public opinion. It was instinct from past experience and fear of stirring up trouble. F***K, that group again. Am I the only one getting nervous? They should stick him on a healing show going to food spots. He's busy enough without adding educational programs. These bastards. Among the fans who cared about public opinion, many had already realized Golden Age was deliberately clinging to Taystar. Thinking back to Park Mundy's past, his family struggles, and unfortunate dropout story, it was obvious nobody would be happy to see him paired with a Hankook University student on an intellectual cultural show. If the editing even subtly compared their academic backgrounds, he'd go insane. I'll be so pissed I can't watch the live broadcast. If they mash us together again, I swear, I'll raise heaven and earth. But not everyone overthought it so deeply. The lighter, more casual fans who just wanted to enjoy the show saw public reaction like this. Insane. Park Mundy and Hanbok blew my mind. Even the Sunkyungkwan scholar outfits look epic from the teaser. Thank you. Overwhelming thanks. Wait, so sudden? This is sudden, but very welcome. Teaser looked like Mundy did a lot. My heart's racing. A graduate student slogging through a grueling master's program watched with these thoughts. My one joy in life. She cracked a tired smile. Thank God it's on late night. I'm in the lab all weekend. I'm watching the live broadcast too. She was so excited she wanted to bounce on the couch, but lacking energy, she sat primly and turned on the TV. Here we go. The show began before long. What past is calling them? The grad student watched with excitement as the opening unhooded them, and the MC took his seat in the monitoring room, then tracked Park Mundy's every move with a grin. Park Mundy's speaking and laughing was pure healing. I was bummed he had black hair this era, but I can't wait to see him in scholar robes. But that composure shattered at the next scene. Gap and GI are assigned to Jiffyanjian. Whoa, Park Mundy had blitzed through the first puzzle at lightning speed. What the hell? Why is he doing that? Why is Park Mundy doing that? And this exclamation wasn't just hers. Her makeshift SNS account for fangirling was full of similar comments. What the? Park Mundy's. Nuts lol. Does my man have a brain too? F***K. But the shock was too fast. It's birds 3 times, land beasts once, sea beasts twice, birds once. How about retrieving what's on the 3rd shelf? Park Mundy kept dominating throughout the broadcast. Holy! She gaped at the screen. The show didn't rely on magic editing. True to a culture program, it stayed polished but not overly sensational. That made Park Mundy's real-time problem-solving taste even more vivid. Wait, shouldn't that require a full rotation first? That one usually needs a full spin. Monitor room buzzing. Their reactions, crew and MC alike, highlighted that absurdly high intellect. Wow, she watched speechless, then her chest swelled. I don't want to just call him smart. He could star on any quiz show gathering geniuses and still be the ace. The cast seemed to feel the same. Admiration and chuckles poured out. Mundy, come here. Be honest, you're a Mensa member, right? Just tell me. What? No, of course not. He seems exactly like he could be. She shook her head in disbelief. Like her, fans who'd worried about his appearance were now flooding posts about his insane performance. Park Mundy got it right again. Is this my dream? He just hears it and solves it nonstop. LOL my heart, he's nuts. Park Mundy. What can't Mundy do besides drawing? F***K, I worried for nothing. I thought my baby was just genius at singing, dancing, looks, ideas. Turns out he's a real genius. Because he progressed so quickly, they didn't cut out any of his puzzle solving. They even amplified it. The first puzzle is easy if you use logic symbols. May I have a pen, thanks? Park Mundy explained his method in an interview segment, enriching the usual solution explanation in an engaging way. Even critics who wanted to accuse scripted lines, they already gave away the answers, couldn't complain. I always group identical symbols. Then these mismatched elements pop out. It was obvious he'd solved it himself and fully understood it. As the final touch, they included his backstory for why he's so good. I like this show. I've watched a lot. I studied how to solve these puzzles on my own. He honestly confessed to diligently previewing the show. In truth, he just narrowed the Korean history range for memorization, but mixing in some truth made it seem even more sincere. He added a touch of genuine context about his logical quiz skills. Actually, I considered becoming a civil servant, so I studied Korean history before becoming an idol. Anyone aware of Park Mundi's circumstances would feel their heart tug. And since any caring fan would know that story, it was a masterfully crafted line. Viewers responded with tears, so proud, and emojis. Do whatever you want, Mundi, except retire. My mom keeps whispering how proud she is. She might send you a scholarship. Thank you for being an idol. If you'd stuck to civil service, you'd have passed fast at your intelligence. So eerie that you're in the idol world. Smart and ambitious youth. A shame so many don't get the chance. What a tragic reality. They'd hit a nerve in a nation obsessed with education. There wasn't even any talk of manipulation or clickbait. It felt like pure truth. A few vague, feels contrived, lol, so on point comments surfaced, but they died quickly. The show's inherent credibility was strong. Public broadcaster, not a T1 affiliate. Why would they hype him up? No need, lol. The production team was totally shocked, lol, so funny, lol. The PD would rather die than manipulate. He's obsessed with accuracy, even if it sometimes kills the show, yet he sticks to serious culture content, lol. Even attempts to complain, he hogs all the screen time, lacked basis. Park Mundi only appeared for puzzle solving. In skits or heartwarming moments, they prominently featured Seon Ah-hyun. Wow. I want to try that. For example, Seon Ah-hyun's elegant, deft removal of a hint without touching the hanging hanji was a highlight. Her poise made it even better. Like some celestial being. The student was sure that slow motion, heavily color-graded clip would flood her timeline within days. Seon Ah-hyun also shone with small talk bits. Shall I offer you one? No, I am fine. Watching. A court attendant stared dumbfounded at a rice cake piece dipped in honey by Seon Ah-hyun was priceless. Her internal conflict over whether it was appropriate during filming added to the cuteness. Even the NPC courtier's lost character, almost bursting into reality. Now I know why they call her an angel. The grad student promoted Seon Ah-hyun from Mundi's friends to Mundi's cute friends in her mental folder. Meanwhile, the cast continued solving the mystery warmly. We've got good momentum. Great. Youngest, want to try? Yes. I'll solve it. Of course, as Park Mundi planned. The Golden Age Hankook University student did get some airtime solving puzzles and skits. But her stiff performance in solo talk lacked real fun. She held her own on puzzles, but nothing matched Park Mundi's explosive impact. Expectations had been set high by the prior info. Oh good. Thank you. Just typical, innocuous footage kept the flow. The Hankook University student ended up blandly overshadowed, but not harshly ridiculed. For Park Mundi's fans, it was perfect. Their private communities and SNS were in celebratory mood. Only here can I say how refreshing this is. Same spectacle as last time, lol. LOL, so much fun. Next time, please watch your step before you stretch out. Usually they'd stir anti-corporate sentiment, but Golden Age's agency stayed utterly silent, solidifying this as the accepted narrative without pushback. The climax came at the episode's end. This book. Doesn't this look like Hangul? It was Park Mundi's Korean history triumph and chain of deduction. We, as Gap and GI of Jifyeonjian, have come to present the Hunminjeonjeom Harry to your majesty. His calm delivery and faint smile made that scene as compelling as a drama or film climax. As soon as it aired, clips flooded all SNS and online communities. Relatable highlight from today's past is Calling. Doesn't this look like Hangul? Past is Calling's spine-chilling Park Mundi final deduction. Usually such titles draw backlash, but here they amassed overwhelming agreement and quickly rose to popularity. It was plain truth. That was crazy hard, and he nailed it first try, goosebumps. Some people are just born with it. It fit perfectly, catharsis overload lol. I knew it since in OVELIGHT. He led the debut song's PPT creation, lol. Too talented to waste. Me, my inner K high school senior, wants me to retake the CSAT now. Accepting Park Mundi's good mind alongside his troubled past image made him more three-dimensional. His plan had worked flawlessly, without a hitch. So clean. I put my phone down. It had been a while since I'd seen results so smooth. without any surprises. Hunminjianjiam Harry. Hunminjianjiam Harry. From the next room, Cha Eugene's excited chanting of the title like a cheer echoed. He and his roommate Big Sejin had monitored past is calling together, bored without schedules. A Yankee habit, huh? His pronunciation was perfect. Clearly that scene had impressed even Eugene's Korean history illiterate self. Ha ha ha. Big Sejin's laughter rolled across the wall. With the roommate reshuffle content looming, I hoped those two wouldn't get picked. Regardless, it was a night without anything to sort out for once. I tuned out the noise and closed my eyes. My senses were already relaxing. I didn't even need earplugs. I tried to sleep early tonight. Then, zzz vibrate. Zzz vibrate. My phone started buzzing at intervals. A call. What now? No one should be calling. But I'd blocked unknown numbers, so it wasn't spam. Ow. I sighed and lifted the phone to my face. Of course, the caller was displayed. Golden Age Ha Il Jun Hyung. In the dead of night, it was Golden Age's #1 main vocalist. 170 chapter. Are you sane at this hour? Even in our line of work, we often stay late, but it was already past midnight. I thought Gold One still had some sense, but apparently not. I reluctantly answered. Hello. It's Monday. His voice sounded a bit out of it. Yeah, can you talk? Sure. Go ahead. There was a long pause. I heard about it too. Pardon. I heard our company treated you guys poorly. He really said that outright? Given their scramble to handle the scandal, it made sense he'd pieced it together, but calling me out of the blue was odd. What is he aiming for? The next words answered that. I'm sorry. That was it. What could I say but the obvious? You didn't do it personally, so don't worry about it. If he'd been sent by the company, that wouldn't help, but if it was just him, it might comfort him. That should do it. His response surprised me. You know, I sort of already knew what was going on. I just pretended not to know. I've heard things about you guys occasionally. I heard him sigh over the phone. I didn't expect it to be this bad, but thinking back, if I were you, I'd be really pissed. His voice trembled slightly, so I called to apologize. I was going to call Chong Woo, but I figured you were the most affected, so I called you first. Sounds like the company's really in turmoil. Guilt doesn't just pop up without cause. They must have had a real mess on their hands. Still, it was commendable he apologized rather than got defensive. He was barely a college-aged kid, after all. Mustering that courage showed promise. I accepted the apology graciously. It's fine. It shocked me a bit, but it's over now. Their company was the one at fault. No reason not to accept his apology. Thanks. I heard his relieved exhale. And COY told me to pass along her apologies and thanks. She said you treated her well during filming. COY? Oh, the Hankook University student. I'll call her Gold 3. I agreed noncommittally. It wasn't a big deal, but understood. Okay. Whoa, wait, it's 1 a.m.? Yeah. He let out a strange groan, the gravity vanishing in an instant. Damn, really sorry. I was monitoring. It was the same for me. It's okay. Apparently they'd watched past is calling together as a group. It's getting late for you too, huh? I offered a closing remark, and Gold One tactfully hung up. Right. Good night. I'll support your activities. Thank you. Hope you have good results too. The conversation ended amicably, but I had a feeling they wouldn't greet me casually like in debut days anymore. No choice. Competitors behave that way. I shrugged and set my phone to silent to avoid further distractions. Then I fell into a deep sleep. Unaware Sian Ah-hyun and Bae Sejin returned to the dorm. I only checked messages the next morning. Junior, nice use of your civil service exam experience. Congrats, happy face. Who now? I almost spat out my brunch. When did he send this? Timestamp, 4 a.m. Guess he did it on his way to the salon. What a nuisance. I glared at VTSE Shin Chongryo Sunbeam, whose profile pic was a golden retriever from an insurance ad. Oh right, I mentioned studying for civil service exams to him once. Unintentionally gave him proof of my reliability. I quickly typed, yes, thank you, and tried to exit the message tab. But another text arrived first. Zzz vibrate. Image file. A random gift icon. I tapped it. A study support chocolate set from a franchise CAF. He sent it as a joke? Sending this to support your promotions. Isn't new single timing coming up? True. It was almost time for a repackage album. And the activity track came from the same Golden Age composer we shared. Nice arrangement. Kim Rabin's arrangement passed almost unanimously, but he still seemed insecure. Funny, since his worry was about timing. I chose a genre that usually charts, but if the trend shifts by release. No way, Rabin, calm down. This conversation had happened several times recently. I sighed. Worry about your own feet. Rabin's recovery was declared complete, his ankle fine, so choreography practice was smooth. If only he hadn't insisted on indoor climbing, he'd have recovered a week earlier. Passion for schedules noted, but such rigidity. Critics might roast us if we aim too much at mass appeal. No, Rabin, eat your meal. Even at dinner, he fussed. Anyway, album prep was sailing along. If I was going to muzzle that agency anyway, I shouldn't have shared the composer so grandly. I'd pulled in Youngren and Chong Ryo too, sharing the composer across groups. Maybe that's why they latched onto me. Emotion clouds their judgment. If they were upset over reverse marketing while we merely shared a composer, it's ridiculous, but it's done now. Morally harmless, so they'll move on soon enough. They can't hold grudges too long against T1. Next up after Youngren's group is VTIC. That sly bastard. He quietly bowed out during tour and comeback discussions, betting on success before jumping in. Typical perfectionist. On the flip side, his willing cooperation was a sign of goodwill. If he stays like this, I'll tolerate it. I sighed and moved my thumb on the phone keyboard. Yes, I'll do my best. Thanks for the chocolate, Sunbeam. Have a great day. All right, nice and tidy. He even seemed to like the composer's track. And even if Golden Age does nothing more foolish, better to avoid unnecessary drama. This arrangement looked good from every angle. I nodded and refocused on my meal. But then my phone buzzed again. Zzz vibrate. Oh, my birthday's next month, 27th. And what am I supposed to do with that? I exasperatedly turned off the phone. Time to finish eating. Make sure your dishes are in the sink. Yes. A cleaner did come, but we at least rinsed before bed. Now it was free time. Ha ha ha. Normally we stay in our rooms, but today the living room buzzed. Eugene was playing some silly dance game, and everyone came to watch. Should I join? I left my room for a change, but it was too loud. Moving felt laborious, so I found another distraction. Time to check. The status. I opened the stat screen after a long while. Name, Park Mundi, Ryu Jianwo. Level, 17. Title, none. Vocals, S. Dance, B. Appearance, A. Charisma, B+. Traits, infinite potential, study abroad, A. Bacchus 500, B. Keen ear, A. Debuff, debut or die. Remaining points, 2. My vocals at S stood out. Proud moment. It had served me well in variety and activities. Then I saw the new points from leveling up, but something else caught my eye. Why's that? My charisma had naturally increased from B to B+. I didn't do anything that would raise charisma. I hadn't opened this in a while, so I had no idea when it happened. Regardless, increases are good. I crossed my arms calmly. Time to allocate points and close this. Before the new album drops, now was perfect. Standard move to charisma. 1 point to Richa, most efficient. All right, what's up? Oops. I'd said it aloud while focusing on the stat screen. Eugene, fresh from the game, was watching me curiously. No harm done. The rest was silent. I was about to shrug off the moment, but then thought, let's see what they think. Just curious. Yeah. What do you think is the most essential skill to succeed as an idol? It's like personality, charisma, equivalent to charisma stat. A fitting answer from someone with top-tier charisma in the same field. Then Kim Rabin cut in. You need a more professional answer. Hyung, I think it's definitely the ability to convey a song. Expression matters. Right. That, too, equates to charisma in the end. But Bae Sejin interjected gloomily. Basic skills. He sounded like he spoke from his own needs. Meanwhile, Eugene and Rabin bickered and Big Sejin chipped in. Do everything well? Why pick one? But we must choose the most important. What a mess. Shouldn't have asked. I let it play out. I shook my head and used the lull to check something else. The event pop-up. True taste of fame. 10 million people remember your existence. Legendary trait draw. Click. 10 million people. Impossible to imagine that crowd in real life. Worse, it appeared ages ago. Must be heading toward 50 million by now. Whoa. Pride and chills. I clicked the trait draw. Ding 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 ding. A familiar slot machine graphic spun. Starting heroes at B, legendary should guarantee A. 10 million know me, surely. But the slot included gold. What? Now only higher rarities could appear, it wouldn't guarantee A. Like a cheap mobile game. I stared at gold, platinum, and rainbow icons on the reels. Anything useful for promotions would be nice. Time to retire, study abroad. Something to boost concept versatility, or at least improve hair would help. The slot slowed, then stopped, on platinum. Pop. Trait. It's exactly as you said. A acquired. And there it was, A. Trait name I'd seen before, only upgraded in grade. 171 chapter. Have you heard the urban legend about a doll you threw away in a junkyard showing up again on your doorstep? That's pretty much how I feel right now. Why is this here? This, now that I think about it, that's true trait I just rolled. I'd gotten it as a C rank early in Ajusa and used it to persuade Cianahian, then deleted it when we debuted. It's funny enough that it reappeared, but even funnier is, why is it ranked A? I've experienced traits combining into higher ranks before, and in those cases the name always changed. Does this system even have any consistency? Why didn't the name change this time? It can't be that it simply got buffed to A rank because it's useful. Only buggy games do that kind of nonsense. First, let me check the details again. Trait. Now that I think about it, that's true, A acquired. Evokes emotional agitation in the listener. Activation chance 60%, default active state. HM. The description is the same, but the chance is definitely higher. I think it was 35% at C rank, now it's 60%. So it makes sense that its name stayed the same. So why? At that moment, a thought popped into my head. Is this a warning? I once hypothesized that whenever a new trait appears, a situation will arise where I have to use it. And that hypothesis has been roughly true so far. So maybe they didn't change the name just to make me think twice, as a warning that I absolutely have to use this trait. That's too much. Let's not focus so hard on this status window's intentions. I've been stabbed in the back more than once. But that doesn't mean I should ignore it out of distrust. I need to judge objectively. I tapped my arm with a finger, then shrugged. Well, I was planning to swap it anyway. Emotional agitation could be useful in many ways. This is the right choice. I manipulated the trait panel. Trait, foreign student, A deleted. And just like that, now that I think about it, that's true, A, return to my status window. Congratulations on wearing the crown again. All that remains is stat investment, right? I think fundamentals are most important, too. More about mindset than technique. You have to keep the right attitude from the start. That makes sense. I also believe mindset is important. Exactly. Mindset. Personality. No, not that kind of mind. And it had nothing to do with stat investment. Well, but since they all looked so pleased to reach the same conclusion, I let it slide. So we're concluding it's about mindset. Wait, why were we even talking about this? Hyung Mundi asked us. At Cha Eugene's words, Ryu Chong-woo turned toward me. I averted my eyes. I just asked because I was bored. Oh, got it. He gave an awkward laugh. I thought you meant to get us pumped. Since our new comeback is coming up soon, well then we can use it for that purpose. Comeback, fighting. Fighting. Before I knew it, everyone was cheering for a major comeback. Great. Still, they weren't as tense as before. Our team's position is secure now. Good song and choreography. And repackages have a short interval and similar album content, so expectations are lower, pressure's actually eased. We won't be held back by Ajusa's new season. After that industrial spy scandal, the company will be on its back foot, so they won't refuse us any appearances or articles. I heard that in the latest episode 6, they did the insane sell your minus votes cheap stunt. Not my problem. It's entertaining from afar. Maybe I'll take it easy this time. I won't lie. I still want to dance without worrying about killing myself. I glanced at the status window again and chuckled. A guy who dies if he doesn't raise 200K. Let's be efficient. Since this song's performance isn't going to hit hard, I'll emphasize other elements to make the stage shine. Everything converges on one point. After all, I increased my flare stat from B+ to A-. Not that it'll compare to Cha Eugene's, but I'm curious how it'll feel compared to B. 2 weeks after Park Mundi finished his status window allocation, on Thursday, October 17th, in the afternoon. Come back. Mundy's fan account manager couldn't contain her excitement as she watched the music video on her tablet and the audio stream on her spare phone. Both screens showed the same title, Taystar, Picnic. This was TSTAR's repackaged single, released on the 14th of that month. I love it. Worried about the group working like cows without rest, yet my mouth still dropped open. I feared they wouldn't ride the momentum from the Hengcha era, but there was nothing to worry about. The title track was great. A fresh, smooth R&B tune, perfect for a chilly autumn morning commute. Be my go-to for the ride to work, please. Only 3 days since release, and while fans were busy boosting its daily chart ranking, the account manager was already counting chickens. This track needs to perform well on streaming. We made a song that demands listening, so everyone has to hear it. I felt an odd pride. Plus, Taystar included touches for fans they might miss chasing mainstream appeal. The music video had painstaking detail. It doesn't matter what the forecast says. I just want to see you today. If I lightly stroll over. Today the sky's clear, hey. Go on a picnic, go on a picnic. The story was simple. College-age Taystar members going to Han River, but the props and compositions were outstanding. They subtly recreated key Ajusa and Hengcha images and props. For example, Park Mundy's room hung the exact same high school uniform from Ajusa, Sian Ah-hyun blowing soap bubbles by the river, Ryu Chong-woo framed walking between trees. Only true. Fans could spot those details, and that delighted them. One journalist with Taystar interest commented, The nostalgia brought by a group's first anniversary. Here is a compressed tale woven over time. TSDR's non-stop run has densely shared emotions with the Enavia LGT. Continue reading, public. Untangling each moment and letting it scatter beautifully is exceptional. Fans will know, but newcomers can enjoy it, too. That article didn't gain huge mainstream attention, but TSDR's fans, led by the account manager, flooded it with comments and support. And while fans weren't completely blown away, early public reaction was decent. The proof, K-pop forums weren't plastered with this song's trash or Hengcha was better. That was about the height of the backlash. It's kind of bland compared to Hengcha, just my taste. They chose a really safe route, doesn't look like they'll do concept now. I heard Raybin arranged it himself because he loved it so much they wanted to use it as a title. Can't wait for the next comeback track. Pretty average. Good song but kind of disappointing. Expected something more intense. Not that fans weren't angry. When Hengcha came out they said it was too much, it was cringy. They'd hawked the past era into the sky, then dunked on the new one. And that always infuriates me. The manager cringed at that memory, then calmed herself. It's fine. It's our masterpiece. And it wasn't just the title getting praise. The repackaged album goodies were excellent. Pre-order bonuses included a picnic blanket and box, patterned with member-drawn designs. I knew it was marketing, but what marketing? The manager smiled at the apple-patterned blanket Mundy had sketched, draped on her wall. Next to it stood a row of Maygroom dolls from My Idol creation, lined up by size. Just seeing them made her heart swell. Good things are smooth. She instantly calmed, then rolled joyfully on the bed. Honestly, when a survival debuted group's first home fan began, I worried it'd be a thorny road. But from the scores so far, it's been much smoother and more fun than I feared. There were problems, but we handled them perfectly, and they died down immediately. And best of all, the results have been great. And their new The Past Calls track is so good. It felt like a sage in a historical drama, so bright and sharp. The manager remembered the timeline lagging as she raved about it. Mundy really is a genius puppy. Pure, unfiltered fangirling. Moments later, she snapped back to work. Let's get to it. I need to retouch the photos from our last event, so I can watch the live broadcast of today's comeback stage with a fresh mind. But the tab she'd clicked on her laptop wasn't bit different. A notice on TSDR's YouTube channel's community tab. Living with Taystar. Test, side story, roommate swap part 2. Who will be roommates next? Premieres tomorrow, Friday, at 7 p.m. for membership subscribers. Photo. The attached photo showed several men's hands holding playing cards. Matching text to image, it was clearly a roommate selection game. Whoa! The manager screamed in delight. This is going to be fun. It wasn't that she disliked Ah-hyun, but she wanted to see Mundy's reaction rooming with someone else. After a moment, she settled on a preference. Not Ryu Chongwoo. I hope it's Lee Sejin. They'd clashed once during last summer's package shoot, though nothing serious, and then they got along again. Why tempt fate with Chongwoo as a roommate? Plus, Ajusa's first team battle lineups left a strong impression, so she quietly wished for Lee Sejin. I hope it's fun anyway. In the end, the manager's broad wish came true. Whoa, Mundi Hyung. Wow. I was speechless when Cha Eugene held out his hand for a high five. So this is our roommate. He even confirmed it for me. Got it. 172 chapter. To explain what kind of ridiculous setup this is. TSDR's roommate assignment this time was decided by a territory capture board game masquerading as a card game. Alright, Uedo is now my red turnip coin faction territory. Everyone hand over 1 coin, please. Already? Sejin's really good at this. Haha, thank you. Incidentally, this strange game had complicated rules, took forever to play, and, crucially, had nothing whatsoever to do with assigning roommates. It turned out to be a new board game using the IP from that 127-section collab we did. Probably a PPLT1 shoved in. I'm used to it by now. Anyway, the producers tried to shoehorn this into roommate reassignments by letting players pick their roommate in order of their game ranking. And the result was this. First place, Eugen's Blazing Biker Gang, with 36 spaces. Yeah, too bad for us. In the final stretch, Cha Eugene snatched a comeback victory. 3 sixes in a row on the dice. With Eugene's insane luck, everyone ended up shouting like they were watching a gambling match, victory or no. And that madman Eugene pointed at me as roommate without a moment's hesitation. Mundi Hyung, let's be great roommates. Please take care of me. Why? Since when did we get this close? They even blocked any option of slipping someone else in to share the blame. Ahem. Then first choice for roommate goes to Eugene in first place. Number 1. It's a 2-person room. Mundi's back in room 1. Congrats. Oh, not thrilled at all. Of course I wasn't about to throw a public tantrum. I couldn't bring myself to say anything proactive, but I did give Eugene positive body language. High fives, shoulder pats, to keep up appearances. Don't rile up Eugene's fans. They wouldn't take it as a joke. They'd squeeze me dry as the instigator of the youngest member's torture. So I calmed myself and tried to think of any advantages to sharing a room with him. There weren't any. Then second place, Sejin's choice? Yes, my choice is drumroll, please. Our stylish Ray-Bin. Thank you. Haha. We could even make it a triple room. Third place is Mundi, so let's skip that. And fourth place is Ray-Bin's turn. Ray-Bin, what do you choose? I'd like Sean Hyun Hyung to join as the final roommate. Me? Yes. I have a few things I want to ask since our last roommate period. While the others were each picked as roommates, I racked my brain but could think of no benefit. Only one thing became clear. Bring me jelly. Got it. My chances of sleeping early were officially gone. And this decision proved correct. A few days later, in the music show waiting room, a stylist fixing costume props asked, Mundi, you okay? You look distracted. I'm fine. If Bacchus weren't here, I wouldn't be. That crazy Cha Eugene didn't sleep until 2 a.m. last night. That in itself is fine. Everyone's different. But the fact that he'd been active until 2 in the morning was the issue. Talking to me no less. In fact, I'd pre-warned Eugene on a few things. I've been managing my stamina lately, so outside practice, I'd like to rest in bed. Oh bro, is that hard? Not really hard. I just want to conserve energy, so help me stay in bed if possible. Got it. And despite worrying I'd unload a barrage of requests, Eugene cheerfully said, okay, and actually kept his word, at least the stay in bed part. Wow, look at this, Hyung. From my bed, I only stuck my head up to glance at Eugene's phone, a video of a Siberian husky howling at a baby. Isn't it so cute and funny? Baby and puppy. They always make my day happy. Yeah, cute. I didn't foresee that this pattern would repeat until 2 in the morning. Our pre-record for Friday's music show was tomorrow. Hyung, this hippo. Stop. After telling him quiet down and sleep about 3 times, Eugene finally dozed off. If he'd pushed much harder, I would have decked him to force him to sleep. This is insane. He doesn't always do this, though. Sometimes he sleeps early by choice, and then forgets his own rules once he deems them unimportant. So he keeps slipping up. Maybe I should scare him. Kidding. If Eugene looked intimidated on camera, they'd spin it into a scandal. Normally I'd ignore it, but I left some uncooperative footage with Ryu Chong-woo just months ago, the summer package incident. That won't help. So for now, I endure. Given trends, this roommate situation will last at least half a year. I wonder if I can go that long without showing discomfort. How did Chong-woo stand it at first? Well, Big Sejin probably soaked up all Eugene's energy. Hyung. Cookie. I'm good. Delicious. You eat plenty. Even off-site, Eugene's been talking to me more. I'd rather he didn't, camaraderie or not. Taystar, please move to the waiting area. Yes. Anyway, our next stage is up. Roommate or not, it's work time. Whoa. Cheering filtered through my in-ears, vibrating through the sound-isolating parts, and oddly uplifting. It clears my head. On a tight, complex performance, that adrenaline boost really helps. But on a looser track like this, I need to think, even forcefully. If I zone out, it ends up bland. Since it's easy, I have to be extra mindful so it doesn't look dull. Wait here a bit, then gesture. Cool breeze, sweet coffee. Load on the syrup. You're just like me, yeah? Take a seat. My chin rest gesture hit the light cue camera perfectly. That's smoother than before. The delay between thought and expression feels shorter. Is this flare stat power? It was pretty fun. I added some unplanned expressions, tweaking my glasses, shifting poses, and hit the timing without hesitation. Oh, fascinating. Now just wait comfortably. Hold on a second. I'll come get you. We finished standing back to back and bowing. Thank you. Thanks. The boy stepped off looking perfectly composed. Monitoring. Watch the cable. There's a playful dance break at the end, but it wasn't strenuous enough to leave us gasping. It's a ballad subsong, too. Interestingly, unlike the lowered performance difficulty, the streaming numbers soared. Our manager burst over as soon as we finished monitoring. Guys, Picnic shot up again. Number 7 on 24 hits. Wow, unbelievable on day 5. With the 1 play per 24 hours rule, we're the first male idol group this year to hit that rank aside from VTIC. We're double the score of our previous track Hangcha. We rivaled Youngren's mainstream appeal pace. This shows how well the track fit easy listening. Big Sejin casually credited. Raybin arranged it so well. Why yeah, the song's really great. Not at all. It's thanks to the strong demo and the team's good feedback that we got these results. Like an acceptance speech. He looks proud. Kim Raybin smiled more comfortably than a few days ago, though still intense. You make so many songs. Give one to me. Songs don't just spit out like that. You need some kind of inspiration to work. Inspiration? You're an old man now. Idiot. No, I sighed. Inspiration. Oh, thanks, Mundi Hyung. Thank you. Watching those two bob their heads, I half suspected Eugene picked me as roommate just to use me as translator. Convincing. Everyone, end stage next. Yes. Anyway, in this hectic comeback week, there's no time to collect my thoughts. So Eugene's scheme only became clear during my free time, right before bed a few days later. It doesn't matter what the forecast says, I just want to meet you today. Late Monday night, with some free time, I lay in bed watching a fan cam. It was the official vertical cam from Friday's music show. K-Cam, T-Star Park Monday Fan Cam, Picnic 2 by 1018. The thumbnail was a close-up of me resting my chin on my hand, and the views were climbing fast. On forums and communities, people were comparing it to my first Ajusa fan cam. That. Right here I am evaluation fan cam. I scrolled through slightly embarrassing comments calling me a deep learning AI puppy, and finished watching. I've definitely improved. The dynamics were clearer, my expressions confident yet never awkward or forced. At this level, even past me would say he's a cash cow. I could pat myself on the back a bit. But that thought was instantly shot down when the next video autoplayed. K-Cam, Taystar Chai Eugene Fan Cam, Picnic 2 by 1018. Eugene's cam from the same day. That guy is a monster. Not just natural and good. Every move carried emotion. Do I call it tactile? That seems fitting. He didn't just dance well, he brought it to life. Absolutely worth studying. I let Eugene's cam play for a moment. Then he suddenly slid over beside me. Hyung, did you see my video? Yeah, you're good. Hee hee. Eugene, excited, poured out a flurry of English. How is it? I mean, you watch it because it's fun, right? Well, that, and to compare with mine and study. Ooh. His eyes lit up, and he bounced on my bed. Hyung, then we can share tips. You teach me singing, and I'll teach you dancing. Really? Yes. I wasn't expecting teaching skill from him, but at that moment, Eugene got to the point. And how about we do a unit performance? At the next concert. 173 chapter. A story I'd never even considered popped out of nowhere. A unit stage with Cha Eugene? Sure, our concert schedule was set, but unlike the nearly fixed main set list, opinions on units were still divided. Some say there's no need since we already have solo songs. Instead, they suggested we do a group ballad or two, but honestly, I was more drawn to the idea of a unit. It seemed like it would be more fun. I looked at Cha Eugene, waiting for my answer, and smirked. Then I answered, no. What? Why not? Eugene's face looked betrayed. This guy's hilarious. I shrugged. Why do you want to do a unit with me? You're great, Hyung. We'd look awesome together. I don't know. You're NOVLIGHD good at dancing, and I'm good at singing. It might not fit. We'll practice. He starts talking effort without hesitation. You're practically a Korean now. Eugene looked unusually aggrieved. I put down my phone and folded my arms. You picked me as your roommate because you'd thought of a unit, right? Yes. He nodded vigorously, as if he had nothing to hide. Did he pick me recalling that unit stage we did as roommates last time? I stared at him without speaking, and Eugene's shoulders slumped a bit. Hyung's stage was so fun. I want to do it too. Still stubborn even now. You think my stage was fun? Yes. Can I speak English? After using it so freely until now, he asked permission. I nodded, and Eugene launched into English. Ever since we appeared on that survival reality show, I've thought your stage ideas are amazing. So for this concert, I want to give 100% and try it out. Eugene's eyes shone as he tapped himself and me. Best dance, best vocals. I promise if we practice a bit more, it'll be an incredible stage. Oh, more praise than I'd expected. Come to think of it, he was always saying, let's do it next time, in a juica, too. Back then I thought, there is no next time, but he must have been thinking long-term. This is something. Should I explain it well? Even with 3 dancers on the team, he's bold enough to claim he dances best. If I simply refused, he'd nag me endlessly until he convinced me. I rubbed the back of my neck and spoke. First, we don't even know if a unit will happen. Right. But unit is great. Just say yes. No. We need to think carefully which is better, consider everyone's opinions, and then decide. We're a team. Eugene pouted but seemed to understand. I continued. And our positions are so different. If we do a unit that's neither one thing nor the other, and it falls short of expectations, it'll be awkward. I'm not worried. We're talented. Let's challenge it. You needn't worry, but I do. If first and second rank team up, they'll steal the spotlight, and some fans of other members will feel slighted. If we then underperform, we lose everything with no gain. In short, there's no reason to do a unit with Cha Eugene. Challenges are good, but we're working right now. This isn't school, so we can't challenge everything. We have to be cautious. Eugene's shoulders sank completely. I hadn't seen him so deflated since a juica. He must have had big ambitions. I shrugged and finally spoke. So, if the unit gets approved for the concert, and you come up with a great idea, then let's talk again. Not a rejection, but a hold. I shouldn't suppress him too much. It's okay to bring him back to reality, but no need to crush him. He might still come up with a great idea. Sure enough, Eugene brightened again. Great. I have plenty of inspirations. I'll share a lot. He meant he'd give inspiration. I'll accept only 3 a day. Got it. Eugene snapped his fingers as if ending the conversation, but then, hey, what about an underwater performance? Think of our concert budget. I should have just left him deflated. I briefly regretted my choice, but I never imagined the fuse would be lit by something more trivial than a concert unit. A few days later, TSDR's roommate reassignments content was uploaded to WLiv's YouTube. Only channel members could watch a week early, but of course illegal pirated copies flooded everywhere. Thanks to TSDR's fame, and the fact that those pirated videos were hilarious, each illegal upload still racked up views. This is pure madness LOL. Because it was unbelievably funny. As with most idol self-content aimed at fans, TSDAR's recent YouTube videos were warm and low stimulation. But starting with this roommate content, the PD team had changed and revived the edgy taste of our debut reality. When T1 revamped TSDR's content, they rehired the debut reality production team. They actively built character quirks, pushed narratives, and edited dramatic reversals. Bae Sejin, investment addict. I invested everything and have 2 coins left. Only coins left now. Seon Ah-hyun, landlord, prompt. Collect 3 coins from Sejin Hyung. Bae Sejin just bankrupt. Plus, so many unexpected events happened in this game. Every video's comments section was flooded with laughter in Korean and other languages. This video is the real deal. Nearly choked laughing. They keep bankrupting each other. What's wrong with you guys? Why keep selling land to speculate? LOL. 1941. Cha Eugene beats 1 to 216 odds for the top payout. Look at the reactions. Oh, Ryu Chong-woo and Bae Sejin epic duo LOL. He's made real money his whole life and can't handle a fake money game. Poor guy. Sympathetic emoji. LOL calling a national athlete and a child actor illegal child labor? Fans verbally encouraged reporting pirated uploads, but secretly loved the videos too much to care. Great for attracting non-fans. Is this the delusion of land lovers? Chin rest emoji. Since self-content is for promotion, why hoard it on memberships? Release it to everyone. So much fun. Love you guys. If you haven't checked out this hilariously great group, you're wasting life. Find Taystar on YouTube now. The way Lee Sejin's cute hand motion mocks bankrupt Bae Sejin's soul. GIF. And the PD even made the roommate formation after the game really entertaining. Cha Eugene, wow. Mundy Hyung. We're roommates. Park Mundy, wow. Not sure why, but thanks. They amplified each member's expressed emotions positively after the roommate assignment. Most of all, the rarely seen pairing of Cha Eugene and Park Mundy was hilariously well received. Eugene just picked Mundy because he was next to him LOL. Mundy must have thought Eugene would pick Ray Bin. Look at that face LOL. First, Mundang Dang. Yojin combo in so long. Show more. F******** Park. Mundy's extreme introvert status, but Eugene takes everything. Sweet apple rice cake best. This is what happens when an Insikal boy's spotlight withers a dry Incheon Tibetan fox. Capture. Fans of Taystar and Mundy loved the dynamic, strong, heartwarming characters. But some disliked it. Certain entrenched Cha Eugene fans from Ajusa's early run. Ugh, seeing Cha's stands shove their fave always makes me sick. Can't drop the emotional manipulation habit, huh? Just go die? Whenever Eugene's not center, they bash him endlessly, then force a wholesome vibe LOL. Weren't they the ones planning to mass send faxes? Root them out this time. Their argument. They forced a wholesome portrayal of Mundy neglecting Eugene. Of course, that wasn't the overall view of Eugene's fandom. They'd softened after his successful debut. New fans reduced exclusivity. But still, some quietly questioned Mundy's rightful #1 position. That skepticism linked to negative views of Mundy's personal success. So hateful remarks popped up not only on anonymous sites and secret accounts, but sometimes in public. It was a day like any other. What the hell are these guys? But unlike before, Mundy's fans no longer tolerated it. Capture. You second-place haters still whining that you lost votes because you suck. LOL bitter much. Eugene stans would puke if they saw someone writing their profile like you. What? You can't keep your mouth shut so you can't appear. On variety shows? Shouldn't the #1 take responsibility? During Ajusa, Eugene's fans were top tier from the start, so they endured quietly and worked behind the scenes. But this time was different. Mundy's post-debut performance was simply too strong. His look and stage presence improved step by step, bringing in new fans, and his variety appearances were home runs. On this album, his photocard prices even rivaled Eugene's. So it was only natural that Mundy's fiercest fans quietly thought, it's okay to beat them up now. And once they started pushing back, insults and slander poured out like a broken dam. Eugene's vicious stans didn't stand by either. Some deleted their posts and vanished, but others went underground and grew more extreme. Why can't I talk freely on my account? If you're upset, don't watch, geez. Pretending to be an overall stan while streaming bashing solos behind their backs? Wow, just as shady as those blind stans. Ugh, thinking he's so popular and acting like a tyrant. Congrats to the freebie grandma and grandpa pics, clapping emoji. It was total chaos. Those who planned fact storms whenever Eugene wasn't center need to be rooted out now. The Monday haters have an open message group. Why ignore it? Capture, revelations, and expose followed, with rumors and fake testimonies creeping in. Let's enjoy happy fandom, guys. Blocking all that drama. Just enjoy the content. Everyone just leave fandom. Please. Fans who hadn't taken sides sneered or ignored it, but some spoke out. Honestly, Eugene's haters were way too extreme, utterly insane. Monday stans bash Eugene just as much. Everyone's an idiot. Eugene should have been number one from the start. That's where it went wrong. If it spread any further, it would hit trending on SNS and communities soon. Fuck. And it was right at that moment that Park Monday saw this mess. Eugene. Yes. Let's do a dub app. After a brief call with the company, Monday and Cha Eugene started a personal live broadcast. It was less than half a day after seeing the situation. 174 chapter. Let me summarize the current situation. Some fans in Cha Eugene's and Park Monday's personal fandoms have started fighting, and it's on the verge of blowing up in public. This is insane. Okay, calm down. I could just pretend I don't know anything. But if this bubbles up any further, we'll be remembered as that troublesome group. So I'll try to handle it lightly. That's why I'm opening the W app. We're roommates and the conflict isn't huge yet, so no one will suspect if I act casual. But I have to be careful. If I'm going to do a live broadcast with Cha Eugene in this situation, there are a few things to keep in mind. First, it mustn't look like one person is teaching the other. That creates an implicit hierarchy and invites criticism. He teaches half-heartedly, or he teaches too forcefully. So anything titled Fun Cooking Class with Cha Eugene or Fun English Class with Park Monday is out. Second, don't pick a work-related topic. If we choose something about dancing or singing, people will compare who's better, and conflict will flare up again. And third, no competitive content. If it's a contest or card game, one side will get upset at the other. So no wagers or games. Delete that idea. What's recommended then? Simple. Show us doing something together as a team. Keep the vibe light so it doesn't feel forced, something we can laugh at even if we fail. So I chose this. What? A horror-themed escape room. Fuck. I never imagined I'd waste money like this, but I found an escape room CAF about to remodel, signed the contract over the phone for a hefty sum in no time. No time to haggle, so I probably overpaid. Thank God the company said they'd cover it. Of course, that means my expenses report will take a hit, but whatever. So here we are in the dead of night, at an escape room with Cha Eugene. And, sadly, a staff member carrying a smartphone camera followed us with sad eyes. Sorry about this. Even I didn't expect this. Whoa, Hyung, your head. Watch out. But Eugene seems ridiculously excited. Unbelievable. Aren't you scared of this stuff? It's so fake. Not scary. No ghosts. Compared to that house we went to on debut reality, this is child's play. It really is. Pretty shabby. No actors playing ghosts, maybe to save wages, and the props and wallpaper all smell of cost-cutting. They're remodeling for a reason. With few puzzles requiring thought, there's no way for people to pick on us by saying, you can't even solve that. If you can handle a few lights-out scares with some nerve and quick reflexes, it's fine. Hyung, there's blood here. Crayon. It melted, see? Aha. I mustn't let the urge to sock him surface. Let it go. Fortunately or not, as the scenario grew eerier later, we forgot the cheapness and got immersed. When a mannequin popped out under red lights at the end, even Eugene got scared, which actually worked. What the? He even held back a curse. Ink via LGHD. Exclusive on Ink via LGHD. Well done. When we escaped, the camaraderie felt like we'd overcome a great ordeal. You two escaped with 6 minutes 21 seconds remaining. Whoa, look, we got out. On the way back, let's eat something delicious. LOL scaredy cats. Unexpectedly soul twins. LOL congrats on the escape. Clapping emojis. The live reaction the staff showed was great. Viewer numbers rivaled a full W app event. That did it. Content-wise, it seems a success. Thank you for watching. Thank you. Thank you guys. That W live ended just before midnight. We'll collect the cameras now. We agreed to edit in footage from the room's installed cams and upload it separately to the W app. When I heard the title would be Doggo and Kitty Overcome Horror, I nearly choked, but I accepted it. Better to draw clicks that way. Actually, that's not so bad. I sighed and checked my phone again. They're making them do a horror escape? Evil W app managers LOL. A rebirth of reality horror experiences. Both probably missed the big bro. Shaking doggos and kitties LOL. Capture. Monday Dang's moment of brilliance, then instant cower. Capture comparison. What are you looking at? The fans' reactions. Oh. Eugene nodded. I'd explain why we were doing this W live, just that some fans aren't getting along. He probably got the gist. Given how Eugene subtly guided the game after Sejin and Sejin's feud last time, it wasn't accidental. His unnecessary competitiveness was gone, which was a relief. Everyone liked it? Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, the reactions were quite satisfying. Fans were busy enjoying the content live, so talk of the feud sank down and was pushed out of trending and popular posts. Aside from the combatants, no one else cared. Eugene's and Mundy's fandoms both have high energy bursts. In a few days, when someone tries to stir up noise again, the edited video will drop. That'll lock things down. Now let's go eat something good. Tomorrow. It's late. Drink that zero cola. Yes, sir. But once we got in the car to return to the dorm, I found something unsettling. Some of Chai Eugene's most toxic fans had fled to anonymous message boards and posted there. Wow, great timing again. Pretending not to care so hard. Disgusting. Let Mundy do his thing. LOL, Mundy will snoop like crazy. So petty. Here it comes. I'd guess someone would say that. I handled a few cases so deftly. Each time controversy erupted, I defused it well. Q connecting the dots. Someone might think, is he orchestrating this? But there's no hard evidence. I prefer to preemptively handle these things, so often I squash them as soon as they arise. People won't think he only responded because there was controversy. They'll think the timing was skillful. Plus, since I never mention these incidents publicly, anyone suspicious will assume it was the company's doing. So my reputation ends up as handled it appropriately or lucky timing. It's kind of amusing. They don't believe their own conspiracy. They're just pissed and latch onto any circumstantial detail to argue. Still, I worry that if you string enough of those together, eventually it'll form a plausible narrative. Well, it might even be true. I shrugged, but I don't want to give them even one win. Then I thought, how can I eliminate this for good? Since I'd started, I wanted to root out every rumor so none could sprout. Let them fight among themselves to fragment them, or get them to switch to another fresh group. It'd be best long-term for Eugene if this side's influence weakened. So, Hyung, want some cola? Huh? I turned to see Eugene holding the zero cola I was meant to drink. Want some? Here, drink it. He kept rephrasing, thinking I hadn't understood. It's fine. You drink it. Oh, got it. But Hyung, do you have worries? Hyung, you look tired. It's late. Not that. Like, psychological factors. He noticed that? I eyed him suspiciously, then sighed. I might as well answer. I've been stressing about checking reactions. It's nothing big. Oh, are many people upset? No. Well, there are some. I see. He downed his zero cola and said seriously. But don't worry too much, Hyung. How can you change someone else's feelings at will? Eugene shrugged. My mom said someone will always dislike you in life. You just ignore it and move on. Don't get stressed. Wow. An unexpectedly sensible piece of advice. It clears my head. I thought again. If I don't address those anonymous posts, will it cause a problem? Maybe, but maybe not. And if that problem did happen, would it be hard to handle? No. I could solve it even if it popped up later. Besides, if people knew I was monitoring so closely, how big a deal would it be? At worst, a few would complain. If I chased every one of them down, a mistake would probably blow up. I admitted to myself. I overreacted. Normally, I'd have shrugged it off by now. Guess I hated someone trying to figure me out. Do I have some control freak trait now? Living in someone else's body and dealing with so many people in this job must have hardened my mind. Phew. I closed the anonymous board on my screen and tossed my phone aside. Then I said, you're right. I should step back. See? I was right. He's brimming with confidence. Oh, Hyung, remember, you always have the option to sue. Very American advice, too. True. Good. I never imagined I'd hear that. I chuckled, leaned back, and thought, maybe I'll get some sleep. And conveniently, Eugene could finish my zero cola without worry. But just as I closed my eyes, someone thumped my shoulder hard. Hey Hyung, today tell me your inspirations. Let's do a circus unit stage. 6 months as roommates. I'm not sure how long I can take this. 175 chapter. I learned that the head of our division was changing 2 days ago. Again, that's what I'm saying. I thought they'd stay at least through the end of this year. Word on the grapevine was that after the industrial spy incident reached T1 headquarters, there was a lot of back and forth between the approval bot and upper management. And whatever agreement they reached, the approval bot retired and moved to a subsidiary, and a new division head was appointed in their place. This time I heard the new head isn't coming from T1. They say it's some famous specialist CEO. That sounds promising. I wasn't hopeful at all, but I nodded along to humor the staff member. By the way, this was a meeting about the concert. Then I'll submit that Monday's solo song production is confirmed as is. Okay, thank you. At that moment, I had no NOVLIGHT idea that 2 days later, at the reality show meeting, I'd hear talk of going to the US. The US. I'm all for it. Let's go to the US. Eugen, wait a sec. The US sounds great, but what about costs and our schedule? We hardly tour in America. As soon as the "we're going to the US for this reality show" line dropped, Big Sejin smoothly raised the practical concerns. That's a fair point. When we said we had some reaction in the US, we only meant that among hardcore K-pop fans we'd earned a first-tier domestic-level recognition. We got some attention from appearing on that game talk show, and our subculture profile rose a bit, but it was still minor. It wasn't enough to justify a full tour. An American concert would just be for show. Oh, they said they'll coordinate flight schedules with the South America tour. As for costs, TNET is obviously footing the bill. TSDAR's worth the investment. Ooh, we're grateful, but I hope this doesn't lead to us failing to recoup production costs. A few naive guys blushed at the flattery. Sounds odd. Going to America out of the blue seems way off in terms of cost effectiveness. To gauge the staff's reaction, I asked bluntly, but why the US specifically? Was that TNET's suggestion? Well, it was the new division head who proposed it. You mean the new head you mentioned? Yes. I'd only heard about the head change 2 days ago. When did they make this proposal already? When they spoke, did they give any reason? Well, I wasn't there in person, but they said that since they're considering a global simultaneous release, they wanted a location that's familiar worldwide. They prepared an escape hatch with an abstract answer. That meant something was bothering them. Let's dig a little deeper. Before I could speak, Ryu Chong-woo asked the next question. Global simultaneous release? Yes. For this reality show, we're planning to release it on WeTube outside Korea simultaneously. Cha Eugene jumped in. Do Americans watch that much? Yes. That idea came up, but seeing the staff's fluster, Cha Eugene had clearly hit the nail on the head. They're targeting English speakers. One reality episode like this wouldn't hurt, but the problem was that the new head's tendency had become clear. Instead of picking content during an overseas tour to placate domestic fans and prevent churn, they were looking to expand our overseas share at all costs. And not even in countries where K-pop was already familiar, but in the glamorous US. Let's put a stop to it. It'd be better to see if they hesitate when we show reluctance. I looked around at the members and spoke. Can we discuss among ourselves and let you know at the next meeting? Yeah, that sounds good. Big Sejin backed me up, but the staff members' final words dragged on. Of course, TSDAR's opinions will carry weight, but ultimately the production team will decide after considering various practical factors. I'm sorry, but please understand that. Even if we said at the next meeting that we didn't want to go to the US, they'd probably send us anyway. See you next week, then. Thank you. We wrapped up with a bit more talk about reality show content ideas, then left the conference room. So, America, let's go? They have great restaurants there. My mom misses you guys. Oh, that sounds lovely. I'd love a chance to greet her. Cha Eugene was the most enthusiastic, and the others seemed to agree. Can't blame them. Given that some members rarely see family, they'd jump at the chance. They must miss home. If we're going, visiting Cha Eugene's home would make good content. But we should set the tone first. Judging by how wary they looked earlier, the company might make some gesture before the next meeting. Sure enough, the next morning in the practice room, the manager handed us a new schedule. Guys, the new division head wants to meet you. The division head? Yeah. Right now? In about an hour? They said it won't take long. The expression on Bei Sijin's face was grim when he asked. No wonder. I just lost my break. We were savoring a rare moment of downtime in the practice room when they called us. Understood. Okay. The responses lacked enthusiasm. Still, an hour later, Taystar headed to the division head's office. Even Xian Ahyun, who'd switched to French embroidery recently, glanced regretfully at his pile of fabric. Clearly the division head's first impression had already struck a sour note. I'd rather have used this time during a meeting. They'd wasted our break scrambling to set up the room, generating only mild resentment. I suspected we'd been given another incompetent person and entered the office. To my surprise, I was a bit taken aback by the scene. Ah, Taystar. Sorry to call you in so suddenly. Please, have a seat. The division head had laid out refreshments and was waiting. Not just a token spread, but chicken and waffles and every kind of snack you'd see at a promotional event. It was like an academy open house for recruiting students, but at least the intent was clear. They were saying, I want to get along with you. I know I called you during your break. You've been busy, so I wanted to prepare something, haha. Oh, no problem at all. Sir, thank you. Shall we talk over some snacks? And then the division head picked up a piece of chicken first. They barely touched it before putting it down again. It didn't look like they actually wanted to eat, but they knew if they didn't go first, the rest of us might feel awkward. Interesting. At least they seemed to want to get close to the staff. They looked much younger than the previous heads. After some small talk and waiting for us to start eating, the division head got down to business. The first reason I set this up was just to meet you all face to face and introduce myself. I look forward to working with you. Oh, likewise. We exchanged light handshakes. And the second reason, I believe you've already heard, but it's about the U.S. location for this reality show. The division head clasped their hands seriously. Not just for this time, but from a long-term perspective, I'm drawing up a roadmap to target the U.S. market. Damn it. Before I took this position, I reviewed your albums and activity history. The division head spoke earnestly, rattling off analyses of TSDR's work. And I know what Americans love: underdog stories, social messages, pride in one's roots, and individuality. What do you think, Eugen? Am I right? Oh, totally. See? And Taystar fits all three of those styles. So I believe you can definitely succeed in a bigger market. Oh, what nonsense. First off, those three criteria were a huge leap, and Chai Eugene was only echoing because he was happy to be eating something tasty and the guy bought it. Above all, countless acts have ticked all those boxes and still failed in America. What a pipe dream. The real problem was that this guy, confident in his own analysis, believed it wholeheartedly. And he seemed to trust his own ability immensely. Ryu Chongwu managed to speak up. Thank you for the kind words. But we've always focused on making good albums rather than targeting specific countries or demographics. Of course, you just keep making good music. The company will think harder about how to promote and manage that music. The words flowed like water. Honestly, I think T1 Star's support has been lacking. Rather than sharing your vision, we've been scrambling to keep up. The division head's eyes were serious. For example, the scale of the Japan tour for this concert. I heard Idol Corporation did amazingly well from episode 1 in Japan, so we should have quickly expanded the tour, added dates, and analyzed Japanese demand, but we did nothing. Oh, that was actually new information. We hadn't had time to look into overseas reactions lately, but in hindsight, the agency should have checked that out long ago. Still, it's better we did nothing than let him start something half-baked. If this guy had been in the approval bot's place, we might have been off doing Japanese music shows randomly. But the division head was so absorbed in his analysis that he practically spit as he spoke. So what was the result? While Idol Corporation was a huge hit in Japan and TSDR's stock was surging, the agency did nothing on the Japan front. Really? At Ryu Chongwu's skepticism and Kim Rae-bin's curiosity, the division head, eager to flaunt his knowledge, pulled out a tablet. He swiped swiftly to another slide in his slick, up-to-date PPT template. And there it was, a screenshot of a Japanese auction listing. The price was astronomical, but nothing else seemed special, except that it featured Xian Ahyun's face front and center. It was a photo card given out in a tiny lottery from a broadcaster's public service campaign earlier this year. It came from backstage after Ah Hyun covered an in-ear failure with a flip mid-performance, when a staff member asked him to take the picture. There's some unique context here. And although Ah Hyun took it himself, it turned out exceptionally well. So many requests piled up that the broadcaster eventually posted the original photo on their SNS. I remembered the few cards initially released fetched a premium, but I never expected that to carry over to Japan at such a price. This is going for about 50,000 won equivalent right now. It's a very impactful piece of evidence that demand for Taystar is soaring in Japan. Ah Hyun's reaction has been especially strong. Yes. Ah Hyun's face turned bright red as the division head enthusiastically continued. So now is the time to be more aggressive and proactive in overseas markets. You breeze through Japan. So if we just crack the right routes in America and sell out, you'll see results. Now I understood. So that's why the "you're right" reflex got an A rating. My theory proved itself again. I sighed and spoke up. 176 chapter. First, one thing to get straight. That actually makes sense. Trait firing doesn't mean it's a catch-all persuasion skill. Let's look at the trait description again. Trait. That actually makes sense. A. Causes emotional resonance in the listener. Activation chance 60%. Default active. It triggers emotional resonance. Not anything you say will be accepted. In other words, it's an auxiliary wheel in all kinds of communication situations, from performances to conversations. So to strand this headquarters director full of American-style pride, I needed evidence strong enough to convince him. What would hit him where it counts? I had to provoke his hidden motive for going to the US. His image. If you succeed in America, we'd be thrilled, but what duration are you planning for? As if he'd already laid out the plan, the director answered without hesitation. I'm looking at a minimum of 2 years, maybe 3 at most. It's a completely feasible plan. He meant he'd milk every bit of time until the contract ends. That won't work. I fired back immediately. But if you stay active in the US that long, won't your Korean fans all drift away? That was back in the day. Nowadays, everyone gets every update in real time on YouTube and SNS. Besides, you all speak Korean, right? Korean fans have more accessibility. I think they'll dislike it even more than... Excuse me. No. I mean, if you go to America, you'll be starting from zero recognition, and watching that unfold might actually upset them. I paused on purpose, then added, I thought you were a great team, but if you have to start from nothing in America, won't that shatter your image completely? It's like this. If you don't see domestic success for 2 or 3 years, I don't think your image will recover well. True, we're doing way better in our original market. So the reaction overseas is coming naturally. Like you said, everything's global in real time these days. Big Sejin laughed and jumped in, but I didn't let up. Even the response in Japan you mentioned, wasn't that bigger because they knew we succeeded in Korea after Idol Corporation? A strange look crossed the director's face. Equal parts displeasure at being talked back to by a bunch of kids with no college degrees, and unease at hearing exactly what was bothering him. Right then, a pop-up appeared. Trait. That actually makes sense. A. Activated. Got it. My prediction that TSDR's brand image would be wrecked domestically over the 2 or 3 years focused on America apparently sounded plausible. He could have dug in his heels with, my master plan guarantees U.S. success, so it doesn't matter. But the trait fired and rattled him. Now I just need to frame it so he can back down graciously. We're worried about our artists, something like that. We're just concerned. Why, yeah, that's it. We still have room to grow at home, so we'd like to aim for the pinnacle here a bit longer. The members rallied behind me with supporting remarks. This had already been agreed since the last meeting. Shooting a reality show in America is fine, but targeting America outright is. It feels weird. Like trying to shoot a Hollywood-style film with a half-baked vibe. That was an apt metaphor, Hyung. What? After that process, we decided to cut off any more talk of America. Then Ryu Chong-woo added the final, measured line. Until we secure a grand prize and solidify our position in Korea, could we reconsider this? Please. The director's eyebrows twitched. Then he shrugged like a magnanimous benefactor. Well, it can't be helped. In entertainment, the artist's opinions matter most. I believe they must be respected. Thank you. Now we just had to leave before he changed his mind. Phew. As we left the office, sighs of relief rose all around. I can't believe he almost sent us away. You have no idea how surprised I was. At least we've bought time until the end of this year. If we win that grand prize, well, our leverage will be even stronger, making negotiations easier. Ryu Chong-woo gave Big Sejin a light pat on the back. Good job. It's nothing. TCH. Still going to America? To my place. Yeah. We've got reality filming to do. Wow. Cha Eugene threw both hands into the air. The relief in your welcome looks that flickered onto other members' faces landed briefly on him before moving on. Looks like things are going smoothly. After meeting with the director, I was convinced he's confident in his work, but not hard to handle. He just needs to feel like he's granting us a favor. And, better yet, he genuinely wants to grow Taystar itself, not just exploit us for T1's benefit. As long as we steer direction right, we're good. I stretched. My shoulders cracked. Ugh, can someone give me a massage? I can pass. Man, ever since arrival through the picnic repackage, there's been no break. My body's wearing down. But our results are great. Even after finishing all music show promotions, our digital rankings held strong. We did get edged out by VTIC at the last minute, though. Yesterday, VDIC released a song by the same composer as our pre-release and shot up the charts at a terrifying pace. Can't help it. Still, yesterday's text message ticked me off. Thanks for the track, Hyung Happy Face. That bastard even sent a screenshot of the chart. My blood boiled for a second, but realizing there was nothing to deal with calmed me down. Now, we just need to finalize the concert unit stage. Whether to add a unit stage to the lineup, and if so, with whom. That's not a real landmine. It's purely about concert quality and keeping Cha Eugene hyped. I'd prefer to unit with someone else, maybe Kim Rae-bin. I mentally reviewed my unit candidate list and considered how to pry Cha Eugene away. But before the meeting to finalize that decision, something huge happened. The edited footage of the horror room escape with Cha Eugene was uploaded. Park Mundy and Cha Go-young's horror escape, #1 Taystar Roommates Special EP.1. This video, with a slightly more distinctive title than the working one, offered a different kind of fun compared to the live livestream. The live version was shaky smartphone footage, fake documentary style. This edited video removed that feel and added variety show editing. Rather than pure immersion in the scare, viewers got both of their personalities emphasized. The theme of this room is a nightmare the child has after picking up a weird doll. So, recycling is important, right? Doll scary. I hate nightmares. Before entering, Park Mundy was calm and Cha Eugene was freaking out. Inside, the roles flipped, but their positions reversed. Hyung, there's hair over there. Teddy Bear's doll hair is real human hair. It's disgusting. Put that down, Eugene. Cha Eugene shrieked with delight, while Park Mundy calmly freaked out. By the end, they both ditched the initial setup and were trembling in fear. Though they were immersed in the story, fans watching with that detached variety edit found it hilarious. So you have to match this? Is it an English sentence? Yes. This is not a dream. It's not a dream. It's not a dream. Wait. Goo 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 gong. Suddenly the lights flashed red, and the makeshift mannequin's neck in the corner snapped around. Eek! Seeing them flinch and leap back, clinging to each other, was worth watching even on the infrared camera. And the moment the video theme appeared, fans were delighted. 057, 514, 1309. Their eyes get bigger and bigger as time passes, lol. That mannequin messed up scaring those two wimps. OMG, Park Mundy leaning on Cha Eugene like that is the cutest thing ever, lol. They promised they wouldn't break anything. Just tugging each other's clothes is wholesome rule-following idol behavior. Lol, insane. Both Inkvidite, original source, of them were known for strong mental resilience. So this twist plus the note that it was their own content choice meant almost no one found it awkward. That was fun. Refreshing. Let's come back and do it again. Sure. After escaping, they celebrated as if it had been a breeze, a textbook example of idol self-produced content. And it caught on even better than Park Mundy expected. They were nicknamed the Wimps together. I had wanted to pair the top two to give neutral fans someone to root for, and it struck a chord with those who had quiet rivalries. Eventually, even Park Mundy, who'd only been monitoring casually, said to Cha Eugene. Hey, let's do a unit. Wow, it was a straightforward surrender. To avoid direct comparison with the last concert unit, we slightly adjusted the timing. So for the unit stage, reveal it at the encore concert? Perfect, perfect. It was decided at the final concert concept meeting. Instead, they added a surprise event to this tour. People are gonna freak out, right? They'll laugh themselves silly. Everything was clean. Taystar smoothly wrapped up concert prep with no special conflicts. At the new director's instruction, the agency even gave Taystar 10 days of long vacation before the final tour rehearsals. With the rallying cry, artist condition management is also the company's duty. A power move, huh? Park Mundi didn't feel much, but welcomed the break. Everyone needed rest by then. Going home for the first time in a while. Let's rest up. I'll check in often. They left the dorm amid farewells as if parting for half a year. Hey, if it's okay, want to visit? My grandmother was really impressed by May Groom. I'm looking at houses to move with my mom, and I thought I'd share if you have plans too. Some invited members to their homes, but those were politely declined. Finally, alone. I cheered inwardly as I reviewed my 10-day seclusion plan. I'd set up emergency contacts with the company, stocked medicine, even bought porridge. A mild flu is nothing. Even if I caught it, I'd still have a week of clear-headed rest after a few sick days. Let's not monitor too often. Oddly, I decided to follow Cha Eugene's advice this time. A few days off should be fine. This director is over-invested in Taystar. Surely the company's internet monitoring is on high alert. If any issue pops up, I can expect a call. All right. I set my phone to silent except for emergency contacts. Even put a status message. On vacation. We'll respond slowly. As I picked up my phone to double-check, I saw the screen was already on. A call was coming in. Tix, Shin Ryo Sr. 177 chapter. Whether you see Chong Ryo as a top-tier industry rival or a crazy guy with reset syndrome, he's definitely not the type I want to hear from on the first day of vacation. Should I just ignore it? The temptation was strong, but the fact that it wasn't a text message this time, it was a call, irritated me. If it really was serious, he'd have texted. Why call? If it was an emergency, not hashtag ink via light hashtag answering could make things even more annoying. Like a problem with a composer or something. Fuck, let me rest. I sighed and answered the call. Hello. Hyungnam. Sorry, you're on vacation now, right? That bastard saw my status message and still called. Yes, I'm on vacation. Then you must be at the dorm. My gut told me that if I confirmed that, I'd face a very irritating situation. I switched tactics. I'm heading out now. I'm going down to the countryside to rest. I see. Could you spare a moment right now? Excuse me. Before I could process that, he explained. We're filming right now. It's KBC's Instant Roadmap, and your name came up under the Invite a Close Junior keyword. Instant Roadmap is a show where viewers submit requests by lottery and the guests spend half a day traveling around Korea based on random draws. In short, a win or lose travelogue. And VTIC has chosen it consistently. It's popular right before comebacks. I heard they sometimes invite acquaintances on the spot during filming, so it must be that. Apparently, I have the best recognition among those who might have time, but I had no intention of working on day one of vacation, especially not with him. Of course, with cameras rolling, I couldn't show outright refusal, so I deflected politely. Oh, thank you so much. Hyungnam. I really am heading out soon. I barely have any time. What should we do? My tone of regret made him hesitate on the line. Mundi's so close that I called. Couldn't you spare just a moment? We only need one lottery draw. If it's too inconvenient, I understand. It's fucking inconvenient, you asshole. But if I refused and they edited me badly, I'd be the one losing face. Especially since I was on vacation at the dorm. People would interpret it as me standing up a senior. He'd counted on that posture. Crossing a line. I'll make sure to get back at him for this. Of course not. Since you asked, Hyungnam, I'll make time somehow. Really? I'm sorry and thank you. I'll treat you to something delicious later. I tried to shove the favor dynamic onto him, but this one isn't biting. Damn. Are you coming now? Yes. I will be. I should arrive within 5 minutes. Understood. See you soon. I heard Chongryo's laugh over the line just before he hung up. What a pain. I sighed, pulled on my mask and hoodie, and stepped outside. I should have gone with the others when they were called. Honestly, Checking out Seoul-branded apartment listings with Bay Sejin would have been preferable. At least that leaves some price data. This just pissed me off. Since it was just past rush hour, the complex was quiet. In front of the gate, a black sedan was already waiting. Someone waved a hand lightly from the window when they saw me. That must be it. As I approached, the passenger door opened. Opposite me, Chongryo sat behind the wheel. Hello, Mundi. Hello, Hyungnam. You came down quickly. Thank you so much. Should I say hello to the camera first? No crew had boarded yet. Chongryo was alone in the car. Cameras were visible at every angle around the driver's seat. He indicated the camera mounted in front of the passenger seat. I slid into the passenger side and greeted it. Hello, I'm Park Mundi of Taystar. Hyungnam, what about the lottery? They'll tell us during the drive, according to the PD. We'll circle this area briefly, so if they call you, can you pick up? Everything became more annoying. But with cameras rolling, I couldn't argue. Of course. I buckled in. As soon as the door closed, Chongryo clipped on the audio. Don't forget your seatbelt. I know. Like I'd ride without it. As I clicked the belt, my pocket smartphone nagged at me. I should at least notify the company. I hadn't thought of that since it was the first day of vacation and I was suddenly called out. But even a cameo ought to be reported. I'll do it as soon as we stop. Better not fiddle with my phone during filming. Then, a strange sense of dissonance hit me. We're filming. I looked at the cameras again. The lights aren't on. On-air signs usually glow red, but these cameras had no indicator. Not just that one, none of them did. Is it the filming format? Still, if it were an error, I reached out to touch a camera. At that moment, whoosh, something flew at my face and slapped on roughly. Got you. A white cloth covered my eyes, nose, and mouth. My breathing choked, and a strange volatile smell stabbed my brain. Ugh. Before any thought, I raised both hands to rip it off, but my mind wavered. Fuck. I tried to bite my tongue, but was too late. Everything went black. Hawk. You're awake? My head throbbed like hell. I reflexively tried to press my head, but both hands were bound. Clink. Silver. Handcuffs. Handcuffs. Even with my skull feeling like it would shatter, I sensed something was very wrong. Drink some water. A silicone cup appeared before me. The hand offering it. Fuck, it was Chongryo. What the hell is going on? Just drink this first. Would you expect me to swallow water right now? You asshole. If my head were clearer, I'd respond calmly. But I already guessed the situation and it made me angrier. I pressed my head with both hands and tried to analyze. He brought me into the car under the pretense of filming, then this cloth. It was an anesthetic. So, of course, this was a bait-and-switch filming scam. The cameras were obviously off. Fuck. I couldn't believe. I fell for this bullshit. Sure, it felt like a crime movie, but this situation alone was insane. I took a deep breath and lifted my head. Finally, I saw my surroundings. This isn't an apartment. The ceiling and floor looked old, probably a remote house. In other words, I was stranded somewhere isolated. Screaming won't help. He must have planned for that. Meaning, even if someone were killed here, no one would interfere. This is fucked. Why the hell is this happening? I swallowed dryly and forced myself to think calmly. First, questions. Why did you knock me out and bring me here? Where's this place? I have a proposal. You probably won't like it, so I prepared for the long term. Chongryo shrugged and set the cup near me. Then I noticed my legs were also restrained. Thorough, damn it. What proposal? It might sound clicked. It's about starting over. I knew the madman would use that angle, but the timing was bizarre. I thought I told you I was satisfied with the current situation. And you said you'd adapt, right? Oh, about that. Chongryo stared at me without flinching. There's been a problem. What? One member is about to be charged with a criminal offense. They're caught up in a dirty mess. I don't think it can be contained. Naturally, they'd be expelled from the group. But as a result, the comeback won't go as planned. Fuck. My world went dark. I swallowed. Still, if only that person leaves, wouldn't the group be fine? Huh? Hyungnam, why are you pretending not to know? Chongryo smiled. VTIC isn't a 10-member supergroup. Losing one has big impact. It harms the image, and this will almost certainly signal the start of a downer. He pulled a chair and sat across from me. The company is already talking about the next group. You could say it's over. This can't stand. I had to turn it around. In the future I came from, I never heard any major news about VTIC. It probably wouldn't turn into a major scandal and would pass. You said you're a civil service exam student who doesn't know much. VTIC is so big that if it were that level of scandal, I'd definitely have seen it in the news. Haha, don't bother. I wasn't in a state to listen. I could have just smashed my head right now. A weapon. I scanned within reach for anything I could use as a weapon. What are you doing? Just curious where we are. Oh, there's plenty of time for that. You can wonder slowly. What the hell? Anyway, back to my proposal. Changryo smiled. Want to commit suicide? A chill ran down my spine. That lunatic. Are you insane? I thought you'd say that. It's natural to feel repulsed. He nodded solemnly. Direct suicide is too much, right? And I'd rather avoid killing you myself. He didn't offer any reasonable excuse like, I didn't want. Extra variables. I don't know if you'd reset if you were killed. I don't want random variables. You don't want to reset either, right? You'd want to avoid the horrible outcome of never returning. I already said I don't think I'd return if I died. You will. Changryo met my eyes. Even if you don't want to return, you will. Trust me. Oh, and one more thing, don't trust stupid invites like earlier. If they really invite someone they know, they tell them in advance before filming. Keep that in mind so you're not scammed again. He rose from his chair. Then let's slowly plan how to redesign your restart to benefit you. Ask any questions you have. Now rest. You're on vacation, after all. Humming softly, Changryo opened the door and left. Click. With a polite little sound, the door closed. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. My wrists under the cuffs were sweaty too. At least I avoided becoming a corpse. But who knows when he'll decide, it'd be easier to kill him. What a fucking situation. How did I end up in this? My brain must be melting on vacation, damn it. Anger surged as I slammed my cuffed hands against the floor. The floor dented, the cuffs held firm. But it didn't matter. I'll get myself out of here alive, no matter what. I'll make him regret not smashing my head when he knocked me out, you bastard. 178 chapter. A while later. With the blackout curtains drawn, you couldn't tell what time it was. Let's start by reviewing this. Was your participation in Idol Corporation a great choice? Changryo sat across from me again, calmly jotting keywords into some notebook as he explained. It's certainly efficient for passing the early missions. You chose it without knowing the next mission existed. That's a fine decision. Not a bit of thanks there. But in the long run, it's a disappointing choice. In 5 years your image would be too worn out. The company has no structure, and renewal is unclear. He gave a faint smile. If you're confident you can pass the early rounds, it's better to skip survival programs. When you restart, come to Lati. I'll place you in a spot ready for debut. I could almost hear his inner thought. I'll keep you nearby so I can reset again if my team tanks. I suppressed a snort. Big talk. In Changryo's status screen, the status ailment that triggers reset, correction, was inactive. In other words, he's already blocked restarting by dying. And since he understood fail a mission and die to reset, he must have guessed that now all missions are done, dying won't reset him. So he wants to use me. But here I got stuck. How can you be so sure? Why is he confident I'd restart if I died? Even a lunatic shouldn't be that delusional. I wanted to press him on, Novelight, that, but it wasn't the right moment. One false move, and I'm smashing your skull with a hammer. I shouldn't provoke him now. You really have no intention of bowing out of this life gracefully, do you? Then taste the hammer. I don't know what I'd smash him with. So I had to rely on another angle. My secret advantage he didn't know he'd tripped into, my status screen. My traits. Think. First, let me respond to his nonsense so he knows I'm listening. So, is your goal to have me debut at Lati? Then if your career stumbles again, you'll reset me? That's the point. No, of course not. Changryo looked slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry about this. As you've heard, there's no clear right answer. If you want, next time I'll help you finish the missions faster. And of course we'll plan your group activities so they're more comfortable and beneficial than before. What hurt most was how genuine he seemed in that moment. This bastard will just demand another reset if something similar happens again. Of course, dying wouldn't actually restart me, but still. Once he'd tried, he'd try again. What was worse was that in his twisted logic, he saw this situation as an exceptional, one-off problem, and believed he'd offered me enough compensation. He thinks it's not a big deal. His baseline is so different that forcing one reset feels like a minor embarrassment he'd shrug off. No wonder talking to him was pointless. I sighed. Chongrio rose from his chair. You look tired, so let's stop here for now. Is there anything you'd like for dinner? I'll get whatever's possible. He confirmed the time. It was dinner. Finally, something. No. How about you just let me go and I'll feed myself? That's not possible. Just a moment. He left the room again. I hadn't expected much, but that calm reaction told me emotional appeals wouldn't work. No build-up, no payoff. I hope this works. I mulled over my traits and chose one. Trait: Bacchus 500B. Clear mind and healthy body. All fatigue accumulation speed minus 50%. Bacchus 500, my condition maintenance trait. Thanks to it, I could survive on a couple hours sleep for a few days around comebacks. Of course, I wasn't going to try exploring while he slept. That'd be foolish. He's cleaned out thoroughly. This room had nothing. Even the bathroom I checked earlier was bare. I feel like I've seen this before. Whoever he'd extorted for intel during his resets must have arranged this. It fit a plausible pattern. So I'd use this trait not while everyone sleeps, but at a different timing. Until then, wait. I'd observe carefully until he thought I'd given up or adapted. I looked down at my handcuffs and clicked my tongue. This vacation's going to be something else. Over the next few days, judging by my sleep intervals and meal timing, it was about 3 days. To keep him from intensifying his suicide pitch, I modulated my responses as if slowly agreeing with his new life plan. Like this. Does Lati build trainee costs first, then settle accounts? No. Once you debut, it starts immediately. That's fine, right? Sounds good, but I have no intention of going. Heh. After repeating this pattern, I began probing more sensitive topics for intel. Even on vacation, if I don't answer, you'd suspect something. Any separate contacts? I don't know. Seems like you got a message. Did it show? I replied briefly, so don't worry. In your tone. Did he know my phone unlock pattern? When that insurance commercial ran, I remembered unlocking my phone while filming with the dog. Damn, no external help until this vacation ends, then. But I knew he kept checking my phone. If so, he was likely in this house. I filed that away. Over the next few days, he continued pointless persuasion, excuses, and annoyingly decent idle tips. Then the moment came. Today, Hyungnam? Chongwoo. It was the 3rd time I'd woken up. Probably morning or early dawn. I buried my head in the pillow and sighed. My nose and throat felt feverish. My head was heavy. I spoke slowly. Do you have flu medicine? Once again, at the precise moment of rest, a crushing body ache hit me. Even though it wasn't a good time for me to let my guard down. Just as expected, my hypothesis was correct. This flu must be the backlash to my condition trait. Like the one-off trait sleep is dying. Every time I used those traits fully, I only got sick when I had no activity schedule. It always looked odd. So I theorized this, and now I was nearly certain. It's a mechanical classification tied to the status screen. My body's burden only came when I was resting from idle activities. And this sick timing could be exploited. Medicine? To catch him off guard. He'd never imagined I'd be bedridden with the flu on day 3. Just a moment. Chongrio closed the door behind him as he left. Good. The direction was acceptable. He hadn't immediately told me to die. He's let his guard down. He believed he controlled everything and felt safe. By now he must have assumed I'd reset in a few days. Chongrio returned with medicine and water, a standard over-the-counter set. He even prepared essentials. A meticulous psychopath. Here's a painkiller and fever reducer. Take them. I took the pills, no extra toxins hidden. Then I opened with my move. About the hospital. If it were just the 2 of us, it'd be too conspicuous. Sorry. Once you restart, your body will recover immediately. He circled back, offering death as an option. Now's the time. I hesitated, then spoke in a hoarse voice. Again, I actually like my current team. If I restart and rebuild the same team, it'd never be the same. Shared events and stories would differ. If you'd just let me continue living here, please. Odd for my character, but pain can make you sentimental. And at that moment, my trait triggered. Trait. That actually makes sense. Activated. Perfect. Of course, it only evokes emotional resonance, not guaranteed persuasion. See, I'm sorry, Changryo murmured with an expressionless face. He must have felt at least a twinge of regret. Got it, bastard. Exactly as planned. I deliberately stayed silent, then slowly spoke. My head hurts, and it's hard to move. Could you help me to the bathroom, at least to the doorway? Okay. He didn't refuse. Changryo supported me under my shoulder as if assisting someone with a leg injury. As my mind wavered and attention drifted, this was it, when he was more aware of his own thoughts than my movement. Now, I swung my arms around and clamped onto Changryo's head. Then, still handcuffed, I yanked his neck. Hey! The metal of the handcuffs pressed into his throat. Naturally, he resisted. I slammed him down to throw off his balance, but kept the pressure on. Fuck! I must have broken a rib. But I wouldn't let go. I forced my arm to twist, wrenching his neck. Ugh. Even in my condition, with my hands bound, I wouldn't break a strong adult's neck. Instead, I'd squeeze until he passed out. His face went pale, oxygen-starved, yet he rolled his eyes to glare at me. Disgusting. Doesn't matter. Just like in the simulation, I twisted the handcuffs one last time and struck the back of his head. Crack. With a short, violent sound, the pressure released. He was down. Hawk. I shakily rose to my feet. Fuck, seriously. My wrists were shredded. Fucking hell. But the euphoria masked the pain. I wobbled to the door, opened it, and thankfully found a suitable weapon. A light bulb. Shatter. I hurled a book at it. The bulb exploded, sharp shards raining onto the floor. An old model, so it was worse. Good. Despite cutting my hand a few times, I freed the bundle of cable ties from his legs. Now escape would be easy if needed. Time to move as planned. I cracked my stiff neck, still a long way to go. You're conscious. Across from me, Changryo lay on the chair, still bound by cable ties, eyes open without a groan. You bought a lot of extra cable ties. And you prepared tools too, so I could remove your handcuffs easily. I raised my two free hands. Well prepared, Hyung them. Thanks for the convenience. And I smiled. 179 chapter. I had a lot to say to that bastard, but first I needed to ask this. Tell me this. How were you so certain your crazy kidnapping plan wouldn't be discovered? As soon as my vacation ends, everyone will be looking for me like maniacs. Changryo looked at me with dark eyes, then answered evenly. Because I planned to finish within 10 days. So he even checked my vacation period on my phone. You mean, if I showed no sign of suicide within 10 days, you intended to kill me? Understood. I shifted slightly and asked again. And while I get that you firmly believe I'd restart if I died, where did you get the idea you'd restart too? I couldn't not ask. Haven't you considered that if I kill only you, I'd be arrested here as an idol group murderer? Senior. Changryo leaned back in his chair, expressionless. I doubt I'd be caught. I have your phone. And with just the right gesture, if an idol group member disappears, especially a group with as many incidents as Taystar, the police don't even investigate. The agency stops them. He smiled faintly. They'd think the pressure was too much and you gave up, or you got paid and ran off. Then they search among themselves, and when costs soar, they give up. Even without you, the remaining members make plenty of money, so they focus on that. In that scenario, Park Mundi is marked activity suspended due to health and disappears. A year or two later, only nostalgia acts will bring you up occasionally. It was a leap. With a contract still in force and T1 behind me, there was no way they'd so easily abandon Park Mundi. Besides, my current popularity was easily top 10 among idols. A sudden suspension wouldn't vanish that simply. Yet, somehow, it was chillingly plausible. Fuck. I clicked my tongue, but was satisfied with the conversation. I see. Thanks for the testimony. I pulled something from my pocket. My smartphone, which had been recording the whole time. I found it quickly because you hid it in such a clutch place. He must have thought to power it off, connect it to a laptop, and use a proxy so he could still send messages. Anyway, my phone survived hidden in the dishwasher. I pressed stop on the recording. Even if I report you, both our attacks will be portrayed and scandal will only grow. You probably planned it, so my final mission fails in the media frenzy. I tapped the phone. I've backed up the recordings and context photos to the cloud automatically. So if I get out of here and report, it's over. Is that so? Yes. So you'd better cooperate, you son of a bitch. I perched on the edge of the chair and punched his face. Smack. A short, dull impact that felt amazing. Everything inside me relaxed. His mouth must have split. He felt around with his tongue, but he showed no real panic. Since you can't come back anyway. Huh, you're sick. I heard you weren't well. You unconscious wretch who got knocked out by hitting your head still has plenty to say, huh? Ha ha. But honestly, I doubt you'll report. Me. Changryo met my eyes. Even with proof, you won't want that accident dragging you down before your mission ends. That's true. I nodded. But if you get too angry, who knows? I might release you right after the final mission ends. That would make a racket. But there's no one in the group to stop me. Reporting would go smoothly. What do you think? Instead, everyone would be stunned I hadn't reported earlier. I could already imagine their faces. But his reaction to this was off the charts. What? Ha ha ha. Changryo laughed brightly. I thought you were smart, but you're clueless. You like your current team? Sure, right now it's awesome. You're doing well. You have tons of enemies outside, so you have to unite. It's great. He looked down. But how long do you think that lasts? Actually, not years. In a year or two, someone's going to start spouting nonsense. He stared into space. Boring eyes recalling a familiar past. You'll get self-discovery rants, or you'll see someone jumping club scenes and selling out the group. No matter how you form the team, it's the same. Human passion and diligence are consumable. Even if it doesn't seem like it now, think carefully. Aren't there small flaws on your mind? Later, those will return as huge disappointments. His low, calm voice finished the thought. After the tour, when you get your next settlement, you might. Think. Let's quietly move on without making trouble. But will there really be no one to say that to you? You never know. I don't trust people much, but he was an all-time record. I was lost for words and looked at him, then shrugged. So, basically, don't get emotionally attached, restart efficiently. Ridiculous. If we're that mismatched, we can just disband later. Missions are done anyway. You can stick with people you click with. If it fails, you quit. Why treat the group like your life? Oh, by the way, I thought this when I heard about restarting. I crossed my arms. Why can't VDIC take a downer? What? You're not some eternal top-tier group. Your prime is your prime because it ends. Idol group popularity inevitably peaks, then declines after military service or age. Even if Tick's decline happens anyway, you plan to restart just to push that timing back? Why? You must not think you're industry kings forever. Changryo's expression flickered, then he smiled. You've never done it, so you don't get it. One restart isn't a big deal. If it extends the group's life, it's worth it. He leaned forward slightly. And it's not about some unforeseen scandal tanking your career. It's planned to decline gently. Next time it'll be that way, so don't worry. I threw out my conclusion. That won't work. What? That perfect career you envision? It won't come. I rested my chin on my hand. But my wrist stung, so I stopped. Damn. Tick's decline is inevitable. Only the timing changes. How could you know which timing is perfect? Will you keep restarting every time album sales drop? I drew my line. Then you'll have to restart forever, rationalizing next time will be better. Changryo parted his lips as if to respond, but couldn't. His face was blank. I think I struck a nerve. Whether it was a mine or a switch, I had to crush his momentum. I need to break his will. I couldn't let him keep sabotaging me. No more saving cards. Time to end it. I spoke first. I can't restart even if I die, so there's no chance anyway. Changryo spoke almost by inertia. So if you fail a mission, I die. Plain and simple. I unfolded my arms. And I told the truth. I wasn't originally Park Mundy. I was a college graduate studying for civil service, but I woke up in Park Mundy's body. I didn't restart. I just entered someone else's body. Even as I said it, it sounded absurd. I chuckled. So if I die, at best I'll return to my original body and it ends. Right. Wasn't it weird from the start? I didn't feel like a guy in his early 20s. I was 29. For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Changryo's face. He didn't think I was lying. He mumbled, stunned. That can't be. It is. Why would I lie when I've got you trapped? I massaged the back of my neck and laughed. I'd held back telling him because it seemed a weakness, but now I had proof he couldn't kill and reset me, so I could say whatever I wanted. It felt so good. You can't restart anymore. He was clearly rattled. Now, though I didn't want to, I offered a carrot to seal things perfectly. So you don't have to give up this life just because of a flaw. What you have now won't disappear. So live comfortably, get a dog, do what you want. If I could cut ties neatly here, I wouldn't even feel like pressing charges. Though I'd claim damages. If I never have to deal with him again, I'll settle for that. I rubbed my wrist scab from the gouge. Chongryo hung his head. His hands bound by zip ties trembled slightly. At that moment, a pop-up appeared. Trait. That actually makes sense. Activated. I wasn't sure what that meant in this context, so I waited. After a long pause, Chongryo finally looked up. He seemed unexpectedly calm. I don't know what I'll do. You'll figure it out. Is that so? His voice was steady but carried a strange melancholy. Fair enough. He probably spent his career resetting whenever he failed, pouring all his value judgments into Tick's success. Otherwise, he'd have gone insane. And his brain must have processed each failed mission as an opportunity for Tick's perfect success. Now I'd blocked that, screaming it's not an opportunity, it's abandonment. I didn't know what would happen next, but at least he seemed to have lost his fighting spirit. Success, fuck. With the evidence, the reveal of my situation, and the mental blow, he'd rationalize on his own for at least half a year. And by then, the missions will be over. I stood up immediately. I'm leaving. I'll set the toolkit next to the door, so unlock yourself. With his movement limited, he couldn't throw the tools at me. Thunk. He stared at the toolbox I nudged with my foot, then said softly, if you wait, I can drive you back to the dorm. No thanks. The anesthetic residue is obvious. Glancing around, it seemed a bus or two would get me back near Seoul easily enough. My wrist wounds would be hidden under long sleeves anyway. I grabbed only my smartphone and headed for the front door. From behind came a voice. I'm sorry. He'd have to feel that way for at least half a year. Or I'd make sure he paid with jail time. I opened the door and stepped outside. The breeze hit my face. It felt great. I caught an inner-city bus at the nearby stop straight back to the dorm. I had to transfer once, but the route was simple. The problem was the pain starting to set in. I need that checked. Once I got back, I'd concoct an explanation. I leaned back in the bus seat and checked my phone to distract from the pain. In the group chat, there'd been plenty of messages since my vacation began. Mostly updates on where people were or casual talk, but some called for Park Monday with no response. Like this. Big Sejin Monday? Did you deactivate your phone? Big Sejin. We're looking for Park Monday. Even on vacation, to cut ties with the world. You really are Tibet-level cold. And Chongryo had replied. Me, knock it off. Honestly, it was chillingly in sync. He really set that up well. I grudgingly checked my other private messages. Kim Ray Bin. Monday, my grandma wants a video call, but I'm really sorry. Could you give me one chance? I'll schedule it whenever you want. Then there was a garish picture of Halasan with neon text. To you, my gratitude, always. How to respond, exactly what I expected. And Chongryo, pretending to be me, had neatly declined. Me, sorry. I just want to rest. Can we do it later? Kim Ray Bin, really sorry. Understood. See you after vacation. That one stung a bit. It's not hard. I thought I'd do it after a hospital visit clears my head, and check the rest. All similar. I declined every invite. Bay Sejin, I found 3 apartment listings. Which layout looks better to you? Photos. Bay Sejin, no need to reply if you're busy. Me, I'm not sure. Sorry. And Sienahyun, Monday, I'm at Searaxon with family. The autumn leaves are gorgeous. I took some photos for you. Not as good as yours, but I'll leave them. At the dorm, photos. Me, thanks, that's nice. Same pattern everywhere. Chongryo's final trace appeared in the group chat. Me, I've moved to a hotel to rest more properly. See you all when vacation's over. Big Sejin, whoa, hotel stay. Emoji, Monday Munda, is it 5 stars? There were no replies after that. It felt strange. I could really feel my vacation slipping away. Fuck, maybe once his status ailment ends, I'll blow it all up and kill him. Luckily, I still had half my vacation left, by the dates. I calmed myself and leaned back. On a quiet weekday afternoon bus, no one recognized me under my mask and cap. I arrived back at the dorm peacefully, but my body refused peace. Fuck. The moment I opened the dorm door and sighed in relief, I collapsed to the floor. Thud. The marble floor against my cheek barely registered through the burning agony throughout my body. Fuck, this was bad. I couldn't move. It felt like my joints' cartilage had vanished. I had no strength at all. An ambulance? No. With my injuries, I'd look right. Read more on our source, like a crime victim. After all this, I didn't need more needless controversy before a status ailment resolves. Maybe if I pass out and wake up, it'll get better. Even if I look terrible, I could at least lie in the hallway. Roaring. My phone. Someone was calling. Almost unconsciously, I pressed accept. Hey. Voice I hadn't heard in days came through. Ah, you picked up. I cut him off. Don't call 119 at the dorm. Call a hospital, please. Wah. Don't contact the company just. Monday? Park Monday. I slumped back down. It was, admittedly, the deepest sleep I'd had in days. 180 chapter. Sometime later. I don't know how long I'd slept. It felt like an instant, but as soon as I woke, I realized it probably wasn't that short. My head felt clear. Luckily, I opened my eyes in a private hospital room, no doubt about it. All right. Whoever took my call had handled things properly. Monday. I turned to see Ryu Chong-woo, who jumped up from the chair the moment he saw me. What the hell? Why was he here? Wait, call the nurse. But before I could speak, Chong-woo pressed the call button for medical staff. A moment later. All right. No other concerning signs. How's the 4-drip speed? Fine. All right, we'll change it again in an hour. Under the nurse's check, it seemed I had no major issues. I watched the fluid drip into my hand with a sour expression. No wonder I feel so refreshed. Antibiotics and nutrients straight into my veins must be why. If you need anything, just press the button. Yes. Thank you. Click. No sooner had they left than serious faces popped up at my bedside. Not one, but 3. Chong-woo fiddled with his phone while Big Sejin and Bae Sejin appeared from who knows where. Is this some gangster movie scene? Among them, Chong-woo spoke with a grave expression. Your wrist sprain needs 3 weeks. Your ribs have 2 hairline fractures needing 4 weeks. And the bruises on your limbs should clear faster than that. You were out cold for a whole day? My injuries weren't as bad as I'd thought. Park Mundy's body was tougher than I, NVLIGHT, expected. Lucky nothing's broken. But, looking at this situation, I needed to think fast. The one who'd called me just before I went mad finally spoke up. Glad to see you're okay. Big Sejin. Of course he'd called the others. This situation only made sense that way. Hey. What? Why was I still snarky? How was I supposed to move you to the hospital alone without calling 119? Besides asking someone with a car, what choice did I have? I didn't mean to interrogate him, but he had a point. Big Sejin wasn't done. When I first called you, I was meeting Chong-woo Hyung. You'd gone silent after saying you were going to a hotel instead of the dorm. What? Big Sejin crossed his arms. It was weird you left the fine dorm to stay at a hotel, then went off the grid. So I asked the others. Their replies were all strange too. He nodded toward Bae Sejin. He said he was calling Chong-woo Hyung too. Bae Sejin averted his gaze and muttered, even though we were talking about filing taxes, you suddenly said you didn't know apartment layouts well. Weird. He checked up on me. Big Sejin's face grew stern. Seriously, what happened to you? Tell us. I expected that question. I stopped Chong-woo Hyung from calling the police. Honestly, I don't know why I did. I had every crazy thought. Big Sejin sighed, staring into space. If your reason for stopping it is some nonsense, I'll call now. Just spill it. I gave him a wry smile. I'd rather avoid a report if possible. Why not? Listen, Chong-woo Hyung wanted to report, but is it because of your career? No. I shook my head and spoke seriously. Because it might be treated as mutual assault. What? I shook my free hand into a fist. I beat him badly. He attacked me unprovoked, so I knocked him out and gathered some evidence. But self-defense laws are so narrow. Even if you win, court takes ages. Why you should still have him prosecuted? I actually bashed his head with metal, so it's fine. Handcuffs or not, it was metal. I looked at the 3 stunned faces and calmly continued. Most of my injuries are from restraining him, not from him attacking me defenseless. If the media picks at that, it'll only be me hassling over details. They all looked blank, then deeply thoughtful, chaos. But Bae, Sejin still looked grim. It's still true you got injured. We can handle this quietly, though. Let's plan the report carefully. He could target you again. Even if I report, I'll lose. I scared him into not attacking me again. Scared him? Yes. Properly. I dipped my head. Do you think I'd handle this half-heartedly? Apparently not. Long-built trust paid off here. Did that explanation work? So I didn't call 119. I asked the hospital not to trace the cause. Monday, you could just say you got hurt at rehearsal. Chong-woo gave a wry smile. You were in bad shape. Fever raging. Signs you'd been beaten and bound. If they ask, say it was a practice accident. I think it's best you report it. Even if you feel uncomfortable. Or at least share his identity with the agency. So he can't get near you. I nodded. A rough composite sketch could do. All right. I'll contact the company. Good idea. Let me know, too. Everyone should watch out for this lunatic. Got it. And, a bit awkward, but I should say it. Thanks. Thanks, guys. If you hadn't called, I'd been in real trouble. I let out a short laugh. And those fake messages, they were convincing. I didn't spot the impersonation. For a moment, the room warmed with relief and pride. If they'd tracked me earlier, I wouldn't have needed the hammer. At that moment, Big Sejin nodded gravely. Right. So be nicer to me from now on. First, my personal photos. Cancelled. Hey, that's harsh. He thumped the bedspread. Funny bastard. Rest well. Anyway, take care of yourself. All right. Glad you came to the hospital in time. The other two looked pleased. Good. Everything's settled. Want to grab some drinks? Oh, thanks. Thanks. Soon Chong-woo returned, and I sipped a pricey convenience store apple juice, staring off. Now, I have about 4 weeks to recover to comfortable mobility. I might barely make the concert start. I can push through Seoul concerts if needed, but I'll miss final rehearsals. I'd learned the group choreography before vacation, so I can adapt if no changes, but I worry about my solo stage. Plus my fan service corner needs choreography too. I just need to learn movements carefully while avoiding strain. I couldn't help it now. I shrugged and grabbed my phone. I'd get permission from the others about my injury, contact the company to prep a press piece. If I announce now, they'll understand if I still can't rehearse by concert time. But if I'd known how strongly that would resonate, I might have delayed a bit. Me. Got injured subduing some insane stalker. Messages after that were all impersonations. Please ignore them. Pensive face. As soon as I sent that, Sian Ah-hyun ditched her trip and rushed to the hospital. She'd seen those freaks break into my apartment before, so stalker scared her worse. And Monday. Hey, before I could even ask why she was here, she panicked. Are you okay? It's not serious, right? It wasn't a cast, but was that not serious? I gently calmed her, and she gave me a gift box full of pastries. They were from a famous bakery in Sokcho, tasty either way. She introduced me awkwardly to her parents who'd brought her here. Their concern made me feel a bit embarrassed. Next time, bring Ah-hyun with you. Too many weird people out there. Oh dear. I'm fine. I beat him. Oh well. Glad you're okay. Her teary face mirrored hers so closely, I wondered if it ran in the family. If you need anything, let me know. Got it. She visited until my vacation ended. Amazing patience. I never would have. Such a contrast in character. Oh, and other members contacted me too. One was someone I was about to call anyway. Hi Youngnam. Are you alright? Kim Rae-bin. Yeah. Funny you call. I needed to say something. And I did what I needed to. Hello, Grandma. This is Park Monday. Oh my. I tried to break the ice with some trot, but Rae-bin's grandmother had firm tastes. Oh, sing that song my groom used to sing. Winter Night. I'll do my best. Aw, you're sweet. It was quite the experience. And last, Cha Eugene, surprisingly, he didn't contact me until the day before the end of my vacation. His I'm alive report was a short video posted in the group chat. Waha. Watch out. It was him diving into the sea, captured dynamically, this late autumn. Cha Eugene. My mom filmed it, laughing face. Consistent as ever. He even called late at night to check in. Hyung, did you win against the stalker? Hit him. Just as consistent. Phew. And by then, the company finally started running articles about my injury. 181 chapter. When the company first learned I was hospitalized, they were, of course, aghast. They'd sent me on vacation only to hear I was out for 4 weeks. like a bolt from the blue. And when I explained what had happened, they were even more shocked. "ST stalker?" "Yes. I ran into some crazy person." It was the same excuse I'd given the members, roughly covering things up, but when I admitted I hit him pretty hard, their expressions changed. They didn't want a scandal to blow up, so they begged me to bear with it. And when I offered to take the initiative personally, they actually cheered. "All right, Monday. We'll beef up security as much as possible, so don't worry. It's just unlucky it happened during your vacation." They even tactfully hinted it wasn't their fault since it had happened on my time off. Quite a skill. They knew full well I'd stayed back at the dorm and hadn't heard from them in days, so they must have felt a little guilty. Typical. Anyway, thanks to that, the headline wrote itself. Testers Park Monday hospitalized after fall during concert rehearsal. Nice and clean. The company decided to post an official notice from their account, spun it as a sprain and bruises, and wrapped it up neatly. Done. I actually thought that would be the end of it. A quick search showed rumors of my hospitalization were circulating quietly, but no one wanted to cite sources, so it stayed hush-hush. Naturally, the idol stalking side was the first to bring it up. OMG, Bear Hair's hospitalized. On vacation, so it can't be psychosomatic? Crying face. Park Monday really is hospitalized? He's not at the dorm. Worries me. No sign of him. He's texting, though. What's up? That was as far as it went. Besides, I'd been hospitalized at the hospital the company had already scouted, so everyone kept tight lips. Hardly any details of my condition got out. Occasionally someone said something plausible, but so many rumors and lies mixed in that it all got treated as hearsay. Heard from an acquaintance he got stalked, and something snapped him. It's just fatigue. Yak, now it's pointless to talk. He always complains of pain on breaks. Wrist injury, lol, probably just practice injury. Makes sense coming from a practice addict. In that environment, the stage accident during concert rehearsal excuse sounded convincing and not especially shocking. Plus, before any useless articles could break, the company quickly managed the embargo. Definitely, the new head of this division seems to run things well. This is fine. I inwardly gave them passing marks and enjoyed the rest of my vacation. Lucky I salvaged at least 4 days. They even extended my hospital stay through the end of my vacation to line up the dates for official materials, but I had no complaints. Honestly, aside from the shortened term, the single room was just what I'd wanted. Still, it felt a bit off. This place must be expensive. I'd heard even 6-bed wards cost a lot, so a private room must have been insane. It was almost laughable given I could have gotten by without patient care. I've been through every kind of nonsense. Well, whatever. Since the company was footing the bill, I figured I might as well rest up. I read books, watched videos, ate the hospital's 3 square meals without a care. Members occasionally brought outside food for visits, which was a nice treat. And Monday, I brought strawberries. Ah, thanks. I'll wash up. Usually Ahyan, though occasionally someone else. Monday pizza. He probably just wanted an excuse to buy his favorite food. Anyway, lying around eating for 4 days was surprisingly thrilling. And then, on the last day of vacation, the articles and the official notice went live as planned. Park Monday falls during concert rehearsal. Out 4 weeks. Testers Park Monday injured during vacation. But, when I actually checked, things had gone differently than I expected. Reactions were far more intense. Monday, what do we do? This is insane. T1, you bastards can't even manage a stage? He's on vacation and got hurt practicing and now hospitalized. I'm so upset I could cry. What did they make him do to fall off stage and be out 4 weeks? Please stop making it dangerous. Park Monday careless enough to fall? Unbelievable. They ordered faulty stage equipment, then spin it up as PR, so pissed lol. Park Monday's fans were venting worry and rage in torrents. Wait a second. Cold sweat broke out. I mean, it's not like I was in a coma or a broken leg. Should it really be this big a deal? I thought the only backlash would come from me missing official group schedules for about 10 days after vacation, but there was hardly any of that. And whenever it came up, fans clobbered the complainers. Skipping schedules after vacation, lol, what a mess. Haha, that guy basically vacations every day anyway since they can't book him schedules. I get the practice, fandom lifestyle comment, okay. Oh my. The words of a salty Mandole stan. Clapping hands. It was brutal. I didn't expect the company to get attacked like this. We'd shown the members participating in album and stage production in our own content often, so I thought fans would understand stage equipment incidents the same way. They must have become so worried they wanted to root out a cause and fix it at any cost. Do they care that much that Park Monday got hurt? It struck me as strange. I rolled up the sleeve of my patient gown. It was still a bit swollen, but the bruises had faded to yellow and green. This should be fine. Since I was due to be discharged back to the dorm tomorrow, I figured I'd do something now while still in the hospital. Click. I took a selfie and uploaded it to SNS. Hello, loves. This is Park Monday. I'm sorry and disappointed I had to skip activities due to my own neglect and self-care. It's not a major injury, and I'll be discharged tomorrow. I'll recover quickly to show you my best self again. Photo. At times like this, a polite post is best to keep people from overthinking. Not bad. No unnecessary wording, just the needed update with a photo to show I'm okay. This should put everyone's minds at ease. I monitored the post's reactions with satisfaction. And I was taken aback. Crying face. That isn't how I'm used to starting Monday's posts. It feels so weird. Don't blame yourself for being hurt. Crying face. Monday ending's gone. No Monday ending. No emojis in Monday's post. We didn't need such a formal apology. T1. The shitty company. Why make him do that? Monday. Rather than forcing yourself to schedule things early, I hope you rest and recover well and come back bright. Please don't worry so much. Crying face. Below that, my post was being translated into English, Japanese, and every language imaginable, with endless crying emojis. It was a tide of sobbing. They even adjusted the contrast on my wrist's color to spot the bruise. What was I to do? The next morning, upon discharge, I posted a photo with the members and the caption, "I'm Monday." That finally calmed things down a bit, though the sobbing and over-attachment continued. I have to focus on preparing for the concert. If I don't show I'm fine, I don't know where this will go. I reminded myself in a cold sweat. And the moment I completed discharge procedures and stepped back into the dorm, another intense reaction awaited. Cha Eugene had just returned from his vacation. Monday Hyung. I'm back. No. P. Park Monday, you broke a rib. He must not have had time for a briefing. In the doorway, he raised both hands to pat my back, only to be physically restrained by the other members. Eugene's eyes went wide. Rib? Meat? Here. I roughly pointed to my waist area, and Eugene jabbed the air in shock. Really? He didn't hit you? Well, I hit him, and he hit back a bit. His wrist is broken, too. Oh my goodness. Eugene muttered in shock. So he lost. No, he lost. I hit harder. Did you knock his jaw off? Yeah, knocked his jaw and bashed his head. Oh, only then did Eugene nod with renewed respect. That's awesome. Yeah. Hey. Wave of exhaustion washed over me. Right, he's my roommate. I had totally forgotten because of everything that happened. I want my single room back. It was an abrupt wish, but obviously it didn't come true. So, my mother isn't a huge seafood fan. She liked hairtail fish, though. It's sweet, you know. Hairtail is good. It'd be great if the whole team went to eat it together. As soon as I collapsed onto my bed after a long time, Eugene and his mother's Jeju trip story held me captive until right before schedule time. When Inc. VLGHD, exclusive on Inc. VLGHD, I tried to slip into the living room. I was bombarded with questions 3 times. At this point, me not going to schedule was my only hope. Please. And as planned, the members left the dorm for a short evening schedule, including Eugene. Tomorrow, the final concert rehearsals officially begin, so this was one of the few official schedules I'd be missing. I'm off. Rest well. Call the manager if you need anything. I'll be back around 10. Okay. Do well. The crowd of members drained out of the dorm like the tide. The moment they left, I flopped back onto the bed. Sigh. I bit into the half-dried persimmon Ray-Bin had given me on a video call. So sweet. The world was silent. But, unexpectedly, I didn't feel great. It's like missing an important class because I overslept and they canceled the lecture. Skipping. Schedule raw feels like a loss with no gain. I should at least plan something. I needed to look busy. Frowning, I thought over the problems at hand. Top priority, obviously the concert. Should I change my solo stage setup? It's my solo stage, so if the show loses its punch because of my lingering injury, that'd be a problem. And if I'm going to make the "I practiced alone during vacation and got injured" excuse believable, this is the best way. It needs to be a stage where a misstep could cause a fall and wrist injury, but also a performance flexible enough to adjust if my injury isn't fully healed. I went through a few options in my head, then stopped on one. This is the best. A little past 10 p.m., I summoned one of the members who'd returned from schedule. "Ah-hyun, mind if I ask you something about your major?" Sure. If I can't cover everything, at least I need to nail the impact." 182 chapter. When asking Ah-hyun for help with the stage setup, it had already proven effective. He brightened up and taught me enthusiastically back during the Ajusa grading evaluation, after all. But the conversation took an unexpected turn. Oh no. No sooner had I explained than Ah-hyun completely changed his stance. Has he suddenly gotten competitive? I watched, slightly incredulous, as he hunched in, then resolutely continued. "But, you're injured. Doing that would be dangerous." So that was it. "It's fine. I'm not saying we'll practice right away. Once I recover enough, we'll do it properly." Since I already had an athletic background, I planned to focus on concept and memorization first, then rehearse in earnest about 2 weeks before. I'm not some drama character who's shot and then running around next episode, so of course I'd planned to take care of my body. Even with that explanation, Ah-hyun still looked uneasy. But I think that'll put too much strain on your joints. Can't we not do it?" I mean, you already sing so well, you don't have to go that far." He was practically sweating profusely. He's really sensitive about injury. I thought it was just because he's from a dance major, but there was something more desperate in him. "Okay, you're right." "Oh, really? Yeah. Let's hold off for your sake." Ah-hyun's face relaxed immediately. I slipped in a quick add-on. "Then let's just use the rig briefly. And, just in case, could you show me a safe posture?" "Why, yes." "Got it." Ah-hyun nodded in agreement. I pulled up a video on my phone. Here, when you're supposed to relax your arms. It was the classic 3-card Monty tactic. Strictly speaking, I still meant to do what I'd planned, but with his personality, the nuance of "he agreed" would win him over. I gathered a few practical tips from Ah-hyun and even got him to promise to demonstrate in the practice room. Thanks. What for? Later, only once we arrived at the huge rented rehearsal studio for the concert did Ah-hyun notice something odd. Looks like the company really moved fast. They'd already rented the rig. Ah-hyun's face was a sea of question marks, but it was too late. "We're not doing this, then? You said you'd teach me." But I shrugged. "Well, if you're not up for it, skip it. The instructor's here, so you can just ask slowly." "No, I will teach you." "Thanks." And so I confirmed Ah-hyun's demonstration. He must have done it before, because even without the instructor's advice, he handled it smoothly. And it felt different. There really is a difference. I had to master it. Whoa! Mid-practice, Eugene burst in, excitedly demanding to try it too, nearly slamming his head to the floor. Aside from that, it went smoothly. A few members did quietly ask, though. "Monday, did you see a doctor? They said it's okay, right?" "It's fine." I nodded immediately when Chong-woo tentatively asked. "When I recover, I'll try it only within safe limits." "Got it. But don't push yourself." It really was fine. They'd cleared my schedule completely, and I was recovering noticeably faster than usual. Thanks to Bacchus 500. Since I accumulated fatigue more slowly, I must have gotten a recovery boost. I folded my arms while Eugene gleefully inspected the rig he'd just climbed down from. This will look great. Only now did I feel the thrill. It felt really good. I was genuinely looking forward to the concert. This is the victory toast. I love it so much. Cheers. Park Mundy's home ma and her grad school friend downed their beers. Wah-wah. It was exhilarating. They'd just successfully secured pre-sale tickets for Tester's second concert, and both of them got in. So this is standing, right? Do we have to stand the whole time? No. There are chairs. You can sit or stand depending on the vibe. Oh, got it. The grad student, who'd snagged a good spot in the so-called chair standing section, folding chairs lined up in the standing area, smiled brightly. They said they barely had time, yet here they are. Feeling a bit sorry, Park Mundy's home ma glanced at her ringing phone. RRRK. She grabbed it in excitement. Whoa, Mundy posted something. No way. Hello, loves. It's Mundy Dogface. This is tonight's dinner. I made it. Photos. Chong Woo-hyung took the pictures. Loves, enjoy your meal. The attached photos showed a home-cooked spread, spicy green chili soybean, paste stew, and fried eggs, laid out pretty convincingly. There was even a serious side profile shot of Park Mun-dee photographing the table. This is too much. Homa felt like smacking her head. Park Mun-dee was the absolute best. But this was over. The top. Just rest. They'd cleared his schedule to rest, so why was he cooking? And looking closer, little worrying details jumped out. The grad student murmured, concerned. He's still wearing a wrist brace. I think he has one on his waist, too. You can see the outline under his shirt. It had been a week since the injury news, but they couldn't help worrying. The mood at the table sank. But Mundee's solo song isn't super intense, right? He stood through it on My Singer. Right? He can sing sitting down if needed. They reasoned it through. If worse comes to worst, he could skip choreography and sit. They're really going to be disappointed. From over a year of watching his activities, Park Mun-dee seemed the type to downplay his own stage ambitions. Homa fought down the urge to weep, thinking to send him some red ginseng via the agency immediately. Still, I think this concert will be even more fun than the first. The venue is bigger. Yeah. The grad student tried to lift the mood, and Homa went along, though she still felt uneasy. They'd been ignoring that they both succeeded in ticketing. Of all places, Gocheok Dome. Last time, they'd held the concert at the gymnastics stadium with 13,000 seats. This time, they opened 21,000 seats at Gocheok Sky Dome. Of course, from the agency's perspective, expanding a sold-out success made sense. But as a fan, Homa wasn't thrilled with Gocheok Dome. The sightlines suck. She wanted to cry for 2 weeks at the gymnastics stadium instead, but knew the tour made it impossible. Sob? With personal circumstances making it hard to follow the entire tour, Homa downed the beer in one. I'll have to buy data for a few shows. The drink was sweet, and she finally brought up a positive point. And after the concert is award season. Even if the tour's going on, we'll see them a lot. Oh, right. Expectations for Testers' award season results were high. VTIC might not show up. One member had been embroiled in a dirty club scandal, delaying that group's comeback. As a result, VTIC only released a pre-release track, and fans were anxious. Since cutting the controversial member swiftly, their official SNS had been quiet. Even birthdays passed in silence, they said. The birthday was Chongryo's, right? He's a close enough person that Homa didn't know if they were feeding him or just good friends, but nonetheless he came to mind, and then vanished as quickly. They're a first-tier group. They'll do fine without VTIC. Even without VTC as a variable, Testers' momentum was clear, especially Park Mun-dee's recent rise. So much so that in the past 6 months, a flood of new Homas had appeared. How many switched over? Homa had witnessed more than a few quiet defections from other groups' Homas in offline spaces. One person who snagged the same section ticket as her for this concert had done the same. They even did a twin home with Big Seejin. At the last concert, she'd suspected they were half-heartedly following Big Seejin. Then at the I Love Waiting stage, they'd posted a stunning eye-contact photo to an anonymous site. But they'd really gone all in, opening a home just to post more of those photos. 2-shot pics with Mun-dee included. I thought they'd only post Big Seejin, but they made a home for Mun-dee, too. A subtle competitive spark lit her heart. She vowed to capture an even better Mun-dee shot than that twin home person at this concert. Ignoring the fact she herself had switched, Homa made her vow. I'll get an amazing shot this time. That'd be awesome. Show me. The grad student chimed in cheerfully. They ordered new beers. Cheers. Cheers. Thinking about the upcoming concert, they clinked glasses again, hearts pounding. They never imagined that on the first day of the concert, they'd be screaming and waving light sticks until they dropped. And now, the day of concert rehearsal. Okay, move it right here. Yes. Various people bustled about ahead of the show. Many were temp staff hired last minute to fill immediate needs. This is brutal. One temp, annoyed, dumped the load he was carrying. He'd applied for the 70,001 daily rate, but was sick of endless work. He glanced around, then slyly pulled out his phone and posted a furious note to an anonymous site. I'm a guy group constaff. Won't take questions. Better to do loading and unloading. They pay minimum wage for filthy tasks. Stands are already thronging outside. Don't they have anything better to do? TSK, TSK. Trolling's not bad. His post drew a few comments, though none supportive. LOL never even loaded trucks. Staff? Looks like a one-day temp gig. LOL, then why not hire temps? You dumbass. Stan spend money. OP gets minimum. Bastards. He snorted and locked his phone. Hey, what are you doing? Yes. Under the sharp rebuke, he awkwardly picked up the load. Other temps glanced over, but morale was gone. Maybe I should bail. As he eyed an escape, murmurs rose nearby. What's that? Peeking over, he saw famous faces. Testar had arrived for rehearsal. They Inc. via LGT, official version, moved briskly down the corridor with staff, heads bowed in greeting. Hello? Sejin locked eyes with the temp and greeted him kindly. He was well-groomed, tall, and handsome. Let's go. Okay. Park Mundy tapped Sejin's shoulder. They bowed a few more times and continued on. They're all so handsome. Wow. It's amazing. The other temps whispered excitedly, but the one considering bolting felt only bitterness. What makes them so special? He felt deprived. Others his age had achieved incredible success without going. Through anonymity, he didn't want to admit it, but his urge to run away lessened. Let's see what they're really like. Skill or personality. These were people who'd shot to fame instantly via one show. These days, people could testify to such facts with a single authenticated post. But it's anonymous. Who could catch me? He thought carelessly, slipping into a somewhat unhealthy daydream. And regardless of one temp's fantasies, the concert was unfolding smoothly, thanks to the efforts and anticipation of many. 183 Chapter. Testar's concert began against a heavy backdrop of sound. Chic. The moment the venue went dark, a massive screen flickered to life with the roar of wind slicing through the night. A midnight pine forest appeared. With an inkbrush stroke effect, someone stepped out from between the pines. It was Ryu Chong-woo in a traditional kilik. Just as it felt like the final scene of the Hengcha music video was continuing, 6 more figures emerged behind him. Drums thundered and the sharp clang of a gong rang out, Hengcha's accompaniment. Wawa. Amid the roar of over 10,000 fans in the dome, the real members appeared beneath the screen before the intro even finished. Once they formed their formation, a fierce rap verse and choreography struck. Even if you struggle, you can't escape. Today I come, Hengcha I do. Fans screamed, mentally racing. Starting with Hengcha? I thought. They'd save it for last after all the solos. As at the first concert, the audacious set list thrilled the audience. Even backstage staff hustling about felt the nervous excitement catch on as the concert finally got underway. Not everyone was pleased, though. What's wrong with this singing? A temp assigned to corridor security frowned at the shouts and thunderous sound system. Fans and staff voices echoed painfully in his ears. So loud. Through the half-covered screen, he caught glimpses of the members' faces. Hey, you can see them from here too. Oh wow, so handsome. He didn't want to share the other temp's giddy impression. They must spend a fortune on hospital care and management. Though the stage itself was obscured from his angle, he assumed they were doing typical idol choreography. Yet even through all the noise, Testar's voices rang clear down the corridor. Probably pre-recorded. He pulled out his phone, ready to live post. Hey, no phones. Even from a temp, what nerve. He grumbled and pocketed the phone. I'll watch and post later, with proof. No matter what he thought, above and below the stage the show thundered forward. VCR in 120 seconds. Next costume, hurry. As Hengcha ended, a remix of the 127 section collab and their then-titled track, Better Me, ran, reimagined with traditional instruments and mostly Korean lyrics to flow from Hengcha. At this very moment, you can't pass me by, never. High notes pierced like spears amidst massive beast-like stage machinery and dancers. Then came a nimble dance break using white ribbons like funeral hat strings. Better Me. Dancers flung ribbons skyward, and the 3-song rush concluded in dazzling concert style. Aya. Lightsticks flashed in kaleidoscope thrums. Another VCR played as members and dancers surged down the aisle. Costumes. Ahyun, over here. Yes. Amid panting members, Ahyun darted to and fro. First solo stage loading was happening immediately. Ahyun, wow, your stamina. Huh. Lung capacity is as expected from a dance major, just as other members were about to catch their breath between solos. Mundy. Mundy SSI, are you okay? Ah, yes. Park Mundy slid down the hallway wall and exhaled. Need an ice pack? I'm fine. He answered firmly and wiped sweat. This is manageable. His ribs had healed days ago. Doctors had still warned him not to overdo it. That's their job, of course. No one says, you're all better. Go nuts. He pressed a hand to his side where lungs might be. My wrist still aches a bit, but it'd be fine. I designed the staging well. He was confident. From within, he could hear Ah Hyun on stage. Wavering words. Among those voices, I hear your breath. Wah. They love every second. Naturally, he knew Ah Hyun's watery surface, droplet spray stage, would glimmer under lights. Wow. Love that. Yes, yes. Moving. Cha Eugene bounded over, slapping a staffer's back in excitement. Quick change, too. Everything was smooth. The solo stages flowed in teaser order, forging a cohesive arc even if none stunned individually. By the end, the collective afterglow would ring true. After Eugene comes me. You'll do great. Don't worry, Sejin. Beside him, Bae Sejin's tense voice and Chong Woo's encouragement drifted. My stage device is smartly built. No worries there. Bae Sejin's stage used a rotating platform and magic effects, likely the priciest setup of the night. He'd hold up even after Eugene, Park thought. The audience will be entranced. Dropping someone else in that slot might have risked unfavorable comparisons. Park chipped in. You're right, Hyung. It was awesome. No stress. Ah, got it. Ah, heartwarming. Sejin smiled gently. Behind him, cameras for behind-the-scenes followed. Let's hope I don't puke. Not broadcast, but still mortifying if caught. He shook off fatigue and moved to prep for his own stage, fifth in line. Plenty of time remained. Here I go. Under gleaming lights that pulsed like neon, Kim Rabin's solo stage was rhythmic with a cute quirky charm. In that rip of cheers, Homa thought. Now it's Mundy's turn. She'd snapped good rehearsal photos of Rabin, boosting her confidence. Every stage was great. From Ah Hyun to Rabin and even Bae Sejin. Mundy will absolutely slay with just his vocals. Aware a twin home fan of Mundy and Big Sejin sat 3 seats over, she raised her camera solemnly. She saw someone's camera get seized by security, a fan trying to shoot over the person in front. Amateur. Watching them fail to resist, she smirked. Meanwhile, someone else judged. So ridiculous. A temp standing backstage clicked his tongue upon seeing the fan lose their camera. What's with all the snapping? No shame. Thinking them a stan who couldn't enjoy the show, he drafted a post in his head. They're just taking photos. No idea how boring the concert must be. LOL. He right. Read more on our source. Chuckled, shrugged, and enjoyed the lull in crowds approaching backstage. Nice gig for a temp now that the concert started. Then a staffer rushed in. Staff, inside. Follow me. Some chaos had spilled. What now? Grumbling, the temp followed. Behind it all, a slow, beautiful VCR ended, and Park Mundy appeared on stage. Wawa. The static hush on stage silenced the crowd quickly. Under a solitary spotlight, Mundy sat in a chair as expected, but multicolored drapes fanned out from hems above, winding around him and the chair like living vines. He wore not a wedding robe, but a light white stage costume. Silence reigned. No music played. Then he began to sing. On the eve of the 4th lunar month, the moon cannot be seen. My love does not come, and love decays. His voice, heavy and alone, filled the silent auditorium. At the end of the first verse, instruments burst in. Woo. The minor key traditional instruments softened briefly. Then the next line followed as red and blue lights flashed, heightening tension. Whoa. Homa clutched her camera, listening. He sings so well. No other words came. She swallowed, framing him in her lens. Every note is perfect. She drank in the emotional high notes as though breathing them in. But still I wait. Gaha. At the chorus's end, her heart thundered with catharsis. Just with his voice. It felt sublime. But as the second verse began, everything shifted. As the lunar eve passes, the sun does not rise. At that lyric, Mundy's hand rose halfway in the air, as if ribbons above pulled him up. Huh. That eerie motion looked intentional. She hurriedly reasoned it was his own move. Then another angle revealed more. My love does not come, and love decays. And Mundy's waist was lifted into the air. He floated as if gravity-free, guided by drapes. Reclining backward above the chair, he continued to sing. Oh, Homa gasped aloud. Similar faces appeared across the audience. It wasn't just the crowd. Backstage temps rearranging fallen gear had also seen the live monitor of the stage. Gasp. The temp held his load, mouth agape at the screen. At that moment, he understood why that fan had been so desperate to photograph. This sight, this magic, was worth capturing. 184 chapter. Park Mundy continued to rise into the air. His limbs drifted downward even as his reclining form maintained a dramatically graceful line. And he kept singing. All this affection melts away, until there's not a trace left. I yearn and shatter, until I'm just a drifting edge. Like the chilling lyrics, it was a performance both still and intense. Homa, staring in daze, suddenly realized. So that's why the headset mic. From the moment he sat, he'd worn a headset mic instead of a stand or handheld one. I thought it wouldn't pick up with all the fabric wrapped around him. But no, it was for that insane performance. And that wasn't the end. But still I will wait. At the surge of the final chorus, the accompaniment abruptly shifted to a slow string solo. As the mournful notes played, the drapes that bound the singer unwound and billowed in the breeze. On the screen, a cloudy night sky appeared. Against the dark, starless sky, vivid drapes swayed. In the center, a white silhouette floated. Even though all the fabric had loosened, Park Mundy remained suspended in midair by sheer presence. Insane. There was no time to ponder how they'd done it. Every element formed a striking contrast, like modern art. The white costume gleamed under the lights. His voice flowed unwaveringly and beautifully. Until the day you finally arrive, to deem me truly lovely. Unlike the original, usually fiery track, both his delivery and the accompaniment conveyed a clear, pure sadness. I will wait. An orchestra's ensemble swelled from below the stage, live strings playing. Park Mundy's body descended slowly on the melody. Then, in an instant, as if nothing had happened, he sat upright in the chair. The drapes lay spread around him like a patterned rug. Click. Without warning, the lights cut, and the stage was over. Wawa. Screams and cheers reverberated even backstage. Temps stacking equipment stole glances at the monitors, all evidently impressed. Even the disgruntled temp fiddling with his phone felt it. It would be crazy live. Yet, filtered through a monitor, the magic faded and quickly. But it's all gear, right? Those stage pros pulled off the effect. Honestly, the singer just sang the song. It might have been pre-recorded, too. He snarked, ignoring his awe as he grabbed gear half-heartedly. Then from the far end of the corridor came an unfamiliar clamor, louder than anything during the show. What's that? Did someone get hurt? He heard a faint shout. Oxygen mask. Then oxygen set began, and the background noise all but vanished. Damn. He strained for a rumor-worthy detail, lips pursed. Moments later, new crew arriving to move gear whispered the news. They say a rig malfunctioned and someone fainted? No. Way. Park Mundy. Seems so. Staff were asking why no signal was given, got kicked out for eavesdropping. Such a shame. The temp, feigning indifference, realized. That airborne performance guy must have collapsed, right? He'd heard the name everywhere online. Park Mundy debuted at number 1. Collapsing only after finishing the stage. Classic pro dedication. But if he collapsed, how will he finish the show? Scoffing, he thought it clueless. Yet 8 minutes later, at the moment Ryu Changwoo's solo ended and the group's song resumed, the monitor showed Park Mundy, face flawless, singing his part. Not a trace of collapse remained. Witnessing that gap firsthand struck something in him. He's incredible. Suddenly deflated, the temp felt unexpectedly free. Seeing someone push through so fiercely quelled his own inferiority. Let's get back to it. Sure. After stowing the last of the gear and returning to background duty, he still sat in thought. Then, against the now noisy concert ambience, he took out his phone and wrote. Mid-show temp staff review. So many stands shouting nonstop. But that airborne stage was sick. He nailed it. He collapsed with an oxygen mask right after the song. But honestly, he's the GOAT. Written without malice, yet the comments were brutal. TST, is this a temp? Stan tears, so moving. No interest. Even in the 80s they didn't do this kind of gimmick. Fake. These bastards. Angry, he snapped a photo showing his vest and triumphantly posted proof. Now they can't say that. 30 minutes later. Who posted this? Gasp. He was immediately identified and hauled off by security for leaking. A complete farce. But apart from that fringe drama, the concert rolled on until the intermission, talk time. Tester's second concert. Thank you for coming to see Enchanted Me. Woo. Under Ryu Chong-woo's MC, members applauded and laughed. Most were still sweaty or catching their breath, which was endearing in its own way. A staff cameraman zoomed in on Sejin and Park Mundy seated together and thought blandly. They should have let Sejin MC. He ran the Twin Home account, Puppy Bear. Set list leak says no unit stage. He'd hoped to film a duo, but oh well. Then he checked his numbers. My followers are off the charts. He'd surpassed his previous small agency idol account in 6 weeks. No need to hesitate. He'd closed that and moved here. This is why I do this. Catching big acts was smart, he thought wryly. Especially Sejin, long run ahead. Then Sejin spoke. Anyone feeling neglected here today? Didn't make eye contact? Me. Cheering erupted, and he playfully pointed. Here? Here, Park Mundy offered. Shall we each give a quick greeting? Great idea. Stand up. Hello, let's have fun. Testar rose as one, walking the stage edge to wave. Up and down. Laughter and cheers warmed the hall. The cameraman, tailing his shots, licked his lips. Wish he'd show abs. If only for a sec, he could nail that shot. No such luck, but the talk went on. Did you enjoy the show? Yes. He joined the reflexive shout, then blushed. It really was fun. With flashier staging and spotlighting individual talents, it was more immersive than the first concert. The solo run from Park Mundy to Sejin especially shone. Quiet artistry into vibrant showmanship doubled the thrill. Not just because I run their home account. They were objectively the best. He geeked out in private. We worked hard, so glad you liked it. Thank you. We also prepared an impromptu stage. Huh. Murmurs rose. Please, don't do a cringe improv stage. He'd seen idols do that and die inside. Yet the members beamed. First, a phrase will appear on the screen. If you think it's true, keep your light stick on. If false, turn it off. Shall we try? Turn them off. Confused fans flicked off light sticks and darkness fell across the dome. Whoa, this is scary. With over 10,000 people, of course it'd work. True. I'm scared too. Can you turn them back on quickly? Haha. Thanks. The instructions were simple. After each statement about a member, vote by light stick. First, Ahyun prefers dogs over cats. Twinkle. Most light sticks stayed on. No need for central control. Oh. Yes. Sejin exclaimed. Chongwoo grinned and revealed. Answer. Yes. How do you know so well, everyone? Ahyun bowed shyly as the crowd cheered. They continued through 7 statements. Fans got more than half correct and missed some. Raybin uses these emojis in our group chat. Correct. Sejin is good at swimming. Is that so? Amid laughter, the final one was for Park Mundy. Quiet throughout the talk, he read gently. Park Mundy's record for cooking volume is 7 servings. True. Twinkle. Many light sticks turned off, but the majority remained on. 7 servings seems likely, 7 members. He left his on. Chongwoo announced. Answer, no. Whoa. After teasing comments from the members, Mundy took the mic. No one stops at one portion. I usually make a generous 12 servings. Uh-huh. The audience was quickly convinced. That was on us. We never thought of that. After that half-joking insight, the quiz ended. So, the members you missed were Kim Rae-bin, Sejin, and Park Mundy. Great combo. When Sejin playfully self-sabotaged, the group chuckled. Those members will now receive a penalty. Penalty. They'd thought it was just filler, but clearly more was planned. Please wait a moment. As the members stood, stage machinery rolled in massive boxes from right and left. See you soon. Fans who'd answered correctly dashed right. The 3 who missed bolted left. The right box bore an elegant castle print. The left box looked like a cartoon tissue box. As the ominous energy settled, the crowd buzzed, and suddenly a bright, cheerful intro blared. 185 chapter. Before long, One of the boxes on each side of the stage swung open. TDA. It was the right box, where the contest winners had entered. Cha Eugene burst out first with excitement, and the rest of the winners followed, laughing as they joined the stage. They wore red uniform-like costumes that looked straight out of the Nutcracker, a delightfully toy soldier style. Ho ho ho. As the audience cheered the outfits, the music suddenly slipped in a familiar melody. Oh, this is it. Ah. Many recognized the song, a beloved children's tune from the 2000s. They'd arranged it with a bright, polished band sound, perfectly suiting an idol concert, albeit a bit overly cheerful. The winning members ran to the front, waved here and there, formed a tight formation, and began to perform. My friend is so cute. Though they say nothing, their heart is warm. They glanced at the teleprompter at times, but the winner team delivered the lines in harmonious chorus, splitting parts and singing very well. There was no formation change, but it was far too good for an improvised stage. So cute. Planning to swap some footage with shots of Isejan or Park Mundy later, the cameraman diligently captured every angle. I've got to get Eugene's shot. He's the highest value. In the warm, light-hearted moment, fans waved light sticks and hummed along easily. The first verse ended on that cozy note. Thank you. Thank you. As the instrumental break began, the winners ended with a belly bow salute. Too cute. Cheers and laughter rippled through the crowd. Yet inside, a wicked thought flashed. If the winners did that, what will the losers do? Sexy. The answer is costumes. Fairy wings. Amid all sorts of fantasies, the winners bounded off stage. Then, teasing dash. Suddenly, an electric guitar riff burst through the break. Confused laughter echoed. What the? In that bewildered moment, the light-hearted break seamlessly shifted into heavy metal. Wabrapro. The losers tore through the tissue box props as the penalty box opened. They wore no tidy uniforms. Instead, they staggered out in oversized animal plush heads, exactly the ones printed on the tissue box prop. The plush heads were openly adorable, but their outfits were pure gangster chic, perfectly matched to the metal backing. While the crowd reeled, the three penalty members stomped rock and roll style to center stage. Isejan, momentarily unsteady under his shaking mascot head, was shoved upright by the others. What a pro! The cameraman nailed that shot. Isejan flailed, found the beat, then struck a fiery pose and grabbed the handheld mic. Then a high note exploded. My friend is so kind. Though their hands are small, their heart is big, but their voices were modulated, like helium-laced, chipmunk chirps blasting from the speakers, making those high notes even crazier. No way. The audience exploded with laughter and cheers. Park Mundy then heaved the mic up with his chunky plush paw. I like friends. We're best buds. An auto-tuned sparkle, capitalism smile, swept the hall. Ho ho ho. Fans were howling with laughter. Even the cameraman watched a nearby fan clumsily swinging their lightstick to avoid smacking someone else. Insane. It was avant-garde to the extreme. Insane. They were hilariously good, perfectly cute. Besties. We are best friends. Dear friend, I love you. Hold me tight. A gravelly low voice, like a curse, rumbled from Kim Ray-Bin's rabbit head. They pretended to hug, then thumped each other on the backs. All three nearly toppled under the weight of their fluff, but popped back up by clutching and shoving one another. My God. Watching them sway through the chorus like it was the most natural thing, the cameraman knew instantly. This will blow up. The gag, the impact, it was destined for real-time trends and viral posts. Test our maniacs LOL. Live trend tester concert.jpg. I need to preview that and post a clip on the way home. He feverishly made data clips. On stage, the losing trio threw off their skull-print sleeves and black jackets, disposable paper props, and flung them to the audience. Absolutely nuts. Here, fans cheered, laughing until tears. These three had rockstar attitude in spades. Yahop bestie friends. With that fiery knee drop ending to the Metal Toddler tune mashup, the trio waddled off, still playing cool. The cameraman shouted, uploading as soon as this ends. He could already see his follower count skyrocketing. Meanwhile, another Homa nearby was in shambles. I'm losing it. Tester's first Homa stood frozen, her face a roller coaster wreck as Mundy's portion of the show departed the stage. She'd been in this state since Park Mundy's solo. Mundy, you ain't via LGHD okay? A bare air, floating, singing suspended in midair? She understood exactly how his wrist and ribs felt. That was the problem. When did you even recover enough to actually do that? He hadn't dialed it back at all, and had gone through with it, making her heart pound in worry. Yet a bigger problem loomed. It was insane. His solo was terrifyingly good, despite every fear and cold premonition. Too many people love that stage to criticize it. The Homa knew it had become the consensus. If Mundy said it was fine, it must be fine. She herself felt the pull. Too good. That's the problem. She mechanically filmed the VCR behind her. The same conflicted awe pressed in from the heavy toddler tune penalty stage. The barely recovered guy had gasped through the group numbers, then donned that heavy stuffed head and ran around. So many thoughts flooded her mind. But also, cute, heartwarming, and undeniably proud. Inside, Homa could only scream, Mundy, you really okay? I'll die if a behind-the-scenes comes out and your face planted. On the VCR, Park Mundy turned and smiled. Ugh. Mundy SSI. You okay? I was fine, just my inner ear overworked from that mascot head. It must have been hilarious. That was enough. I even laughed at myself. I'm fine. Just one glucose tab, please. Here. A staffer hurried over with a capsule, saline glucose. I popped it with water. Immediately, the makeup artist blotted sweat and moisture away. 2.5 minutes to go. I had time to catch my breath. I'd shed that ridiculous fluff head and jacket. Big Sejin was just tossing off his mascot head, too. Take a breath. I'm good. No more breathlessness from the old injury. I clicked my tongue. Of all things, that rig pressed so hard. My solo rig was a wire hoist under the waist, meant to look like fabric magic, then surprise everyone by staying aloft once the drapes fell away. It worked well. Underneath, I'd reinforced the waist area with extra harnessing, so it wasn't that taxing, if installed correctly. It must have misaligned. Rehearsal had been fine. The mistake likely came from hurried setup. Or maintenance error. It crushed my left lung area relentlessly. Fortunately, it hadn't refractured any ribs. It was just oxygen shortage, and once I got an oxygen mask, I recovered fast. I used the mask anyway between stages. Actually, everyone but Chongwoo and Ahyeon uses it. They'd all tried it once or twice. Still, it was an accident, so the others were on edge. Ahyeon swallowed and asked, there's pain? Not really. Physically, I'm fine. I'd been resting, eating, and rehearsing. My condition was good. My wrist, well, I don't use it aggressively anyway. I could get it treated after the Seoul concert. I shrugged and nodded. Let's move. Can't be late. We need to stand by. Why, yes. Chongwoo cut in. Mundy, can we talk after the concert? Yes. That'd be good. I wanted to discuss switching rig technicians. The others chimed in. If it gets worse, let me know. Health comes first. I will, thanks. Maybe they shouldn't ask so much. It'd help me rest, but I wasn't a sociopath. I appreciated it and nodded. Move out. A long VCR ended, and we headed back on stage. Wawa. Cheers. The dome glowed purple. Reminds me of the first concert. Intentional callback. With clear percussion in my in-ear, I sang the first part. Tomorrow when I meet you. I've thought of you all day. My debut song, Magic Boy. Dreaming a sky blue dream like daytime. At that moment, tiny glowing orbs drifted from the audience into the air. Bubbles. Countless spheres refracted purple light in every color. All those people were blowing bubbles in unison, just like the first concert's opening. Because they remembered that moment. Love Viewer is showing us something today. A slogan appeared on the screen, an all-too-familiar phrase slightly altered. Not bad. I smiled. This feels good. Adrenaline was about to blow my mind. Felt like I'd taken something. The rest of the concert flew by in an instant, melting away. And so the first day of concerts ended successfully. I heard glowing reviews everywhere. Of course, mostly from people already fond of Testar, but it still felt rewarding. Nice. However, not everything went according to plan. Maybe we should reconsider. Because the members, the company, and the fans each introduced a new variable. It was maddening. 186 chapter. I crossed my arms. So, you're saying it'd be better to revise my solo stage? Yes. Ryu Chongwoo nodded with a stern expression. I hadn't expected to hear this while we ordered some special delivery to celebrate the successful first night of the concert at the dorm. Could this be what you meant by "we'll talk later"? I should fire whoever's in charge of the rigging. Why am I the one who has to give up my performance? It's a solo stage, so no one else is affected, and yet here I am taking orders. I answered reluctantly. I might as well just find whoever messed up and swap them out, then carry on. I didn't feel any particular pressure on that stage. Even if you didn't feel it, your wrist and your back certainly did. I stifled a sigh. I said I'm fine. If I really couldn't handle it, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Big Sejin interjected. That's right. Everyone else was sitting up as if in some official meeting, not just Ryu Chongwoo. Park Monday. We've got tour dates booked for over 3 months straight. Even excluding Seoul, that's 12 shows. I know. Do you really think you can do it 12 times? Without a single mistake at every new venue. So it'd be okay even if I messed up. No, it wouldn't. It was Seon-ah-hyun. Monday, you passed out. If you push yourself, something serious could happen. Your wrist still hurts. My head throbbed. I rubbed my shoulder. There's still time before we go overseas. If I rest then, I can recover fully. Monday, Ryu Chongwoo pressed his hand to his head. Since when are you a doctor? No matter what injury, you can't guarantee there won't be after effects from the moment the bone is hurt. Ryu Chongwoo gave me a wry smile. I can guarantee that. This guy's using a cheat code. I fell silent before the words of the former national athlete who retired early due to lingering injuries. Of course I wasn't conceding defeat. First I've got to get my emotions in check. With a loaded term like injury, pure logic won't convince him. But if I frame it just right, he might think, actually, that makes sense. Odds were better than half. I structured my appeal and spoke hesitantly, as if I might back out. But I practiced a long time to show this. Go on. I spent ages planning it from scratch. And when I tried it, the response was really positive. I finished earnestly. It'd be such a waste to do it just once. I want to keep going as long as I can. If recovery drags on, I'll ask to switch later. Ryu Chongwoo's expression darkened slightly. Did it work? But Big Sejin cut in with exasperation. You've had less than 2 weeks on that rigging, and you call that a long practice? That jerk. I said I spent a long time planning it. Oh, really? You chose this just to make an excuse for your injury. You got people on board with one show. Now let's move on to the alternative. You can do it when you've fully healed. You've got more concerts ahead. Big Sejin continued in a serious tone. Think long term. Are you going to retire after this tour? Of course not. Well, I don't know. Maybe I won't be able to keep going. Then it hit me like something smacked me on the head. Have I been worrying about this at all? If this tour ends all the status effects, I might not even stay Park Monday anymore. So this is why I wanted to do it while I still can. That sounded too sentimental. I erased it mentally and aimed for something more reasonable. Right? I guess I just wanted to do well while I was doing it. The stage was more fun than I expected, and it felt worthwhile. Plus, the pay was good. No complaints there. Lost in that feeling, I realized maybe I'd let go of my usual standards without a clear long-term plan. While I hung on that thought, Big Sejin drove the point home. Better to heal now than let after effects ruin your performance. Damn him. He was right. I do feel weird about treating this body like it's not mine. Maybe I'll stay Park Monday after all. I sighed. All right. I already have an alternative. I'll see how I feel tomorrow morning and decide then. Bae Sejin, who'd been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. Don't just decide on your own. Go to the hospital. Yeah, you're right. I could have ignored them. It was my solo stage, after all, but this time I'd go along. Good call. Make sure you take the manager with you tomorrow. I will. It'd be funny if the doctor says it's fine. Uncharacteristically, I let myself imagine a hopeful outcome and deferred the decision to tomorrow morning. As it turned out, that was meaningless. Because shortly after, in the early hours, concert ticket holders erupted into a heated argument online. And it was big. At first, right after the concert ended, the mood was fantastic. Guys, I love you, T-Star forever. I can't believe I'm not at the all-concert loudly crying face. I should have grabbed mid-concert tickets too. Stupid me. Every performance was amazing. They poured so much money into this, yet the performance still stands out most. Detailed review coming after I get home. Munda ing dang my eterna sweet rice cake, baby cried again loudly crying face. Photo. I screamed and cried so much I can't even type, but knowing I have my spot for the weekend is the best moment of my life. Barely any complaints or lukewarm reactions under the surface, just waves of joy. And, as Twin Homebase predicted, TSDAR's impromptu talk stage even caught attention from non-fans. Videos filmed on smartphones flooded WeTube as soon as the concert ended. LOL. If I'd seen that live, I'd have cried from laughing. Tossing off his clothes was hilarious. Is he insane? LOL. One moment, I'm happily watching those handsome guys dance, and then... Wait, Kim Ray-Bins, always like that. Face with tears of joy didn't see that coming. So funny. Tearing his shirt like it was a tissue box is comedy gold. The company even jumped on the trend with a witty post on SNS. We love every T-Star pairing. All impromptu stages from the Enchanted Emmy tour will be included as special content in the VOD package. Fans wondered, is T1 really this quick? But were relieved they could watch all the spontaneous stages officially. Binging the solo songs in a row was awesome. That ending with Chongwoo finishing, and then everyone coming out together gave me chills. Ahyun looked so good, flying around. He greeted everyone during the encore. Haha, I hope Ahyun messes up tomorrow, so he gets a penalty. My lovelies, please get it wrong. Photo. Cha Eugene's dance break is a must-see in real life at least once. Detailed reviews poured in from fans returning home, and excitement for tomorrow's concert built up overnight. Of course, posts about Park Mundy flooded in. Park Mundy is an angel. I realized it today. I'm starting to question whether my money was well spent. His performance was genius. Everyone go Mundy ing dang. When he floated in midair, and the timing and color of the energy release matched Mundy's vibe, I was sure he helped plan it. He even got hurt just to show us that. I cried all the way on the bus home. I was worried about his injury lingering, but he killed it. Glad he recovered fast, but let's not overdo it. Loudly crying face. SNS exploded with perfect shots of Park Mundy elegantly suspended in the air from every angle. Though some worried about his injury, the overwhelming response was relief. He must have healed quickly. Believing that, fans felt more confident about seeing that stage again. But just as public opinion was about to calm, someone unearthed a post. Mid-concert staff review. It was a part-timer's account, claiming an idol who went up alone simply fainted. Though the post was swiftly deleted, screenshots circulated, complete with proof photos, and everyone connected the dots to Park Mundy. He was on oxygen? Fainted? My heart just dropped. No wonder. If it's Mundy, that fits. So embarrassing. Do these idiots have no brains, sharing and spreading it? LOL. When male idol concerts happen, everyone wears oxygen masks, right? Why make such a fuss? Just enjoy it. You paid for it. Not to be someone's handmaid. If he wasn't healed, it must have hurt badly. I can't even imagine fainting like that. I don't even want to see the photos. Looks like trolling. Why's everyone following along? There's no official statement yet. Can we all calm down? Is this sabotage against our genius Mundy? Opinions swirled, and fans were in turmoil. Those already worried about his after effects felt their hearts sink, but since it was just an unverified post, viewpoints varied. As time passed, the debate intensified. I completely agree with this. There's a concert today, too. What if he goes up again and makes it worse? Please don't jump the gun and be mocked by non-fans. We should confirm if it's true first. Don't poke the bear. Why criticize just because they're good? Pressure mounted on the agency, and skepticism battled belief, threatening to split the fanbase. Park Mundy woke up to this chaos the next morning. His neck ached. Can this ever die down? He grumbled that calling it a faint makes it sound serious, but I was just dazed for a moment. Yet even he had to admit, he didn't like fans worrying about his health while watching his performance. I conceded over breakfast. I guess I have to quit. Right. Good decision. Watching the members cheer, I added calmly. But we'll finish Seoul. They gave me looks as if I'd gone insane. Didn't matter. I pressed on. I thought of a good way to explain it to the audience. This is the best option. Mundy, when we finish Seoul, I won't do it again until I'm fully recovered. It was absurd that I was the one persuading them to let me keep my stage, yet somehow they reluctantly accepted. Well then, I immediately contacted the company. Before the second day concert began, An official notice arrived through the agency. Hello from T1 Stars. During TSDR's Enchanted Me concert last Friday, a stage rigging error occurred during the performance of Flower's End. Considering the risks of reinstalling the equipment, and after consulting with the artist, we have revised the performance. However, per the artist's request, the performance will proceed without changes under expert supervision for the Seoul shows. The rest reiterated, Park Mundi is fine. In short, he's okay, but there was a rigging error, so we'll remove it going forward. The agency, mindful of fan backlash, agreed to disclose the error rather than highlight my injury, focusing on prevention. Good riggers would replace the old team, so no more accidents should happen. I'll still get flack for another rigging error though. But it wasn't my concern. At least the crew would be more professional now. The real problem came next. The company told me that the final members of Idol Corporation Season 4 would attend today's concert. Inc. via LGT, official version. Cameras would roll briefly but wouldn't appear in the broadcast long enough to cut footage. Of course, it was content for the show's finale. Contestants inspired by the successful T-Star concert. Since they might join this agency upon debut, it was a trial. Sounds like the company shot itself in the foot. If they were just attending, the members couldn't really refuse. And it'd be absurd to tell them to take back the invitations the company gave them. It'd also upset TNET. I nearly got stuck on the decision, but then realized I didn't need to waste energy. It wasn't my business. If the company wants to watch the fire burn. I shrugged. 187 chapter. Wow, this is so annoying. It was past midnight, and Kim Rabin's personal fans were engrossed in the internet while tearing into bread. The Saturday concert she attended before midnight, the midday concert, ended successfully like the first day. It was better because the kids had more free time. They gave a lot of comments, and even during the encore, they were just 100% happy and smiling. Today's penalty group, Seon Ah-hyun, Cha Yoo-jin, Bae Se-jin, and Kim Rabin. The lovers are trying so hard to get the quiz wrong. Isn't that too much? No. You're doing well. Tomorrow, you all have to be punished. Kim Rabin's rabbit ears triple shot photo. There was still unequivocal positive public opinion about its quality and enjoyment. That means the noise that day came from other factors. First, of course, it was because of the company's announcement regarding Park Moon-dae's stage setup. A statement written with a focus on future measures rather than an apology. If it had been a company dealing with consumers of manufactured goods, that method might have worked, but it certainly didn't work in the entertainment business. I think you're crazy. It really is true that the kid fainted, you fucking bastards. It's been a long time since I've seen an article so full of evasion of responsibility. The artist's will is in every word. Haha. Are you crazy? It's a device error, and I'm going to make it to Seoul. Park Moon-dae really came. I'm already looking forward to the final concert. It wasn't Gom's injury's fault, but the agency didn't do their job. Stop the teeth and quickly reinforce the equipment so Gom can do all the stages he wants to do. I can't believe that my agency hired an expert now. Then what have you been doing? Until now? LOL. So you're saying you're going to make the kid faint and then make him do the Seoul concert because you think it's a waste of equipment? Wow. From those who would immediately send trucks and spears to the agency building, to those who are relieved that they too can see the stage. Just as when the rumor first spread, there were various reactions, but this time there was a clear commonality. In either case, the evaluation of the agency has fallen below the rock bottom. Whether it was concern for Park Moon-dae or contempt for the agency's incompetence and shamelessness, they converged and created a sharp atmosphere. I thought you had money, but I guess you didn't have enough to cover the safety of your singers. T1 die please die? Just give the company to Moon-dae-han. And as it got to this point, even cynical people started to form a trend of, let's admit that the agency is a bit of a loser. Honestly, even a muggle would think this is king. So Entertainment Company, which is wearing the mask of a company that has suffered 3 strikes and an accident in practice, including a public notice sickness and AT1. It's better to do it right now than to check each and every one of them later. Kim Rabin's fans were also like this. However, there were some stereotypes. The original agency listened to what the losers said. In any case, all public opinion was flowing in one direction, and it seemed like it would explode as soon as the concert ended and become public opinion. The reason for waiting was to avoid causing any harm to Park Moon-dae and to avoid conflicts with other members' personal fans. The atmosphere was so heated that even among Park Moon-dae's fans, those who just wanted to enjoy the concert comfortably felt somewhat uncomfortable. And in that fire, the second concert began. And it's all over, Kim Rabin's fan muttered sullenly. As the concert on the second day began and ended, the tense atmosphere noticeably subsided. There was one reason. Because Park Moon-dae at the concert looked comfortable and happy. Of course, while being incredibly enthusiastic about the stage. Even in low-quality broadcasts, Moon-dae's face looks good. Mundang-dang receiving a slogan at the encore, photo. I'm so excited about the door. There's no to bet, only a dog. Park Moon-dae, who was so touched that he put his arm around me, our apple cake, is overflowing with just photo. Even the solo stage was more powerful than the first day. Even the fans who had been watching anxiously until the stage started felt their sharp hearts relax around the middle of the show due to the composure and momentum. Crazy, crazy Park Moon-dae crazy. Visualize the best idol rice cake. Seeing idols happy after creating a good stage had the effect of making people sympathize with their feelings. It feels like sharing a moment of perfect success. The happiness transmitted from the person involved cooled down my heated head slightly. So, Park Moon-dae's fans started to refine the level of feedback they were sending to the company. From the cremation to sound criticism. This is the representative of Park Moon-dae's space. This agency statement is being drafted based on anonymous voting, with an emphasis on safety. Draft attached. We need to carefully consider how far the boycott will go in the event of another incident in the future. If I see even a hint of something similar, I'll boycott even T1 steamed buns. Really. T1 stars, who had been monitoring with the intention of biting their fingernails, breathed a sigh of relief and was preparing a flat-faced reaction to the feedback. Oh my. Kim Rabin's fans, who had been searching for all sorts of keywords related to Park Moon-dae injury and Park Moon-dae accident, laughed at the deadened atmosphere. Whether Park Moon-dae enjoys this concert or not, his agency will be ruined. Why are you relying on Park Moon-dae? She grumbled that she should have taken this opportunity to squeeze her agency, but deep down she was relieved. Equals. Full Moon Baby. XX1207 Magic is you preview. Photo, 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 photo. I love you, my star. Hashtag Park Moon-dae, hashtag Taystar, hashtag Testicon, hashtag Enchantedemy, hashtag Moon-dae. Equals. Well, he does look happy. The college student's expression clouded as he watched Park Moon-dae's sweaty face as he sang the fan song during the encore. His fighting spirit felt like it was being sucked into the low-quality photos. But immediately after, the road situation changed. No, but since he looks happy, isn't it right to feel like you need to beat up more of the guys who almost made him unhappy? The college student who had been grumbling vigorously refreshed his timeline to see if anyone else was talking about something similar. And then out of the blue, I checked the article. I thought it was for VOD because there were a lot of cameras in the best spot in front of the protrusion, lol. It's for filming Azusa 4. Photo. The attached photo clearly shows a camera with the logo of Season 4 of Azusa on it. The real buzz of the day was the news of the participants of Season 4 of Azusa attending a concert, which started to be shared as a popular post. It started appearing not only on fans' SNS, but also in various communities. Azusa 4 finalists spotted at today's Testa concert.jpg. Is Testacone coming out in Azusa 4? What? The point is that the production team of Azusa, who were delighted by this, going viral, drew aggro as always. Idol stock company relisting. Season 2 National Idol Testa cheers on the final contestants. A bling bling concert is a bonus. EP.14 trailer. This video was released early that morning, calling it the final trailer. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I took a sip of cold beer. I have a concert tomorrow, so I don't plan on drinking too much. I just wanted to relax. So this is how it turned out. After the concert, I lay in the bathtub at my lodging and checked to see that public opinion was going wild. The announcement was pretty good. The after effects of the injury were not specifically stated. Only the device failure was disclosed. They pushed ahead with the stage performance until the Seoul concert. It was all meant to settle any unnecessary differences of opinion among concertgoers. Whether you're worried about whether Park Moon-dae is completely cured or whether you're worried about whether you can see the production in question, both will be reasonably satisfied. They decided to avoid the debate altogether. As expected, the topic died down. And to avoid further rumors, I tried to show my appearance at the concert as stable as possible. However, I didn't know that there would be so many people who cared about my feelings in a positive way. Can seeing Park Moon-dae happy have this much of an impact? It was a little embarrassing, but it wasn't bad. Thanks to that, I feel like I pushed myself a bit at today's concert. I'll be fine since I have back as 500. If everything goes according to plan, I'll be fully recovered by tomorrow. Although it was a bit different from what was expected, it was able to calm down the criticism pouring in on the agency and settle it within the expected range. Now, even if something else happens and a bomb explodes, the company's resentment won't come directly to me, because I am not the final cause. Since Season 4 of Ajusa is ruining things, the agency will probably blame TNET as well. And in fact, the bomb has already exploded. I put on the screen the trailer for the final episode of Azusa that TNET had just uploaded. Hello, this is Testa. Familiar faces in concert attire smile and nod in greeting. Since I was going to die anyway, I decided to die in a flashy way, so I didn't refuse the final cheering interview for Ajusa. But at least they didn't film any scenes where they directly interact with the participants, as if they were trying to keep a straight line. Thanks to that, none of the members were worried, and even after the concert, they were filmed smiling and giving words of support and encouragement, even though they were exhausted. But who would have thought that they would hastily edit it and immediately slap it with the final trailer at midnight? If it were normal, I would have digested the criticism and made it a hot topic. Too bad. The timing was bad. Because of my case, it was the moment when the agency's image hit its lowest point among the other members' fans. It would be perfect to tie up the agency and get cursed at. It wasn't a situation that could be brushed off with something like, I guess they're just promoting a concert tour. At the bottom of the video, which immediately had more dislikes than likes, there were all kinds of comments lined up. Wow, a pro who ate up 30 seats in the center of the console, happy face. I'm sick of it, Azusa, stop being NGVL GT. Only on NGVL GT, so brain dead. It's already a mess because there are no seats, but how did a program that was cut off a long time ago crawl into the concert? LOL. I was joking about boycotting steamed buns, but it looks like I'll end up doing it steamed. And thanks to Testa's fans getting angry and linking her to her agency, the contestants of Azusa Season 4 received less criticism than they would have normally. Because I got involved in bad-mouthing the company. The gods are suffering again because they were held hostage by this trashy program. You all need to get out too. You're sending kids who haven't even debuted to a male idol concert and getting cheered on? Oh, you're going to edit out the cheers for the kids you want to send away. It's obvious. Just show one more cut of the participants. Who wants to see male idols at a time when every single scene is precious? The fans of Azusa Season 4, who did not want to be attacked, started to attack T1 and TNET together. It was a somewhat strategic choice because the weight classes didn't match and it was clear that they would continue to get entangled in the future, so I didn't want to look bad. Of course, there must have been enough anger built up on TNET while watching Ajusa. I clicked my tongue. There must have been chaos with the phone call at this hour. The agency's appearance was obvious. I had a brief moment of sympathy for the company's rank-and-file employees, but then I realized my nose was a 3-inch long and gave up. Still, if I just do this tour well, I can easily satisfy the abnormal status conditions. And then Park Moon-dae, are you there? A voice calling from outside the bathroom door could be heard dully through the steam. Yes. I guess I've been sitting here too long. I rose from the lukewarm water. Then I roughly dried myself off, put on some clothes, and went out the door holding an empty beer can. The one standing outside was Bae Se-jin. Did you need to go to the bathroom? I deliberately waited until the other guys were asleep, but it looks like the other bathrooms were already being used by someone else. I nodded and tried to walk past him to the trash can, but I was grabbed by the shoulder. You. Yes. What is it? Bae Se-jin swallowed hard, glanced to one side, and spoke. It was an empty beer can in my hand. Aren't you drinking too much? What does this mean? 188 chapter. I looked at him in disbelief. I only had one can. I've never drunk so much alone that I'd get unwell. I'm not stupid. I have schedules every day. There's no way I'd overdrink, especially with the final Soul concert tomorrow. Yet Bae Sejin replied, tense. Drinking in the bath is dangerous. And it's not just tonight. You've been drinking way too often. I only had 1 can tonight to loosen up. I don't usually drink like this. It's not that frequent. No, I said it's frequent. Bae Sejin snapped, then glanced nervously into the other rooms. What's he doing? I watched him warily as he lowered his voice. You drank a few days ago? And last week too. I only had 1 can then, too. It's not about quantity. Why were you drinking back then? Well, to relieve stress. Bae Sejin clenched his fist. That's exactly it. You've been relieving stress by drinking once every 3 or 4 days. You've been doing that lately. Bae Sejin looked down. Since we came back from America. I felt like I'd been hit from behind. I've been drinking every 3 or 4 days. He was right, twice a week, almost. There were more non-drinking days than drinking days, and I'd chugged the can so quickly I hadn't noticed. So I'd been habitually drinking to relieve stress. I did some calculations, and it seemed like when you were seeing a counselor, you drank less often. But after you got hurt on break, you started drinking more again. And whenever someone offers you a drink, you get offended if you're refused, and you light up if offered, to me. It looks like you're too dependent. Dependent. Now that he mentioned it, I'd casually taken drinking beer whenever work got tough as perfectly normal. More than before I woke up in Park Mundy's body. I couldn't help it. It's cost-effective. Considering time, effort, and money, it was undeniably the easiest way. You could try other ways to relieve stress. Like Seon Ah-hyun taking up calligraphy. I glanced at the empty can in my hand and answered, You're right. I'll be more careful. Why yeah? Bae Sejin looked surprised, then nodded vigorously. He genuinely helped. I looked at Bae Sejin anew. Thanks for your concern. No problem. I just noticed sooner. That's all. Probably family issues made him sensitive. I nodded. I'll toss this and go to bed. Don't worry, I won't drink anymore. All right. Get some sleep. It's already late. Tomorrow's concert, you've got to nail it. I will. I dropped the can in the kitchen bin, then went back to my room and lay on the bed. Cha Eugene was already upside down asleep, as if he'd dozed off eating popcorn. A new hobby. I'd need to develop a hobby for stress relief now. But I wouldn't be limited by money. I've got plenty saved. Maybe I'll splurge on good food. Seeing the empty popcorn bag by Eugene's bed, that sprang to mind first. If I regulate the portions, that might actually be better. Maybe I'd go eat some premium beef. I pondered briefly, then fell asleep. The next day, before heading out early for concert preparations, I casually opened the fridge and noticed something. All the beer was gone. There was only one likely culprit. Bae Sejin, peeking into the kitchen, avoided my gaze then called out brazenly. Hey, you, weren't you not drinking? True enough. I must really be dependent. I felt a flash of irritation, shrugged, grabbed a sparkling water as planned, and closed the fridge. That tastes awful. Cha Eugene loudly recommended I drink cola instead, but I ignored him and drank the sparkling water. I recalled last night's worries. A hobby, huh? I'd need something special. But whatever, I'd focus on getting the concert right. Thank you. We love you. We love you. Get home safely. See you again. Because it was the last Soul show, everyone was sentimental, the exit greetings dragged on. See ya. Cha Eugene almost got his hand stuck in the closing screen as he waved, but otherwise it was a satisfying ending. You idiot. You'll get hurt acting like that. I'm not an idiot. I've got passion. He still has energy. Soon I'd hear the same from energetic Ryu Chongwoo. I sipped water and wiped my face and neck with a towel. I could hear the others catching their breath or chatting. Mundy, your phone. Yeah. They could have handed them out in the waiting room, but today they handed them. Directly on stage. I took the smartphones from the staff and nodded at Big Sejin distributing them. As the cheers upstairs waned and the house lights signaled time to move, the real showback crew began to head backstage. Didn't it feel smoother today? Not that yesterday was bad, but maybe because it was the last one. Huh. Could be. I enjoyed it too. It was really great. Apart from the staff's overtime and late-night noise complaints, I wanted to sing one more song. Walking down the hallway, I didn't feel like arguing. It was fun. No accidents or unexpected mishaps. Everything clicked perfectly. It was as if the ideal scenario had come to life. Even the impromptu talk stage went smoothly. A bit of luck and coincidence created a fun moment. They all got punished, didn't they? Since the punished members had no stage, they performed again at the encore. Fans seemed to coordinate to make sure someone messed up on purpose. They must be thrilled. Monday, how was it? It was great. Oh, of course. Tears like drops of dew again cough. They cried but still said it so smoothly. I passed towel-faced Big Sejan and kept walking. From the other end of the corridor, the manager approached. Ahem, Monday. Yes. Hey, can we talk for a sec? Not long. Ah, sure. It was almost certainly about the company. I'd been too focused on drinks and concerts to think about it, but the agency must be in emergency mode over the Idol Corp's 4-star concert appearance incident. They were probably adding a controversies and incidents section on Wikipedia as we spoke. I don't know why they picked me for this. Maybe they thought I overheard things and could be an industry spy or something. I shrugged at the others, then followed the manager. He led me to the staff-only parking area and handed me an iced Americano. Here, want a sip first? Sure. I pondered the utility of having a drink as the manager hesitated to get to the point. He didn't speak until the Americano was gone and only ice remained. Watching him awkwardly fiddle with his phone, I finally spoke first. What's up, Hyung? Monday. Have you been feeling all right lately? Out of the blue. Since when did the company care about that? I answered awkwardly. Well, nothing in particular. What? No. Counseling. Would you consider counseling again? I frowned, then chuckled. Why? Do the members think I need counseling? Well, not exactly. But you've seemed pressured lately. No kidding. I see someone tipped them off. If they were going to use that excuse, they should have brought it up when I was hospitalized. I shook my head. I'm fine. Once the tour starts, it's hard to make counseling sessions anyway. Yeah, that's true. Still, if you need it, just let me know. Okay. Is this it? Anything else you need to say? Right. Let's get going, yeah? Monday, keep up the good work. Okay. Good grief. I eyed him skeptically, but quickly dismissed it. The company's been full of nonsense for longer than a day. Maybe they'd heard a rumor and wanted a scapegoat. I returned to the waiting room with the manager, checking my phone. I should post some thoughts. I opened the camera app as I walked and switched to selfie mode. This alone will work for now. I steadied the shot despite walking, then snapped. A small click, and a decent photo saved. Not bad. I'd post this. Nodding to myself, I started typing. Hello, lovelies. The concert was truly a joy. I can't believe how 3 days flew by. Oh, I missed the intro. I paused to add, on Monday, at the front. Then something occurred to me. A group shot rather than just me would feel more fitting. Since it's a concert, that'd hit harder. It'd also avoid any pointless comparisons or jabs among members. I'll get a shot as soon as we enter the waiting room. And sure enough, the doorway was right there. I knocked and opened the door. Suddenly, glitter burst in my face, blinding me. Uft. Like the confetti on stage, a celebratory popper. I realized I was coated in shimmering threads. Before I could react, the guys wearing party hats filled the doorway, and the two at the front were holding a cake. It was chocolate, dark brown frosting piled messily, decorated like a puppy. The message read, Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Birthday? My mind raced as I calculated the date, and I was shocked. December 8th. My birthday. Not Park Monday's. My own. The day Ryu Jianwoo was born. How did you know? I stammered, then realized how ridiculous I sounded and clamped my mouth shut. My head was spinning. What on earth was happening? Haha, Big Sejan, finding my reaction hilarious, patted my shoulder. Hey, you didn't forget, did you? It's next week, man. Well, you said we'd be on the plane then. So even if it's the same day, celebrating now seemed nice. Oh, right. Of course, I wouldn't have known. I broke out in a cold sweat. It made sense now. Still, why choose today? Like that impromptu punishment stage, luck and coincidence came together. Yeah, and it's the last day of the concert too. Ryu Chongwoo added with a smile. You love concerts so much, Monday. We worked hard to get this ready. Birthday cake. Kim Raybin and I made it. Cha Eugene has no skill at this. Strictly speaking, I did it all. No way. I'm great at drawing. The two youngest argued fiercely over who did the most decorating. Big Sejin grinned. Anyway, doesn't he look completely surprised? Surprise, total success. Success. Oh my God. I spotted the manager to the side, smiling proudly, and I understood his role instantly. So all that rambling I did was, these guys begged me to stall a bit. What could I do? I just relayed what you said, Monday. The manager showed me his phone. On the screen, InkVLGHD was a group chat full of messages like, why not talk therapy? And keep stalling for time. By the way, the chat's name was Tibet Monday Surprise Birthday Bash. I didn't need to guess who'd named it. Watching Big Sejin, who'd calmed down, I saw him turn serious. Anyway, happy birthday for real. Happy birthday, bro. A chaotic birthday song, mixing English and Korean, filled the waiting room. The staff around us grinned and joined in singing. It felt surreal. No, it was wonderful. Yes, this was good. 189 chapter. The birthday celebration lasted even longer than expected. Honestly, I thought it would end after the song, but in the waiting room they insisted on eating all the cake too. Is the cake to your liking? Yeah, it's clean tasting. Choosing a strawberry whipped cream cake by vote was a beneficial decision. Strawberries are in season, so they're plump. They kept talking until I'd finished the large slice they'd given me as the birthday person. And there wasn't a single camera. They really did this without any content-driven intent. I looked at the empty cake plate Cha Eugene had scraped clean of every last bit of cream and had no choice but to say, thank you. This is nice. Monday, you're about to cry. What's going on with Tibet Monday? Because the cake's delicious. Congratulations, Monday. From the one pretending to cry, to the staff who paused sorting equipment to clap. Every reaction poured in. Good grief. I chuckled quietly, then raised my phone and opened the camera app. Group photo? Sounds good. Would have been better before eating the cake. Over here. I held the empty cake plate, and we snapped a handful of group selfies. All right, we need to move now. Yes. Following the manager's prompt, we moved toward the cars, and I finished composing the post I'd started earlier. Hello, lovelies. I'm Taystar Dogface. The concert was truly so much fun. I couldn't believe how the 3 days flew by. I was so happy. Thank you. I just got a surprise birthday celebration, so I wanted to share it. Hope you all have the best night ever. Dogface. I added my solo photo and the group shot, then hit publish, and somehow felt a lightness. Reactions poured in instantly. Insane, Monday's here. Loudly crying face Monday. Happy birthday? What's happening? Please tell us everything. Birthday cheers during a concert. Taystar, stop this. Lovelies, stop excluding me. Love you, Monday. The concert was amazing, always cheering for you. Wishing you a healthy, happy tour. I wanted to wish Monday a happy birthday in person too. This is genuine, loudly crying face. Excited, affectionate comments still tinged with post-concert glow. Even foreign language posts and emojis felt warm. Because I'd just shared something personal, the comments now had more to read. I scrolled and refreshed slowly. Every so often dumb comments popped up, but I barely noticed them. Yet one comment that wasn't nonsense caught my eye. Of course, Monday was fast to post too, lol. Monday was fast to post. Something felt off in the tone. I hit back and returned to TSDAR's main SNS page, then saw a post under mine. Someone had already posted a long, multi-part message that began, "Lovelies, we love you," 20 minutes ago, complete with their own solo photo and a behind-the-scenes group shot from the last concert. It was Big InkVLGT, only on InkVLGT Sejin. He peeked at my phone with that sly grin. Oh, Monday posted too? Of course, this guy really is something else. Was that surprise party actually his ploy to steal the spotlight? Even though it couldn't be, I found myself briefly suspecting it as we headed to the after-party venue. My friend is so cute. Ha ha ha. While Cha Eugene belted out a children's song, the others were cracking up. Exactly 1 hour into the after-party, this was the scene. The staff, including the manager, had quietly slipped away, probably uneasy about the company's stormy atmosphere. And the guys, left behind, they're pretty tipsy. Usually, feeling a bit buzzed among drunk friends is fine, but I couldn't partake because in my hand was a bottle of non-alcoholic champagne. You? No, I didn't say a word. I just watched Bae Sejin clear every alcohol bottle from around me like a ghost. For the record, They were already empty. I'm sleepy. He certainly looked it, leaning his head on a bottle as if to nap. Their words are starting to lose context. I took in the mellowly drunken scene, shook my head, and stood. Hey, where are you going, Monday? Bathroom. Not really the bathroom. Just stepping out for some air, but what did it matter? Renting the entire restaurant with a terrace meant I didn't need to worry about prying eyes. Still, I bet someone's lurking to snap a photo if I poke my head out. Doesn't matter. I'll just sit quietly. I stepped onto the terrace, leaving behind the laughter and singing. Tap. The door closed and cold winter air slapped my cheeks, but a camping heater made it bearable. Worth the price, this place. I simply sat and gazed at the night sky. Like most nights in Seoul, stars were scarce, but that only soothed my mind. Filling the space left by gratitude and joy was Slide. Monday. Sian Ah-hyun. Why was he here? I'd only just closed the door when Sian Ah-hyun poked his head around and leaned in. Can I come out? Too. Sure. It wasn't as if I'd booked the place alone, after all. Okay. Sian Ah-hyun must have taken that as permission. He hurried through the door. Tap. The door shut, and the terrace fell quiet again. He sat not too close, but within earshot. Oddly, a memory surfaced. Wasn't it exactly this way when he gave me the hot chocolate? I spoke without thinking. Came out for some air? Why yummy? Yes. Well, that, and, there's something I wanted to ask. Ask me. Sian Ah-hyun fiddled with his knees, hesitated, then blurted out something unexpected. Monday, do you plan to stop being an idol once the 5 years are up? The same line Big Sejin had used when I'd reluctantly agreed to drop my rigged stage was coming from Sian Ah-hyun, though the nuance was different. He sounded genuinely worried. You told me before. Sian Ah-hyun lowered his head slightly. Told me not to overdo it on stage if it was dangerous. That staying healthy and sticking around longer was better. When I did that impromptu backflip on the year-end stage last year. He even explained the details, assuming I'd forgotten. But I remembered perfectly. I said that, didn't I? Watching him casually pull that stunt on stage, I'd thought. Under pressure, he leans towards self-destructive overexertion, and warned him. And since then, Sian Ah-hyun had never stubbornly insisted on something reckless. Right? Maybe I was the one being reckless. But you do push yourself. You're not healed yet, and you're still taking wires. Once I'd realized my drinking dependence, I had to admit this too. I wondered if this was criticism, but it wasn't. I said staying healthy and lasting longer was good. I just wondered if maybe you didn't plan on lasting that long. Sian Ah-hyun had, and this surprised me, hit the nail on the head. How could I answer that? I could say, that was an impromptu risk, or my performance isn't as dangerous, or I thought I'd recovered by now. Those answers might have seemed reasonable, but what finally escaped with a sigh was, I'm not sure. My sigh hung white in the air. I do want to keep going, but I don't know if I'll be able to by then. Why not? He wanted specifics. I kept it vague. Because I don't know what'll happen. You never know. Seeing how things go, this feels like something hard to do long term. Sian Ah-hyun was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. Actually, I also don't know if I can do it forever. Right? But that means you might be able to, right? If we safely get through the 5 years together, we could keep going. If we push ourselves now and mess things up before then, that won't work. So, if you think of it as staying healthy and lasting long, wouldn't that work? It felt like a blow to the head. His logic was more reasonable. I should have acted with the possibility of staying in this body long-term in mind. If something might end, it might also go on. I should have made a long-term plan for the latter possibility, especially since this field offers no guarantees. In a situation where I could retire at any moment, I'd wasted my thoughts on trivialities. The irrationality of my recent attitude hit me. It was as foolish as abandoning retirement plans because of a passing epidemic. The categories are clear now. My mind cleared. If I finish all these status effects and keep living as this body, I'll curse past me for not planning for long life. I ended up chuckling. Why not? It'll work. Right. Exactly. Sian Ah-hyun finally smiled. I raised my head and looked at the night sky again. 5 years later. Maybe I should draft a route that includes contract renewals. Clatter thud. Wow. It's cold. Eugene, you're in short sleeves. Whoa, Monday's here. You ran off to the bathroom? Seriously, I'm hurt. My carefully drawn blueprint was shattered moments later when Cha Eugene and the other tipsy guys burst onto the terrace, but not without fruit. The very next day, a variable in my long-term plan made itself known. They caught you guys partying on the terrace. I told you to be careful. Ugh, but they're saying you all looked cute. We coordinated with the company, so the article's actually positive. Phew. After the manager briefed me on that chilling news, the inside scoop mattered most. At least the agency got its act together and responded quickly. Let's be more careful moving forward. Yes. I'd even seen the statement posted that morning. The head of the department had signed it himself. It was almost a surrender declaration. In short, we truly messed up on the 30-seat disappearance. But Tnet's thuggish tactics left us no choice. Please direct your anger at them. We promise to stop this nonsense and take better care of Taystar. Framing fans strictly as customers, rather than wasting emotion, actually resonated. They got a bit of breathing room. But the manager wasn't done. We're still short-staffed, so they're pulling in some girls from other teams. But guys, I want to keep managing Taystar. Oh, this could get interesting. 190 chapter. The fact that a new idol group picked through Idol Corporation Season 4 would join this agency was obvious. What made things interesting right now was the timing. I figured they'd hire new dedicated staff for them. Taystar had only been around 2 years. Why would they pull anyone from us? Especially when the new group hadn't even properly settled in yet. Well, that means we're getting juniors. Oh, wait. You're sending our staff over instead of hiring fresh faces? Geez, won't that overload? We are hiring new people too. But it seems they want to redistribute some experienced staff. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. We'll send over the second team. Haha. Big Sejin laughed at the manager's joking tone, but having worked for both big and LAALIHT small agencies, he must have picked up the vibe. The department head is ditching Taystar for the new group. To be precise, he'd grown tired of us. From his perspective, 2 previous managers had already been replaced in quick succession, and fans snapped at the slightest thing. It was easy to see us as a problem. Indeed, TSDAR's fans were already wary of the agency, and even the members themselves seemed to resist the department head's vision, his obsession with America, for instance. The new group had already built a solid fandom through the grueling Idol Corp survival process, so shifting core staff to them and dreaming up a new vision wasn't surprising. Our company's doing great these days. Better people will come. Don't worry so much. Yes, sir. What did I think? This is a dream scenario. The agency wouldn't want fresh noise with fans, so they'd take good care of us. If the department head could just supply more capital without interfering day-to-day, this would be perfect. Our creative planning was self-sufficient anyway. A budget approval bot reborn. Only one worry remained. That they'd skip proper investment in a new album and just keep us on endless tour. We'd become their cash cow. If they checked our tour profits as soon as this run ended, the department head's eyes might light up. Let's squeeze more money from Taystar, he'd say. That would be bad. What was the solution? Simple. Make sure they can't give up investing in Taystar. We had 3.5 years left on our current contract. All we had to do was sustain growth. Promise him 2 benefits. Bigger tours mean more revenue, and under your watch, this group became extraordinary. Ego and economics, both scratched. Knowing that department head's personality, he'll never let us go. So public perception of Taystar during this long tour gap was vital. Beyond just showing up at year-end award shows, we needed to manage buzz. With a packed schedule, we couldn't tack on more domestic activities. The answer was clear. We need to deliver reality content even better than planned. In other words, expand the scale of what we'd already booked. Time to get proactive. First time I've made such a resolution since Idol Corporation. Let's spice up our content and characters. Do you want to see our juniors? Not for the time being, sorry. I heard Ryu Chongwoo answering Cha Eugene from nearby. And he was right. The tour departure was tomorrow. After rave reviews of the Seoul concert, Taystar flew straight to the US. We'd planned to hit nearby Japan in January's award show season for quick domestic hops, but to clear the little US leg, they'd sent us straight away. Meanwhile, fans who'd burned through every Easter egg from the concerts were left twiddling their thumbs. Exactly then, Idol Corp Season 4's finale, where TSDAR's concert had first grabbed attention, aired. Controversy and buzz. Relisting. Idol Corporation 2-inch concludes with a bang. Idol Corporation Season 4 debut group, named finalized as My Renee. Idol Corp S4 winners to share a roof with Taystar. Facing sharp reactions from Taystar fans, TNET quietly backed off. TSDR's concert got a brief, thumbs-up mention, but that was it. Still, Season 4 hadn't managed to shake off its own controversies. Because Season 3 had done so well, every new stunt in Season 4 felt needlessly sensational. Even I, a hardcore survival show fan, can't stand this season dropping out. Rewatch Season 3, now that was heavenly. What the hell is this? Ran back to Taystar. Accusations of excessive cruelty, squeezing trainees' dreams for ratings, and testimonies from mid-season dropouts left the show's image in tatters. So despite its popularity, an uneasy feeling about the new group lingered in the public mind. Naturally, TSDAR's fans didn't want to be deeply associated with that. We were forging our own image and world. We didn't need extra baggage. Stop bundling them together with that nonsense. I'm not sure what they are, but it leaves a bad taste. Better to beat it into submission. They're quiet. Now, except for a few testing the waters articles, the agency hadn't made any major missteps, so resentment wasn't overwhelming yet. More fans were keyed up by TSDR's own news. Looks like they pre-recorded the year-end show, then flew out immediately. I miss seeing their faces. Come on, release some VAPs. We're bored without your content. 2x12, 21 New Jersey concert preview photo. They fixed Monday's solo to be chair-based. Safer, but kinda sad. Hoping for instant VOD of SeoulCon. Apart from one broadcast and a major awards show, Taystar didn't set foot in Korea all December. Other than a brief West Live for Park Monday's birthday, we heard only tour news. No behind-the-scenes content surfaced on VOD either. Unsurprisingly, people began to worry. Drawing on past K-pop mania, they guessed. No more Easter eggs through the tour, I bet. Those bastards pulled staff for newbies, so Taystar content is backburnered. Enjoy the award show season. Once we hit every music show, that's it for domestic comebacks. Our group's only 2 years old, right? Don't put us on endless tour. Guarantee us 2 comebacks a year, damn you. Maybe they'll focus overseas now. Our fandom's too massive. Some even went this far. I hope the next album tanks overseas so they focus domestically. Stop profiling them, why? This won't help us break internationally. Fans from the early days will drop them if they don't come home. Fan sign. Prices will skyrocket. Throw away your principles. It was too early for such talk. We hadn't been silent for months. The problem was Taystar never took breaks. Our social media updates and videos stopped abruptly during this short quiet period, so even a little silence sent fans into a tailspin. They're busy with tour and year-end shows. Give them a break. What are you talking about? They're all over social media having fun. Looks like the trip was more sightseeing than tour. Just between us, is it that hard to post a single photo from their downtime? Feels disappointing, right? Even Monday's birthday surprise from the finale, I wanted more than nothing. It's a mess. These newbies did so well. Is this what a first fandom is like? Getting upset over everything. Thanks to that year-end show appearance, at least we didn't have 0 Easter eggs. December treated these voices as background noise. Then, on December 31st, after we pre-recorded MBS's year-end music festival, TSDR's official YouTube channel pinged. Ding. Trailer, Happy New Year. TSDR's new reality show. The thumbnail showed our 7 silhouettes seated by the ocean. Finally. Yeah, give us at least some reality content during this gap. It'll be a boring docu, but it's still Easter eggs. Relieved at this New Year's gift, fans clicked immediately and were taken aback. It opened with majestic brass and a soprano's high note. Ba-bam ba-bam. Ba-bam ba-bam ba-ba-bam. Ugh. Ack. Wow. Oops. Arg. To that beat, shots of Taystar members letting out terrified screams and groans flashed by. Then, a long shot of Bae Sejin standing frozen, hands raised. Underneath him, ice cream had shattered all over the floor. LOL what? What the heck? LOL. Ignoring the stunned live chat, the video suddenly settled into calm. It cut to peaceful interview footage of our everyday lives. The question was simple. Have you ever done a part-time job? Lee Sejin, yes. Chongwoo. I helped out at my parents' store, I guess. Bei Sejin. No, nervous. Why do you ask? White text appeared over a black screen. Just curious, smiley face. Then the scene shifted again. We were luggage in hand, decked out for business travel, when the crew called out. Everyone, ready to film reality? This season's theme is free travel. Lee Sejin, wow. Sianahyun, really? Of course. Go anywhere you like. And warm clips sped by of Taystar. Some off in pairs, some all together, enjoying exotic beaches and restaurants. Over it ran this red caption. You will be charged for expenses. Back to black, white text lingered meaningfully. Will Taystar earn enough cash to keep exploring? Eugene, I want to go to that place. Mundi, please, let's go. Shots of Park Mundi and Cha Eugene covering their eyes in playful despair appeared. TSDAR's reality show. Showcase. Idol Working Holiday. Episode 1 premieres Thursday, January 9th. Unsurprisingly, fans hadn't expected a full-fledged variety show. So today we finally made over $1,000. Tomorrow we can hit the theme park debt-free. Wow! Applause broke out. The members stretched and high-fived, proud smiles everywhere. Do you want some of this drink? Thanks. I gulped down the plum juice Sean Ah-hyun handed me. I felt pretty pleased. Everyone worked hard. If things went on like this, we'd breeze through our debts. Hold on. Wait, this doesn't feel like entertainment anymore. They were too committed. Realizing that the shoot had turned into a debt repayment scheme rather than leisure, I broke out in a cold sweat. How do I salvage this? No choice. I'd have to push them into splurging. 191 chapter. In truth, when this reality show was first planned, it was just a simple travel and healing concept. Once the head of our agency's America obsession was tacked on, with segments reacting to American culture, the format became painfully predictable. Only a handful of fans will watch this, and then tune out. That was the only reasonable estimate. How long would the public stay interested in watching a top idol just go on a healing trip? No wonder the reality show producers were uninspired. They'd clearly gotten a kick out of staging cruel, sensational setups to torment participants, which, ironically, made them easy to bait. Wouldn't it be more fun if the show had some real ups and downs? Like, we actually earn our own travel expenses. Isn't that a bit much? They took the bait instantly. Our head of agency was already distracted by scouting for his next junior group, so he greenlit the change without question. And, as expected, the production team reworked the "we'll earn money to fund our fun" concept in the most provocative way imaginable. Not even I saw the instant debt collection twist on day one coming. We spent so much that it's going to be really tough to recover. You're absolutely right. We've learned the importance of responsible spending. What did we eat that day? Lobster. Lobster and king crab. It was so delicious. Yeah, it was good. At Cha Eugene's innocent remark, a few of us exchanged pained expressions. It was entirely warranted. Those producers totally steered us toward the priciest options on purpose. No, you guys can go anywhere you want. They'd phrased it so casually, almost like they meant, go wild today. Work hard later so you can play again. And so, on the first day, we went dolphin watching in Cape May, New Jersey, feasted on lobster at a luxury resort, and slept in an upscale hotel. Then we saw the bill. But I never expected a straight $4,000 charge. No kidding. That's roughly 4,500,000 Korean wons in Korean won. If we hadn't haggled, arguing we still need a place to sleep even if we don't party, and gotten it reduced to $1,800, we'd still be buried in debt right now. It was a shocking start, but in hindsight, it was undeniably entertaining. It wasn't like we actually lacked the money, and the shock and betrayal factor made for great drama. No cruelty required. The staff were all cracking up. I remember Bei Sejin shooting them a look brimming with betrayal. Anyway, after that we worked like beasts and paid off the entire debt in 3 days. By tomorrow, we'd even saved up $800 for the theme park visit. An achievement beyond expectations. Earning cash has become addictive. Handling real money in our own hands felt completely different. We did have one more splurge, just cheap snacks on the beach, but nothing too impactful. Next time, they'll need something more sensational to edit. All right, let's spend wisely tomorrow. Fighting. Taystar was amazing today. The theme park tomorrow felt like the perfect opportunity. We'd blow all our savings and fall into debt again. Just tickets for the park and safari would be $450, so the remaining $350, spending $50 each, would be a breeze. Too easy. All I needed to do was target Cha Eugene. I hung my apron by the sink. In any case, I just hoped the show would turn out entertaining. TSDAR's reality show aired 2 episodes per week. However, only paid members could watch the next episode. Immediately, regular viewers had to wait 3 more days. It was a preview structure designed to secure both revenue and buzz. And it worked brilliantly. The chaos-filled Taystar Work and Holiday Reality, Episode 1. Viewers were hooked by Taystar getting scammed at the airport and ending up working off an interest-free, unsecured loan. Paid membership signups spiked noticeably. There was one more layer to Park Mondays' plan. That tone became clear the moment we realized we were in debt. We have a small, very modest, store rented out. You can generate profit there. Kim Rae-bin, ugh. Ryu Chong-woo. Do we have a set line of business? What kind of store is it? There's no specific requirements. But if your cost exceeds $100, it's added to your debt. Big Sejin, whoa. And then a brazen caption appeared. You can sell absolutely anything you want. Immediately afterward, Park Monday, who'd been listening impassively, spoke up. Park Monday, then let's sell hotdog. Sianahian hotdog. Big Sejin, you want to eat hotdog Monday? Park Monday, no, I thought it'd be competitive. Low cost, tasty. If we do a good job of hawking it, everyone else will manage fine. His tone was so convincing that murmurs of, oh, that's not bad, began to ripple through the group. We'd been blindsided so often before our debut that we'd grown used to rolling with the punches, and we quickly accepted this, too, and started brainstorming how to survive. That weakness of ours, seeming like we'd just be dragged along by producers, vanished in an instant. And the producers themselves were thrown off balance. Big Sejin, but are there places to sell it? Sianahian, isn't there a Korean grocery store nearby? I think a lot of Korean folks live in New Jersey. Park Monday, yeah? And I make hotdog well. Big Sejin, oh confidence. Cha Eugene, I'm in. Ryu Chong-woo, sounds good. If we added chocolate or ice cream on top, it'd be a hit. Even Bae Se-jin, looking nervous, nodded in agreement, and consensus was reached in an instant. Ryu Chong-woo replied to the producers brightly. Ryu Chong-woo, okay, we'll sell hotdog. PD, alright? Aren't you considering anything else? I mean, it doesn't have to be food. Cha Eugene, no. With that innocent refusal, the camera cut to a shot of the stunned PD looking up at the sky as captions appeared. Anticipating TSDR's many missteps, we prepared countless mini-games. But in the end, we couldn't use a single one and sent them all back to Korea. Against a backdrop of blue sky, cheerful country music played hilariously. Taystar hotdog shop, opening decision. 5 minutes to set up. And that's how Taystar ended up selling hotdog in a corner of an American beach, capturing the trifecta of money, food, and national pride. That staff member is so cute. Hotdog, crispy, and so delicious. Short previews showed brief scenes of clueless foreigners praising our hotdog, a perfect teaser that drove people to subscribe. These producers are literal devils. I can't stop laughing. TSDAR's reactions are too cute. Please show more behind the scenes. Wow, idol reality shows do this now? So interesting and hilarious. Foreigners' hotdog reactions. This is the true taste of national pride. I didn't expect it to be this funny. Hurry up with the next episode. Fans' excited comments poured in. Fortunately, those expectations were not disappointed. In episode 2, Taystar displayed surprisingly strong teamwork running the stand. A few days later, after squeezing in some beach time, episode 3 aired, and the reality show moved along at a fun, fast pace. Are you guys in a club? College students? High schoolers? About the same. We dance, sing. Cha Eugene's sly half-smile as he spoke half in jest delivered the perfect meta-power moment. Viewers' reactions to episodes 2 and 3 remained fervent. Man, these guys are so skilled. They won't starve anywhere. Dropping hotdog and drink coupons on the beach was genius PR. Isijin is a mastermind. Chong-woo is hot by American standards, too knew it. Hotdog with ice cream is insane. They even called for delivery. Americans only have mouths? Reviewers have mouths too. Cook, Park. Monday, Kim Rae-bin. Order, Seanahyun, Cha Eugene. Serving, Big Sejin, Ryu Chong-woo. Hamster, Bae Se-jin. Best combo ever. Why is Bae Se-jin the hamster? Our hamster works so hard. The variety show style personalities that emerged softened some members' images, too. Finally, they ink via LG continue reading, surpassed $1,000 in sales, and the emotional moment of going to the theme park arrived. Taystar, who'd vowed to spend only their savings, was edited collapsing in disbelief. The catalyst, just as Park Monday had planned, was Park Monday himself. Park Monday, that one's cute. Big Sejin. Wol Monday, if you buy that, we're broke. Park Monday. Right. Sorry. At the souvenir shop, Sean Ah-hyun cracked a prank-style joke. Park Monday reacted with a hint of sulkiness. An overlay of exclamation marks appeared behind Big Sejin in editing. Then Cha Eugene jumped in. Cha Eugene, buy it. Let's buy it. Kim Rae-bin, huh? Sean Ah-hyun. Yeah, I think it's fine. Cha Eugene, we'll work more. We'll earn more. Bae Se-jin, well, but... With Ryu Chong-woo away momentarily, Cha Eugene's enthusiastic push and Bae Se-jin's momentary bewilderment, along with Eugene's feigned pitiful look, convinced everyone. Bae Se-jin, okay, just this once. Cha Eugene, yeah? And so, Taystar rationalized just this once and went shopping at the souvenir shop. A playful caption followed. Of course, it didn't end with just this once. Indeed, once they got a taste for it, Taystar went on buying every trinket and snack in sight. Eventually, the producers even introduced the prospect of financing. This isn't much. Hey, it's the equivalent of 3 hours of work. Seon Ah-hyun, even so. Cha Eugene, exactly. Bae Se-jin, confused. Park Monday, it's interest-free, so what the heck? It's our first trip to America. And so, today's tally, wow? Minus $1,012. And that was the end. You'll have to work hard, everyone. Episode 4 closed with Taystar lugging armfuls of plushies, cushions, and hats back to the hotel, looking dazed. They blew all their money. What are they going to do? This is why loan ads are dangerous. These producers are evil, restricting them to 7 hours of work a day for health, then pushing them into debt. Even when they begged for a little more time to sell because of the crowd, they said, it's for your own good happy face. The most wickedly kind thing I've ever heard. Jincha. By coincidence, the week after TSDR's theme park extravaganza was the Gold Disc Awards. The same week Taystar would return to Korea. Viewers of the reality show were already looking forward to that day, because any embarrassing moment on that stage would be comedy gold. Add Hadiok to TSDR's cheering chant. I'll die laughing just seeing their faces. Can't wait, you guys. Seriously, if they bring souvenirs as proof, that'd be legendary. But those anticipating TSDAR's domestic schedule weren't just their fans. Phew. That evening, on the day Taystar returned to Korea, a rookie idol from our company sat in the lobby reserved for staff. He'd been waiting a long time to meet Taystar. They said they'd stop by headquarters today. He'd heard it from his own manager, who'd also been TSDR's manager, so it was credible. The rookie clasped his hands together and thought calmly, keep it together. I have to make a good impression. At that moment, the automatic doors leading to the parking lot slid open. One by one, tall men wearing hats and masks stepped in. It was Taystar. They're here. The rookie shot to his feet and dashed over. Hello, seniors. He bowed deeply to them. He was the Season 4 runner-up from Idol Corporation, now a newcomer at the company. Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. Yes, I'm really sorry to bother you, but if it's not too much trouble, could I speak with you just for a moment? Stark politeness and desperation in his tone, a newcomer acknowledging his seniors. Caught off guard, the members exchanged glances. Park Monday, in particular, looked impressed. Oh, I could feel it. He was about to hear the head story firsthand. 192 chapter. First, we unexpectedly moved to a nearby empty conference room together. With this season's Ajusa runner-up. Thank you so much. It's nothing. Actually, it was the right moment to be grateful. He'd agreed to spare us some time in the middle of his schedule without any prior notice, and he barely knew us. If it weren't for my individual ad meeting, there'd be no chance of this. Otherwise, there was no way we'd get a minute. Amandi should be here, too, for the meeting to go smoothly. Just then, Big Sejin was creating an excuse to slip out like that. He said he can't, sorry. That would have let us exit gracefully. But I didn't dodge because it was simple. I'd rather hear it firsthand. Someone must have taken a gesture that would affect Taystar, and after going through company channels, it would get distorted. It's easier to back out if I hear it myself. Even if we're in the same company, we're competitors at heart. There's no moral issue in not providing concrete help. All right, let's hear it. But what came out of my junior's mouth after the pleasantries was beyond imagination. Our debut title placeholder was Magical Girl. PFFF. That wasn't me. It was Kim Rae-bin, who was sitting next to me. He, too, had free time because his ad meeting partner was absent. And if I'd been sipping a drink, I'd have spat it out, too. Are they out of their minds? Had the person in charge gone crazy? Or was there some misunderstanding? I finally spoke. Taystar's debut song is called Magic Boy. Why yes, the moment you say that, it reminds me of the song. The lyrics have similar parts, the genres alike. So it wasn't a misunderstanding. My junior's face had gone pale. We've already seen their concept and costumes. They're so similar. I felt I had to tell you. So I came to see you. Right. That part was undeniable. They came because they thought we'd all get screwed otherwise. After all, this kid survived Ajusa, so he wouldn't come foolishly expecting Taystar to bail him out. A 2-year senior in the same agency is almost a rival. But in a case like this, since Taystar would also be in trouble if it blew up, it made sense to expect us to oppose it together. A rational approach, but blind trust is unwarranted. Let's dig deeper first. I had a rough idea of the agency's strategy, but I needed details. Yet before I could prod, Kim Rae-bin shot up one hand. May I ask a question? Yes? Yes. For once, I resisted muzzling him despite his usual social tendencies. He was the one who'd worked on Magic Boy. And, as expected, he struck at the heart of it. How similar is the song? Beyond merely genre resemblance, do the concepts share actual common denominators? Well, my junior slammed both hands on the table, excited. There's straight-up borrowing in the bridge. Excuse me? The Abnormality melody from Magic Boy. The most iconic riff melody of Magic Boy, that clear kalimba line. They'd stolen that. Wait, isn't this plagiarism? Even if the original composer used it, there'd be copyright issues. As far as I knew, Kim Rae-bin had added a few chords to that riff during arrangement, so he was listed among the songwriters. Oh, sampling then. But Rae-bin quietly nodded. The junior's jaw dropped. Saw sampling? Yes. Unauthorized sampling has been frequent in pop music history, though it's generally avoided these days. In any case, you're saying we haven't heard it. Yes. It's legally ambiguous. That's right. It depends on degree. In fact, many cases of sampling haven't been legally challenged. And since it only appears briefly in the bridge, it could be interpreted as an homage. In other words, it might be resolved purely as an ethical issue in public opinion. Come to think of it, plenty of releases later secured permission. I clicked my tongue. This must be the head's gambit. Our head of agency had already half given up on realizing his vision through Taystar. So it wouldn't surprise me if he planned to feed Taystar to that rookie group as fertilizer. He's baiting the controversy. He'd use the fury of Taystar's fans to generate public interest by treading a fine line of shared universe marketing. Classic noise marketing. The public won't care about who produced and arranged which parts. They'll just take it as an image. If that rookie group released a song and MV perceived as similar, the narrative would become Taystar fans overreacted. Like, isn't it common for same agency groups to share universes? Stop the fuss. It's fine, they share composers and staff. Of course the styles overlap. You really think Taystar did everything themselves? So crazy I watched their stage and got hooked. Galaxy shook now, let them shine. And Magic Boy and its concept were already proven hits. They probably calculated that half the success would carry over. They'd lift that rookie group first, then, once established, push their own in-house production on the next album. Overall, the agency would profit without any real loss. The backlash hits the rookies first, so they bear the brunt, not us. And just looking at my junior's face, I could see how anxious they were. Having gone through that insane Ajusa, They all must have collected enough hate for life. But even after debut, guaranteed buzz is still a win. It's odd they're resisting. I spoke again. Yes. Do you have an alternative in mind? Pardon. I'm curious if you had anything besides Magical Girl. Yes. Sure enough, my junior's complexion brightened as they explained calmly. Actually, one of our members was studying producing. Their song made it to the final candidate list, but it got overturned a few days ago. Right now, that was good news. You'd prefer that song then? Yes. The manager said we could use it on the next album, but honestly, I think that song is better objectively, regardless of circumstances. The agency's strategy made sense. Debut with controversy for big buzz, then follow up with their own strong production on the next album. The problem is using us as bait. Even if Taystar felt slighted, so be it. They're not up for renewal for another 3.5 years. I frowned slightly. My junior flinched. Of course, Magic Boy is an amazing track, but if our debut feels like a copy, we'd rather stick with the original candidate. Absolutely. I understand. They must have misread my frown as disapproval. While I was scowling, Kim Rabin jumped in. By the way, what was the song you were preparing? It was sort of a new TRO style, popular these days. Easy to listen to and really cool, we all thought. New TRO, so disco or synthwave? I think it was synthwave. Then which sound pack did you use? My junior, not being a hands-on composer, visibly wilted under Ray Bin's technical probing. Time to cut him off. I'm sorry. He's just really passionate about music. Passion is great. Amazing. Thank you. This wasn't working. They'd retreated back into rookie mode. I steeled myself, and, seeing my junior about to spout more flattery, I changed gears. Listen, I understand why you came. You must have been worried, disappointed. Yes. But as you know, we can't get involved in producing another group lightly. You're still a rookie group, less than 2 weeks from debut. And legally, there's little to challenge. That's true. My junior's face fell. Rabin's did, too. No, Rabin, you're not supposed to get this emotional. He's empathizing because it's a song issue. I nearly missed Big Siegen for a moment. Holding back a sigh, I continued. But I understand your discomfort. Have you discussed this with the company directly? I tried, but they wouldn't listen. Of course, a debuting rookie needs a well-prepared presentation to get heard. I see. Rabin nodded as though recalling his former agency. It's sad. Everyone should be free to speak their mind. Oh dear. I stared at Rabin in silence. He froze, too. Okay. I need my words carefully. What's important is that we don't mention our own discomfort. If Taystar jumps in directly, it could get twisted later. It must look like the rookies themselves are opposing it. So our role ends with advice. I folded my arms. Have you ever heard talk of the U.S. strategy at the company recently? U.S. strategy? The head of agency did mention it a lot when I met him. I thought so. His America obsession was still alive. I nodded and said lightly, next time you have a meeting with a high-ranking executive, why not drop this in? Casually. Excuse me. Mention that Magical Girl feels too traditional, niche, might not resonate in America. And also that synthwave is trending in the US right now. If you ride that wave before it passes, it could be very effective. Directly, like in person? No. Just let your members have that conversation where it can be overheard. AR team staff, other company people. The junior's shock faded, replaced by calm resolve. And once the rumor spreads a bit, you can meet with the head and officially raise it, right? Oh, not bad judgment. I gave a small nod. I can't guarantee it, but if you prepare well, it might work. We did something similar around our debut. My junior thought quietly for a moment, then nodded steadily. Okay, thank you. No problem. I hope it helps. Yes. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Oh, my phone. I'll see you next time, seniors. My junior quickly bowed and then bolted out at the vibration of their phone. Guess they snuck away. Well, that's for them to handle now. I shrugged and stood. Rabin, let's go. Yes. Rabin straightened his chair, then asked with serious eyes, do you think our juniors will succeed in persuading them? I don't know. It's a matter of luck and skill. Rabin bowed his head, murmuring in a slightly gloomy tone. I hope it goes well. Why? Are you worried they'll get flack? That's part of it. Rabin hesitated, then added, I just don't want anyone to misuse our debut song without permission. We worked sleepless nights on it, and I don't want that precious work taken by someone else. It may sound selfish, but I care more about our group's feelings. Well now, it's not selfish. Oh really? I let out a soft laugh. Yeah, me too. No one likes their work being borrowed for attention. Why, you're right, of course. Indeed, if another group profits off our work, it'd be foolish to just let it happen. And even if they push ahead, we can set terms so it doesn't go entirely their way. So don't worry too much. Yes. Rabin's gloom lifted. But Inc. via LGT, official version. How do you plan to do it? Just planting the seed. That night, as soon as I returned to the dorm before the others, I posted something on SNS with Rabin. Debut production notes. File. In honor of the theme park extravaganza episode airing, I'm revisiting our roots. We'll keep giving it our all. Screenshot. Attached were the draft and final PPT I'd made to persuade the head of agency at debut, complete with a screenshot of the file version list. Titles like Draft Final, 1-1, and so on cluttered the capture. Rabin slapped his palm. Got it. You're emphasizing proof that Magic Boy's arrangement, concept, and lyrics were all TSDR's own production. Yeah. It sounded grand when put that way, but really it was just setting a trap. And I formatted it to look like an accidental SNS post, mindful of the reality program cameras. In case the company forced it through, and someone later accused Taystar of attacking a rookie girl group. Hyung, a fan, even recommended this PPT template. Nice. Fans were laughing at the PPT bait, yet feeling nostalgic. I listened to Rabin live tweeting the reactions, waiting for the others to come home. Now that I'd blamed it on the reality show and posted online, I thought I might play up the reality angle at tomorrow's awards ceremony. Might be worth seeding. And I needed to warn those two namesakes, too. I should remind them not to draw attention accidentally. I just read an article. VDIC would finally resume official schedules at tomorrow's awards. 193 chapter. The Gold Disc Awards were split into digital and physical categories and held over 2 consecutive days. Because male idols tend to perform stronger in album sales than in digital charts, they usually appear at the physical album ceremony more often than the digital one. This year, Taystar was in that camp. Their album, which included Hengcha, sold more than the 7th highest total in idol album history, a staggering achievement. Their digital performance was also excellent, but breaking the 1 million copies barrier gave it a special significance. They were indisputably top tier among boy idols, even if an unbreakable wall still loomed above them. Still didn't get the grand prize. Ticks in the way, lol, so sad. Didn't Tonia at least win Artist of the Year this year? I thought T1 ceremony would give them something, but nope. TSDR's not grand prize material yet. Maybe after VTIC collapses next year. When did they even kick out the troublemaker? Stop hoping for Tick's downfall, you VT stan scum. Pathetic, Taika. Ah, you bastards. A VTIC fan gritted her teeth and threw her smartphone. I'm so pissed. Because of that criminal. What's even happening here? She already disliked him for his lack of ability, but this was enough to drive her mad. Our innocent boys are taking the fall. All their schedules were canceled, and they entered a tentative hiatus. They skipped every year-end program under the pretext of rest. Even the pre-releases hinted at a massive comeback, but after such a delay, it was unbelievable it was only about to be revealed now. They've never caused a single incident since debut. This fan, who was particularly devoted to one member, thought nostalgically of her bias. Jaehyun. Their leader, Chongryo. Our Shin Jaehyun, who volunteers at shelters even on his days off. He's endured so much, leading a bunch of perverts into club scandals. She forced herself to think of it as a blessing in disguise. Yeah, now that they've cut the incompetent dead weight, let's 4 of us hit career highs. She logged into SNS and mercilessly badmouthed the former NVLGTR, continue reading, member who'd been expelled. During the hiatus, VDIC fan accounts had been relatively quiet, but now they brimmed with energy. Everyone's in hype mode. Since they needed that momentum to translate into results, she skimmed the posts, looking for any odd undertones. Then she spotted the empty seats and her lips curled. They must have jumped ship. Some of the accounts that had been chatting were suddenly gone. They'd be replaced once activities resumed, but there was no denying people had run away. They must have flocked over to them, right? Thinking of that buzzy group everyone was talking about, she felt a strange tingle. A group with a junior who seemed fairly close to Changryo. The very T-star from Ajusa's Season 3. She'd actually watched their reality show recently, too. She had a little interest in Park Mundi, who was close to Changryo, and the show was a massive internet phenomenon. They'd packed in everything viewers love, from mukbang to national pride moments. And even people who didn't care about idols and middle-aged YouTube fans tuned in. LOL Hotdog with ice cream on top? Can't let that slide. Our tall, handsome youths are promoting Korea's delicious hotdog. Nimble hands, perfect faces. Go happy face. LOL watch the foreigners' faces when they hear Park Mundi's in-store song. Like a kebab chef suddenly. Dropping a killer tune LOL. Oh my, people might think all Koreans look like that. I dunno, smiling emoji. Riding that wave, a T1, affiliated cable channel even scheduled their broadcast starting next week. Wish our babies could get gigs like that, Changryo's fan grumbled. But she couldn't deny it was fun. Even passing scenes felt full of personality. For example, in the back half of episode 2, when sales unexpectedly skyrocketed on day 1 and forced an abrupt shutdown. This tastes like heaven. I'll order one more ice cream hotdog. Please. Bae Sejin. Oh, okay. Bae Sejin, carefully sprinkling chocolate on a hotdog, tensed up and creaked back into the kitchen at the sudden onslaught of a foreign customer. Bae Sejin, hotdog. I need one more ice cream hotdog. Big Sejin, gasp. Hyung, we just ran out of batter. The camera shook with a dramatic effect as it closed in on Bae Sejin. Bae Sejin, Tiachin, wait. Big Sejin, I'll handle it. Let's just give them lots of ice cream on the house. Bae Sejin, no, I'll do it. Tada. Bae Sejin, to the tune of an intense sports chant, scooped up a generous serving of ice cream. Oh, thank you. Ahem, you're welcome. And with the customers okay, he beamed with pride, ending the extra order drama. In the follow-up business review discussion, the scene was just as lively. Sales halted due to order overload. Discussion begins. Dune. Recipe purists. Kim Rae-bin. Only making 40 hotdog from batter for 50 is a skill issue. After closing, we'll practice to nail the 50-piece feel. Korean generosity? Camp. Big Sejin. It's not like the cost is that high. Let's give them extra. Show them Korean generosity. Let's just make cash camp. Park Mundi. Whatever we say, keep those hands kneading. We need something to sell first. The members eagerly shared opinions, bickering good-naturedly, their distinct personalities shining through in each exchange. Especially Bae Sejin's jump-scare freeze over tiny mistakes and Kim Rae-bin's hotdog maker meltdown became adorable memes. Clearly, they had undeniable star quality, which explains why leaks spread in our fandom, too. But Changryo's fan thought it would end today. With hiatus over and a comeback confirmed, VDIC would once again suck up all the buzz at breakneck speed. As long as they pick the right song, their slump's still far off. In fact, the recent member departure scandal had drawn curiosity. People were saying, let's see how well they do. Or they've been through so much, they deserve support. And Changryo had never let her fans down since debut. Ding. Oh, it's starting. As the 12+ advisory flashed, she sat up straight and focused on the TV. I'm not missing their comeback stage. Whether pre-recorded or live, quick cuts showed the artists taking their seats. Then, at a certain moment, whoa, T-Star appeared on screen. Of course, she wasn't amazed just because T-Star showed up. This was their expected segment. But what they were doing on screen, flattening those souvenir cushions from the theme park onto their seats with perfect, ridiculous precision. Slap. They even covered the park's logo neatly. And the camera lingered on the cushion's animal face in an almost wistful close-up. What the heck is that? She checked her phone's webpage and saw viewers in the live chat spamming, absolutely cracking up. Even those who hadn't watched the reality show found it randomly hilarious. And those who had watched shared the background knowledge with glee. Crazy, they're doing that here? LOL. What is that? Is there some story? Haha. It's from TSDAR's reality show. LOL, did they impulse buy for $1,000? Still a smart move. T-Star Workin' Holiday, October 10th. Watch these young Koreans pay off their travel debt by selling hotdog. Wow. While waiting to see VDC on screen, Changryo's fan had to give credit. Those guys were truly next level. I want the cat cushion. Cha Eugene, you're the one who popped the cat cushion. Be satisfied with the dolphin. I hate dolphins. Cha Eugene had been eyeing Rabin's cushion in the shop all along. Her head ached just watching it. I lifted my own cushion. Use the dog one at least. Okay. Cha Eugene beamed, grabbing the dog cushion and politely presenting the dolphin with both hands. It was ugly, sure, but you're just sitting on it, so who cares? Sigh. I placed my cushion and sat down. I heard another idol next to me trying and failing to hold back laughter. Laugh all you want. Viewers would laugh too, which was a good sign. Having made some reality show charm, now I just needed to show focus on the awards. The seating was a bit awkward though. Tick's right next to us. TSDR's higher profile this year earned them that good spot. Nothing to be done. But the one I noticed wasn't Changryo. It was this guy beside me. What's with that face? Bae Se-jin next to me wore a fiercely serious expression. Fortunately, people would assume he was just focused on awards, but if not, rumors would have swirled. I stifled a sigh and, just in case, covered my mouth, whispering softly, "Hyung, your expression." Ah. Bae Se-jin immediately relaxed into his usual calm look. As an actor, he was downright impressive. Big Se-jin is, well, nothing to worry about. He chuckled and teased Cha Eugene as usual, which was only natural. I remembered what I said to these guys yesterday. Honestly, we're not that worried, but if anything goes sideways, could you cover for us? Huh, like how? Just, if the vibe gets weird, could you steer the convo smoothly? Technically, I'd meant it for Bae Se-jin more than Big Se-jin, but I spoke to the eldest out of courtesy. Okay, and as expected, Big Se-jin wrapped it up with that level of reaction. But Bae Se-jin seemed to have taken it as a mission. Got it, I'll watch out. He'd responded like that, and all through the ceremony, he was tense as if guarding a kid who'd been bullied on their way to school. He's gonna cause an incident himself at this rate. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. But since his concern was admirable, I decided to ease his tension gently. Something like this. By the way, Se-jin Hyung, your cushion had a ribbon on it, right? That's right. Se-jin, that guinea pig character was cute. Well, yeah. Yeah. Did you get it after watching the VOD reaction? Bae Se-jin's face turned bright red. By VOD reaction, I meant the special feature in the concert VOD package, TSDAR's own reactions to their first concert rehearsal. They said they'd tease it for VOD promotion, and Bae Se-jin had been flabbergasted when he saw it. The rehearsal footage showed them in full gear, from Letterman jackets to giant ribbons, on a unit stage. Plus, there were questions from the making of crew. That ribbon really suits you. Well, no. Watching that on screen while Cha Eugene laughed mercilessly. Maybe he recalled the same scene because Bae Se-jin suddenly shouted. No, it's just, it reminded me of a hamster. Oh, hamster. It's not that I'm saying I'm a hamster. It's just what the fans call me. A guinea pig is a big hamster? Ugh. Bae Se-jin sank under his friend's innocent compliments and wouldn't recover for a while. Two birds, one stone, made us all look friendly. I smiled and looked away from Bae Se-jin. Then I caught the eye of the guys entering at the table next to us. Oh, Monday SSI. Two VDIC members who had appeared with us on some variety show spotted me, waved, and smiled. And standing right next to them was the guy who tried to smash my head with a hammer. 194 chapter. Changryo of VTIC. Is this the first time since their hiatus? Truthfully, as expected, there was no particular reaction. Since they'd been quiet all this time, chances of any pointless antics were slim. I can just coast through. Sure enough, I only heard the others chatting noisily. They seemed to have raised their voices, conscious of the raucous ceremony. Been loving your reality show. Thank you. With their comeback delayed, they'd apparently binged every clip while staying home in OVLIGHD quietly. But my composure made the VTIC guy think my thanks were empty words, so he added on unnecessarily. No, the whole team watched it, and it was seriously hilarious. Right, Hyung? You enjoyed it too, right? One of them prompted him, dragging Changryo into the conversation. Just let it go. Even if it was harmless camaraderie before, this was turning the vibe sour. If we got caught on a fan cam, rumors would erupt. These bastards are really annoying. Just then, I made eye contact with Chongryo. He gave a slight nod. That was it. Oh, I was a bit surprised. Finally, a perfectly appropriate response. It was as if some sense had returned to that fool's head only after a knock to the skull. Seniors, thank you so much. We've been watching your stages too, you know. Oh, you're making me shy. Right. That's why I even brought cushions to focus properly today. Ha. So that's why you brought them. Of course, go, seniors. Yeah, you too, Junior. Big Sejin steered the conversation to a close. Honestly, maybe I should have bought oysters or something. He's earning his keep. Just by not glaring at VTC, Bei Seijin was doing his part. And the moment VTIC headed to their seats, Big Sejin covered his mouth and whispered, "Where did you hit him so much? I don't see any marks." Back of the head. Neck. Chongryo was wearing a black turtleneck. Clearly, the bruises hadn't faded yet. Big Sejin cast a fleeting look of something indescribable before quickly masking it. Hello, everyone. We begin the year by reviewing last year's accomplishments. At that moment, the MC's opening greeting echoed from the stage. The live broadcast had begun. It's going to be boring for a while. I subtly leaned back in my chair. Time to operate the reaction machine. Naturally, having a stretch of sitting quietly amid a busy schedule was a relief. But being required to do nothing and merely show attentive focus on the stage was fairly uncomfortable. Still better than the first Ajusa recording. At least the guys performing now were all expected to take home awards. Voila! I clapped in time with the roaring cheers that followed the previous group's performance. They'd added a bit of modern dance to their choreography, but frankly, apart from the center performer, it wasn't all that memorable. If you converted well-known idols into Ajusa tiers, maybe gold to silver range? Let's get an expert opinion. How was the stage? Me? Yeah. You all did your best, and it looked great. The extensions were, pretty. No, it was amazing, then. Got it. Maintaining a polite, understated reaction, enough not to catch an unfriendly fan cam. I endured until. Love you, Lavor. Thank you. Thanks to you all, this year has been truly joyful. 1.5 hours later, after the main award recipient gave their speech, it was nearly our turn. Moving. Okay. And this performance wasn't just another special stage in award season filler. It was our first stage since the successful reality show airing. To convert that variety show buzz back into idol. Goodwill, we had to pull out all the stops. In the end, we have to excel at our main job. So this time, we went all out. At last, the day has come. Hengcha, GRRR well? With a multitude of dancers on stage, the choreography split in two and collided, as flags painted with landscape scrolls and beast motifs waved overhead. Then a sleek dance break, using ball-like laser effects. Vibrant colors and movement married an aggressive arrangement. It was a performance inspired by mounted polo, the traditional horseback game of the Goryeo and Joseon eras. The roar pierced our in-ears. Wah! We'd shortened the concert's dance break section into something simpler, and it was met with excellent reaction. Had I noticed it last time? Funny enough, by now I could roughly gauge from energy whether a stage was just okay or genuinely worth watching. This was definitely the latter. Phew. The floor was slippery, but everyone nailed it. Brilliant. Good job. It had been a while since we performed in Korea, right? Yeah. It was fun. Without mistakes, everything looked clean. Seeing the camera light up on us, it must have gone pretty much as in rehearsal. We all caught our breaths, proud, and returned to our seats. VTIC wasn't nearby this time. They were the second to last act, I think. With the live show winding down, they were probably prepping their final stage. Only popularity and grand prizes remained. If we win now, they'll burst out from backstage. I'd seen it before, but honestly, popping up from the audience is less impactful than simply standing up. Noting this year's somewhat clumsy ceremony structure, I waited for the VCR to finish. And shortly, the Gold Disc Popularity Award goes to, congratulations, Taystar. The Popularity Award presenter called our name. Wah. We'd been sitting, a bit relaxed, but jumped to our feet. No wonder, we hadn't expected it. After being sanctioned for encouraging unhealthy competition, the Popularity Award voting switched to an anonymous system showing only total votes. Still, there's usually a sense for these things. Popularity awards often go to the same recipient as the album grand prize. In the streaming era, the artists whose fans buy physical albums are the ones who are truly popular as idols. But without any expert-judged intervention, 100% pure votes, it was Taystar, not VTIC, who took the prize. Even if TIC's fans were less active, this is shocking. I know VTIC fans presumed they'd be absent and maybe didn't vote as furiously until the end. Even so, this was a stunning result. There must have been a late surge once the attendance news dropped. In other words, we'd become a contender. A strange thrill ran up my spine. Stay calm. Regardless of these thoughts, my body reflexively rose, nodding deeply. The others did, too. Wow. Whoa. Some got up in stunned silence. Others dashed off excitedly, but nobody seemed to have expected it. Of course, the organizers didn't show any reaction either. They probably wanted to capture the genuine surprise. Those sly bastards. We creaked up onto the stage, cameras in tow, hunting for close-ups. Thank you. Thank you. But greeting fans and waving through our formation off, the staff handed the handheld mic to the wrong person, the wrong Hyung. Kim Rae-bin. Oh well. He was flustered. An impromptu speech was a tall order for him. But since the mic's in his hand, he has to say something. At least a thank you, love you. Thank you. That was right. Yet once Rae-bin had the floor, he got rolling, jabbering on. When preparing the Choco Gap SA album, there were frequent concerns about whether we could achieve mainstream success. But thanks to everyone's votes, winning this award feels like confirmation that our choices were not wrong. Please stop the sentence there. Still, that was verbose, but acceptable. If only he'd finished it cleanly. And the daring choice of a solo track. Ugh, apologies. Rae-bin finally realized the staff's cue, panicked, and politely handed the mic back to me. Why me? The leader's right here. Laughter rippled through the audience. Rae-bin bowed his head and retreated politely. Well, that's something. Over half of the crowd here were VTIC fans, but at least they seemed less tense now. Seeing those rookies receive an award and look so flustered felt like, we'll let this one slide triumph. I naturally tried to pass the mic to Ryu Chong-woo, but he gestured with a grin for me to go ahead. Guess he'd already given his own winner's speech. That's fine. Though uneasy, I took the mic. Rae-bin's really smart. I completely agree with what he said. After a ripple of chuckles, I continued calmly. Thank you to everyone who took the time out of their busy lives to vote for us. We'll come back with an album worthy of your support. Thank you. Love Yulvor. I'm totally loving it. With Cha Eugene giving a last thumbs up, the award segment concluded. Even in the brief backstage walk, cameras rolled, so we hadn't had a chance for private chat, but I think everyone felt it. Taystar had firmly entered the top tier, not just standing guard over it. That's solid motivation. I wondered if by next year, the company might even dream of turning us into direct rivals with VTIC. But moments later, watching TIC's comeback stage, it was clear the company had shelved that short-lived daydream. Wah! The crowd's roar was ear-splitting, and deservedly so. They really insanely good. Despite being down to 4 members, they'd placed dancers perfectly to fill every gap. And the song was killer. When a company does its job right, this is what happens. They swiftly cut the unmanageable member, then took care of the rest so thoroughly during the break that not a single article leaked. They hadn't even let Chongryo's injury surface publicly. This single flawless response spoke volumes about the company's experience, skill, and vision. As a result, in a well-crafted public narrative, VTIC would smoothly escape any decline crisis on the strength of that perfect stage. In short, a stark contrast to our company. Makes me want to quit. If only every worker could dream of it. TIC's long set ended, and it was time for the grand prize. Predictably, the grand prize goes to TIC's Insight. If you don't want another attitude controversy, just stand up and clap. Thank you so much. We promised to do even better. They too had suffered deeply. Tears and sniffles came not only from them, but from the audience. Yet Chongryo's face was serene. He comforted his members a few times out of habit, then took the mic last. And in a surprisingly restrained tone, he began his speech. I'm not really sure what to say. Is he insane? 195 chapter. When the grand prize acceptance speech, the finale of tonight, opened with, "I'm really not sure," the venue froze. No dramatic, tearful slip-up, just a soft, puzzled tone. He's not seriously spouting nonsense on purpose, is he? A chill ran down my spine. Of course, if he'd mentioned Park Mundy by name, anyone could leak an attempted assault recording of Tix Chongrio to the press, but I doubted he'd be that reckless. At that awkward moment, most viewers must have had their eyes darting everywhere. Chongrio continued, "I truly don't know. There was a time I longed for this spot so badly I cried myself awake, unable to bear the nights." Even as his fellow members stiffened beside him, his measured words carried on. "And as the time I thought would never come past, I eventually made it here." He tilted his head. "I still don't know what that desperation taught me. But now, there's one feeling that remains." The audience held its breath. Chongrio smiled. "Thank you for not letting me give up." He closed his speech. Only then did people realize it had been a warm, heartfelt conclusion, and genuine applause began to swell. Fans had cheered enthusiastically from the start, many likely attributing this sentiment to the recent all-member scandal making headlines. Though, the speech probably sprang from other experiences. I quietly sat following the others. On stage, VTIC members dabbed tears and patted Chongrio's back, awkwardly. He mustn't normally do that. Yet with the grand prize album's title track still playing, VTIC remained on stage until the final note. Only after the lights dimmed did they slowly leave the stage. I thought I heard them give thanks. Again, but I couldn't be certain from this distance. Irrelevant now. At any rate, the ceremony ended to thunderous cheers. "Let's get the grand prize." As soon as we exited and climbed into the car, Cha Eugene muttered sulkily. He was still stung that immediately after we joyfully took the popularity award, VTIC snatched the grand prize. "Come on, we won. We got Artist of the Year at Tonia. That doesn't count. They gave us a broadcast award." Despite the sharp retort, Big Sejin remained unfazed. But we did win one." "No, we win things fairly." Time for Kim Raybin to chime in. "Fair and squarer than square." I knew he would. "Same thing." "No, it's not." "Yes, it is. Good thing no one's around." I ignored their bickering. Now the grand prize was forgotten, and checked my phone. They'd calm down on their own eventually. Should we check the comments? Might as well. I intended to monitor SNS out of habit, but first, I needed to clear something. You have 34 new messages. A flood of SMS and chat alerts waited. Probably congratulations. Walking out with the popularity award was newsworthy enough. No rush. They're just polite texts from random acquaintances we swapped numbers with. I skimmed them indifferently. Among the congrats, one alert stood out. I brought him. No context, just those 5 words, plus a photo of a scruffy dog. It looked like a retriever mix, curled up asleep in a sofa corner. That was all I needed. I swiped it aside without deleting. Just as I prepared to return to monitoring, a shout behind me nearly burst my eardrums. "Mundy Hyung, don't you think Cha Eugene's grand prize comment was reckless, immature bravado? We need big dreams." Raybin's a pipsqueak. Did they even know that word? Anyway, their spat circled back to the grand prize. "Where's our leader?" Ryu Chong-woo was deep in discussion with our manager about the next schedule. "Busy. No choice." I nodded and spoke up. "Winning the grand prize is great." "Right. But maybe don't say we'll get it next year too often." "Why not?" I chuckled. "If you talk about it so much, it won't feel special when it really happens, right?" Behind their startled faces, Big Sejin snickered. "Look at Mundy's guts. So cool. Thanks for the fresh perspective." "No problem. Honestly, if Taystar keeps this momentum, our chance of a grand prize in a year or two is high. VTIC guys will go to the military eventually. Of course, I might not still be living as Park Mundy then, but let's assume it regardless. Why yeah, Mundy, let's work hard and definitely win next time." "Yes." Grand prize. Cha Eugene, thrilled, started humming the title grand prize in place of Hengcha. Bae Sejin covered his ears with his earbuds and slunk into a corner. Poor guy. He'll feel good for a while. Not just because of the grand prize. At last, home at last, grand prize. Because our next reality shoot location was Cha Eugene's own home in San Diego, where he'd been singing that Thinking of grilling hundreds of hotioc in 2 weeks already gave me muscle soreness from excitement. As expected, food service was hard labor. But my arms are healed. I examined my wrists, fading bruises. At the next checkup, the doc won't flag me anymore. So by then, I might resume my solo performance. Nice. I already looked forward to the Seoul Encore concert. Of course, I had to finish our Japan tour in January 1st. TSDR's Japan concert tour ran in arena venues. Just below the dome tour size typical for superstar acts, an ambitious choice, booked before Ajusa aired in Japan. Park Mundi had grimly predicted leftover tickets would be dumped at rock-bottom prices. Yet once Ajusa aired, demand forecasts proved spot on. TSDR's first Japan arena tour, for cities, 8 shows, all sold out. The lottery-style ticketing showed fierce competition in every city. And the lucky fans who snagged seats got shows that met their high expectations. They opened with smiles, so cool and cute. An idol otaku screaming at his bias's solo stages here, LOL. When the encore dropped, that magical moment ended. I can't hold back tears, still crying. Day. Not a bead of sweat out of place, definitely not human. A true angel on earth. So where are the photos? Wham! Kim Rabin's personal fan hammered her keyboard in frustration. 1 or 2 fan cams per stage was a treat. Sometimes no solo shots at all. Why are there no detailed stage reviews? That's why she hated Japan tours. Controls were so strict, it felt like zero downtime for content. Yet Taystar was considerate. Dear Lavore, I'm here. Bear emoji. Today's penalty outfit LOL, but we still look cute, right? I know. Playful emoji. Photo. Because each member took turns posting SNS updates about rehearsals and fan impressions. Big Bird always posts only his best shots, though. Kim Rabin's personal fan muttered, but saved the pic Big Sejin posted of him and Park Mundi. So cute. For the special penalty performance, Taystar wore kindergarten uniforms. Japanese fans reports mentioned they did a nursery rhyme arrangement of our Ink VLG. Continue reading. Season 3 Ajusa theme, Verona. Damn. Last week in Yokohama, or was it Zohama, they even covered a famous idol rhythm game group's song, but only one blurry pic surfaced, and she was left hungry. She banged her head on the desk. Thud. Please come back home. Fortunately, thanks to our overwhelming award stage performance and cute W Live celebration, domestic fan opinion was still good. But she felt a subtle anxiety that VTIC might steal all the new fans. Because after the awards comeback, they still racked up #1 records at a relentless pace. Those bastards really milked it. Recalling how Changrio's awards speech stoked enormous uproar and core fandom devotion, she scowled, remembering her clash with some VTIC fans who kept scraping at the wound. Our kids can't be replaced yet, so they must feel sorry for their juniors, doing so well. A talented team leads this scene naturally, so I think we'll see them at the top for a long time. Love you. And that was Taika's comment, scared and beating up the rising juniors. Even though she'd held the last comment, Kim Rabin's fans seethed. Guys, hurry up and drop something in Korea. Then, ding. Oh, a YouTube notification popped up. Trailer, Lasha wants to sell hotioc at his baby brother's house instead of lemonade. Dramatic. TSDR's idol working holiday S2. WTF. At that long-awaited, buzzworthy bait, she threw her Bluetooth keyboard in the air. The morning after completing the Japan arena tour. After a solid nap on the flight, I woke to find we'd landed in Cha Eugene's hometown, as expected. I'd even bought some small gifts before heading to his house, but a few unexpected things happened there. Mainly language barriers. An elderly man suddenly rushed out of Cha Eugene's house, arms wide, calling, Bienvenido, Cario. And Cha Eugene replied, Abuela estoy? Ac. That's not English. Spanish. Of course, no one else on the team spoke it. In the face of that surprising language barrier, Cha Eugene dashed out and hugged the old man. Must be his grandmother. Ryu Chong-woo hurried over and caught Cha Eugene. Why, Eugene? That's your grandmother? Yes. Oh, she speaks English. Grandma's great at English. What was more surprising was his cool mention of his Spanish ability, never before brought up. Anyway, after a somewhat clumsy intro and gift exchange in English, the reality shoot officially began. First, the obvious. We filmed the family tasting hotioc. What about your parents? They're working now. So instead of waiting for them, we got a solo cut of Grandma. And Grandma polished off an entire plate. She seems to like it. Glad to hear it. Watching 6 grown men huddled in the kitchen to make a single hotdog, Grandma and Cha Eugene returned to the living room. It's tasty, but she says it could be a bit sweeter. After all, it's a snack. I see. I nodded. From breakfast this morning, it seemed people here generally prefer sweeter flavors than in Korea. Then let's top it with dalgona, too. Excuse me. Yes. Moments later, we concluded we'd sell the mad invention, dalgona ice cream hotdog. 196 chapter. First day selling hotdog in San Diego. Before opening time, the PD was already grinning as he gave us a briefing. Everyone, don't forget, we're going to play tomorrow. Our remaining debt was $1,000. Because we'd finished the last season crushed under debt and miserable sales, and lost that final desperate draw, we'd ended in debtor's status. So if we didn't earn at least $1,500 today, the moment we go play tomorrow, our debt would be locked in. I should pay it all off now to make the story more interesting later. If the money piles up, the tension drops, but staying in debt isn't great either. A roller coaster is better, but that PD bastard was so into it, he wouldn't give us a break. We need to show the conscience of us Koreans, right? No doubling the price just because we added a bit of dalgona. TCH. Oh, who's that someone? TCH, just now. Can't help it. Right now, the only things I can trust are my hawking skills and Cha Eugen's existing connections. Just then, Cha Eugen raised both arms and shouted, "My high school friends are all coming. Let's make them each order 3 items. No, that's fine. That was too forced. Better to just work on hawking a bit harder than deal with a controversy post. We've been planning to shake up the job assignments for some new fun, but since today needed seasoned skill, we postponed it after discussion. So today's lineup was almost the same as last time. Cha Eugen and Sian Ah-hyun, both fluent in foreign languages, would take orders, and Ryu Chong-woo and Big Sejin would handle final plating and serving. Only one person changed. I'll work my hardest. Bae Sejin was assigned to the kitchen. Adding dalgona increased the workload on the surface, at least. The real reason was bigger. Last season, Bae Sejin made one mistake and plunged into self-doubt. So we sidelined him under the pretense of an all-rounder role, and the reaction was pretty good. They went wild over how cute he was. The editors, keen to highlight his hard-working character, made him feel like a 1.5-person role without it showing. This time, we'd use that image to assign him a position that would feel like a promotion. It'd be fun if he had more contact with foreigners, but that'd melt his head. Never mind. I'll work my hardest too. Let's make perfect hotdog today and sell them. All right. Yes. Shall we do a fighting shout before we go? Yeah. It felt like the subtitle, "Only at this moment was everyone full of energy," would flash in the next cut, but we gave it anyway. Next up, the toppings we had to prepare right before opening. Mr. Moonday, what are you doing now? Pre-making the dalgona. After fully melting the sugar, I'll add baking soda to give it plenty of air pockets. Oh, what's good about that? The texture becomes softer. I made gigantic dalgona on 3 huge frying pans, then handed one to Bae Sejin while he waited. Me? I'll eat this. Here. Bae Sejin, who had been breaking apart the dalgona, awkwardly offered a large piece to Cha Eugen. It looked like feeding a wild beast, but I bet it'd come across as a heartwarming moment on air. Then Kim Rae-bin, who'd been carefully portioning the broken pieces, suddenly let out a shout. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's wrong? I'm hurt. Sian Ah-hyun, tidying tables outside, dashed in. No, please just look at this. Rae-bin excitedly put the pieces he'd separated onto a scale. 30 g. Exactly the right amount with 0 deviation. Was he bragging about that? Yes, spot on. And this too. Rae-bin quickly put another piece on the scale. Another 30 g. Oh, and this? He kept weighing more packs. 30, 30, 30, 31, 30. Whoa. Even the crew were buzzing. The PD hurriedly asked, Rae-bin, you didn't use the scale for any of these? You just guessed. Rae-bin clenched his fists. Yes. My goodness. Well, why? What's with Rae-bin's hand? The members gathered around him, freaking out. Clearly, Rae-bin would have made a great lab rat. I mean, graduate student. This is amazing. Amazing. By now the staff had joined in, as if someone had scored a World Cup goal. I fixed the broken Hadiak machine. It suddenly started working normally. Yeah, I think that edit will come right after. What follows next will decide whether it's somehow our luck was incredible or Dream Team assemble. Today's sales will decide. At the art team's request, I changed my apron. It was almost time to open the shop. Near La Jolla Beach on a perfect weather day, a woman carrying comics from the nearby comic store caught a delicious smell. Cinnamon. She turned her head at the toasty sweet aroma and saw a small shop on the corner. I think this used to be a taco place. She wasn't sure since she'd never been there, but the good smell gently pulled her in. Ding. Welcome. Oh, hello. Inside, even at this odd hour, there were already quite a few customers. The staff weaved, NVLIGHT, confidently between tables, serving and greeting her. One of them approached first. Would you like to try one? Ah, sure. A tall man with a bright voice offered her a tasting plate. His broad smile was inviting. She instinctively picked up a piece. It's a sweet snack with a hint of cinnamon and the texture's great. Goes well with ice cream. Table 3, 2 Dalgona, please. Got it. Enjoy, and if you like it, just call me over. The man smiled widely, then ran off when someone in the kitchen called him. The person calling him from the kitchen was another young man with clear skin and neat features. They're all handsome. She stood dazed by the entrance as she chewed a piece of hadiak. The crispy shell gave way to hot, sweet cinnamon syrup. It's delicious. She'd followed the smell, but now her mind was made up. I know what I'm having for a snack today. She headed straight for the counter with the menu board. The man leaning there sprang to his feet when he noticed her. You want to order, right? Whoa. Her jaw dropped at the familiar face under that unfamiliar hair color. Oh, Eugen. Huh. He looked puzzled. When he lifted his head, his sharp features and fawn-like canines were even more noticeable. Her memory was right. It was Eugen. Do we know each other? Middle school? Elementary. Of course. She should have expected that reaction. He had been so popular that her only contact with him had been showing him homework and getting some cookies in return. I'm Hannah Hamilton. We were in the same class in middle school. Oh, Hannah. Great to see you. How have you been? Wow. At least he recognized her. Encouraging. Hannah answered with a soft laugh. I've been great. How about you? Awesome. Did you want to order? Oh, While she hesitated, new people entered the shop. Hey, you bastard, you're back in San Diego? Oh, welcome back. Ugh. They were classmates from middle school she barely knew. She stepped back, uncomfortable. Then she bumped into someone behind her. Sorry, it's okay. Another staff member, his speech laced with a French accent, stood there. And surprisingly, he was handsome too. What on earth is going on in this tiny shop? Their eyes met, and the elegant staff member smiled as he asked, Would you like to order? Yes. Do you have a vegetarian menu? Of course. We do here, take a look. The kindly, refined staff member recommended a vegetarian hadiak topped with cashew vanilla ice cream. By the time her order arrived, Eugen had returned. Hannah, you already ordered. They chatted briefly over the meal. Among their words was something startling. Why you're going to become a K-pop singer. That's right. She never would have imagined that. Honestly, it felt strange to hear a former star high school quarterback mention K-pop. While some K-pop idols were famous, it still felt like a subculture overall. But Eugen was unfazed. You didn't know? We're filming right now. All these people are my teammates. Looking around, she saw camera lenses everywhere, and signs posted here and there. We are filming for a Korean broadcast. Thank you for your understanding. She'd been so focused on the food and staff that she hadn't noticed. I met a former quarterback classmate after ages, and he's now a K-pop star selling snacks. Unbelievable. She quietly went back to chewing her food. Even then, the hadiak she ordered was incredibly tasty. I could just keep selling this and do fine here. Towards the end of her meal, she even got a drink. This is called Dalgona soy milk latte. He said it's a service for my friend. At Eugen's nod, she turned her gaze. The man from the kitchen, whose expression had been so impassive earlier, nodded and smiled slightly. He's adorable. She almost found herself nodding along, but snapped back and changed course. Really? Thanks. You're so kind. Yeah, he's a good brother. As she talked with Eugen, she unconsciously sipped the new drink. This was pretty good, too. She reflexively looked back at the kitchen, noticing that the man who'd given her the free drink was running the whole kitchen. He's an idol, yet this cooking looks so professional. Maybe this is his main gig, and he's just moonlighting in a band. Should I ask for his number? No, she decided against it. He wouldn't give it. Instead, she took out her phone. Click. She snapped a photo of the menu board and uploaded it to her Comic Fan SNS account. Found the shop by chance. It's run by a K-pop boy band, but the food tastes like a pro's chin-on-hand emoji. It meant nothing special, just a record. Still, the food really is good, and the staff are cute. In the end, she took 3 sets of hotdog to go. From inside the kitchen, the man watched this sequence with quiet satisfaction. Great, sales are off to a smooth start. If this continued, breaking our record was within reach, thought Park Mundy in the kitchen, pleased. That night, Hannah checked her SNS and saw an incredible reaction to her post. TSDAR's fans were flooding her with location requests, crying, please tell me where this is. I was at La Jolla Beach yesterday, wink with a frown. What a lucky person, gif of Cha Yujin eyeing Park Mundy's hotdog. Oh my god. Over the next few days, as she dived into music videos and US talk show clips, she realized her classmate had succeeded beyond imagination. And a few days later, she kicked herself for not getting his autograph, wishing she could turn back time. Phew. I perched on my assigned bed. It was the night our first day of business ended successfully. Today's sales, $1,627. Wah. Those friends Eugen brought covered the cost of the free drinks and boosted sales more than expected. They were generous. Sold out. After a raucous dinner with Cha Eugen's family, I finally got some rest. Except I had to share the room with Cha Eugen again. Damn, no chance of quiet tonight. Even now, Cha Eugen was chatting away. Hyung, let's brainstorm an awesome unit stage. At least that was something he'd only said since our unit stage got picked for the encore concert. True, it was about time to discuss it. What is it? Cha Eugen tapped my bed. I've thought about it so many times, and I'm sure a circus is the best choice. Is that so? I glanced at my phone and replied. All right. Oh, let's do. Circus. Wow. Cha Eugen raised both arms triumphantly. Moments later. Wouldn't diving be more shocking? I knew it. Need to plan the prep carefully. One thing's for sure. Our unit stage with Cha Eugen will be either a smash or a flop. 197 chapter. Testa's reality show remained a hot topic even as it entered season 2. In fact, in terms of mainstream appeal, it scored even better. Because season 1's TV broadcast earned solid ratings, the gap before season 2 aired on TV was dramatically shortened. Just 1 week. And since the YouTube edit and the TV edit differed slightly, hardcore fans made sure to watch both. Of course, most viewers relied on the kindness and speed of netizens to do that for them. Our Hall TV extra clips, 1/3. Video. 0:43. Interview with Grandma Chagoyoung. 3:58. Big Sejin whistling. 5:02 montage of Park Moon-dae's smiles. Grandma's pick is Chong-woo, true to my man. Clean your feet before you sleep. What the hell, Lee Sejin can whistle too? How far does this go? Freebie and a smile? Park Moon-dae guilty. Since Aj USA, the group Testa had never before exposed itself so directly on variety shows. Naturally, fans gleefully rode this wave of publicity. For a while we thought VTIC would sweep everything solo, but seeing Testa push ahead even during their off-season felt fantastic. Season 2 of Testa on. Our Hall. They've been on fire serving in America. Testa members. The idol who nails 30G by hand. During the first week that episodes 1 and 2 of season 2 aired, dozens of popular posts surged and dipped online every day. And the momentum didn't die down in episodes 3 and 4. The tourism specials released the following week. Testa's Secret Santa Tour. In this tour, members drew names for a Secret Santa gift exchange. Kim Rae-bin. My Secret Santa is Chong-woo Hyung. Ryu Chong-woo. It's Moon-dae. Bae Sejin, Lee Sejin. They had to buy one of the gifts I want that each member had secretly listed, without getting caught. The plan was to watch Testa desperately play spy to avoid punishment, but it backfired completely. PD. Such deep friendship. This tour will show the power of friendship. Ryu Chong-woo. You're right. Ryu Chongwoo. Then let's all pretend we don't know each other. Staff. Ryu Chongwoo's innocently transparent workaround utterly derailed the bit. The members lined up, entered the shopping mall one by one, and emerged holding fully wrapped gift boxes. PD. Everyone, aren't you curious who your secret Santa is? Lee Se-jin. Yes. Kim Rae-bin. It'll be revealed in half a day anyway, so I think we can handle the suspense. Even the PD's desperate pleas didn't budge Testa. And Cha Yujin even misheard the PD's question as one directed at him. Cha Yujin. Oh. Me. PD. Of course. Yujin SSI, you're curious, right? Cha Yujin. No. I know. Manito means friend in Spanish. Park Moonday. Moonday's stunned face cuts to the PD clutching his head. Comedy gold. Since the previous episode had already milked plenty of laughs from the PD tormenting them, this clitch-smashing twist worked brilliantly. And it didn't end there. In the latter half of the broadcast, they delivered not just laughs, but genuine warmth and professionalism. After a full day exploring safaris and malls, that evening, Lee Se-jin. Shall we do a toast over there? With soft drinks. Ryu Chongwoo. Shall we? How about it? Sian Ah-hyun. I'm in. Bae Se-jin. Let's just order drinks. It started like a typical staged, heartfelt pub chat, edit, but then took an unexpected turn. Lee Se-jin. Is that a karaoke machine? Oh, it's a karaoke bar concept. They had walked into a karaoke bar with real song machines. Ryu Chongwoo. Now that you mention it, I think Moonday wanted to sing. Park Moonday. Me. Lee Se-jin. Wow, applause. Park Moonday. Tongue-in-cheek, Tibet subtitle. Before long, Testa found themselves grabbing the mic and singing. Park Moonday. Belted out performance. From a peaceful tavern to a prose wrecking ball. Perhaps he didn't need to be this good. Though the subtitles teased him, his skill was undeniable. And for the first time on this reality program, Testa's true tire shone through. Roaring cheers and applause. Hearing such acclaim from unfamiliar foreign patrons gave viewers a unique, vicarious thrill. And it wasn't just Moonday. Lee Se-jin. Hyung, how about you do one? Ryu Chongwoo. Shall we? Rae-bin want a duet. Kim Rae-bin. I'll do my best. They took turns, solo, duets, trios, on the karaoke machine. There weren't many Korean songs, but everyone knew at least a few pop tunes. Later, emboldened by the mood, they even danced and sang old American boy band hits with strangers. Cha Yujin. You got a vibe, meaning you're impressive. Customer. I know, meaning I'm drunk. This dashing customer was so moved he bought them drinks. By weaving in comedy bits while remaining fundamentally a music show, the program enriched its appeal. Testa never forced a performance of their own songs or did cringy self-promotion. They just let the time flow naturally. Viewers could enjoy the content without feeling pressured. Sian Ah-hyun. If we order more here, it'll NVIIT. Original source. Be dead. Lee Se-jin. Oops. Park Moonday. Time to head home. Finally, back at Cha Yujin's house, they exchanged gifts in a heartwarming finale. Ryu Chongwoo. Moonday gave up the seat cushion for Yujin, so I picked this out. Sian Ah-hyun. I got Rae-bin a wrist rest. He's on the computer so much. Just as it seemed they'd wrap up on that sweet note. Cha Yujin. Popcorn is delicious. Bae Se-jin. The camera cut to Bae Se-jin, dumbfounded as Cha Yujin handed him an enormous bucket of popcorn. Bae Se-jin. When did I ever? His protest was abruptly cut off, and the peaceful BGM returned with subtitles. Analysis result. Bae Se-jin's gift list. Included snacks. Cha Yujin's triumphant victory. The episode closed on Bae Se-jin waddling off with the oversized popcorn bucket, an ending that left viewers in stitches. A mouth-watering teaser afterward built even more anticipation. It was stellar variety programming. So of course reactions stayed overwhelmingly positive. This is insanely fun. Please make this a series with other idol groups, too. It's great because it's Testa. Stay with Testa forever. I literally live for Wednesdays now. Please keep going. Sure, there were some snarky comments from rival group stans, but you could see viewers who just loved the show itself. And fans began screaming for a comeback. Please come back before this high wears off. Now's the time to paddle. T1, don't miss the wave. Promote something, damn it. They were desperate not to let this variety show boost slip away. During awards season, they'd know a big stage awaited, but now there was no guarantee of future schedules. What if they add more tour dates? People may think they're big enough to skip Korea and just go abroad. Myrine's debut is next month. Will our kids' schedules get pushed back? It's not the first time they've backslid. I'm anxious, crying face. They can't seriously keep riding this reality high forever. When the applause stops, go back to your main job. Fortunately, before the next week's reality episode even aired, big news broke. Testa Enchanted Me Seoul Encore concert ticket on sale notice. A Seoul Encore concert was announced. Finally. This is insane. I love it. It's been so long. I need to see their faces. You gotta get tickets first. I'll sell my internal organs if I have to. All that worry about extra tour dates vanished. Fans rejoiced at the Seoul stop. It wasn't just to see them in person. A concert in their home country expanded content possibilities. Once they enter Korea, it's often more efficient to follow up with domestic schedules rather than fly out again immediately, like a comeback album, for instance. It's been only a few months since Picnic. I'm good with a single. At least some events will pop up. That's more chances to see them. Moonday. Wait. Your Nuna's rating her savings. I'm going to fan sign this time. Testa had even debuted a new song at their first concert. Could a comeback be near? Excitement swept through every corner of their fan community. Raybin just showed off the wrist rest Ah-hyun got him, definitely hinting he's working on stuff. Fans began creatively interpreting every SNS post as a comeback hint. And shortly afterward, the agency really did announce upcoming activities. But not for Testa. Myrine debut intro. No magic in this world. It was the debut teaser for a junior group. Oh fuck, sharing the agency channel already annoys me. Wouldn't it be better if everyone posted on their own group channels? They're cute. I'll root for them though. Testa fans grumbled as they either ignored the video or clicked out of curiosity. Some clicked because they sensed something off. Magic? Magic? The background color is purple. From the very first scene, they recognized a familiar Mysenskni. Against a sunset-lit window tinged scarlet, a school-uniformed youth turns to look back. A shot they'd seen many times before. It's the magic boy. The association was crystal clear. In Korea, it was 1 a.m. I sat in my airplane seat during a scheduled transfer, watching the video uploaded an hour earlier. Surprisingly, the airline offered Wi-Fi. On screen, the uniformed idol framed by the window suddenly jumped through it. He fell onto a vast web of darkness, morphed into a cocoon, and faded out. The magic boy reference lasted only the first 3 seconds. Oh, they were clever. I smirked and turned off the video. I'd already heard through the grapevine that the junior group's title track ended up being one of their self-written demo songs. So, what was this? They're desperate to milk every last drop. They wanted to piggyback on Magic Boy as a teaser for Myrine's debut, a bit of homage that skirted into provocation. Even if Testa fans called them out, it'd be hard to rally public support. They'd stir just enough controversy to grab attention. They'd taken my advice to strip out the substance and barely touch the trap I'd laid. Smart move. All right, I'll give them that. Whoever thought this up must have had the agency's decision-makers on board. And I was more annoyed than I expected. This won't do. Couldn't they just handle this internally, without dragging the people who actually got shot in the process? I didn't know where I'd end up 6 months from now, so they'd better watch their step. Time to tear the factions apart. I need to create some chaos in the company. 198 chapter. A few days after Testa returned to Korea to prepare in earnest for their encore concert. Long time no see, Seoul. Testa's first manager, now their only manager, smiled broadly as he headed to the company. Handling twice the workload alone wasn't entirely comfortable, but it was manageable. Testa wasn't that high-maintenance a group after all. They've been a little sassy lately, but maybe they've gotten so much flack they've mellowed out. Besides, most tasks had been delegated to the new tour staff we'd just contracted, so managing back home was actually easier than being on the road. Originally, individual condition checks and such fell under my purview, but I'd gradually let them slide out of habit. Our leader, a former athlete used to this routine, had already volunteered to handle them. Chongwoo, anyone hurt or feeling off? No, just need to carve out some time for Moonday's upper body massage. In other words, a bit of job negligence. This was the sweet life. Unthinkable in most of the industry. But once you got used to a cushy seat, you tended to settle in. Just ride this out through their prime, then leverage my experience for the next job. Besides, with the company focused on launching a new girl idol group, Testa wasn't getting as much attention. Rumor had it the head of our division preferred female idols. They tended to pull better numbers. I guess they cashed in on us this time. A few days ago, I remembered Testa's reaction. Hyung, the fans hate it. Didn't the company have another plan? It's so on the nose calling it Magic Boy. Feels weird for us too. Come on. You think agencies don't riff on each other's references? Fans will forget fast. This isn't the first time. The company had already told me. If there's backlash, just smooth it. NVLGT, official version, over. It was easier to mollify Testa than argue with upper management. And I was sure it wouldn't be hard. As expected, it fizzled out. Testa wasn't going anywhere, and they were clearly here to stay. My career was fine. Best not to stir up needless trouble. We're here. Lost in thought, I pulled into the parking lot and met an unexpected face. Hello. Oh, hey. Our second manager. Well, the one who'd just been reassigned to the junior group, Myrene. I thought, what a space cadet, but made small talk. Who are you waiting for? Oh, Myrene is with the director right now. I'm just waiting. What director? What for? Oh, I'm not supposed to say, is that okay? His fumbling was maddening. Workplace etiquette 101. Have some situational awareness. He won't last long. I felt relieved when he left, but still missed having someone to delegate chores to. Next time, get someone obedient and efficient. I killed time with coffee, thinking about the replacement. After a routine report at the office, I headed back to Testa's dorm. Brief them on today's schedule, rally them with a fighting, and that'll be enough. But the moment I stepped inside, I sensed something was off. Oh, Hyung's back. Welcome home. On the table was a spread of donuts and drinks. A stranger sat at the table, fiddling with his phone. What the? Guys, who's this? Hello. I'm the new manager. Nice to meet you. The guy slowly stood, then gave me, Testa's original manager, a half-hearted greeting. What the hell is this? A second manager I'd never heard of, and with zero enthusiasm to boot. I couldn't hide my irritation. If he really was the new manager, he deserved to be challenged. I've never heard about a new manager. Who are you? Are you actually the manager? Who are you? My official start is next week, but Hyung told me to at least greet you today. Didn't you hear? Hyung. Park Moon-dae interjected with a faint smile. He's the management director's cousin, apparently. Oh, you don't believe me? The so-called second manager hunched his shoulders and held out his phone. Want to call him? On the screen flashed the familiar name, director's cousin. He really was the management director's relative. What kind of situation is this? My head reeled. Have a good night. See you next week. The second manager gave his lukewarm farewells and left. A blank slate temp. He seemed in no hurry to work, but whatever. No expectations there. Our first manager did only the bare minimum too. It's what the director thinks that matters. The gesture alone, planting his own cousin in our ranks, showed the director was carving out his own faction. It worked like a charm. I shrugged and turned away from the entryway. Hyung, want another donut? Just then, Kim Rae-bin held up the donut box. No thanks, I'm full. You go ahead. Got it. Right. Those donuts only got bought because of you. I recalled the first day after we landed. The recording studio session for Testa's new encore concert song. Since the members preferred to nail down the track before practice, we got started quickly. Naturally, AR team members were right there with us. Hello, please take care of us. After greeting the now familiar A and our staff, I hung back as they recorded units one by one and spoke to Rae-bin, who was waiting. In full earshot of the studio staff. Feeling uneasy? You know, about Magic Boy showing up in that other group's teaser. Rae-bin's face instantly fell. If it was the company's decision, okay, but I wish they'd at least asked for your permission first. You've got a point. Yeah. He nodded and slumped his shoulders. Perfect. I leaned in again, echoing his earlier tone. You know, your ideas shape the arrangement and concept so much. I wish they'd checked with you. Oh no. Actually, Moon-dae Hyung decided the overall concept and imagery. If anyone should have consulted, it was Hyung. Really? Thanks. But your efforts still mattered most. Time for a deeper jab, I murmured in a tired voice. We really did work our asses off back then. We barely slept. Yes, we did our best. Rabin looked on the verge of tears. He'd clearly been more invested than most. Good. I turned to an AR team member nearby. Excuse me, do you have a tissue? Ah, here. He scowled sympathetically and handed me a box of tissues. To ratchet up the pity, I held a tissue right in front of Rabin's face, without letting him see if it was real tears. Naturally, he tried to refuse. I'm fine. Just use it. I pressed the tissue to his dry cheek. Rabin looked confused, but it worked. I saw the staff exchange sympathetic glances. The AR team really loves Rabin. They clicked with him musically, and they'd all suffered to launch Testa's debut. They'd been furious someone had swiped the debut song concept for a junior group teaser. But they have no channel to speak up. These were seasoned pros, but none had personal ties to upper management. So next, play up somebody who does. I'd already reached out to the management office. I sent a casual message with a gift. Hello, director. We really appreciate all the support your office gave us on tour, so we wanted to thank you with some vitamins. Since the management team was the main contact on tour, the excuse was solid. A box of vitamins for each staffer. Naturally, the director would send a gracious response, usually by phone. We got the vitamins, thank you, Moonday. The members all chipped in. Your team's care made the tour go smoothly. That was my hook, and it was based on solid intel. Management got in the head of the current division head long ago. The head wasn't an idiot. He knew exactly why he was here, the infamous industrial espionage scandal in management. Though the director kept his job, his influence waned. He feels sidelined in decisions. He seemed edgy ever since the spy scandal. I bet he was seething. A parachute-hired exec like that must rarely face being ignored, but now he was. Time to scratch that itch. And when that weird deputy ignored us last time, you took our concerns seriously, thank you. I was worried I was being oversensitive. I fed him the notion that he'd been the one who'd caught and handled the spy case, casting himself as the hero who'd been treated unfairly. Thanks to you, we can keep performing with peace of mind. Haha, not at all. See, he lapped it up. If the AR team then spreads rumors among the staff, like the division head really overshot, or they screwed Testa, the director will have even more ammo. He'll think the incompetent division head is gunning for me. Big self-delusion. Let that stew for a few days, and he'll find the courage to confront the division head. No fear of being fired as a parachute hire. He'll act on impulse. Sure enough, he'd already stuck his cousin in as Testa's new manager this morning. This is going to get messy. I flopped onto the sofa and watched Cha Yujin devour the remaining donuts. Stop eating. You're a pig. I'm a tiger. Tigers don't eat flour. They're carnivores, but you're scarfing sugar and flour. Peaceful times. The next bomb must have dropped by now. Even if it fizzles, better to plant multiple mines. That new guy seemed articulate. I decided to wait comfortably for the next explosion. 199. Chapter. A few days after the bomb I planted went off, during a behind-the-scenes, filmed rehearsal for the encore concert. Okay, to the right. Kick the leg, then back to the side. Hyung, watch your step. Ak. Bei Se-jin, nearly stumbling, flushed bright red as he reset his choreography. His dance stat was up to C, but the routine's difficulty had spiked even more, and he was struggling. I'm no expert either. Just as I thought I should rebalance my own stats if I wanted to do a unit stage with Cha Yujin, a commotion rose behind the rehearsal room door. Voices raised. Is it happening now? I sensed it, but there was no need to acknowledge it. What's that? The cameras quietly cut off immediately. The noise was too loud to ignore. We'd just finished the final chorus and struck our ending poses, then stared at the door in half panic, half concern. Who could that be? There shouldn't be anyone else in here. Wait a sec. Ryu Chongwu motioned me to stay seated, then rose to investigate. But before he could reach the door, it burst open and a stranger strode in. He looked to be in his early 30s. Hot on his heels, our first manager burst in, face flushed crimson. The newcomer ignored our manager, bowed once to us, then began twirling a takeout cup in his hand. Oh, hello, our Testa artists. So good to see you all. I thought I'd bring you something. Have this and practice hard. Okay, who are you? Cha Yujin, grabbing the drink, demanded an answer, and the stranger replied crisply. Oh, I'm the new manager. Excuse me. Of course. I'd never forget the cousin of the director who brought donuts. But this was a different face. The person you met a few days ago will now follow you as road manager. And I'm the general manager. General manager. Chief manager, in other words. Our first manager, who'd been dedicated solely to Testa, was suddenly reporting to this new guy. With a schedule this hectic, it really needed 3 dedicated managers. But don't worry from now on. I'll handle everything. If anything's uncomfortable, contact me right away. The first manager still looked stunned, clearly hadn't been forewarned. The new chief manager glanced at him, feigning sympathy. Manager Kim, you must have had a rough time handling everything alone. From now on, let's manage the artist's needs more systematically. Daily injury checks and condition reports for each time slot. He was openly advertising that the first manager had been too lax to earn a promotion. This would be the director's new pretext. Artist-centered care. If I'd stopped with just planting seeds with the director, the division head would have favored the junior group and left us alone, setting the 2 groups against each other. But I'd inserted one more variable. Encourage the junior group, too. As soon as we landed, I'd used the second manager to contact the runner-up of the junior group. I'm sorry, senior. I tried to warn them, but couldn't. No, you succeeded. You persuaded them. Of course, it's unfortunate the company didn't budge, but you didn't do poorly. Thank you. If I need to, I'll speak to management. Management? Sure, your group care is under them. If you explain calmly, they'll advocate for you. I'd given them permission to say, this carried-over concept is fine, but it was rough on us, so please don't drag us into the senior group's politics. The junior manager would run with that. Suddenly, management would seize on a shared slogan. The division head ignores the artist's will. He's incompetent and meddling with artists who can self-produce. If you turn that into corporate speak, you got. Let's go. Not with the division head, but artist-centered. The director didn't care about real care. He just needed a rallying cry to beat the division head. And with Testa-friendly AR staff and marketing teams who'd been forced to repackage that borrowed concept, they'd jump on board. Now it's a real faction. Sure enough, the manager structure had been overhauled in the name of artist care. Our chief manager nudged the first manager. How about a quick drink tonight to celebrate our new 3-manager dedicated team? We can talk strategy. Yes, okay. Begrudgingly, the first manager agreed. He'd realized too late that making waves wouldn't help. Serves him right. I watched the scene fondly. The power plays in the company had become clear. Let them check and scratch each other and throw VLIGHT viciously. Worried the parachute-hired director would seize control and abuse it? No fear. That guy's incompetent. If the execs fight over credit and power, they'll burn out while the group drives things forward, and the staff can just do their jobs. All right, practice hard. See you soon. Yeah. Be safe going home. The chief manager left, handing out his number with a contact me anytime. Only then did the first manager start thinking, guys, isn't this new guy uncomfortable? Just showing up like that. He wanted us to back him up. Big Seijin, ever cheerfully, said. He's new, so of course he's awkward. But he seems to care about us. Look forward to it. I'm grateful. Shake's delicious. Chai Yujin shook his drink alongside. In the end, the first manager stomped out of the studio, swallowing curses. What an idiot. Surely he knew Ryu Chongwu did most of the work. Maybe he never thought to question if that was fair. Kim Raybin's exclamation stopped me cold. I get it now. He spoke at the perfect moment, so I paused. Raybin's face shone with revelation. Because of what Moon Dae-hyung said in the studio, we got this situation. Wait. With 7 staff around, he was talking too openly. More than that, he actually understood what's going on. I doubted it, but Raybin held firm. What did Hyung say? I did. Moon Dae-hyung shared publicly the hardships and mental pain our group went through, and thanks to that, the company gave us positive feedback. Oh, wow, really? Moon Dae said how tough it was. Yes. He even asked how he felt. I realized only by expressing genuine struggle could we change their reaction. Wow. My goodness. So this kid grasped the basic algorithm. Testa shows real suffering company improves group care. It was crude, but people with similar mindsets reacted first, assuming I'd suffered most. Moon Dae. I see. Not at all. Thank you always for your guidance. Not something to be proud of, kid. Big Seijin silently applauded with a goofy grin. Right? Thanks to you, it turned out well. He was doing it on purpose, grading. But then he dropped a solid point. Still, let's not overdo it. Moonday, we have brains too, you know? Not just Ray-Bin, share with all of us. Yeah, Moonday. Ryu Chongwu caught my eye and nodded. We're a group, 7 heads thinking together might find a better solution. Given our history, the guys who were perceptive noticed I'd hinted at this intentionally, so they didn't deny it. And it was reasonable. Maybe I was too hasty. Handling it solo was easy and fast, but my actions affected the whole group. They had a right to consult. From now on, we'll discuss before acting. We see each other every day. This won't really slow us down. I nodded. Yes, you're right. Great. Chongwu joked. We complement each other. Fans, shareholders, wouldn't have picked us otherwise, right? I have a good head. Cha Yujin hasn't taken an official IQ test. Just my opinion. But better than Ray-Bin. Really? Then let's do a formal psych test on our content. MBTI too. Sounds fun. This'll be great content. In moments, the conflict dissolved. No wonder he's the leader. I looked at Ryu Chongwu anew. The more recognized he became, the less I resented him. Not bad. We seemed back to our old balance. I admitted it. Sian Ahyun next to me nodded eagerly. So, from now on, if we struggle, we'll definitely consult each other. Agreed. The studio atmosphere warmed, and, ironically, with staff bemoaning on camera that this moment was unrecorded, we resumed practice. A few days later. Finally, the junior group Myrine's title track MV was released, and all traces of Magic Boy had been scrubbed. In the rough cut, there was a short insert clip, but thanks to Senior, it's clean now. We were so worried. Thank you so much. A unilateral thank you message arrived via their manager, almost 3 times as enthusiastic as before. Nicely done. The subtle articles tying Myrine to Testa quietly vanished from headlines. Testa's fans, with no more bitter bait, shrugged and moved on. Typical T1 tactics. Attention shifted back to our encore concert unit stage news. Holy shit, Cha Goyoung and Moondongdong as a unit? Coming to restore K-pop pride. Miss it at your peril. Seeing that reaction, I felt inspired to prepare even better. I watched Cha Yujin roll on the opposite bed and thought, innermost. Status window. But not mine first. Yujin's. Before the final unit stage confirmation, check it again and finalize our countermeasure. I wanted to see how that monster of a stat had changed. 200 chapter. A translucent hologram appeared beside Cha Yujin. Name, Cha Yujin. Singing, B, B+. Rap, B+. Dance, S, S+. Appearance, AS. Charisma, S, Yex. Trait, black hole S. I almost swore. Fuck, what kind of human is this? In the meantime, his dance stat had increased again, now 2S grades. His singing had risen into B grade after taking on more vocal parts. And the coup de grace his trait. Black hole, S gravitational pull that absorbs everything. Compulsive captivation. Stage immersion plus 180%. When appearance jumped from A to S, 150% became 180%. Even traits could evolve. Is that why his charisma went up too? A cold sweat broke out. Anything he does must be insane. It felt like that survival show instinct from a Juicer resurfacing, pure survival mode. Did we push this too eagerly just because the fans loved it? No, keep calm. Working a unit with him won't ruin my reputation or force me to quit the group. It'll just be embarrassing. I'm not like Big Seijin, trying to outshine Cha Yujin. I could already picture the fan chatter. Both did great, versus Cha Yujin's personal stands mocking. Haha, look at that bare head strut. And it would hurt Park Moonday's skilled performer image. That I can't allow. I needed to double-check before any disaster struck. Yujin. Yes. Tell me every gimmick you wanted for the unit stage. Cha Yujin, staring at his smartphone, sprang to life. Eyes glittering. Water. Fireworks. Lights and dancers. And a gigantic moving structure. He wanted literally everything. You know we couldn't afford all that on budget, right? I know. But let's use as much as we can. Please. Okay. It was true. The choreography mock-ups and set pieces were already locked in. and many of his requested elements would actually be used. I had acted generously in the behind-the-scenes feed, but I'd wanted the spectacle to disperse the audience's focus across the entire stage. But seeing his stats, I realized that plan was too shallow. They won't be distracted. Everyone would zero in on Cha Yujin, and the stage gear would only amplify that. I needed a way to forcibly redirect that focus. The easiest solution was to tweak my own stats. Status window. Time to check my own. Name: Park Moondae, Ryu Jianwo. Level: 18. Title: None. Singing: S. Dance: B+. Appearance: A. Charisma. Traits: Infinite potential. A. When you hear it, it makes sense. A. Bacchus 500. B. Snatching ear. A. Status ailment: Death without an audience. Remaining points: 2. I'd thought my stats were decent, but next to Cha Yujin's they now looked dull. No singularity here. What stood out? My level had gone up by 1, and my dance stat had naturally ticked up, probably from improvising choreography on tour. Normally, I'd invest both points in dance, bump B+ to A. That would seem the most efficient, matching his strength. But that felt pointless. Even at A, I'd still lag behind Cha Yujin's S. He'd still outclass me. Even dumping both points into dance wouldn't change the gap. He dominated in charisma and traits anyway. Every option felt futile. What if I push singing to S+? Forcing the crowd to listen to me even as their eyes drift to Cha Yujin. Ruthlessly strategic. I paused it there and scanned for other variables. I summoned the pop-up circle * operator Enkvan Iota GHD circle * operator. Read the full story. Notifications amassed from our tour and reality show fame. Successful performance. You moved the vast majority. Several of these, including reputation renewal alerts. Most had granted extra trait pulls, 5 pulls in total. And every time I'd needed something quick, a useful trait had popped. I'm almost certain. Burn them all. I started with the lower tier pulls, the treasure and hero trait draws. They guaranteed at least B-rank traits. The slot machine lever spun. Pop-Pang. Adorably squishy, B acquired. Angel face, C acquired. Crocodile's tears, A acquired. Unwavering focus, B acquired. No use, irrelevant. Nothing stage-related. All traits tied to external promotions. Was the game hinting, screw your unit stage? I scrolled through the pop-ups in frustration, then a sinister thought hit me. Or maybe the time's almost up. Of course, the status ailment would soon activate. Death without an audience. If you fail to meet 200,000 viewers within the set period, you die. Current count, 199,997/200,000. Just 3 more people. Once the encore concert ends, or if we somehow lose the show to a catastrophe, it wouldn't matter. Even a tiny one-man promotional event to gather 3 viewers would end the ailment. And I bet that lousy truth check pop-up will appear again. Given past cases, it wouldn't surprise me if someone fell dead on stage. It could unnerve me. So the game would show me a promotion-related trait next. Such a sick setup. Not giving the cure, just teasing me with useless get-well gifts. I clicked away the pop-ups and decided to act rationally. Swap out the current trait. Trait. When you hear it, it makes sense. A. Has been removed. In its place, I slotted in. Unwavering focus. Lower rank, but versatile. For the record, Crocodile's Tears was the supposed upgrade on Tear Duct, a pathetic trait that just makes you cry for sympathy. Trash. Done. I crack my neck. Empty the mind. Only 1 pull left. The legendary trait draw. Legendary trait, pull click. The final pull from the tour reward. Legendary in any game was usually good, so maybe some stage boost trait. I expect at least A. Come on. I yanked the lever. Platinum-hued icon spun quickly. Darararak. Among a blur of enticing trait names. Click. The slot slowly stopped. On a color I'd never seen. Prismatic 5-color glow. Pop-Pang. Trait. Time of obsession. S acquired. Fuck. An S rank. I punched the bed. Cha Yujin, rechecking his phone on the floor, didn't notice. What the hell? No matter how little I cared for these draws, an S rank thrilled me to the core. Wait, calm down. Check the details. It sounds stage-related. I opened the trait description. Trait. Time of obsession S. Feel yourself alive on this stage. Stage immersion, self, plus 180%. Holy shit. It was just Black Hole rebranded. Phew. I exhaled and sat up. Stage immersion plus 180%. With this, if I allocate points efficiently and rehearse smartly, I could hold my own against Cha Yujin. Wait, hold on. There's a catch. Stage immersion, self. Self. It didn't boost the audience's immersion, but the performer's own immersion. This bastard really. He wants me to narcissistically lose myself in my own performance. If this game were real, I'd have already demanded a refund and left a 1-star review. Where the hell did they sell out any morals? I clenched my teeth staring at the status window, but then I cooled off. Compare it to unwavering focus. Be calm. Assess pros and cons. First, an S-rank traits effect would be airtight. It would genuinely force me into deep immersion on stage. Then, how immersive am I normally? The stage is fun. I find it rewarding, and I adapt to any concept without visible embarrassment. My baseline is solid. So deeper immersion would yield what? It'll look more natural. When the performer is fully absorbed, the audience follows suit. And if any disruptions occur, I'd glide through without breaking flow. And it might be more enjoyable. But that's a bonus. Overall, I figured it would help. If not to the black hole's extent, then enough. Especially with Testa's strong concept style, performing without the slightest self-consciousness would boost concept execution. There'd be fewer "this is so cringe" comments. Not about skill, but about confidence, being shamelessly into it. As that thought finished, an extreme idea struck me. But if I use it right, it could work. It was all or nothing. I'd exhausted every other option. Might as well try. I immediately altered my traits. Trait: unwavering focus, B, has been removed. In the now vacant slot, I slotted time of obsession. Then I poured all remaining points into charisma. Charisma, A+. Good. Let's go. Cha Yujin. Yes? Want to make our unit stage even more fun? Without hesitation, he answered. Yes. Exactly what I expected. With fewer than 2 weeks until the encore concert, Cha Yujin and I tweaked our unit stage plan. And we both love the revised direction. Think it'll work? I love it. If you do. Ryu Chongwu asked again, but Cha Yujin just gave a thumbs up. It made sense. We were each playing to our strengths. 201 Chapter. The day of TSDAR's encore concert in Seoul. The graduate student entering Gocheok Sky Dome was wearing a faint smile. I'm finally at my first concert. Thanks to the encore concert starting on a Saturday, she had barely managed to make time. At last, it was time to enjoy the concert without any spoilers. Standing at the crossroads of becoming a Dr. Perfect or getting a master's level job, the graduate student had only one concern today. Will I have a clear view of Monday? This seat is perfect, right? Indeed. She had somehow scored a ticket in the protruding front section, a ridiculously good seat. It was the exact area where Idol Corporation Season 4 had claimed territory last concert, sparking